Aren't those cool?
So
Welcome,
cool.
everybody. We are starting our 12-hour marathon, sub-athon. So we're going to keep this brief introduction. We want to get everybody to start coming to our new YouTube channel. And in order to make us feel better about being that selfish, we linked up with Make-A-Wish Foundation, which, of course, KJ has been a part of for quite a long time. If KJ, you want to chat about Tiltify and how people can donate today, and we'll be blasting this throughout the whole day.
Yeah. Do you want to put in the comments the link where people can donate while I'm talking about what we're doing here today?
I absolutely will.
Yeah, so in addition to being a part of the kind of nerdy girls in the PopCon family, I also work for Make-A-Wish here in Indiana, and we've got about 600 kids who are waiting for wishes. And as you can imagine, like normally when people think of Make-A-Wish, they think, trips and things like that for kids, and that's, not something that we can safely do right now. But what's been really cool is our kids are reimagining wishes. They're all kind of turning into these amazing nerdy wishes where, there's gaming wishes. We can do online shopping sprees, and we can do PlayStation 5s, and we can, do like we did this summer with Minnie, whose wish was granted with PopCon. She wanted to be an artist. And so we made that come true. So there's a lot of kids right now who love Star Wars and love Harry Potter and love all the things that we love. And they're imagining their wishes to be all of these exciting, cool, nerdy things. So the great thing about Make-A-Wish is whether you have $10 or you have, loads of money is that you can make an impact on one child here and make a wish come true. So with Tiltify, it's a really cool way you can donate easily through PayPal. It's just a super easy one click, and you can say, hey, I want to give $10, and you'll see throughout the day different things happen. So when we reach $100, that allows us to fund the wish celebration party. So hooray, we're sending you all these cool things to celebrate the day that your wish is granted. And when we get to $500, that means that, a kid could get a PS5. So as we go throughout the day,
he'd be the only one that can get a PS5 these days.
Right. Make-A-Wish has some connections. Unfortunately, no connections that will help you or I, Carl, but certainly the wish kid who wants the PS5, we're going to make that happen for them.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. They've earned it this year. Your clientele, the kids with Make-A-Wish, they will never have it good. But 2020, holy cow!
Yeah,
so I can only imagine that family visitations in the hospital have been cut to almost nothing. So this year is beyond worse.
Yeah, imagine, you have a child with a critical illness and you still have to go to the doctor's appointments and you have to go to the ER and they're telling you only one parent can go back, or at one point, no one, you're
right.
sitting outside. And so it just kind of heightens this dark time for a family. And what Make-A-Wish does is continue to be this light. Like, we can't stop any of the things that are happening. We can't stop COVID. We can't stop the critical illness. But you know what? If you want to think about something else, there's going to be a day where you're going to be super happy having the thing that you love, and we're going to make that happen for you. So it is a cool thing to give to these families right now when, as we are saying here at Make-A-Wish, hope is essential. We hear so much about what's essential right now. Hope is essential for our wish kids. And we appreciate the PopCon family being so generous and kind and helping us make some of these wishes come true.
Let's hope we do. All right, well, let's get this kicked off. We're going to start off with something that many people do talk about, and we're going to keep it spoiler free because another episode dropped today. But I'm going to start pulling in the people here. So look alive, everybody in the background. But we've got the folks, and we're going to talk about Mandalorian. KJ, do you want to stick around?
You know what? Can you let me go?
Bye. I'm sorry, that was funny. I had to
get PS5s.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, that's awesome. So it's confirmed. People are watching. Look.
Yay.
Yay. All right. So, yeah, Mandalorian. It's a thing.
It is. So what we said is, are we saying no, just today's episode, no spoilers, or are we saying
Correct. I
Okay.
think everything else should be fair game.
All right.
This is one of those shows that if you don't keep up on it, that's your own fault. But today, I can understand not everybody has been able to see today's.
Yeah, it's funny because people that don't know. Hi, I'm Matt. I teach at IPUI, and my class meets on Mondays, and so like before class starts, we have like Mando Monday, and all my students and I talk about
Nice.
the episode and stuff like that. And last week's episode, or not last week's. Well, last week when we talked about it, because it was the one from before that with Bo-Katan, and I had a student that didn't watch yet. And all my other students like, what is wrong with you? You know that this is what we do on Mondays. We talk about Mando, and like they just let him have it. And it was really funny because it's like, okay, well, I'll just mute the show, mute class, and then I'll come back when you just let me know when we're done talking about it. So it was really funny.
Ouch.
Nice.
Not much pressure just to watch a movie, just to watch a tiny little
Yeah, it's
episode. It's
only
like
like
30
a half
minutes.
hour or so.
I know, that's what we said. It's like, and it was funny because they let him have it. They're like, you knew that this was going to happen. Why did you not watch it? So we'll see if he does better than this Monday when we have class.
I know it's not the GFFA, but you know, Thursday and Friday I look forward to for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Les, I think you're
Disco,
muted.
Disco
Yeah,
and
that's
Mandalorian.
Yeah, Les is definitely talking, but I'm not hearing anything, which is peculiar. We tested it a half an hour ago.
Dad, I think you might be muted.
He's unplugged.
I hit the button on my.
Told ya.
Am I better now?
2020 probs.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tech guy pushes the wrong button. That's always a
Yeah.
bad. Great way to start the day. Hey, that's what happens when we do live stuff. What's everybody's favorite episode so far this season? It's
I have to go to Harris.
which would be episode 3, right? Of the second season, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So the passenger, then Eris. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. That was definitely my favorite too.
Okay. Seth, what do you think?
Was it called The Marshal? Was that the first episode this season?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
I was gonna say it's either that. Yeah, that like it was directed by the man. It felt like a movie. So that was like that's been my favorite one so far. So good.
I liked the fourth episode. That was my favorite. It felt like, A New Hope. You got 4 people running around, blasting stormtroopers, cheering when they win, acting goofy sometimes,
Yeah, like it was like
and you
it
get to
was
see all the cool stuff.
yeah, and then it had a little bit of Return of the Jedi at the end too, where you got the speeder bike chase and everything else. That's pretty solid. That's a great one too.
Yeah, the Marshal would have been my number 2, and then probably 3, and then 2. The Knobby White Spider episode is just nod to aliens. You get one line that helps the entire storyline, and that's it.
It was rough, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll teach the kid not to eat any more eggs.
Sure.
I don't know. I thought of all of season 2 like as just one movie. That like because it really had much more so than season 1. That season 1, even though there was obviously an overarching thing the whole time, this one has felt much more. We do this thing to do this thing to do this thing to do this thing, and so it keeps going. So I've kind of felt that this season has been like a movie the whole time, and so I kind of put that that scary spider episode. I mean, that's the Wampa attack. That's the Dianoga. It's that brief reprieve where you fight a giant monster in the movie.
Perfect for Halloween.
Absolutely perfect for Halloween. I did not need that at all.
Well, it's a nod to Aliens, right? I mean, there's so much throwback to that it's just like the frog people I don't care about.
Oh, I love the frog people.
Yeah, there was at one point where I think I was enjoying the frog lady more than the little green guy this season. Now it's tough to still not like the cuddly little green ears, but I'm with you, Matt. That I kind of see everything. It's each season to me is one big episode, and we're getting to see it in chunks. So it's tough for me to say I like this episode more than this episode. There are definitely scenes that I like more than others.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to take it in on all as one thought, and they've had to break it up into weeks. So.
Yeah.
And to add on top of that, there's no time lapse between each of these. Like each episode seems like it starts up right where the last one ended, where it's like, oh, Mando's leaving, his ship's broken. The next one, oh, he's landing and his ship is still broken. That's been pretty neat. When like there's a couple times in the first season, it seems like, oh, I feel like some stuff happened between the last time we saw them and stuff.
Speaking of him landing a broken ship, that was probably one of my best laugh out loud moments of 2020.
Yeah.
When all that setup of we knew he was going to live, but the crash on his landing pad and then falls brilliant comedic timing. I mean, brilliant.
He's gonna make it. He's gonna make it. Nope, not gonna make it.
And what amazed me was how dirty all that water is right around there, because he's not in there very long supposedly, and it pulls up and it's already just covered with seaweed and goo, and I thought that was pretty humorous.
Yeah.
You got a seafood buffet in there. Got a whole buffet right in there.
We've already got.
Where's the sushi?
There's a group of us that are working on that costume right now. The
sweater,
the Mon Calamari sweater group. Yeah, and so I've got my sweater. My sweater's right here. I got my sweater. Where's my sweater? And I've got my belt. And then we're trying to figure out what pair of the overalls, where those came from, and then. Everything else is pretty much figured out, but then you got to decide whether or not you want to buy that Mon Calamari mask and hands and make that commitment, because that
just stand around and shake your head all the
crap.
It is not a cheap piece of prop. So. But I have the feeling it's going to become like the ice cream maker guys when we do that celebration. It's going to be that same kind of level. There's just going to be a whole bunch of Mon Cal people.
So did this guy not get trained by any of the rest Mon Calamari how to fix ships? Because none of their ships look like they're pieced together with like fishing line and netting and any of the rest of the stuff that we've ever seen at the Mon Calamari.
All he said is he was going to make it fly.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'll make 1,000 credits will get you.
And for the damage that was to the Razor Crest, 1,000 credits did not feel like a lot of money.
No.
Yeah, it looked like they had a sheet of plywood on there in one of the shots. It really, I'm like going, how's that going to survive space?
I just loved how every time it like took off or landed, like another piece would fall off of it. That was my favorite.
Yeah. Then it also amazed me how quickly like Grief Karga must have the best mechanics in the galaxy to take it from what it was to all of a sudden now it's just shiny and new.
Yeah.
Because that seemed like it
Grief
didn't.
is now legit. So.
Because that
But
time span didn't seem like it was very long
No.
for me.
Yeah, well, there's an old joke in Star Wars that hyperspace takes as long as the plot needs it to, and I have the feeling that's the same for repairs. That it just takes as long as the plot needs it. That's it.
What's been your favorite alien that we've seen that we've not seen a lot prior to these 4 episodes? Yes, Seth.
I like that little guy that took the jetpack in episode 2. Yeah. That like he had like the mouth that, like went like this. I think that he's in a JJ Star Wars, I think.
Yeah, he's in Force Awakens.
Yeah, he's in Force.
Yeah.
I thought I'm like, oh, one of those guys. I don't even know what he is. But I just thought it was kind of cool, the nice little throwback to the sequels rather than the original trilogy stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be my favorite.
I don't want to just say Frog Lady.
Yeah.
Even though she was my favorite. I know that we already saw them several times, but I do love those pit droids on Tatooine. I love those guys because they're the ones from episode 1, and I love how I forget her name, but the woman who runs the
Amy Sedaris.
Yeah, Amy Sedaris, but her character. I love how she has every single important droid that has ever been on Tatooine. She's got Treadwell, she's got the pit droids, she's got R5D4. You know, that it's like if R2 was still there, she would have R2 and 3PO too.
Collector of rare items.
Yeah. Collector of rare droids that may or may not have been around a Skywalker at some point.
But I'll tell you, the best throwback was the Marshall's speeder bike, which was Anakin's pod racer.
It was pod racer. Yeah.
My jaw hit the floor when I saw that. I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!"
Yeah, that was like the most BA thing too. That it was just like, like because you're a space cop, and then your motorcycle belonged to Anakin Skywalker at some point. You know, it's like the best episode of Chips you could possibly. Yeah. Horatio Sands' character was great. I loved him. It was when he's on and he like.
Oh yeah, when he gets nervous, goes.
Yeah.
There, I got. I don't know the guy's name. Oh, hold on, one second.
You like Bruce?
Mithral.
Yeah, Mithral. Yeah, he's great too. I'm trying to think who else like other aliens and stuff. I like seeing. There he is. I like seeing the Mon Cal and the Quarrens on that planet. Like they're still hanging out together. That they're all on Mon Cal together, and then they also go to the deadliest catch planet. You know?
Yeah, I like that we got to see some Aqualish, there in episode 4, and I think they're called Abyssians, the guy with the one eye. In the first episode. Yeah.
John Leguizamo's character. That was John Leguizamo.
I didn't even know it was John.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome.
And it stinks because I want him to come back and be in Star Wars, but not be like under a mask. If that makes, because I think that
that's the best thing is that now he can.
Yeah.
And it's like, how many times has Mark Hamill been somebody in a Star Wars thing at this point? Like,
right?
He just keeps showing up.
So, Leaf, what was your favorite alien?
How many of you guys think that?
My favorite alien, it'd either probably be the Crate Dragon or like the Tusken Raiders dogs.
Okay. Those are they're called the Massives. Yeah, that's our local X-wing squadron in the Rebel Legion. We're the Massive Squadron, which is kind of funny. So
it's cool.
We were all really excited.
I think seeing that.
So, how many of you guys think that Mithral and Pelly will show up every season?
Oh, yeah, as actors. Yeah.
I can see that. It'd be like Q.
I think
every
probably.
season.
I mean, I think that. Yeah, I mean, I think that he could probably keep returning back to that planet because I think he's kind of he's tied to Grief Karga now. So anytime the Mando needs repairs, I bet he could go back there and hang out with them.
And if
And
he's
so when the
elsewhere, he
Mando
can always
goes
up into
in
a
and says,
Tatooine.
"Hey guys, we're going to help," or I need help. Do you think that the Mythrol is going to go with him? You know, and no, you don't think so. He's going to run things there for Grief.
Yeah. Yes. But
Yeah,
of course,
he's his accountant.
and I don't really see Grief Karga as the kind of run and gun kind of guy. I feel like that he wants to be established, and he just kind of is doing his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he's Lando. Grief Karga is the Lando of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And there still may be backstory to Grief Karga that we may not like. Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure he's a shady fellow. Yeah.
Especially now that going back to the last couple episodes of the first season, where Gideon name drops him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Brian wants to know, do you think it'll be interesting if we see some Jedi later on in this season? And we're not talking about episode 5, but everybody's, we leave episode 4 knowing he's going to go look for Ahsoka. So
it's tough.
I say yes because we've already seen a Jedi, and that's Baby Yoda.
That's true. And the next episode is actually called Jedi, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Today's episode that we're not talking about.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it, but it is called Jedi.
I wanted to see it this morning, but my dad said no.
Oh, you're the worst.
Well, that helps.
Because I knew we would talk about it.
In this conversation, it would be tough not to talk about it. So I appreciate those that have seen it. Not talking about it.
I want to. Have you guys seen that picture of Sebastian Stan as Luke Skywalker?
Luke Skywalker, yeah.
I think it's only a matter of time before we see Sebastian Stan as a young Luke Skywalker.
I would 100% before that.
It's too perfect. He's already in house with Marvel. Like it is just like it's spot on. He doesn't even have to talk. But I think it's only a matter of time before.
How old is Sebastian Stan now? Like how old is he?
I don't have any idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah. But again, it's
I have to look up.
How do we know Baby Yoda's is a Jedi? I think he has some Sith tendencies going for him right now. He's stealing stuff as he needs it. He's choking Cara Dune.
Eating babies.
Yeah, eating babies.
Eating eggs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, look at that, guys. It's frightening.
I looked. He's 38, so he's technically too old to be Luke at this point because he would be like. Luke would be like early. Well, I guess, it's Sebastian Stan. He's a handsome guy. I don't think anybody
can do it.
But
he can do it.
Yeah, I think he's like 5 or 6 years too old, but it's fine.
CG him a little bit. Give him a little makeup. He can look a little younger.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
does
that
it really matter?
No.
I mean, because I've seen several arguments on how old's Bo-Katan supposed to be.
Yeah.
At this point in time, and the thing is, we don't know exactly what year it is, right?
It's
9 everything
years,
I've read.
It's 9 years after Return of the Jedi.
Is it 9 years?
We know the exact time frame.
Is it 6? I thought it was. I'm gonna look too.
See, we got to argue. I couldn't find like
the
I have
exact
the number in my head, but that doesn't make it right either.
It's 9 years ABY.
Is it 9?
Okay, 9 years after the Battle of Yavin. So
And that's season 2.
Yeah.
Or that's, I guess this is all happening at the same time, so it doesn't matter.
It's 6
after. It's 6 after the Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. This season would be
Right.
6 years. Yeah, 6 years. Yeah.
And
So
so,
it was
and
9
Obi-Wan
years after
dies when
New
he's
Hope.
57, right? So,
Mhm.
Because
Well,
Baby
you're
Yoda was supposed to be the
57
same
year old.
age as Anakin.
okay, right. So I don't know how old Luke should be.
It'd be a wasted opportunity. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If they don't
It's
utilize
close
that.
enough, right?
It is. He looks just like him. It's
He'd
weird.
be-
He doesn't need to. He doesn't even need to talk. He could just show up and take the child if that's what he needs to do or whatever the story
Sure.
needs. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if it's 9 years after A New Hope, then he'd be 28. Luke would be 28.
So that means you could play him, Matt.
What?
That means you could play him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know I'm not?
I don't.
It's all secret.
Yeah.
So where do we think the story's going? Having not seen today what dropped today, where do we think where does everybody want this story to go, or what are we? How do you write the rest of this season, Seth?
So I would do something along the lines of Mando tracks down some Jedi. He's about ready to make the trade-off to he's going to let them train the child, and then Moff Gideon shows up and with some dark troopers or whatever he's got cooked up in his secret lab, and they're gonna really mess everything up. And it's kind of your Empire moment where Mando's kind of left where, man, what do I do now that now that everything's kind of, the rug's been pulled out from under me. So
Yeah,
that's where I'd take it.
Yeah, I think the arc should be the Mandalorian arc. So I don't know whether it'll be this season, next season, or the 15th season. I hope it goes for a while. But we've got to get the Darksaber back, and Mando's got to be the person that does that and hands it off.
I'm gonna take Seth's a step further and say I think that Moff Gideon is an Inquisitor.
Ooh.
And that he is
Hello.
and that he's Force sensitive.
Ooh.
Well, that would make a lot more sense of how he
Hello.
survived the crash at this end of episode or season 1.
Yeah. I mean, he wears a lot of red with that costume, and that's like Inquisitor kind of. He's got an Inquisitor look to him. So I
thought
think
they're really good airbags in a TIE fighter, and plus it's a ball.
Yeah,
so it
because the
rolls,
Empire is
right?
really
So-
nice about making sure their pilots are comfy. That's
It's plot armor.
really what they're known for.
So,
It's plot armor.
so if he's
Yeah.
Force sensitive, why aren't we using his blood for their M count?
Maybe
Yeah.
it isn't as high as Baby Yoda's. Maybe he doesn't want people to know that he's an Inquisitor.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm throwing it out there. It's just an idea.
No, that's a lot.
I hope that Bo-Katan is the one that fights Gideon. I want that needs to come full circle, I think.
Amen.
And boy, she is a spitting image of that character. It took me a second. It took me a couple heartbeats because I didn't know Katie Sackhoff was even going to be in the episode.
Okay.
Which I probably should have, but busy. And I didn't. I had to look a couple of times and had to wait for her to talk before I realized that it was Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah, she was fantastic.
Do you think they drew all that with
Who'd we lose? Leaf.
with her in mind?
Oh,
he's
yeah.
giving
You
me
mean
the-
like
I'll get back
originally?
to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
definitely.
Clone Wars, yeah.
Sorry. I accidentally X'd myself out.
No problem.
Welcome back.
So, do you think there? I think it would be very interesting to see this Mexican standoff between Bo-Katan, the Armorer, and Cara Dune, and they all want to, like for whatever reason they're fighting over the Mando's body. Who gets to take him? Right? I don't know why. Maybe he's battled Grief Karg or Moff Gideon, got the Darksaber, and or he has to pick between one of the three. I think that was an interesting storyline.
All right.
On that note, Les, I'd like to point out. I think Ben's faith has been shattered a bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting
Bo-Katan.
storyline of how he deals with, oh, this isn't, the Mandalorians aren't necessarily what I've been taught to know. And I think he's going to find himself very much like Ahsoka did in at the end of the Clone Wars, going, the Jedi aren't really what I want them to be anymore. So I think he's going to be pulled in two different directions there.
Yes, Seth.
Les, I'm
Matt?
sorry, I just don't want to be talking over anybody, but Les, so do you like the idea of Mandalorian being killed or Din Djarin being killed at the end? Because I've heard that rumor that he, like, when he finally gets to the end of his journey, it cost him his life, basically.
It's what turns Baby Yoda to the dark side.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe.
I mean, it could. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just spitballing here. I didn't think of him dying.
Yeah. Like, he completes his
today.
mission. Yeah.
So
he completes his
I
mission.
haven't.
Let me.
Oh,
let
there's
me-
the big question from George.
Woo! That's a tough
Boba
one.
Fett going to play a major role?
I hope not.
I'm just surprised he's not dead yet.
I'm sorry. I hate Boba Fett.
Phil.
I'm sorry.
How'd he not
I
die?
can't stand Boba
How?
Fett. I'd say it. He's just so overrated.
Wow.
He is. He's the most overrated character in all of Star Wars.
Wow.
And why'd they make him live? Why?
Right. He's killed by a
Oh,
bullet.
we don't know
Stick.
that that's
Come on.
it.
Come on.
Hey,
Everybody saw him die.
and
Like,
did-
come on.
Yeah.
why can't they?
Well, we also
Figure.
saw Mando go into a crate dragon and survive. So
Yeah, because he's got Beskar steel on.
so did Mando, or so did
Nah, Mando doesn't though. I mean, Boba doesn't. I don't think Boba's his best card.
Oh, you don't?
I know.
No, because on the Eris, the other three the Mandalorians, like Bo-Katan and the other two, they hid when Mando was like running through the middle of the corridor, getting shot at all the time. I think that it's just regular armor. I don't think it's Beskar.
Well, she said that hers was in her family for generations. Why would it not be?
Maybe it's not pure Beskar or something like that.
Maybe because I mean, Mando's armor wasn't Beskar at the start of the series either.
So Mando's is stainless Beskar, and everybody else just has Beskar.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Why not?
I only get my Beskar cut by the guys in Breaking Bad, so it's the highest quality Beskar.
Beskar.
To go back to Boba Fett, I hope that Boba Fett, if they do something with him, it's a separate thing. Like, let's give him like a 3-episode miniseries thing, and let it be done. Like the Obi-Wan thing, like the Obi-Wan show. You know, let's just have it be its own thing, and it's fine.
I think he'll show up. It'll just be in a later season. That, like, once we get kind of the whole Moff Gideon thing figured out and stuff, I think then Boba Fett will show back up, and because then he's got a purpose.
I do hope that the big story still will be and revolve around Mandalore and Mandalorians, and because that's what really should be at the heart of this series. And I don't mind the tangents, and I don't mind the callbacks, but as long as it's like it was the Skywalker saga, this needs to be Mandalore saga, and I'm not even talking about Mando. I'm just saying Mandalore.
Do we think that it could be Rex working for Ahsoka, scoping this guy out, seeing if we should really help him or not?
I wish, but no.
Old as dirt at this point.
It's
like he had like the big white beard and everything. He could like in Return of the Jedi. Like, I mean, this is another 6 years after that. So accelerated growth. He probably can't even. I doubt it. I don't think he's around anymore. That's just me though.
He hits the back to tanks every night.
Oh, back to Bath.
I kind of hope to see the Mandalorian, Moff Gideon, and Boba Fett go on a Mexican standoff, and then the winner gets Baby Yoda.
So, did anybody read the fan theory about Mace Windu?
I've heard that one. Yeah.
And then
I
Mace
have
Windu
not.
pops in.
So Mace didn't die with the fall because he already proved that he can fall from great heights on
In episode 2.
Yeah, why can I not think of the name of the planet? But
Genosis.
Geonosis.
Yeah, thank you, Geonosis. So he survived, and it'll end up being Boba Fett killing Mace Windu at some point in this series.
What's he been doing this whole time then? Is there any
hiding out like everybody else?
Oh, just being in exile?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
On Coruscant? Yeah.
I would think it'd
Right.
be the other way around. Mace Windu killing Boba Fett.
Well, it's revenge for killing his dad, Django. Well, dad. I'm using dad loosely in this Star Wars context.
Or once dead, now gravestone. Or did they bury him?
Well, they're identical clones, so I can't really call it dad. His mentor,
Father figure.
his min dad.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it was funny in episode 4 where the Mando's definitely got the dad vibes going, where he sends the little kid in there to reach what he can't do.
Oh, God,
I'm sure
yeah.
you've done that. Like, okay, kid, get in there. I can't crawl under the
That's what
under
kids
the
are
house.
for.
Those things.
That's what kids are for.
It'd be interesting to bring Kyle Katarn into this.
Well, I mean that the episode 4 was pretty much just Dark Forces anyway. Like that was when that episode was over. I was like, I played that episode in 1995.
Yeah,
It was great.
yeah, it did
Very
feel like a
nice.
video game, didn't it?
Yeah, it was just like Dark Forces, and which is not a complaint. That's like high praise because it was.
And they even had the bug with the crewman in the background.
Yeah. I think it's funny. Did you see that they did digitally remove the crewman?
Oh, have they?
Yeah, if you go back and watch it now, they took him out.
He's the best part.
I know, but the funny thing is that if you watch that episode, when they go back to the fishing village and they kill the brother, when the guy comes in, he's like, "Oh, you killed my brother," and then Bo-Katan and the Mando show up, are like, "No, I did," and then they kill that guy. The I forget the woman's name who was the other Mando, the WWE wrestler.
Sasha Banks.
Cara Dune.
Yeah, she tries to put her blaster back in her holster and misses like 3 times. So if you go back and watch it, like she misses the holster and then she turns off camera and tries to put it in again and misses again and then tries a 3rd time and then the scene ends. So go back and watch it. It's really funny because and it's good acting on her part because she realizes that it's not working and then she turns to be out of the picture a little bit when she's trying to holster her blaster. So it's really funny. So go back and watch it because it was really funny when I saw it.
Yeah, so I never played. What was it? Dark Forces.
Yeah, Dark Forces.
So I was introduced to the Dark Troopers, and I'll show them right here through the Wizard of the Coast miniatures game, and so but this is like their progression for those of you following along at home and don't know what Dark Troopers are all about.
Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3.
Yes.
So I mean, is that our general consensus? Is that we think that those are like droids of some kind? So there's some sort of droid trooper.
I think they're force-sensitive beings. Something that they're taking the blood and using it like a mix between like you've got a person droid hybrid that like an ultimate soldier really.
Like
Well, I
Vader.
thought these were 2 different things, right? You've seen the clone tanks, and they talk about these aren't working, but we got these guys over here, and they're 2 separate things, I think.
Oh, maybe.
And
I mean,
I was doing a little research, and I guess if you watch the closed captioning, I think it says something about Dark Troopers, or when you watch the descriptive part of closed captioning, it says Dark Troopers in that scene.
Interesting. There is like Palpatine Snoke music cue when they're looking at all the tanks. So I don't know if they're going to be going that route too with like Rise of Skywalker. This is like early like him being able to try and create a new clone body for himself. That sort of stuff. Too. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Anybody here watch Stargate back in the day? Yeah. So I'm gonna give them a call back.
I saw the movie.
This in Stargate they had cull soldiers, which were beings that were created, cloned, and then were given a symbiote, the Gould symbiote, so that they were super powerful and healing. I think that's kind of where they're going with the
take a host clone and then put
yeah. So I think in canon, I think they're droids, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think
they were like in like stasis bays of some kind. Maybe they're the Borg. Oh, that's
right. So they're created with human, alien, it doesn't matter, and then they're powered up with the M, where I don't even want to say. And
you can say midi-chlorians, Carl. It's fine.
It's high.
Okay.
I did chuckle to myself when he's got the highest M count.
The prequels existed. It's fine.
I mean, I had an eye roll, but I got over it because it is so ingrained in canon now that it's okay. It's okay, Carl. But so yeah, I think that's where they're going. That they're super soldiers, dumb, programmed, cloned super soldiers that are force sensitive-ish. But I don't know how they would train them.
Yeah, well, see, and that's why Gideon's an Inquisitor.
Even still, I don't know. Well, because the technology exists, so it's not like they don't know how to clone.
Right.
So
what's that?
Weren't the First Order, weren't they doing some sort of flash training too with the Sith troopers and stuff? So that might be some sort of they might be like flash training them or something like that, where they're just basically inserting memories into these guys and insert training, kind of like the Matrix, where they're just loading them up with stuff. But I feel like I remember reading about that with the First Order, and I think we're getting towards the First Order.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the long game there, is that I think this is all leading up to the creation of First Order.
I definitely think with the X-Wing guys going, very much alluding to that they can't keep peace out in the Outer Rim, that you can already see that the Republic, can't control things, and so that's the vibe I'm definitely getting to as well, Matt. That First Order is well on its way.
What's the gap between Yavin and Episode 8, Force Awakens?
So
is it 30 years?
35 years, I think.
30 years from the end of Return of the Jedi to TFA.
Okay,
it's like
from
real
Jedi
time.
to okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. So Gideon,
we got a question from
still be around
Ryan here. Do you think any Saga characters will wind up making an appearance in the show?
No, I don't.
I think Luke, maybe Luke and Leia.
Luke's got to show up. Got to.
Luke, maybe, but I doubt it.
R2 and 3PO are an easy choice. Chewie's an easy choice.
Chewie would be the most plausible.
Yeah.
Lando, I think.
Lando,
maybe.
sure.
Lando, I think.
But yeah, I want Luke to be in it.
Yeah,
but that's not just because Luke's my favorite, but
I don't know that they can afford Lando.
You don't
But
think so?
Sebastian, if you're listening to this.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about the actors that play the Saga characters on who's likely to be able to get paid enough.
Well, you're not. Yeah, none of those guys are gonna. I mean, you'd have to de-age them and everything else. You'd have to recast them.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Chewbacca's plausible.
Right. Chewie and
I think this is the way you introduce these characters with new actors. Right?
Eunice would jump at the chance, I think.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, Seth, you had something to say.
I mean, you could go the opposite way. You could age up Donald Glover or Alden Ehrenreich as Han and Lando. So
that's what I was thinking as well. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So
That's an interesting question, George. Do we think that the Wills will be involved in this series? We may have to backstory some people. Who wants to discuss that?
That was Clone Wars, right? It was 2 or 3 episodes from Clone Wars where they found it's been so long since I've seen that episode.
Yeah.
Is that where they
I think it was from
the father and the son and the daughter?
Yeah,
and
those were some of my
the
favorite
Mortis
episodes.
trilogy.
Yeah, the Mortis trilogy. Yeah, and that's when Anakin saw his future, and yeah,
that would be interesting to tie those in. I haven't really thought about that a whole lot.
that's getting real out there. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It's one thing to like kind of know who Ahsoka is, but to be like that much.
Yeah.
No.
I would rather see them bring Thrawn in to the picture somehow.
Wow.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think they should probably do that.
But I don't want Mandalorian to become like Rebels 2.0 or become Clone Wars 2.0. I really want it to stay about him and about the child. I don't want like these cameos that we've seen so far, or name drops that we've had, where it just kind of takes over everything.
Yeah.
From other stuff.
Yeah.
I'll make one prediction.
Yeah.
That none of the main cast from Rogue One will be in the series.
Yeah, because everybody died.
Maybe Chirrut Inway as a Force spirit. That could be kind of cool. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
But she's not with the Force, though. So how would she be granted with a Force ghost?
Ooh, Chirrut?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blind guy.
Yeah,
The
blind guy.
blind guy,
Mm-hmm.
right? With the staff.
Yeah.
Didn't he die? Wasn't he on the planet when it got blown up?
Yeah.
Right. But he could be a Force spirit.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I think you have to know how to do that, though.
Mm-hmm. Gotta do it right. Yeah.
If you do it right.
But Qui-Gon can teach anybody, right?
Well, but Qui-Gon never took a ghost form. He was just
He didn't finish the training.
right.
Yeah, if he comes back as a Force ghost, and if he doesn't do it right, he'll probably just have part of him missing, like his legs gone, and just flying through the air without any legs.
Whoa, this got dark.
I thought we see Qui-Gon as a Force spirit.
Who you going to
In
call?
like Rebels.
You see him on Mortis in
Oh, do
the
you see on Mortis?
episodes that you were talking about.
All right,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
But
What if
No, I
Force-
could see them bringing Thrawn in as Moff Gideon screws up the tactics to take over Mandalore. You know,
Oh yeah, that
I
would be
just
interesting.
thought of who could come back. Are you ready?
okay.
Jar Jar Binks.
Oh,
That's like heavily rumored though, that he's gonna like show up in Obi-Wan.
I get you that.
Oh, did you just get rid of him? Oh my
Oh,
god.
there he goes.
yes.
Why not? Why not? Jar
I have
Jar's
that
awesome,
power.
man. Jar Jar's awesome.
Mhm.
Bring back Jar Jar.
But that's
Totally
like
cool.
heavily rumored that he's gonna they're gonna give him some little bit of redemption. Look at that. Hero.
He's the key to all of this.
Yep.
George Lucas said it's coming back.
What if a Jedi turned to a Jedi ghost? They could only stay on the planet they died on.
No, because Obi-Wan was on Endor.
Yeah.
Dagobah.
And Hoth.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that might be more of like a Sith thing, that they might be tied to where they fell. Yeah. Rather than being freely able to move around. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sith Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to see an Obi-Wan movie?
They're gonna.
They've been saying it. It's just they haven't released it. It's kind of making me mad because I'm waiting.
I think it's gonna be a limited series on Disney Plus. Like
Yeah.
6 episodes.
Yeah, it's 6 episodes.
I'm thinking, Leaf, sometime in your lifetime you'll be able to see it.
Hopefully.
They
I
start
better.
filming in February.
February?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, that means it'll come out in 2022.
Yeah. I don't know whatever happened to
You mean
the
2021?
We're not on final thoughts yet.
what happened to the K2 and what's his face series?
Cassian.
Cassian. Where'd that show go?
It's coming. They just keep.
What?
They don't actually give us anything. They just keep
No.
saying more things are coming.
These are coming. It's
Yeah.
just keep your subscription handy just in case.
Because
Well,
do
I think those get harder to make right now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the Bad Batch series. That I think that's easy to make right now.
well,
Yeah, it's
they
way
got
easier to do
volume,
animation
though.
right now.
Like the Mando's all shot on that sound stage. That's all the screens and stuff like that. They never go outside.
Yeah.
So you just lock everybody in a room, like and
That's what they're doing for the Obi-Wan show too. They're using that for the Obi-Wan show.
yeah. So having the volume at your disposal, I mean, you could pretty much do. You're limitless on where you can go. It's just loading up those screens.
I will assume not everybody knows what we're talking about, so I'm pulling up some info on that.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
So it's NVIDIA, I think, which is a video card game maker and 3D animation guru. They have developed a video wall, and I don't know that it has another name than that.
It's like a sphere. Yeah.
It wraps around the set, so they have some physical props in the middle, but the actors in the round can see the environment that they're in, and the benefit is that when they move and the camera moves, the background moves with it. It is super advanced for this kind of filmmaking, and you don't have to light them or you don't have to do any fancy lighting because they're getting the actual lighting from the scene that they're in. So if he's in that rocky canyon, he's getting the light of that rocky canyon on him. So you actually see the correct reflections in the armor and such.
Right.
It's fancy. So the one that I pulled up here is from episode 1. It looks like season 1, episode 1, and you can see that they built a practical plank walk here, but everything else that's on camera is actually being filmed in camera. It is not a special effect, but it is that video wall behind them, and it is fancy. So yes, I think it will be easier in the long run to make quicker. You'll be able to make episodes quicker because of it.
Yeah.
Lock them in a room. Go. Film.
Yeah, here's
Special effects.
6 months.
Special effects after the fact are 90% of what it takes to make an episode. So if they can cut into that 90%, things get created quicker and cheaper.
here's another way you can see them doing the Razor Crest stuff.
So
some of it's on the ceiling, some of it's this part's in the middle.
Yeah.
And then you have your background. We got real stuff here.
So some of it's practical, but then it cuts off.
Yeah.
And you
And
can
the-
definitely see that like in this area here. 'Cause
And the
there's
only
your
like
lights.
big time constraint with doing it this way is like just changing the dressings really of like, what's going to be on the ground and what's actually going to be in the shot, because like just changing those screens doesn't take that long. So you could film these things really fast.
That's why they go to so many places to
Yeah.
sand.
What was that, Matt?
Yeah, if you're interested in all that,
Just sand.
if you're interested in all that, just watch the supplement series Gallery.
Yeah. Yeah, the second season of that one comes on Christmas.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, they just announced it the other day.
Mhm.
Oh, that'll
Oh,
be awesome.
nice.
Yeah. But yeah,
I was just
Carl, I don't know
wondering
if you-
about if they were doing a second.
Yeah, Christmas Day. But yeah, Carl, did you see that they're going to start using the volume on Discovery?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fantastic. We can
Yeah.
talk about that at 4.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
What else do we got coming up today there, Carl?
Excellent question. We can next up is Supernatural, and it's going to be a different kind of talk on Supernatural. Evidently, I am not privy to the series, but they're going to be talking not necessarily about the ending, but the whole 15 seasons.
It's a 3-hour panel.
Yeah, they can do that. That's fine. Then it goes to. Then Les, you're going to be talking with a bunch of folks about Twin Peaks, which to me is niche, but I know that there's a big following too.
Yeah, we've been talking about that on the morning crew. Cast or stream, it got brought up there, and so we were just looking for a time, and this time fit. And so yeah, Peter Spellos and Jordan with a Y are gonna come in and share their Twin Peaks thoughts. And I'm trying to catch up, so I just
that's great.
One last night.
Then we've got the kind of nerdy dudes and the kind of nerdy girls throughout the day. We're going to be talking about Star Trek and paranormal stuff and Letterkenny, which is another niche comedy. And
good though.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So people are really going to like that, eh? And then we're going to be hopefully wrapping up the night playing a bunch of Jackbox games for everybody. So if anybody wants to reprise their role here on the stream, we'll be playing Jackbox games later in the day.
Yeah, so for you guys, it's the same link, right, Carl?
Yeah, the link stays the same for those that know the link. Don't share.
I just posted it on my Facebook page. Wasn't I supposed to do that?
That'd be awesome.
Awesome. Great.
I'll just share from you then, Matt.
Yeah.
So, is there any last words on the Mandalorian? We've covered a lot of stuff.
So I've got to bring up one last topic because
Okay.
it was all the rage a couple weeks ago. What are people's thoughts on, and we did mention it, but what are people's thoughts on the egg eating?
I don't. He's a Sith, I tell you.
Because there's a lot to.
Go ahead,
Yes,
So, I was not a fan of that episode, and that was almost like the icing on the cake of it, where I was just I'm like, this is dumb. I don't really want what would you call that in video games? An escort mission. And then on top of that, Baby Yoda's just eating stuff and making things it's the icing on it, where it's just this is just even a crappier situation. He's got to keep an eye on him. His ship's broken, so I didn't
gotta feed your kids. Seth,
yeah,
and
but there's plenty of food.
Yeah, but think about what it would taste like. Think about the texture too. All slimy.
Maybe it's great.
Well, he's already eaten the frogs.
Yes.
I get it. Everything.
I thought it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was. I was like, I didn't like the fact that she left them in the back of the ship to start with. If they were that important to the continuing of her bloodline or whatever, why wouldn't she have held on to them the whole time? And then I feel like Mando says no one time, and then that's it. You're just, I don't know. I had friends that were super upset by it, and I totally empathize with that.
And I think we have the same friends super upset by it.
Yeah, and they were going through some stuff, and I totally agree with that.
They never got an argument from me. I never tried to walk them back from it. Because we can't. They're not going to take it back.
No, and you can't. I mean, that's the problem, is that you didn't see that people didn't see it through their eyes, and you need to understand. And this is me being, a guy about it, but maybe it needs to be more women in the writers' room for stuff like that.
True.
On that note,
Star Trek.
That's actually a really good segue
on
to the
that
next
note,
group.
do you think Baby Yoda is being babysat by the frogs has changed his ways?
Maybe. That was cute, though. That was a cute part.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just wonder, like, okay, it goes from egg to like already in a bowl. I had a little problem. It's one of those timeline things, right? It's the same with fixing the Razor Crest. It's like, how do we jump from a little egg to this thing in the bowl? Like, boom. Yeah, that was kind of took me out of the moment there for a little bit.
That's fair.
So
Yeah, and
Moved
it's only
again,
one.
moved at the speed of the
Yeah.
plot. That's it.
And it's only one.
Okay.
yeah, that was odd as well. I guess we in the Star Wars universe we see people eating a lot of weird stuff. So I really didn't think a whole lot about it. I could totally understand why people would be upset about that. Now that I mean, it did register in my head, and we've been through some of that stuff.
There's a lot of gray area. Yeah. There's a lot of death. There's a lot of murder. There's a lot of things that people aren't talking about in Mandalorian, and then this became too much, and it's
fighting Gamorreans. Jeez.
At what point did anybody go, whoa, Game of Thrones stuff is too much? But it is what it is. It's part of the story, and it didn't really get discussed past that week. Maybe they lost some viewers. Maybe they gained some more because that was a lot of publicity.
Well, I also gotta think it's a show with laser swords in space, so it's a story. Not everybody's gonna like it. You're not going to be able to please everybody all the time either. I mean, having done a lot of video production stuff, no matter what you do to try to keep people from complaining and writing to everybody, you're going to miss something. And it's just tough because you don't know what people are going to be upset about, in 6 months. If we're writing something today and going through all the pre-production stuff, you don't know what people are going to be going through in 6 months or a year from now, so.
Yep.
What do you think would taste better? The eggs, the crate dragon, or the
Kaluki monkey lizards?
No, or the spiders. What do you think would taste better?
Oh, crate dragon.
Crate dragon, it's at least good.
Give me a steak
Crate
in the day.
dragon.
Who doesn't like dragon?
Yeah.
You throw some seasonings on there,
Give
throw
me
it
a
on the
steak
grill.
any day.
You get some crate dragon ribs, throw on some barbecue sauce.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
You think they harvest the crate dragon scale so you can have some skin mail?
Yeah.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
Okay. On that note, now that
let's talk about Supernatural. Woo!
Yeah, let's phase this out. I just put up.
How are we doing on
link.
our donations, Carl?
Yeah, I just put up the donate link again, and I'm going to play a minute long video that talks about Make-A-Wish a little bit, and then that'll transition everybody over. So thank you all for Mandalorian. Some of you we will see throughout the day, and may the Force be with you.
Thanks, guys.
Time to watch Mando.
See ya.
Your wish to have a gaming computer was granted? What do you think?
I think I should have warned everybody that they were going to need Kleenexes for that kind of stuff.
I
Holy
know.
cow.
All the feels there.
All right, so welcome to you four. It was funny that right at the tail end there, we were talking about how we need more women in the writer's room, so we're just going to let you guys take it over.
Well, what's funny about that, Carl, is actually I wasn't one of the people who was offended by by the child eating the eggs. So
No,
I wouldn't have edited that.
it's all up to a person's personal sensitivity, and there's no one can argue either way. So it is what it is. But now we're going to talk about Supernatural.
Yes, and we are going to be as spoiler-free as possible for you, Carl, because I know that you want to watch the show and you haven't begun yet. So
no, don't worry about it. I'm going to go into the background. So
all right.
Enjoy.
All right. Bye, Carl. Thanks for having us. Hello, everybody. I am KJ with the Kind of Nerdy Girls, and joining me today, producer Jana, also with our show. You can find us at kindofnerdygirls.com. And a couple of special guests who, if you are part of the Supernatural family, you may recognize. YouTuber and filmmaker Alana King. And Sarah Wild, who is with Nerds and Beyond. And, so we discussed what to do about this when Carl said, hey, I think it'd be really great if you would do a Supernatural hour during this 12-hour stream for Make-A-Wish. And I immediately thought, well, yeah, we should do that. Supernatural is the most giving community that there is in the history of TV. We should definitely do an hour and bring our Supernatural family together and chat. But then, as and just being super honest, as we talked about what we should talk about, there's a lot of feelings going on right now, a lot of raw feelings, and rightfully so. 15 years of a fandom, and the reason that we all feel so strong about it is because they created this universe that we feel so strong about. So of course we're going to have strong feelings when it ends, whether you like it or not, wherever you're at. So we're not going to dwell a whole lot on how it ended. We thought maybe we'd bring the family together and rather kind of focus on the 15 years that it gave us and why it made us feel so strongly about it. All of those good things that have happened because of Supernatural. So we're going to talk about some of the charity work. I also, I got some silly questions because I was like, we got to keep this happy, guys. So if we go in the wrong direction. So before we get to some of the charity stuff, and Jana and Sarah and Alana have not seen any of these questions. So I'm going to launch things at you. And but none of it's too deep. So I wanted to start off with something fun. And since we had Thanksgiving yesterday, and we're going to be, well, Sarah didn't. Sarah's in Canada. She had Thanksgiving last month. But since we are talking about giving and Thanksgiving, I wanted to ask, who do you think in the show, not the actor, but who do you think in the show Supernatural, if you were to sit down to have a Thanksgiving dinner, who should be in charge of the turkey? Who would make the best turkey? I know, like I said, I was like doing everything I could to figure out how to keep this light and happy, and we go through our sad feelings. All right, Alana, I'm going to start with you. If you were having a turkey dinner, I know we don't really have it. There's not really a chef on Supernatural.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think I would trust Dean or Sam with the turkey. Or Mary or John. No, I would not trust. I feel like, oh gosh, I don't even know. I don't know who would be really good at. You want to know what? This is so random, but it just popped into my head. Why do I feel like Ash from the Roadhouse would deep fry a turkey outside, but he would do it so well and it would turn out surprisingly delicious and everyone would be so surprised.
I like that. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think Ash could totally deep fry a turkey.
He would do it outside and it would be like one of those things where you thought it was going to be engulfed in flames, but it wasn't.
Oh, yes. I think also in thinking about this myself, because I was in the same boat, I'm like, I don't think anybody can cook on Supernatural. But I feel like Bobby could smoke meat.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't you think like Bobby's the kind of guy that would, he'd throw some like meat in the smoker and I don't know, do all the wood chips and all the things. And, 10 hours later, you have this like turkey that's falling apart.
He has some secret chef skills.
Yes. Let's see. Hello to Audrey, who is watching. She said, if you're talking about the actors, Misha Collins, he's had a cooking show for years. He has a cooking show?
Yes. I mean, sort of. It's like a YouTube cooking show. It's called Cooking Fast and Fresh with West, and it's basically like where he and his kids kind of like cook random fun things, and he usually lets them be in charge, so it's kind of hilarious. And that inspired, I think, the cookbook that they came out with about a year ago called The Adventurous Eaters Club.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I did not know this. Is it on, where do we find it?
It's on his YouTube channel.
Okay. Ooh, well, speaking of YouTube, as you're watching right now, if you haven't subscribed yet to the PopCon channel, this is brand new. And there's going to be a lot of fun content here. And I'm excited to be representing the kind of nerdy girls on the PopCon channel. So give it a subscribe. Subscribe to it today. Yeah, you can tell that I don't have a lot of followers on my YouTube channel. I don't even know how to tell them to do it. Okay, Jonna, welcome back. Do you have any thoughts on who, if we were having Thanksgiving with the Supernatural family, who would be in charge of the turkey? Who would make the best turkey? We've talked about Ash. We talked about, he could deep fry a turkey. Bobby could probably smoke one. Can anybody else cook on Supernatural? The amount of time they spent together.
I mean, honestly, I don't really think that anyone would actually be able to cook, if I'm being 100% honest.
Yeah,
I've never actually. I mean, maybe Sam. Sam could maybe cook a turkey. I feel like.
I don't think
maybe.
so.
I'm just saying maybe. I mean.
Okay. All right. Well, let's.
I was just trying to be nice.
Let's get into some of the reasons that we love Supernatural and some of the cool things that have happened over the years. Maybe start with some personal experiences, because we're all here because in some way this show affected our personal lives, that we wanted to talk about it. We wanted to talk about it with other people. We wanted to go to the conventions. I want to start with you, Alana, because I think you sort of have an interesting story as to how you came about into the Supernatural family and ended up doing so much with the show.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to make it as concise as possible. It's a long story. But basically, I found the show kind of like between my junior and senior year of high school. So in 2015, my cousins were like, "You should watch this show." And can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think Jonna's having her own problems over there.
But my cousins told me to watch it. And I was like, I don't know if I want to, because it seems kind of scary, but it's not really that scary. I'd say like after the first few seasons, that's when it kind of becomes, I think, more story and not as much like the horror. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I think it totally makes sense, because I did not watch it from the beginning, because the very first episode with Mary on the ceiling, I was like, no, I'm done with this. This is too scary for me. So yeah, I totally get what you're saying. That first season was a little spooky, creepy.
Yeah, I was definitely intimidated by that. But once you start watching it, you kind of realize that the horror is kind of just like one aspect of it, and there are so many other aspects that just make it so intriguing and engaging. So even if you're not a fan of the horror genre, I think a lot of people who are fans of Supernatural aren't necessarily fans of the horror genre, and they love the show. But I basically binge watched. Season 10 had just ended when I started watching, so I binge watched all 10 seasons in like a month.
Oh, wow.
I know, it was like the summertime and I had like no friends anyway. So yeah, those kind of years of high school were really rough for me for like a variety of personal reasons. And so the show kind of like helped me get through that. And I watched season 11 as it aired, which is actually like my favorite most of the recent seasons. So honestly, I just like really loved having a new episode to look forward to every Thursday. And then as I started to like, after season 11, I kind of started posting videos on my YouTube channel about it. Because at the time I was on YouTube, but I was just talking about books. And once I started like posting more consistently about Supernatural, and I had gone to my first Supernatural convention, which was like my graduation / 18th birthday present from my parents. I was like, this community is amazing. There's something super special about it. And so as I started like working and posting more Supernatural videos, it kind of all started to snowball, and I found this amazing community and so many cool things happened, and it's just been a fantastic journey. I am grateful for all of it.
What was the first official work that you did? Like was it Creation Entertainment that came to you and asked you to like start doing the vlogs that you've been doing?
Yeah, well, I had actually, so I had been to 2 conventions. So the second convention that I went to was actually when they approached me because they had seen my stuff online, and they really liked the vlogs because it brought like a fan perspective to what it was like to attend. And so that's kind of when we started working together on the vlogs and stuff. I just kind of partner with them. I don't actually work for Creation, but it's been really lovely having their support. And then working on the cast thank you videos at the end of every year has been so fun. So I did one in 2018 and one in 2019. And that was cool. And I've done some other fun like feature projects about certain aspects of the conventions, which has been awesome. So they've been super supportive and kind throughout all of that, which has been really cool.
For those watching right now who want to go see all your cool videos that you've made, what is your YouTube channel?
It's Alana King. If you just search my name, it should pop up. I don't have a fancy username anymore.
I know we were talking about that with PopCon, with them starting a new channel. It's like it takes a long time. You have to get so many subscribers, and then once you get to the subscribers, then you have to wait. There's like a waiting period to switch to a vanity URL. It's like a whole thing that I didn't even know was a thing, but it is.
Yeah, YouTube's really interesting with its requirements for certain things. I don't know why.
I don't know, but we're here, man. So thanks, YouTube. Sarah Wild is a writer and editor for nerdsandbeyond.com. And a little bit about how you got involved with Supernatural and sort of how you became a part of what we call the Supernatural family.
It was probably episode 3 or 4 in the first season that I started watching. My mom actually had started watching it before I did. And I had walked in the room one night and I was like, no, it's too scary. I'm out. I'm a chicken when it comes to scary movies. I'm like, I'm good. And then I actually sat down and I watched an episode, and I had watched off and on since then. But it wasn't until probably about 3 years ago when I joined Twitter is when I discovered there's this whole other world to it.
Yes.
Because I wasn't really big on social media. Like I had the Facebook for family, and that was really it. So I never saw or heard anything. And I was watching it on my own, so I didn't really know about the conventions. I didn't know about really like anything outside of here's the show that's been still going for many, many years. So that was amazing. And I just kept like going through the links and just following everything. And through there found Nerds and Beyond. And then actually found Alana's videos when I would be on YouTube watching the gag reels. And the suggestion comes up, you've been watching a lot of this. You may like this.
Oh my gosh, that's how you found Alana from the gag reels?
One of the suggestions.
That's great.
And then I think I binge watched through her, through all her videos, like a good couple days. And it just took off from there. So it's been still can't believe it's been with it 3 years, but yeah, it's been amazing.
Very cool. I got started. Like I said, I got started a little late because I tried to watch that first episode because it was Eric from Days of Our Lives. I was like, oh my gosh, Eric from Days of Our Lives is getting a primetime show. And then Dean from the Gilmore Girls, which was the character that Jared Padalecki played, and I couldn't do it. I was like, it's like you said, it felt like horror, and I don't do horror, so I was like, oh darn, that's such a bummer. And actually we went on to, I'm so embarrassed to say this, and I'm glad that these interviews are buried somewhere, but Jared Padalecki would come on our radio show, the Smiley Morning Show that I used to be on, and he would talk about Supernatural, and he came on our show so many times that he got used to us being the show that didn't have any idea what Supernatural was. He'd be like, oh, you guys. So I've never told anyone that publicly, that we used to talk to Jared and have no idea what his show was. But, then my husband, I finally convinced him one day, it was like in the age of Netflix. Like, look, I've always wanted to watch this, but I've tried that pilot episode several times and it scares the crap out of me. So will you just hold me and watch the show with me? And that was how we got started. And then, kind of similar, I think, to you, Sarah, in that, in joining Twitter, I actually tweeted, I'm finally going to start watching Supernatural. And it was this just rush of people who were, well, that feeling, like, even if you've never seen Supernatural, the feeling of when you love a show so much and someone says, I'm going to start watching it, then it's like, yes, I can't wait for you to get to this part.
Another one.
Right. And so there were all of these people that were, one, saying, I can't believe how nerdy you are and you've never watched this. And then two, saying, welcome to the family. You're going to love it so much. And we want to know what you think about it. And in such a welcoming family, just in the community of discussing the show. But then there's this whole community that, I wanted to highlight today for our PopCon family, who, like Carl, who hasn't started watching the show. He has no idea that it's more than just a show and more than just a fandom, that it's a community of people who have done amazing things together to make the world better. And when I say that, we're talking about Random Acts is an organization that came from Misha Collins that has been supported by the Supernatural fandom, and schools have been built in Nicaragua because of this fandom. It's on that level of making a difference in the world. And so I kind of asked both Sarah and Alana today to share a little bit about their view and what impact the Supernatural family has had. And I know Alana is especially fond of Jared Padalecki. So do you want to talk about Jared and some of the great things he's done? And I'm wearing one of the shirts. So
you are. I dropped the ball. I'm not wearing a shirt today. Well, I am wearing a shirt. I'm just not wearing that shirt.
All right.
This is going great so far.
Jared, if you're watching, Alana's not wearing a shirt.
Oh dear. So Jared has had these campaigns going on.
Fine, Carl. Don't worry. We're totally PG here.
You're never allowed to come back ever again.
Nope.
So Jared started these Always Keep Fighting campaigns. I think the first one was in 2015, like March of 2015. So that was before I was watching the show. I joined the fandom like around the third, I think, t-shirt campaign that he did. And so basically these campaigns were started to kind of bring awareness to mental health. And Jared himself has been very open about his own struggles with anxiety and depression. And he's very publicly kind of been open about all that stuff, which I think has helped a lot of people because you don't see that as often. Someone who has that big of a platform be so open about their own mental health. And so he started these campaigns, and the proceeds from them went to different mental health charities. And I think now it's expanded beyond just mental health charities. Like the recent campaign that he did, I think some of it went to Dream Big, which is a charity that supports sports for young girls, which is really cool. But these campaigns raised a lot of money and a lot of awareness for mental health, and it's helped a lot of people. I know, myself included, like when I was in high school, I struggled a lot with my mental health. And I mean, I've had severe anxiety since I was a little kid. And I just didn't know what it was because I was never educated on what that kind of stuff was. I just thought that I was, just like a really nervous person. But I didn't realize it was like an actual thing that I could seek out help for. And so his campaigns kind of made me realize that I had been struggling with this, and it led to me getting help and trying to find different healthy coping mechanisms for it. So it's personally helped me a lot, but I know it's also helped a lot of other people. And then of course it's raised a lot of money for a lot of really good charities.
Yeah, I asked yesterday on Facebook just for some of our Supernatural family to share what they were thankful for with the community, and very similar, a lot of one of the first things that came up. And I asked them if it was okay if, I shared it, but a guy who I have been friends with and met through the love of Supernatural, his name is Joe, and I didn't know this about him, but he was one of the first ones to comment, and he said, Supernatural saved my life. Years ago, I was suffering from extreme anxiety and depression and was borderline suicidal. I found Supernatural and Jared Padalecki and his story, and I thought to myself, here is a guy that has it all: talent, looks, a wonderful wife, a hit TV show, and he's struggling just like I am. Maybe I'm not alone after all. And that, really is the impact of not just the show, but the people who made the show, realizing that sharing their struggles could help so many other people. All right, Sarah. We got pretty deep there, didn't we? Listen, we might cry a lot today, but we're not talking about the finale. What else can we talk about? So with nerdsandbeyond.com, I know you've had the opportunity over the years to go from not only a fan, but kind of similar, situation where we are all fans who kind of in some ways report and share behind the scenes and some of the things that happen with the show. And I know that you've had an opportunity to kind of follow along with something that is really fun that the Supernatural family does, which is Gish. Yeah. And if you could just explain that, because I remember the first time I heard Gish, it didn't sound like something I wanted to rush to do, right?
I know. I think the website says it perfectly. It is definitely chaotic good. And it comes from the wonderful mind of Misha Collins. So there's another warning. But no, it was, so Gish, which was also formerly called Gishwas, basically like everyone around, like no matter where you live can come, like everybody can come together, and for a weekend out of a year you do very unique challenges. But it's also, there's so many things of random acts of kindness and spreading good. And like you said, they've helped with building schools and saving schools. They built an orphanage. They helped women in Rwanda to be able to grow their own crops. There's like from blood drives and finding bone marrow donations, like for people signing up for registries, getting people to vote. And there's always like, yes, you're having fun, but there's always some positive message behind it, to show, look what we can do when we're like, you come together and are working towards something positive.
Yeah, and I think I found out about. I'd heard rumblings of the scavenger hunt that Misha Collins does, right? But I hadn't invested anything into it, and then I got a call one day on my radio show from a Supernatural fan who said, I need you to say this and don't ask any questions. And I can't remember what it was. It was like a really ridiculous sentence. It was something about like a yellow shrimp or something. And I was like, what? Like, just please do this. Okay. So it was like one of the scavenger hunt things was to get a DJ to say something ridiculous on the air for you and record it. And that was part of the scavenger hunt. So that was, sort of how I was introduced to it. And then, we got to do here in Indianapolis, we got to do a little bit of this on our own. We were very lucky to be the first ever giving tour stop from Supernatural. And Misha came to town, and we ended up that the charity that he, I say he, but I think it was the random acts it chose to support the weekend that they were here was the Horizon House, which is a fantastic nonprofit here. And I actually have a friend who works for them now. And I'm like, oh, that's the nonprofit we raised all the money for. And in a weekend, by doing all of these goofy things like scavenger hunts, finding things, chasing each other around and being like, do you have this thing in your purse? And, and we raised over $10,000 and collected over 10,000 canned goods for the Horizon House in a weekend. Like that was sort of my first really other than I bought the shirts, right? Like we buy the shirts. Jared says there's a new shirt, you buy a new shirt. But really kind of being a part of that and just having, because I didn't know what I was doing. So there's people who have done these scavenger hunts before. They're like, oh, this is what you need to do. And then you need to, do this. And it was just so much fun. And it just really did make you feel like this is a family. We're all in this together, whether it's your first time or not. And for you, Sarah, I'm just a little bit bummed about the fact that you were supposed to go to your first convention this year.
I was going to go to either the Vancouver or the Toronto convention, and I was going to make the decision to do Toronto because I was already going to be in town for the Fan Expo. Okay. And they were the same weekend, so it was going to be kind of running between the two. And then COVID. So it did not happen, which, good call because how everything is right now. Mm-hmm. So no, once everything is safe and we're able to start conventions up again, then I'll relook and figure out what the first one's going to be.
Well, there's one in Indianapolis.
I know.
Next year, hopefully, and Jared and Jensen will be there. That was the only thing about this one was the giving tour was all Misha, Jared and Jensen were taking a break at the time. But next year, we're all gonna wear our masks and do all the things because if nothing else, we need to be able to have the Supernatural convention in Indianapolis. I think it's next July. It's July or August. We can do this, guys. And Sarah can drive down from Canada.
Yeah. I would love to meet everybody I talk to online in person.
Yes. George wants to know, what about the half demon, half angel boy? That character was dropped and never reintroduced.
I think they're talking about the Antichrist.
Oh, Jesse. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, who just popped off and went somewhere.
That's right. That's a good question, George. I don't think we have an answer for you.
No.
I also would like to know what happened to him.
There were a lot of things revisited in the final season, but that was not one of them.
Yeah.
I totally
because you kind of wonder, could he have done something, or would there have been a difference with the power that he had?
Right. Well, and there's already been talk, even though, the show has ended, there's already been talk about how will it carry on and will there in a few years be a movie or something? Maybe George, maybe that's a character. There he is.
There he is.
Oh my God. And I don't even want to see him. He's such a creepy kid.
He's probably like in his 20s now.
Yeah, Oh, but then in a few years, then he would be like at the age where he's grown into his Antichrist life. Don't ask me to do fan fiction. Let's see. Rooney says, I think he ended up going to Australia. Is that true?
I think he just went to another country and chilled.
Yeah.
He's like, don't worry, I'll just go be the Antichrist and down under. I love this. If you guys have questions, I mean, we're happy to talk about anything you want to talk about other than getting into the feelings on the finale, because we're keeping this nice and happy. Thanks, Carl. Thanks a lot. Carl doesn't know anything about the show, but he just went and found the little Antichrist child to put up on the screen.
Yeah.
I should mention, if you're just joining us, yes, we are talking Supernatural. We're talking all the things that we love about it, the wonderful community that has given so much back, and we are hoping to give back today in conjunction with PopCon. This is a 12-hour stream, and it is for Make-A-Wish to help wishes come true. I know that many of the cast have participated in wishes in the past, and would be something that they would most certainly appreciate our fandom doing today. And actually, we've given away several times. I've gone to Creation Entertainment with having silent auctions and things like that, and they've given us silver passes to a convention, which is huge, right? And people who haven't been able to go before, who are then donating money and doing a good cause and getting to go. So there's all kinds of amazing stuff that they've done. I wanted to talk a little bit about, Jensen. I mean, they've all done amazing things, but you have Jensen, who really worked several campaigns and supported Jared. I mean, the You Are Not Alone campaign. This is the first fandom that created the Espion Family Crisis Support Network. I mean, because of the mental health awareness, there was a network that was set up for this. I love that Kim Rhodes and Brianna Buckmaster do so much for animals, because I'm a huge animal lover, and they've done stuff for New Leash on Life. So that's just some of the things. Like, we could go on and on. Rob Benedict and the National Stroke Association, after he had his stroke, they just, each one of them has kind of taken their whatever it is in their life that they battle with or have endured, and made a platform for it. And the entire Supernatural family has just risen up and said, yeah, we'll support that too, whatever we need to do. So it's a cool thing to be a part of, and hopefully we can be a part of making some wishes come true. Let's see. I don't see any other questions, although you're welcome to. So let me go to the goofy questions I have prepared today. All right. So moving on from making turkey to the holiday season, because now we can. You are in a gift exchange. Okay, imagine this. All right. Your name's going in a hat. You're in a gift exchange with Sam, Dean, and Cass. Who is going to be the easiest to buy for, and what are you going to get them? And who would be the best gift giver of the three?
I think Cass would be the best gift giver.
Yes.
You think so?
I do. I just going like, angel intuition. I don't know if you want to call it that, but I think he would. I think he would be putting quite a bit of thought into it.
I don't know. I feel like Cass would be really bad at it. Like, he would be like, I got you socks.
Well, I figure if it's Dean, you're getting a weapon. So, depending. But I mean, Sam, yeah, you probably get a really good book you'd get. But I think Cass would be good at it.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was that episode. It was like Angel Heart or something, and he got Claire like a grumpy cat, and he's like, "I got it from the Hot Topical." I feel like he would get you something like super fun that he just thought that you would like, even though it's completely random. Or he would like put a lot of thought into it, and he might miss a little, but the thought was there, and that's what counts.
I was thinking. I mean, I agree with that. I think it would. You nailed it in saying it's going to be something completely random. So I guess you would just be, oh, Cass, that's really cute. You put a lot of thought into this weird little gift that you got me. Audrey, I'm with you. She said Sam will be the best gift giver. Let's see. Let me put her. There we go. Sam would be the best gift giver. Cass is too matter of fact and can't read between the lines. Right. Like, I think he'd get you like something weird, but think that you're going to have this amazing reaction to it. Where Sam is like, I feel like Sam is the guy that would be listening to you all the time to like, you just like kind of say something like, oh, it'd be nice to have that or whatever. And then 6 months later, it's Christmas. And he's like, I remembered when you said that and I got this for you.
Okay, so Sam would get you exactly what you wanted, but Cass would do something fun and random, I think is what we're getting at.
And do we all agree that Dean's just going to stop at the gas station on his way and grab whatever's there?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Hand it to you to pick a bag.
It won't
He'd
be
be like-
wrapped, nothing.
I mean, at least it would probably be some like pretty good snacks.
That's true.
Like
That's
he would
true.
provide the real good snacks.
Yes, yes. Now, who would you want to buy for? Who do you think would be easiest to buy for? What would you get them?
I think Sam.
Really? What are you getting, Sam?
Probably like a book on lore or something. I think he would really enjoy
He has
that.
the books of lore.
Well, yes, he has a men of letters, but okay, I think different fun books.
Sarah,
Ignoring all those books.
as the girl who gets all the cat things because people are like, she loves cats. She's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
want
true.
this cat. Like, don't get Sam another book of lore. What about you, Alana?
I don't know. I feel like it would be really interesting to try to find things for each one of them because they're all so different. But I also really like trying to find gifts that I think really fit specific people. So it's very hard for me to pick because I want to shower them all with love.
Ooh, well, what would you get everyone?
I don't know. I would really need to think about it.
Well, I think Dean would be easiest, and I would get him a Pie of the Month Club.
Pie of the Month Club?
Yeah,
good.
Pie of the Month Club.
That would be
Super
fun.
easy. Pie of the Month Club and some beer. That's what I'm going with.
A pie every month. He would be in heaven.
Wouldn't he? Oh, I was going to say, we're not supposed to talk about. We're not supposed to talk about the finale. But the pie scene was great.
No pun intended.
Yes. Let's see. Audrey said Dean is the easiest. She would get him bacon, burgers, and beer. Oh, he would like that too. Yes. All right. Who do you think would have the most fun at a Backstreet Boys concert? Sam, Dean, or Cass?
Sam would. I think he'd secretly get way too into it.
Don't you think? I think Dean. I think when Dean's alone, he's got himself like a Backstreet Boys, like Pandora station that he jams to, like when he's, getting
Under the
ready.
Metallica cassette tape, there's
Right.
Backstreet Boys.
Right.
Dean would pretend to hate it, but he would secretly love it, and Cass would just be super confused.
Yeah.
All right, now Jared, Jensen, and Misha, who would have the most fun at a Backstreet Boys concert?
Misha.
Misha?
I'm gonna say Misha.
I would also probably go with that.
I think they all would, right? They're so much fun.
Probably.
Misha would be the one that would be the least concerned to show it. Like as a matter of fact, I'm trying to think. When I interviewed him, I asked him NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, and I actually think he picked NSYNC. I'm gonna have to go back and look. The right one? Is that what you just said?
I said it's like a rivalry.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You said it.
He said in sync. Producer Patches says yes. He said in
Oh
sync.
no.
Oh, I love it. All right. Well, we are going to do. Well, I did ask you guys. Do you want to talk about? Because we said we weren't going to talk about the ending, right? And we do have. So the next episode of the Kind of Nerdy Girls will be our episode where we're talking about the finale. So if you want to talk about the finale, you want to hear what we think about it, that'll be streaming on Monday. But it was a hard conversation, wasn't it, you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think because everybody's so opinionated that it's hard right now because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings by saying how you feel, and they're like offended by it. So everybody's like, I don't know that I want to talk about this right now. So
One thing I
yes.
did love is seeing them be domestic.
Yeah.
I liked that. Seeing, because, you know, they seem to always be able to find amazing Wi-Fi and charge their phones, and all the blood comes out.
Yes. But yeah, we said that, well, let's talk about other episodes. So if you could only keep one episode, like you go back to Supernatural now, 15 years, and Netflix now only has one episode left. It's the only one you can watch. Which one are you watching? Over and over and over for the rest of your life. I tend to be a little dramatic with these questions.
It's hard to pick just one.
I know, but you have to.
I mean, it's hard too because there are like funny ones and then there are like serious ones. And so you're like, do you pick a funny one or do you pick one that's going to like rip your heart out?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go funny because that's how I deal with life. I mean, I get really inappropriate sometimes in my dark humor.
So do I.
Yeah. So I think I would have to go funny. Like, I mean, like, you know, and I'm so bad at remembering the names of episodes, but the one where they're with the trickster and they're stuck in all the TV shows, like that one.
Oh, Changing Channels?
Changing Channels, yeah. Yes. Thank you, Patches. Patches says Changing Channels. That's the one that I would keep. Because you get a little bit of everything in that one. Sarah?
Probably the one, I can't remember the name of the title, and it's driving me nuts. Where they go back and they're playing themselves, like very meta.
Oh,
episode.
French Mistake.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, that's right.
I would probably say that one because just you have a little taste of reality, but at the same time, it's still the show.
We're getting a lot of votes in the comments for Dog Dean.
Oh, that was so good too.
The one where Dean can talk to them. Yeah, and Nick is saying yes, the French Mistake. That was a good one. They talked about in the retrospective how the fact that there's, you know, the show spanned so long that they were able to sort of expand into some of those things that another show might not be able to do. Like, how ridiculous is it that they're stuck in a world where they're playing themselves? You know,
and they did it well. Like, it wasn't, because you would probably have to, well, you would have to be careful with it because you don't want to make fun of the show itself or the fandom or anything, but they did it really well.
Mm-hmm. They did. And I can't imagine, like, can you imagine if someone was like, act like yourself? And then,
but you're not yourself.
Right. But you have to act like yourself. And then they're like, no, you usually do this thing, or you always say this thing. You're like, well, I do not. Like, that's right. They're like, that's how I am. I love that. Let's see, Nick. Nick, thank you very much for the comments. He says, I love the fan fiction too. I haven't really gotten into any of the fan fiction. Is that anything that you guys?
I think he was talking about the episode fan fiction.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Yes, that is a good one as well.
Yeah.
Boy, you can only keep one, guys. Nick, which one are you keeping? You're over here talking about Dog Dean, and fan fiction, and French Mistake. Yeah, pick one. George went with Dean talks to dogs. I like that. I'm going with changing channels. I'm keeping it.
I think I'm gonna go with Baby.
Baby.
I talked about that in the podcast too, but like Baby is my favorite episode of Supernatural, I think. So it's just like a comfort episode, and I love the way it was shot, and I just thought it was all around really well done. It also like fit into the overarching plot line of season 11 as well, which was cool. So I just love Baby. I don't know. And I love that car. So yeah.
We just got another vote for fan fiction in the comments. Thank you guys very much. And remember that we're streaming here for Make-A-Wish. So if you got a dollar or two, we've got the link for you in the comments. You can go make a quick donation to Make-A-Wish and say, hey, I'm part of the Supernatural family. We like to do good things for the world. Put that in there. I don't know where you're going to put that if there's comments when you can donate. Yes, we're going to put that up right now so you can see it. There's the link. It's also in the comments. If you go to kjonair.com, it's there as well. So let's see. I like this one. We got a comment. Dean, why are you arguing with the dog about sticks? Patches, did you have a favorite? Producer Patches sitting over here. Was it changing channels as well?
Changing channels is probably, since you took that one,
So since we're married, we get to each have one.
I'm probably gonna, right. So which one? The one that Dean Kid keeps dying. Hey, picking a poke.
Oh, Mystery Spot.
You would keep watching Dean die.
Yeah, Mystery Spot. Yeah. Yes, I would totally keep watching Dean die.
You didn't listen to our podcast, Sarah. He doesn't want to go there, does he?
Oh, it's good though. I like that episode.
It was a good episode for someone who's watching. Who I'm interested. I would like to maybe bring Carl in here now that he's listened to us talk about the show and he doesn't know anything about it. We're talking about when Dean talked to dogs and when Dean kept dying. What is this, Carl? What is
Season 4, episode 1?
That's what Den of Geek thinks is the best episode ever.
Really? Now that is, that scene. How can you not love that scene?
It was so good.
It's really good.
I believe you. So yes, tell me about the dogs. Let's.
There is going to be an episode where Dean talks to dogs. It's fine, Carl.
No, it sounds good.
Okay.
I joked and I put I put this in. Does anybody know this reference?
Yes, Buffy.
That's Buffy.
Yeah.
That's easily up there. If somebody would talk to me about Buffy, I would recommend that's the episode.
Are you serious? I don't want to talk about Buffy too much here, but I skipped that episode. I watched that one time and it creeped me out so much.
Well, that's why, because I don't get creeped out easily. So that's why.
Would you watch it again?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No.
I could rewatch Buffy until my eyes bleed.
I don't rewatch that one, and I don't rewatch the episode where Willow is invisible and the demon starts peeling off her skin.
For those of you in the peanut gallery, I have never seen a single episode of Supernatural, so that's why that's why she's bringing me in, because I don't know anything about the dog episode. And I recently asked on the Kind of Nerdy Girls PopCon Facebook group if I should start watching Supernatural, and I already knew the answer before I asked. But and I got some really good responses, and very positive, and people really love the series. And there's no reason to expect that people didn't love the series. It went for 15 seasons, and very few go further than that, especially in the pop culture genre. The shows don't last 15 seasons. There are very few that do, and I'm excited to see it. I actually tried watching the beginning of the first episode, season 1, yesterday, but got distracted setting up for today and cooking and all that other stuff.
Did you get to Mary on the ceiling burning?
No.
You didn't get very far.
No, like 5 minutes. About 5 minutes in, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we'll be excited. You're joining the family now, Carl. So we will be excited to.
It is a lot to binge, but I'll give it my best shot. I've gotten very good at watching things at 1.5 speed, so it'll only take me 2/3 of the time.
Are you serious?
I can't watch if it's not live. I cannot watch at normal speed anymore. Anything.
I've never thought to watch something.
It drives me nuts. I have to watch it. 30% faster is probably more common, but I can do 50% faster.
I've never thought to do that.
You can watch a single episode in 2/3 the time, and you get a lot more.
Does it change their voices? Does it?
No.
I mean, you can't tell that it's faster.
Oh yeah, well you can tell it's faster, but it doesn't change their pitch like old school radio people would think it would.
Okay. Hey, rude.
Okay, I distracted from Supernatural. Back to Supernatural.
No. It's okay. I think I really did kind of want to, see if there was anything you had questions about as we're, sitting here talking about Dean talking to dogs and Dean dying over and over. And we never did get to our favorite Dean, which Purgatory Dean is my favorite Dean.
Demon Dean.
Demon Dean is. Is Demon Dean your favorite Dean, Alana?
I mean, I think Dean himself is my favorite Dean, but if we're going with an alternate version of Dean, it's gonna be Demon Dean.
I don't know. There was just something about the way Purgatory was shot that I really liked. It was that blue, right? Like I don't know. It was my favorite Dean. Dean with a blue tint. It's my favorite Dean.
I also like Michael Dean. I said that would be tied with Demon Dean. Just the kind of like Peaky Blinder style that they had him in. That I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, and I think Carl, as you're going through it, know that the first season is really focused on lore, and is a little creepier than the rest of it.
I never judge a series on its first season. So,
I'm not saying it's good, but it's a different tone. Like I love it, but I had to get through it because of the fact that it is
for series that go 3 or more years. The first season usually doesn't count anymore because everybody gets into their characters much later. The writers get better at writing those characters. So well, obviously I'll start from the beginning, but I never, even Doctor Who 2005, the first season isn't the way that it went, if that makes sense. It got a whole lot more people excited about Doctor Who, but it doesn't stay that way. It doesn't stay with the tone that season had.
Ladies,
Star Trek, I mean, there's so many that if you go back and watch the first season, it's really, you go, oh my goodness, that happened.
Yes. Ladies, is there a season that you would warn Carl about that maybe isn't a favorite season? That if you get to a point, I would say if you get to, when you get to Leviathan, push through.
Yeah.
That would be one.
Is each season generally a big bad? Like they probably have individual episodes, but it has a story arc, and the one season has a beginning and a middle and an end of one big thing, and then it goes to another and a second and the next season.
Yeah.
Is that the
gist? Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times, like they kind of like you start the season and you know what the big bad is going to be, but then they go off and you have some like one-off episodes and stuff. Yeah, it typically that's how the seasons work. The last season was a little weird just because it got cut off in shooting, and then they had to do things differently, and then we got an actual last season. So it didn't pace quite the same. But yeah, otherwise, you kind of know what it sets you up for what you're dealing with, and then they intertwine it into some like one-off episodes and bring it all back together. And every season ends with something that, now on Netflix, you can just go, oh my God, and start the next season, where we were going, oh my God, and having to wait a whole summer to see what happens next. Well, thanks, Carl, for letting us nerd out here. We appreciate you. Alana, will you? Well, I know your YouTube channel. You're on YouTube watching right now. Alana's YouTube channel is amazing. If you love Supernatural, you want to get to know more about the show and especially about the fandom and the amazing community.
Yeah, Alana, put it in the comments. We'll post it up to the 17 people watching.
Yes.
I don't have like a link handy right now, but if you just look up Alana King, my name, right, which is over here, there it is.
Yep.
You'll be able to find my channel.
We're all in the same boat. Kind of Nerdy Girls. Look for us on YouTube. We don't have a fancy link. And Sarah Wild is at nerdsandbeyond.com, which is a great site for geek news, not only Supernatural, but all the stuff that we love. Thank you, ladies, for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Carl, for letting us take over for a bit here on the live stream.
Absolutely. And we'll see you again later.
All right. You got it.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
So we're going to be switching over. I'm going to play another quick Make-A-Wish video, and then we'll jump into some Twin Peaks. How about them apples?
My name is Jasper, and I'm a Wish kid, and I wish for a racing simulator.
Right on.
I had leukemia for 3.5 years.
Spent 110 days, something like that, in and out of the hospital. He has definitely earned it, and we are just grateful that Make-A-Wish and all these organizations could put this together for him.
Well, I imagine Jasper will beat me handily in iRacing, but it'd still be fun to get to race him.
Perfect timing. Really nice line 4 there.
Kiddos like Jasper, it's been such a pleasure to be here today and to know that we are bringing to life something that they've wished for.
Hey,
how cool was that? That was a great commercial.
that was a good commercial. And I hope you guys. I got my cherry pie, and
I didn't have any pie.
And some damn fine coffee.
You know, I knew you would, so I just went with eggnog and whiskey. So I kind of out on a limb here. Jordan, how are you?
Good. How are you? I've never actually spoken to you before, so this is nice.
No, we've been living this rich fantasy world for a long time. First of all, when I was looking around on Halloween and saw your costume,
yeah,
I'm going to start crying right now.
I'm not going to lie. I feel kind of ridiculous right now, but.
Oh, no. I'll send you 100 pictures of me in a dress making money on television. So don't feel ridiculous at all. You look great. They can't see the trench coat, though. I know you're wearing a trench coat.
I mean, yeah.
I got it. No.
I get it.
And by the way, if Anna is listening, I have to, always say thank you to people. Here's the nice shirt I got. Very nice.
Yeah.
I'm wearing Twin Peaks shorts, but I don't want to show people that. That's upright.
I don't think anybody wants to see those anyway.
No.
There might. No, don't say no so quickly.
Why not?
Well, you don't know. That's the problem with you kids. You just jump right in before you even find out. Oh, he's moving pictures around us. I love that.
No, well, so Carl's being the TD. So.
The mayor's here.
Yeah, the mayor is here. So I just finished the first season last night.
Only the first season?
I'm sorry. I'm a busy guy. I got to chat with this guy every Wednesday,
Oh, look who went under the bus. Look at this. You're right. You prepare 3-4 minutes for that show every week. You really do.
I
appreciate the minutes you put into it.
I am glad. Glad
I want to
somebody
make
does.
Jordan jealous right now for a second.
One moment.
Come on.
One moment.
I know you.
Uh-oh.
I know you can one up it. Come on, I know you can. Come on, I know you can. Come on. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice. But it's not in the box.
So
Well, she-
I
well-
take mine out of the box. I'm not, I'm
So
not
do
a
I.
stickler
So
about
do I.
collectibles.
I have 3 of these. The other 2 are Superman and Clark Kent. So, and this was given to me by my surrogate granddaughter in England. So,
I have 35. I don't have a problem.
oh no, you don't have a problem. But here's something you might not have because it's really not your generation. It's the gold box of Twin
The
Peaks.
gold box. I do
Now,
not.
if you have a CD player,
Yeah.
good. This has a lot of extras on it, and I'll lend it to you.
Oh my gosh.
Deleted scenes, brilliantly remastered picture, a special on David Lynch, interactive map. I don't even remember that one. The complete Lock Lady introductions. We used to have CDs. This is the only way we heard things back then. We had to buy a box. That's a whole other story your grandmother can tell you about that.
Oh my gosh.
So
did you like
I had
Go
I
ahead.
did like the first season. I had some questions though, and maybe they get into it in season 2. But the show takes place in Oregon, right, or Washington?
Washington.
Washington. Just a brief sidebar. The former Mrs. Fellows, the real former Mrs. Fellows, was from Kent, Washington, and that is actually a place called Snoqualmie Falls. I have been up there, Jordan.
I want to go there. It looks so dope.
I have had lunch up there, so it's very, very cool. But it's Washington, and Washington's beautiful. If you haven't been, we'll do the road trip with Stephen Freak to Oregon. But no, it is Washington. It is the fictional town of Twin Peaks, Washington.
So, just some of the writing was like they were talking about. I forget the character's name that drives a Harley Davidson. He's like, yeah, my dad had a band on the West Coast, and I'm like going, you are on the West Coast. I mean, it's like I don't
anywhere else. No, it's his perspective. When they say West Coast in music, it's L.A. It's very much L.A. And his character in particular is in the David Lynch loves soap opera theme because Bobby, is his name Bobby again? Because I have to look at my notes.
Is he talking about James? James is the one with the motorcycle who were like
yes.
James is very brooding, very James Dean, very you feel for the boy, the tough kid with heart. No, Bobby's an asshole. Oh, I almost said that. I almost said asshole.
Yeah.
I set off all the horns again. I apologize. So I didn't even know where to start with how brilliant it is. There had been nothing ever done on TV. Look at that. He's
so broody. So broody.
He's running the gamut of emotions from A to B right there. It's very 90s too. It was weird, and it was Jack Nance from Eraserhead. She was wrapped in plastic. I mean, it started off so weird, and it's like it had me at Dead Girl in Plastic on the Shore, and then of course Fish in the Kettle and in the Coffee Pot.
But that's one of the things I like about Twin Peaks. It's just like all like the subtle humor that's really weird, and they just like move past it, like the fish in the coffee pot, or all like the stacks of donuts that they have like all the time, no matter where they are. Even when they're in the woods, they have the stacks of donuts.
Well, that's a true smack at the stereotype police officers, especially out west, that are always stopping at donut shops. I mean, so as a writer and a comedian, they drove that gag as far as they could take it. It was great because in his surreal directing, and And guys, if you don't know David Lynch, pre Twin Peaks, Eraserhead, the geeks and nerds out there might know him as the director from Dune. The weirdos out there might know him, the director from Eraserhead, and what was the one? Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet is a really warped picture. But remember, this is like part surrealist painting, part homage to soap operas, part horror movie. Because again, Lynch was really into horror and soap opera. And it got creepier as season 2, Les, gets really interestingly creepy.
There are some stuff I'm like going, wow, I don't know if they would put this on TV today.
Well, I'd imagine that it was on ABC.
Especially the stuff at One Eye Jack's.
Right.
Bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. I'm sorry. I'm doing it my One Eye Jack's. Thank you very much. Quick, obscure television impressions. But I was with a group of friends. We were all in a theater company together in Los Angeles. We would hang out. We would make coffee, and someone would bring the cherry pie, and we would be riveted to the television like this until the end of the episode. And then, of course, and this is not spoilers, but then, of course, Bob showed up. Oh, my goodness. Talk about, first of all, Bob, okay? They named the evilness Bob. You gotta love that. And it got, you know what, Jordan, I so don't want to give certain things away.
You know, I feel like he brought it on himself. He knows what he's getting into. We said 1 and 2. He's only seen season 1. Let's just go for it.
All right, go ahead.
If he wants to mute the conversation, he can mute it. But continue on your train of thought.
Well, I was going to say, on top of everything else, the casting was fascinating.
Yes.
You have Richard. Go ahead.
I could talk an hour alone about Kyle MacLachlan as Cooper. He's amazing. I fell in love with him literally immediately. The scene in the car when he's pulling into the town, 2 seconds, and I was like, all right, I'm hooked. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So, which is a great picture to put up, Les, because it's really so noir, so dark and angular. You can see what an artist Lynch is. You know, that lighting means so much in that shot. It's you're going to make me rewatch it for the third time.
I would say, if you want to study good lighting in a series, just watch the first season. It's very well done. Very well done.
Well, and it kept bordering on this dark noir and silly, Deputy Andy and Kimmy Robertson, that this wonderful, awkward romance when you have, the real lovers are having, problems, but Andy and Kimmy, the secretary, I don't remember the character's name.
Lucy.
And Kimmy, who went on to a great career in voiceovers. But going back to the casting, you had she's so adorable. You had Richard Beymer as Sherilyn Fenn's father. Richard Beymer, who was Tony in the movie West Side Story. That's how deep he goes. You had Russ Tamblyn as the doctor with the different glasses, also in West Side Story. And then you had, I keep it, pull up all the character actors.
I'm really good with names.
I
can guess.
Well, we had Joan Chen, who at that time was a really huge Chinese actress. I'm trying to drag up the cast list here.
I got the cast list up here.
But it doesn't do me good, Grandpa. I can't.
I know, because you can't read.
No.
You just better glasses.
I got to do Sherilyn Fenn's Showtime show, though I didn't do a scene with her called Rude Awakenings. But Dana Ashbrook's sister was in my theater company. I love Peggy Lipton. I love that character. She is like Earth Mama, you know, and certainly from my youth, the Mod Squad. What part of the story attracted you, Les?
Well, I think you nailed it. Just throws you in, right? And then like you have a girl on the shore wrapped in plastic. Nobody knows how she got there. There's a ton of characters, right? There's just a mess of people to try to keep track of. There's Donna, there's Audrey, there's Laura's cousin that I don't even remember her name.
First of all,
you should
like make a map and just leave it somewhere, like, you know, with the lines and the. All right, here's how.
You look from an acting standpoint. It had 20 main cast members, and that means everybody gets paid main money. It had 8 guest starring cast members, and it had a recurring cast of over 30 over those 2 seasons. And the names were, you know, you think Miguel Ferrer. You think even David Lynch as the deaf
Gordon Cole. Oh my gosh, I love David Lynch's character.
Hey, Coop, it's me, Gordon Lynch, and just it's delicious because it knows when to be funny, and then it knows when to scare the pants off you. And Ray Wise, everything you see Ray Wise do today, is because of that role. And I'm just trying not to end that role as Laura Palmer's father. The last 2 episodes, again, we were a bunch of actors watching it, and we were like, "Oh, I should just retire now because I can't do that." You know, just the work was so amazing. And how did it affect you, Jordan, the first time you saw that original 7 episodes?
Well, I started watching it. I'd been wanting to watch it for a long time. And then finally over the summer, I was like, all right, I'm going to buckle down. I'm just going to do it. And I found myself thinking, I was like, what the heck is happening? This is so weird, but I couldn't stop. Like, I just kept, I wanted more. I just kept going back. And I was like, this is insane. And like you talked about watching it with like a group of people. I didn't really have anybody to talk to about it. Like, I had a couple friends who had seen it, but they didn't really remember much about it. So every day I was running down to my roommate she had never seen the show, and I was like, oh my gosh, this thing happened, and oh, this is so weird, and this happened, and she's like, I don't watch the show, man. I'm like, I just need to get it out. Like, I needed to like verbally process some of the stuff I was seeing, because I was just like, this is insane. Like,
well, it's crazy, right? Because you have a lady with one eye that you got a patch on one eye. You got a lady that talks to a log. You have all this, you know, Dr. Jacoby, probably my favorite character.
Young man, her name is Margaret. Okay,
so Margaret. I'm sorry, because she that does the runners.
Oh, you know, no, well,
is Margaret the log lady?
Margaret is the log lady.
Okay,
and Margaret. You laugh at Margaret now, little mister, but I think, and they paid her. We're going to jump to Showtime season. They paid off that arc beautifully.
They did. I have to give them credit. Okay, so like the 3rd season, I have a very much love-hate relationship with the 3rd season. Like, it was a roller coaster. We don't have to get into it, but you're right.
That arc of that character and with Hawk, and you know, sometimes unless this really all started because at the end of season 2, in the Black Lodge, Laura says, "I'll see you in 25 years."
Mm-hmm.
And Lynch made the series. He's back 25 years. You know it came from at about year 20. He's going, you know, I'm going to make this, and that's what it was. But they pay off the log lady. See, have you met the Major yet? The Major was in the 1st season.
Yeah, the Bobby's dad.
Bobby's dad,
the Air Force guy.
Yeah, but he has it. First of all, he plays the exact same role in Stargate. You know.
Yes, he does.
Don Davis in the uniform. You know it came from Twin Peaks. But here's another character that I'm just going to say more interesting stuff occurs with the Major. Don't leave the Major out of the picture. You know,
Well, that doesn't
want you to
surprise
follow-
me.
They want you to
Because-
follow certain characters, and then they go, perhaps you want to look in this room over here. You know, so Jordan,
Well,
I mean,
it's very
aside from-
interesting that the last episode I watched, him and his son are sitting in the diner, right? And first, how do you walk into a diner and not see your son walk in? You know, I don't get that, or notice your dad sitting over in a booth, but whatever. And then he's like, "So, Dad, how was your day at work?" And he's like, "Well, I could tell you, but it's classified." And that just like going, "Oh, this guy just got interesting," instead of just being a military dad. You know,
I'm going
it
to tell
just
you
got
something
interesting.
from a directing standpoint. Maybe they did notice each other, but we're not going to give up that they noticed each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a level to that about that relationship, Les.
Yeah,
That
I can
isn't
see
just
that.
They didn't see each other. They're not acknowledging each other. That's how bad that relationship is. It is fraught with, and dosed is the wrong word really, but with relationships you want to follow. You know, every time Jack Nance comes on the screen, I want him to do more. You know, the fact that they have Sheriff Harry S. Truman is just,
I love Harry. I love Harry so much.
Michael
Amazing.
Onkin was in a movie called Slapshot with Paul Newman back in the day. But any of the stuff that it starts to occur around the police station, and then bringing in people there's shit, because he's the everyman character. You know, we're here to see it both through their eyes. You know, the Fed who's been called on a case, and the small town sheriff who's in way over his head, and he's also having an affair with the Chinese lady at the mill. So that's again, soap opera. It has this great. And by the way, I know this is sexist, but who wouldn't want to have an affair with Joan Chen? I mean, come on. Man, woman, and transgender, and she's just stunning. I mean, everybody line up, please. You know. So, who else caught your eye there, Agent Jordan with a Y? I mean, aside from we know, Agent Cooper is your man.
Yeah. Oh dang. Okay, so I will talk about this. It doesn't spoil anything for the third season, but we were talking about Bobby earlier. I have to appreciate the way that they took his character in the third season. He redeemed himself. Like, he becomes like this great man in the third season, which I really appreciated, because I was like, amazing. But
well, he certainly was the biggest. How do I say this nicely? The biggest Richard in the town,
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. See, there's a couple of them, Jordan, that they really give a great arc to in the third season. A couple they didn't know what to do with. A couple of them died.
Yeah.
And
well, that was everybody winds up in the hospital, and the good doctor's like, we haven't had this much excitement since '57 when the Elk Lodge burned down, right? And it's just like, that was really good. I really enjoyed that part.
When you get to the third season, young man,
yeah,
then I will tell you a story about the log lady and that arc. But I cannot possibly tell you the story now.
Speaking, okay, Les, I'm going to tell you this right now. You're going to have questions that you're just not going to get answers to, and you're going to have to accept that right now. Like,
oh, I'm fine with that. I'm a Star Wars guy, and so I'm used to not having answers to stuff.
Right. So throughout the entirety of Twin Peaks, there are questions where I was like, I don't get it. And then I ended up buying these two books after I was done with the series. One is like supposed to be written as like a dossier that someone wrote about the town and like some of the events that led up to the stuff before Laura, like just stuff that Major Briggs is involved with and stuff from like the past and like a little bit of the Log Lady's past and like a little bit. It was like, and then the second book was like a dossier about everyone after the third season, sort of like a wrap up of like, all right, here's kind of what happened. And it explained like a lot, but there's still stuff where I'm like, it's fine. I'm not going to get an answer to it, and it's fine.
Of course not, because it's the Black Lodge.
And also, I don't know how people sat there for 25 years, like after the way season 2 ended. I'm not going to say how it ended, but I'm just like, I mean, I was able to just the next day just go right into season 3 and be like, all right, here we go. But
it was a stunner of an ending. A stunner. I know. And you're right. Because it's like, what do you mean we don't get a 3rd season?
Well, and like apparently they did that ending as like a last ditch effort to try to not get canceled. But they had already been canceled by the time that it aired. So it's just
Jordan, it was fascinating to live through because it was such a phenomenon on Time magazine, in the newspapers. They only had a first season run. It was such a hit, they gave them the 2nd season. And then when it's still running decent numbers, and ABC wasn't doing anything over the top then in the early 90s, they cut it. It was a huge surprise because it was one of those shows in that X-Files genre, but even weirder. At least X-Files tended to have the monster sci-fi bent. This was psychological thriller. And, a lot of people here in Indiana, Indiana's a psychological thriller enough, I think, just you living out here. So maybe that.
Now.
What?
We can go back to New York.
Oh, you know what? You courted me 5 years in that coquettish way of yours. No, I'm here to stay, mister. Don't you worry. I love it. And the mayor, by the way, the mayor comments on my postings every once in a while and just goes, "Oh, you're so New York," and I can just hear it in his voice going, "Yeah, well, yeah, of course." Like,
so who's your favorite character, guys?
Cooper.
We know that.
That's fair. I really like his character.
So I honestly had this like different view of who he was supposed to like before I watched the show. I knew he was played by Kyle MacLachlan. I didn't know much about him. I thought he was going to be like the straight man of the series. I thought he was going to be this hard-nosed by the book.
Had you seen Dune before you saw Twin Peaks?
I had not. I didn't even know he was in Dune until I was looking up something else about David Lynch, and I was like, "Is that Kyle MacLachlan?" And I clicked on it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But anyways, so I had thought he was like going to be this hard-nosed, by-the-book detective who gets thrown into this weird town and just has to deal with it. And then the minute he spoke, I was like, "Oh, you're not who I thought you were. Like, you're going to be this weirdo who's just." He had so many layers to his character, and he was, I don't know. Great. Phenomenal.
No, you nailed it, because that's what's interesting is our hero comes in flawed and with a past. And that is far more interesting than a nice guy. Something has gotten him here that has crafted this hair and thing that he found within the FBI, some sort of sanity because of his former partner and seen, season 3. And it's written brilliant from the beginning, Jordan. That kind of stuff is crafted out in David Lynch's mind, and he geometrically spreads with his ideas. I mean, who'd have thought then to bring in Miguel Ferrer as a very dry another agent that will offset how big Gordon is, and that the goofiness of Andy is offset by the seriousness of Hawk. So, like food,
Hawk. Oh my gosh,
it's balanced. The goofiness is set off by the seriousness, and it makes sense. You kind of ease through the minute it gets too lovey-dovey and to what we used to say, too Lara Flynn Boyle. You'll get Everett's wife with the one eye looking through the windows. And or Margaret will come and have a message for somebody at the diner, and you'll go, "Okay, I'm insane. I'm hallucinating. I'm very happy again." Well, Lynch is hallucinating. I'm along for the ride. The music, we can't forget
about the
score. Everything from Audrey's theme, which was the sexiest little theme every time she kind of slinked in Daddy's room, which borderline creepy.
Yes.
Borderline.
I'll be honest. I didn't care for Audrey. She was just too much for me. I like most of the characters in Twin Peaks. Audrey, I don't care for it.
See, you know what, Jordan,
I think I've hung out with Audrey before.
No. Good girls never like bad girls. Okay, and you're a good girl. You're not a bad girl.
Am I?
Wait.
Jordan, you haven't went to the state fair with Peter, so we don't really know yet.
Do you have a pass, Jordan? I would love that even more.
Let's
Don't
put
worry,
it this way. I used to. My dad used to threaten to take me to the juvenile detention center all the time. I had to be bribed to behave when I was in school. They had to bribe me. I used to be a punk.
What was the best thing you got from your asking the bribe?
Well, it was candy. My teacher pulled me aside one day and she was like, "Listen, I will give you 2 pieces of candy a day if you behave." And I said, "Deal." Like,
listen, as your agent, we need to up your price a little bit here. You're
this was
giving
long
it away
ago.
too. Oh no, honey, I'm from New York. You're giving it away way too cheap. We got to jack that price up.
I was in 2nd grade. 2 pieces of candy seemed like a great deal at the time.
Well, you know what? You're probably right, but I would have held out for that 3rd piece. Absolutely, no 2 ways about it.
It's fine. So, Peter, who's your favorite character? Who is your favorite?
Well, you know what? You knowing me from here and there, you know it's going to be Margaret, and it's going to be Hawk, and it's going to be the Major, and it's going to be Gordon. Anytime somebody comes to the plot and just goes, Jack Nance. I mean, you start with Jack Nance, and the lovey stuff and the soap opera stuff kind of holds it together until the weird stuff happens for me. And I just think, as an actor, I also gravitate. Well, those are the parts I would have been cast to play or looked at, and and evil and strange is far more interesting than playing good and normal. So, and I thought the character men they had on this show, were just great. You know, even the stuff they cast at One-Eyed Jacks and the Orchid Kid, I don't remember his name, was a great character in the 2nd season. The shut-in. Yeah, I know.
Gosh.
You know, it borderline on whiny, but they were at least interesting when they got weird. But I have to say, Jordan, and Bob, when Bob came on the scene,
yikes!
Get through the roof, exactly. Now you had to sit on the edge of the couch all the time, and even that could be a scary place. As one scene you remember. Yeah, I know. That was, oh no. And then this group, we would then try and hide behind couches with each other, just to do that creepy stuff, you know. Perhaps, my older generation of Jordan cared to imbibe before they had cherry pie many of the evenings. So the fact that we spent the rest of the night trying to scare each other was no surprise, you know.
I've just met Bob. Is the end of the last episode I watched, and I was like, "Holy cow, this guy!"
Yeah. Oh wait.
Oh nuts.
Oh wait. Okay. Get in that 2nd season.
I can't wait to finish that 2nd season. Oh my gosh! Like,
do we have callers or anybody chiming in, Mr. Mayor? Anybody asking questions? You know,
nobody's
me. I can
really asking questions at the moment. So
I can talk till Thursday if you need be. So it's not.
I really like Dr. Jacoby. From the first time we meet him, he's got and it's like he has these lit up blowfish in his fish tank, and I was just like going, I like this guy. That's like the weird stuff that I would have in an office. So I just really like his vibe, how weird he is.
Because he too is borderline, hermit creepy. And by the way, we should just say for a second, donations right here. Look at the bottom. Everybody, please send money in for Make-A-Wish. This is why we're all doing this for 12 hours. So keep the money coming in. If you like what we're saying, donate $20. If you don't like what we're saying, donate $40. We'll never speak again. And if you really don't like what we're saying, well, then I'll do an interpretive dance to a Twin Peaks music later on.
Like
Go get
like
some
the guy in the
Audrey
Black
music
Lodge.
for you.
The Audrey's theme. I don't want to get upset. Her upset.
Oh, no.
I can do an interpretive dance to Audrey's theme. But please, we're here getting laughs and making you laugh for a charity. So please continue to help out Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, definitely do that. That last ad that Carl ran really hit close to home for me because my brother had leukemia and passed away in '95. So this is kind of, really hits home for me. That given some of those folks that one last thing to do, and seeing how it lights those kids up, because we had a Make-A-Wish experience, I believe, at PopCon 2019, where a young man got to meet Jason David Frank, which is the Green Power Ranger, which was really cool. So donate, please.
And Ms. Lane, the mayor flashed something out about her. I wanted to respond to that. That you didn't get into it, or you never got into it. Those are two things. You didn't get into it because you never had time, or man, I did 3 episodes, I didn't get into it, or in the hippie sense. So which way, Audrey? Because then
I think it's a slow show. Like
it is.
If you were comparing it to a show written today, it's really slow.
Which is its appeal, like a foreign movie. American TV wants to grab you and drag you in. David Lynch is a painter, remember, and a storyteller. He invites you into it. So if you want that pace, you're not going to get it. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Carl. That's from 2019.
See, and normally I don't like slow things, like things that are like really dragged out, but for some reason I didn't mind this. Like there was enough to keep me interested. Like there were multiple stories that I could get involved in where, like, even though it was slow, I was still like, it held my attention still. But I want to say this about the second season. So I had read somewhere that they never intended on revealing who killed Laura. Like that was David Lynch's intention, to never reveal it and just keep the stories going, just keep unraveling all this stuff. But ABC made them decide they made them say who it was, because they thought it would, go better or whatever. But I want to know what his vision for season 2 would have been. Like if the network never would have stepped in, like what David Lynch had intended. I wanted it to like just keep going the way he intended on it playing out.
It could have been the never-ending story.
Right.
What we just see is this unraveling of people and lives more than anything else. I do think how they wrapped up season 1, in truly one of the greatest TV monologues I'd ever seen by Ray Wise, and certainly solidified his career into what he's doing as that same evil corporate villain. It was weird and quirky enough. There you go. You know what? You got to be into weird and quirky. And it got weirder when you had Carl Stroiken come on as the giant. Everybody's learned from Addams Family Values. It's like, when you have little people and giants, all right, we're invoking the insane circus. I'm of that genre. I like theater of the absurd. I like it. The quirkiness is what invests me, Jordan.
Yeah, no,
I can get through the Bobby and Lara Flynn Boyle and the teen angst. I'm way past my teen angst, so give me the strange people speaking with voices in their head. I can relate to those people. Like the Major, like Margaret. Oh, Les, she's just going to be your favorite character.
Margaret?
I promise you. Margaret's Margaret's like pancakes. There's never a bad time for pancakes.
Oh, no. I just don't dig Margaret. I don't. That's one character I'm just like going, you're just annoying. Why is Ed still with you after all this time? I'd be like, no, you're done.
Carl, remove him from the feed, Carl. He needs to sit in the corner in the 2-minute penalty box. It's a second of power. Oh, the power of the...
Oh. Yikes. What happened?
It's me. I'm back. I think
all
Carl
right, good. I was like, I can't carry this by myself unless you want it.
and just so you know, that was Bob, okay? Bob doing it. So be careful with it. Les, I promise you and your Midwestern whininess, you're not giving it enough chance. And see it as an auteur. See it as, why is this flavor on this menu that shouldn't be here?
Well, I mean, I think you have enough of that, right? I mean, there's plenty of flavors. Leave Margaret.
You're gonna
I
throw
mean,
more in.
it's just like, okay, we've got enough on the everything bagel. I don't need anything more.
There's a log that speaks to her and speaks to someplace perhaps beyond.
Okay, I'm missing.
You thought
I'm
it was
sorry.
someone
I
else.
like
Who
the
are you
log
talking
lady.
about?
I like the log lady. I don't like the gal with the one eyed pat. The eye patch.
Oh, Nadine. Oh, yeah. Okay, you're valid. That's valid.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
take back what I
I'm
said.
sorry.
Nadine's
I can't
awful.
remember everybody's names.
Oh my gosh, watching
Jordan.
Ed and Norma's relationship
Jordan,
frustrated
lean
me.
close to the computer, Jordan. Lean close to the computer. I want to wipe the sweat from your forehead there. You know, you guys both very excited over there.
Oh my god. No,
Nadine's a pain in the ass.
Ed and Norma's whole thing was exhausting to watch. It was so frustrating. It's so frustrating, and it just keeps going and going and going, and it's ugh.
I almost hoped, and I liked Everett McGill. At one point, one of the characters would have just shot the other one, because that's the only way out of that relationship. There's no. See, and if they were more interesting, they would have changed her eye patch some weeks to the other eye. You know, to see who's really. See who's really watching.
Who's really paying attention? Yeah.
I would absolutely do that if I was directing to it. Let's see who's watching the show. Here's where my complaint was. Either it was really poorly written, which I agree it was, and the ouch never fit the pinch. She was overacting, and there was no sympathy for her.
Ugh.
See, she made the ugh noise. That's the problem. You can't like a character if you have no sympathy for her. You wanted him to have an affair. You were hoping he was nailing Peggy on the ice cream machine. By nailing, boys and girls, I mean going over the books. Just so you know.
Oh, which books? The cookbooks or the?
Oh no! Don't make me say I'm fingering through the logs. Don't make me say that.
No. Good night, everybody.
Don't make me say that. Carl, I could get the penalty box. Oh, if I disappear, tell my mother, wait, she's dead. Holy cow, I'm in the Black Lodge. Wait a minute, it's all happening. And basically, that's episode 4 of Twin Peaks, boys and girls. Be ready for anything and everything. It is, remember, also, when you view something that is now, and I hate saying this, Jordan, old, because it's 30 years old by now.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah.
You need to view it.
No, 30.
In the era it was written and coming out, because that will give you a sense of why something is a certain way too. People don't think of that when they see an old time film. They go, well, this doesn't work because it's that. I go, you got to think what was going on in the world right now and what they're talking to. I'll give you just a quick off-bar example here. I'm so loving Star Trek Discovery right now because in their weekly issues, unlike The Mandalorian, which is telling an old Western story like it's a great old Western serial, Star Trek is dealing more with the issues of the day. And I just think that's important in when people go back and watch this series to understand what was happening in our world right now. Because the writers who write this current stuff are really writing about what's happening in the world. The way the original Star Trek, the black and white faces was about the segregation in the world when I was growing up. I think Twin Peaks has to be viewed in that we've just coming out of the 80s and world of before all the magic stuff happened, pre-Harry Potter, pre-Hunger Games, pre any of that. There was David Lynch, a weird filmmaker and artist, creating this wonderfully quirky, it's like smelling Indian spices. Well, if you like cardamom, you might come in. And if you like cinnamon, you might come in. If you like it has so many different appeals that it brought a cross section of viewers. I mean, look, Jordan and I, what are we, 6-7 years apart in age? And it brought us in.
Oh, yeah.
Together.
Yeah. I would go with the 6.
Thank you, Jordan, for not even laughing out loud. I appreciate it. Yeah, more towards sticks. I was going to say that. You know what? I don't tell, but that appeal, that quirkiness, that weirdness. And I want you to see some. Audrey. See, Audrey's competing with us. So it's great that when you said you loved it, Jordan, I jumped in. It's like, really? You're an interesting young woman. Tell me more about you. You know, sometimes you're in your 20s, right?
Yes.
All right, I was going to scare you. If you were going to say 18 or 30, my math would have been off. You know, I didn't know which way you might go with that in a second.
We're going to have an Audrey moment. I'm 18.
Well, no, either would have frightened me.
Agent Cooper.
But that's a full generation ago. You know, that's a lot of different lifetime. That's what she grew up in. It's certainly not the world I grew up in. And yet here's this quirky story about human behavior, weirdness, and perhaps the beyond in art, in a very dark sensibility, that a cover of Time magazine, cover of the newspapers, you know, it was what they talked about in that year, 90 or 91. Please, I'm getting old.
Yeah, 1991.
Yeah.
But do you think it didn't do so well, or didn't get the longevity like a Dallas, because it wasn't Dallas or Falcon Crest or
it was too weird.
I was about to say that it was just too weird for people. People just couldn't appreciate like the artsiness of it. I don't want to sound hipstery by saying that, but I mean, like, I don't know. I think people wanted answers. People wanted non-artsy stuff. People wanted direct storylines. People wanted, and it's just like, you just got to take it for what it is. And
this girl, she's all over this. This is exactly what happened. Everybody talks about it when it's quirky, but then when it gets really weird and strange second season, they bail out. They want, in my business, they call denouement. They want an ending that wraps everything up, you know, which is why people hated the Seinfeld ending, because it didn't, you know, but it was too weird for the networks, which is why perhaps X-Files did so well on Fox, because they at this time were the alternate programming network. But I think what was great is that we got the 25 years later, I'll see you in 25 years version. And it was, I got to tell you, Les, season 3 is weird even for me. Okay?
Oh,
fact,
wow. It gets weirder?
The first 5 or 7 minutes of that episode has nothing to do with anything else I can find in the entire rest of the series. I'm not a dumb man, you know. I've taken my share of pie in the faces, but those are planned out by me. It confused even me, you know. And then that they bring in the David Bowie part from Fire Walk with Me, and
I hate that movie. I'm just gonna throw that out there too. I did not care for that movie.
Just get me in the Wayback Machine and marry me now, Jordan. Would you just please get that out?
Can we talk about Fire Walk with Me for a second?
Please do.
Okay.
Sure.
So they got me all wrapped up in the story from the beginning with Agent Chet Desmond and with Agent Sam Stanley. I was, you know, Kiefer Sutherland. Like I was in it. I was like, all right, let's do this. I'm gonna follow these two, and then boom, Desmond disappears. Cooper appears for 5 seconds to investigate it. And then they take us back to Twin Peaks and crap we already knew, but they just wanted to expound on it a little bit more. And I was like, I don't need this. Take me back to them. Take me back to this other girl who got murdered in this investigation. And more stuff about, like, you know, the Project Blue Rose before it was actually Blue Rose. Like, I wanted all of that. I wanted a movie about that. You know? Or,
And
like, if he was going to do a movie, I wish he would have done, like, what season 3 was going to be. You know? A movie about that, but I didn't need all the Laura Palmer crap again. Like,
and they gave the movie to Chris Isaac, who at best is a quirky, twangy Texas songwriter, some really good stuff, but was not the agent, could not carry the weirdness that movie wanted to offer. Mm-hmm. And it was extremely disappointing, not just disappointing. Which is why I had this face when the Showtime series was going to start, I went, oh no, 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 no. And for the most part, it was satisfying. Certainly on the certain arcs, like you said, Bobby's arc, Hawk and Margaret's arc, there were certain arcs that you just went, because you do, Jordan. You want some sort of closure to a story, and for it to move on, you got to have pieces that go, and we don't follow this story anymore. I don't know if they could continue the story now. I think you're beating the dead horse with trying to do like another movie. I think he made a nice, what do they call it in the music industry? A coda to the end of kind of making it and not wrapping everything up. I don't know why he dragged David Bowie.
I don't want anything else now. Like, season 3 happened. I just have to accept where it ended and move on with my life. Like, I won't spoil how it ended, but I had in my mind that it was going to end in a certain way. I prepared myself for this ending, and then the ending didn't happen the way I thought. I literally, as I was watching the episode, I remember looking at my clock to see what time it was, had noticed that an hour had passed. The screen faded to black. I said out loud, "No, don't do this to me." And then they had like a little teaser thing, and then it was like starring Kyle MacLachlan credits, and I was like, no! And I freaked out. I was mad for like 3 days, and then I got over it. But like,
first of all, the passion with which you love this makes me adore you more. Because
and listen, okay,
no. If you're not, boys and girls, look at this girl. If you're not living your life like that, you are missing the boat, boys and girls. Because this is how you're supposed to live life. Love things, hate things, feel it with passion. I understand what this girl's talking about. You want it a certain way.
It's hard for me to like this show right now because, like, I'm 25 years too late to this show. Like, as I was watching it, like I said, I wanted to talk about it with people. Like, when you were like, let's talk about Twin Peaks, I was like, please, I need to talk about this with somebody who has seen it, who can understand it, like, who I can have a civil conversation with. So, like, even if it was just, like, if you and I had gotten on a Zoom call and just talked about it, I would have been fine with that. Because I'm like, I just need to talk about it with somebody. Because, like I said, 25 years too late.
See, if you were doing something and we were hanging out together and it was a stupid thing you were doing, I would just lean into you and go, Leo, no. Leo, no. Leo, no. and a bird would come up in your mind, okay?
Yeah.
And I love that Les gets that laugh now. But you would have fit in with this group of friends 30 years ago. Absolutely. But every time it got back to the lodge and it got back to Richard Bamer and his brother, Jerry.
Oh,
which
God,
Ben and Jerry. Remember, that was the other gag they're dragging in. It's Ben and Jerry. The whole thing with the brie sandwich at the desk. Or is that second season? I don't remember.
That was first season. Or just brings in the leg of lamb, right? And it was just like, hey, I got a leg of lamb here. And it's just like, oh my God.
It's
See, that's what I'm talking about. Just stupid stuff. I love this stupid stuff. Even like one of my favorite stupid things was when like Cooper would have a vision and he'd sit up in the middle of the night and his hair was sticking straight up on the one side because there was so much gel in it. Like,
it's that detail, Jordan, that takes it from great to brilliant.
Yeah, little things. I love it.
It's all about the detail, whether you're doing improv or acting, but especially as director, you are painting that picture, and everything is in that shot for a reason.
Cooper and his little stupid duck call idling, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "What else are you gonna do in the? I'm whittling." Like I'm.
I like the messages that Cooper has. Right? It's like, you need to give yourself a gift every day.
I love that. I love that quote.
And I was just like, that's kind of brilliant right there. I mean, that's like Peter Spello's type of advice.
They also published not only the Laura Palmer Diaries, because the public was hungry for that, But they published his messages to Diane that he recorded in the car. So they wanted to give fans before social media, you had to go to the bookstore and go, holy crapola, look at this, and then try and find out a piece of information that you hope the VCR was working the night that you wanted to tape it and that your roommate didn't tape over it with something else. So you guys can just zip it on. Me, I have to snuggle with the golden edition over here. And I probably bought that gift for myself, a long time ago. But
it's your one a day, right?
One gift.
That was your gift that day. That was your present. Yeah.
That was my present. You know what my present today is, Jordan? It's you.
Aw.
You're my present. That's just sort of the, when you have a great dinner and it still smells great in the trash, and you have to take the trash out every night. That's sort of like my relationship. It always smells good, but at the end of the day, it's like taking out the trash. Sometimes it's me, by the way, too. It's not just him. We've become this sauntering old radio team now, and it's I'm enjoying it. I complain about the hour, but I was excited that we got together at 2:00 in the afternoon because old people eat dinner at 5:15, so I want to make sure that I get my dinner in. And by the way, Les, very kind of you.
And I was really, no problem. And I would like if anybody else that listens to the PopCon Morning Crew on Wednesday afternoons now wants to has something that they're passionate about, that Peter and I are passionate about, we can do this, on that show as well. And so we don't have to wait to do
we got to do
12
a
hours
season
of
3.
streaming.
We don't get
really?
Jordan get away.
I would love to do just a season breakdown because we were all over the place today, but
Okay, well, I'll zip through the next 2 seasons, and so that's another thing. This show is easy to binge, right? There's only 3 seasons, so
what would we have to do to put it up as a watch party?
I don't know.
That wouldn't work. The licensing is like.
Is it licensing? Is that what get in the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wanted to do a watch party with the Mandalorian, because we talked about the first 4 episodes, and I thought it'd be really cool to do a watch party with the episode 5 that came out today, and I don't think you can really do it. So.
I wouldn't
I
mess
don't know
with
about
Lucasfilms because I've had my run-in with them, as you know. So you want to not put up their stuff as a general rule.
Yeah.
Well, Jordan, is there another show that you have as much passion about as this one?
I don't know, because it comes in waves, right? Like when I'm watching something, that's all I'm in. Like I started Star Trek in March. So up until I watched Twin Peaks, I was Star Trek. And then I watched Twin Peaks and I was Twin Peaks for 3 months. And now I'm switching back and forth between Star Trek and Twin Peaks because I went back to Star Trek. I'm still on the Star Trek train. But recently I've had an itch to watch Twin Peaks again, even though I just watched it a couple months ago. I was getting all hyped up. So whatever I'm watching at the moment, that's what I'm all in. I'm really into. I can't shut up about it. That's all I'm annoying my friends about is what I'm watching.
Well, please annoy me sometime when you're watching something because this would be great to have you even on the afternoon show with us anytime. And what's great for you kids out there? Keep making those donations to Make-A-Wish. It's right on the screen here. Click on that. Donate 5, 10, 20, 100. If the Mayor Lookalike Club out there. I know there's a lot of Carl impersonators working town. There he is. We're just making stuff up now. It's gotten easier to finally get you on the screen. All I have to say is certain things. Look, the Pete Spellows. Oh, that look. That's the scary look. Don't look him in the eye, Jordan. Whatever you do. Well, we had fun, Jordan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
And
Les,
Les,
you should
Go ahead.
text us while you're watching the second season. Just your little thoughts that you have, like what the crap is happening. Just
She said crap.
Okay.
She said crap. Not, I said it 3 times. Shit. I said shit. See what you did to me?
Jordan
Les,
has
we're
grown
proud of
a
you.
lot what have we known each other like 4 years now? Something like
however
that?
long.
4 or 5
I think second year of PopCon, was that when I met you? Second year, third
Yeah.
year?
Okay. So it's 6 years then? Lots of
Almost.
growth. So she wouldn't have said, yeah, what the crap's going on? I don't think so.
And Les, we're proud of you for watching season 1. We really are. We're, you know,
it's a lot of fun.
I'm glad
would,
you got
I
into
would
it. Like when you said
recommend
you're
it.
watching it, I'm like, yes, hopefully he'll like it. I feel weird recommending this to people because it's so weird, and I don't want them to hate me for recommending it. But
No, let them hate me because I love when
brilliant.
they hate. I love when they hate me. So if
really weird, and
these weirdos like Jordan and I are weirdos, and that's okay. We love this show.
Yeah.
You know, put down-
Because you have to be able to laugh at a guy that falls into a grave on top of the coffin and then makes the coffin go down, and then they lift it
Going
back
up and
up,
down.
and then it goes back down again, and then they lift it back up, and it goes back down again. And then like I was rolling. I was watching that during lunch in the office, and good times, good
It has
times.
dark humor, and I'm telling you guys, you're gonna love it.
Love dark humor.
And please, I think our time is just about up here. So please, make donations. PopCon is on till midnight tonight. Help the Make-A-Wish Foundation, even a little bit. If everybody gives a little bit, that would be fantastic.
Yep, and if you two, Peter and Jordan with a Y, if you guys want to play Jackbox Games later on tonight, I know Peter, you'll probably have to take a power nap, a couple multivitamins, get back up.
What time is that on?
But I think at around 8 they're going to start that. Possibly, I don't know. You have to ask the mayor, Mr. Mayor. Can you let us know?
Button. It'll be 6 p.m. Pacific. So think of it that way.
That's 9. My math skills are impeccable.
Is it 9? I hate doing math. I hate doing math.
I'm with you. I got
so
you. Jordan, I got you covered. It's 9 o'clock, baby. Don't worry.
Well, I'm on Central Time right now. I'm at my parents, so like it's not. I guess I'll just go back an hour. That math's easy. I can do that.
Yeah, you can do it. I'll be in my PJs, but as that having a cup of tea, perhaps. So.
Sounds good. I love Jackbox Games.
And Uncle Carl, thank you for letting us play Twin Peaks today. We had a great
Carl.
time chatting up. We appreciate it. And guys, please send in money and make a wish. That's what this is all about today. That's what PopCon is, helping the community. So let us help the community by you helping the community too, guys. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
I'll see you, Carl.
All right.
Your wish to have a gaming computer was granted?
What do you think?
Firemen are dropping a package from way up high.
No matter how many times I watch it, man.
Like, I love that video so much, but it gets me every time.
I know. I'm gonna be watching it probably 6 times today. That was number 2.
Oh, that's what it's all about, though,
That's
right?
right. That is the reason.
Yes.
That is what it's all about. So we just wrapped up Mandalorian and Supernatural and Twin Peaks, and now this is going to be kind of a potpourri guys club.
Oh, absolutely.
And I had to. So this just got sent to me, and it is the middle of the afternoon on. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time when this is getting thrown up here. But here
Are
you
you
go.
doing this?
Yes.
Whenever Carl finally gets his podcast together, you are welcome in the Kind of Nerdy Network, sir.
Yeah, I actually thought about using one of the hours today to preview that, and then that just didn't fit.
Well, I feel like you need to give credit to the creator of that graphic. You know, you should always give credit where it's due.
Hey, I've got your back, Carl. I've always got your back.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right.
It was my way to motivate you to finally begin the podcast you've been talking about for 3 years now.
Right,
Well,
right.
Yeah, I mean it's likely to be called the Get All Fact Up podcast.
Ooh, I like
Which is
that.
name
That's
number
really
2.
good.
It is name number 2, but it's very close to the original incarnation of what it was about.
I think you can keep the graphic for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That works.
Definitely makes it way more suggestive.
It's more of a lookout. Yeah.
But I already have the domain gafup.com, GAFUP.com.
Nice. I like it.
Nice.
I've had it for a year and a half.
Okay, so a year and a half before that, you decided to do a
And
podcast.
then, another year and a half before that is when this came about.
Right.
His Kickstarter began
I
3 years ago.
owe Brad and Josh Demery and another Brad Bear lots of guest hosting positions because they did get in on the GoFundMe. So I do need to take care of that.
Well, as long as they're around in 18 months, you should be able to make good on that.
Right.
Oh my.
18 months, he'll just have the intro music. It'll take another 18 months after that.
All right.
When I need music? Well, welcome everybody to the PopCon 12-hour subathon. We are looking for subscription or subs and bell icons for the PopCon channel, and also donations to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And I will throw that link so it's lower down on the YouTube comments here.
Yeah, easy to click in the comments to that link, and you can use PayPal. It's super easy to donate. I mean, there's other ways too, but I love that I got the one-touch PayPal going on my phone, so I'm like, boom, donate.
Boom.
Boom, donate. Come
Boom
on.
goes the donate.
Boom.
All right.
Are you gonna hang around for the dude talk here, Carl?
I may pop in and out, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
This is if I stick around for this, and then I'll be on for 3 hours straight. So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
There you go. Why stop now? Just
right.
Going.
No, I mean, if I start this hour, then I'm also on the next hour and the next hour.
So when do we go ahead and start the so a lot of us are from radio. A few of us are from radio. And one of the things that they used to do in radio all the time, and something that one of our dearly departed friends actually in Indianapolis here was able to do, was become a Guinness Book World Record holder of staying on the air for how many hours straight? But that used to be a thing. They did it in WKRP in Cincinnati. They did it in pretty much any radio trope and actual radio personalities. They try to do this where they stay on the air forever. So when is the PopCon Make-A-Wish subathon, years to come from now, going to be on for like 72, 165 hours straight?
We're gonna need some more
That's our goal.
videos from you, Brad. More videos.
It'll be Patrick. For Carl.
let's just get through these 12. Look at Carl over there. He's rubbing his eyes already.
Right.
He stressed him out.
Right, exactly.
We've only been on for 3 hours and 9 minutes. We're just a quarter done.
I know.
I was looking at the schedule going, oh, I can sneak a nap in after the kind of nerdy dudes.
But I can't. Paranormal hour starts.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
paranormal.
yeah.
That's gonna be fun. Kitsy's gonna be telling ghost stories around Christmas. They're all like Christmas themed ghost stories, like real stuff that's happened that she's investigated or heard.
Wow.
about.
All right.
Very cool.
So that's gonna be fun. That's at 6. But I guess we usually start off our shows with some sound effects. So I'm gonna leave it to this guy. Remember to donate to Make-A-Wish. Link is in the comments.
And I apologize in advance because and you guys are tuned into the Kind of Nerdy Dudes podcast. What's happening, everybody? I'm producer Patches, KJ. Got a honorary nerdy dude Carl up there. Very special guest, producer Brad BS, you see, and as always, and then we've got Clay and listener Jim. So just kind of introduce yourself. Let's go with the last movie or TV show that you purchased. So either online or if you bought one of those, old fancy DVDs, the retro tech and all that stuff.
Last thing you purchased.
Yeah.
I can go first.
Okay. It's KJ.
Thank you. The night before last, actually at 4:00 in the morning, I realized that we did not own the Doctor Who Christmas specials, so I bought them on demand. We own them now, honey. Surprise!
All right, so apparently that's my answer too. So as it turns out,
as that works, right?
They're half yours.
Yay! It's listener Jim.
What's up, people? The last thing that I bought, I actually renewed my Disney Plus subscription, and now I'm watching The Mandalorian. So technically, that's the last thing I've technically purchased. So
very nice.
That's a very acceptable
So
answer.
how far are you into The Mandalorian?
I'm all the way caught up.
Are you really? Even today's episode?
I binged the hell out of it.
Wow. We haven't watched today.
Yeah, no spoilers on today.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
We'll never know.
That's how that works.
Oh my gosh, leave it there. It's wonderful.
That was great. Boom, 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 boom. It's producer BS.
The answer to the meaning of life is
Yeah, exactly.
The last thing that I purchased was actually for Halloween. The kids hadn't seen something that I remember watching as a kid, and I went back to see if it holds up, and it is still cheesy as hell. Space Invaders.
Wow, I haven't thought about that movie in forever.
Space Invaders?
Yeah.
Basically, it's a movie where Martians are in a intergalactic war. They hear the transmission of War of the Worlds coming from a radio station on Earth. They go down to a small town, and I forget where. And they're tiny little green guys that were running around on Halloween night, so everybody thinks they're in costumes, trying to blow up the Earth.
Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that.
It is cheesy as hell. Reminds me a lot of Howard the Duck, and yeah.
Can I borrow it sometime? I don't want to pay for it.
Sure. Yeah, you're not going to want to pay for it.
No. It's Clay.
The last movie that I purchased was Mad Max Fury Road. Nice.
The Charlize Theron. Okay.
Yep. That was it, digital, like on Amazon. I saw it, and I think it was like $7 or something like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch that several times.
Oh, excellent.
We still haven't seen that.
No.
Can we borrow it?
Yeah, definitely. We'll do a watch party of all the garbage that,
Right, exactly.
Reciprocate to everybody else. Yeah. I can burn you a copy.
Yeah. And from Carl's kinda nerdy ass podcast, it's PopCon Carl.
So I rarely buy media. So I can safely say that I recently purchased a future movie in book and audiobook format because Ready Player 2 came out this week. And I wanted to get the book and the audiobook. I'm going to read the book and then I will listen to the audiobook because I love Will Wheaton.
Oh, he's narrating it.
He narrated the first book. He narrated the second book.
I didn't know that.
And he's actually in the first book, named Will Wheaton in the first book. So I thought that was awesome connection. But yeah, I really enjoyed Ready Player 1. So I was really excited to pick up Ready Player 2.
Thank you for the reminder. I forgot that was out.
I was going to say, I know you've been busy this week. Have you started it?
Yeah, it's only been a couple of days. So yeah.
And you haven't started the book at all yet?
I have. Yeah,
okay.
Just. So I've got an inkling of what it's going to be about. Because I didn't want to know, I guess. So I didn't read any of the lead up. I didn't read the jacket cover. I just knew that the book was going to come out, and I picked it up. So I've got.
What are your initial impressions of it so far? Of what little you've read?
Well, there are even in the first chapter that I may still be in just the first chapter. He has bigger chapters, but tons of references again, and I really enjoyed that in the first book. Yeah, he's landed on thick with references already. So, in the ones that I don't know, I Google so that I understand, even if I don't. I know that it's a reference. I just don't get it. But 9 times out of 10, I do because I was the '80s. So I was an '80s kid. So.
And you are the mayor of PopCon. So.
Right.
You do tend to know a lot of pop culture stuff, Carl.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. Yeah.
It comes with the territory. So, but as far as pop culture references goes, this one doesn't have anything because it's now time for Salem in 60 with listener Jim.
I tell you what, Salem is 60 today. Salem was great today. Okay, so we're still reeling from the whole Jack slept with Kate Roberts while Jennifer was in a coma. Okay. So we got that going on. So now Abigail, she's the one that spilled the beans on all that. Okay. So now Jack and Abigail are starting to make up a little bit. Jack was explaining himself to Julie Williams where Jennifer's staying now, saying, hey, I thought she was never going to come out of the coma. So, so I slipped up. I made a mistake. So there's a little bit of healing going on there. I think you're going to see it all come around where Jennifer's going to forgive him. It may be a little while, but she's going to forgive him. So that's her true love. Okay. So Roman Brady was taking a walk through the park today. Who did he stumble upon? Rafe Hernandez. Rafe is back in town. He is back in town for good. Looking for Hope Williams. Okay. He was looking for Hope. Wouldn't go and see her. Maybe kind of rekindle that fire a little bit. Roman had to explain to him that, hey, the whole Vincent and Sierra thing, Sierra blew up in the car. Hope's now out looking because they think she may still be alive. So she's no longer around town. So Hope's now beating himself up because he's thinking, hey, I should have stuck around. I shouldn't have went to Mexico. So that's a story that he's going to be following around trying to find her,
But she's never coming back, right?
No, she's done. She's toast.
Done with the actress.
Out of here. Boom, out of here. So
for 5 years.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah. So with that being said, Rafe Hernandez is back in town. So that means that Gabby Hernandez come back too. So, and the whole dynamic between Gabby and Stefan or Jake before she left. So little did we know that Kate, she hooked up with Jake or Stefan. Okay, so she's been sleeping with him. So what happens at the end of the show today? She barges in Jake's garage and catches Jake and Kate full on. Full
the
on.
Relations.
Full on.
Yep.
We're doing the horizontal.
Like his grandmother.
Yeah.
Right?
So,
She was married to his. She's his mother.
she was married to
his
Papa.
dad.
She was married to Papa.
But she's old enough.
Pretty
OG.
sure everybody in that town is related at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all-
It sounds like your hometown, really, is what it sounds like.
That's why I didn't date anybody in high school.
It's a family trunk.
It's just they're all interwoven somehow, you know. So, but yeah. So Kate had a little bit of Stefano, and now she's had the Stefano.
Oh.
There you go. I'm telling you. It's getting good. It's getting
Are
good
we
in
just
Salem.
not going to address what Jim is wearing?
I was going to get to it. Yeah, that is.
Well, you know what?
That's pretty remarkable.
It's after Thanksgiving. It is now the time of the season. I'm feeling festive, so I thought I would be festive today.
That is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you get a little closer to the camera with that?
Sure.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that is
amazing. Got my sleeves. I'm all sleeved up. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Have you worn that grilling? Because that looks like your grilling attire.
Well, I've worn this. Usually my family, we do of course the whole ugly Christmas get up thing. So this has been my attire for the last maybe 2 or 3 years. You know, I actually wore this in a Speedo one year. So I try to go as outrageous as I possibly can.
I am never entering a contest against Jim when it comes to the worst.
I'm willing to go that extra mile.
Yeah, Jim is committed.
You're willing to stick your junk in that Boston Red Sox hat. So no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Clay's got the right.
Not this hat. I want to make that clear. That
Hey, Clay, you want to come over sometime?
That you know of.
Yeah,
come over
not
for a
the
photo shoot sometime.
Yeah, that is not Jim's junk hat. So, but so Sarah Wild, thanks for chiming in. She remembers, and this is always a classic one. I remember when Marlena was possessed. And I mean, and Clay, you did your homework. You went back and in the episodes and watched that.
That is the only Days of Our Lives that I have seen is the Marlena possession.
But you know so much from Jim.
I know, yeah. It's
Norman Brady's cliff diving, you know.
Yeah.
You've got it all.
Hey, Carl, like Stefano inseminations. Yeah. It's
I will say this, Brad, you sent me that article the other day about the original guy that played Roman. And I actually got nostalgic and went back and watched the episode where Stefano and him were fighting on the cliff, and he falls off and supposedly dies to begin with. So
he dies because Bo's right there. Yeah. Like Bo confirms the death.
Yeah,
but
but
it's on YouTube.
But then when they go when the show's ending, there he is. He's laying on the table, and there's Stefano standing over him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's got him right where he wants him. So.
Those were the days.
It was worth the days.
Yeah, now they're
they're all the days.
Those were the days of our
lives. So Clay, since it is holiday season and everything else, what is what is Clay watching with the kids?
So we've been watching Eureka and Supernatural with the kids. We're still loving that. Chugging along. The kids discovered right before Halloween, because we also have Disney Plus, that Disney Plus has The Simpsons now on it. So we watched a ton of Treehouse of Horrors and things like that. So earlier today they were just going through. I don't even know what season. I can't tell one from another, right? But they were just grabbing episodes, and so they have really enjoyed watching The Simpsons, which is fun because I haven't seen it in a long time. So revisiting a lot of that stuff, and I'd forgotten just how funny that show was.
Had to fill up.
Sure.
Stay hydrated. It's a long 12 hours, Carl.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And then last night we went down a weird rabbit hole on YouTube. Architectural Digest, Open Door.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. So they're 10-minute videos, but they take actors and it's basically cribs for actors, and they just kind of go walk through their house and show cool things. So the first one we saw was Jensen Ackles.
Oh, no kidding!
And their house in Austin, and it was so yeah.
Did he have his bottle of Cristal?
No, they drank tequila. But it was a pretty healthy bar, so I'm sure it was represented in there somewhere. But it was funny, he seems like Dean in real life. Like he has got that same kind of wit, and so, 10 minutes, quick videos. It was so. Then, like I said, we were just going down rabbit holes.
That's our Days of Our Lives. Connection there.
Benson Ackles.
Right,
Was
Eric.
the first
Eric Brady. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually why Patches wouldn't watch Supernatural to begin with, because he was like, I'm not watching a show with Eric from Days of Our Lives.
Now he's doing a podcast where we talk extensively about
Days of Our Lives. Fine irony, right?
So we're I don't know that we've drawn a movie from the hat for tonight, because this week has kind of thrown us off our schedules. But I think like we have officially decided that we're going to do Christmas movies for the month of December. So we've grabbed like 4 movies that we haven't seen before. So I know when we talked about it earlier this week, it's like Christmas Chronicles, and there's some new movies on Netflix, Jingle Jangle and things like that. So those are the ones that are going to be in the hat. The classics I'm sure we're going to hit.
So that's what
month.
Clay's been doing in quarantine with his kids, so that nobody fights over what to watch. Anything you want to watch goes in the hat.
Yep, we put it on a Post-it note. It goes in this hat actually, and then we shake it up, and
so does Jim's junk.
There's no.
You don't want to know.
I will refuse.
That's for later tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Nerdy Dudes After Hours.
Yeah.
So, Jim, you alluded to earlier that you renewed your Disney Plus subscription, and you have completely binge watched Mandalorian. Now, the episode to drop today, I don't want to hear, but like up until today, like what you've heard us talk about this for since March, basically. So now that you're finally caught up, what is your impression of the continuation of the Star Wars stories?
I think it's really well done. I mean, I like the guy, Jon Favreau. I think that's how you pronounce his name. I like him. I like his style of writing and stuff that he's done, and other things that he's done. So, but I like the storyline. I like the characters. I anytime I can watch Apollo Creed, I'm feeling good. Got Carl Weathers in there, an older Carl Weathers, but I mean, I like him as an actor. I was really convinced that Timothy Oliphant was the Mandalorian. I mean, I seriously was.
Oh, you didn't know it was Pedro Pascal, the voice and delivery.
The voice just. As soon as I started watching it, and then later on I heard, because I hadn't watched any of it yet, and then I heard you guys talking about Timothy Oliphant coming on there, and I go, he's the Mandalorian. I knew he was because I knew by the voice. But I like that. I like that character. The whole Baby Yoda thing is kind of throwing me for a loop a little bit, though.
What's throwing you for a loop? Because what's interesting is that we watched it, one episode at a time when the first season came out, and we've continued to do that. But I want to know your opinion, because you've watched it all sort of in one chunk.
Yeah. Well, I'm sitting there thinking, because we all know that Yoda went on to become a Force ghost, so. And throughout the whole Star Wars, all the movies, we've only ever saw one Yoda. We've never saw any other of his kind.
Right.
So
we have
one
other.
The female.
Yaddle.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's pretty much. I mean, it's not a complete blink and you'll miss it, but she's one of the early. Well. She's prequels, so it's almost like she doesn't exist.
Yeah. It's been in my memory.
Yeah. Right. You'll miss it.
but I'm wondering now, because that kind of blows my little theory I was working on in my mind now, so if there was going to be a resurgence of the Jedi, so was a
there she is,
man.
Yeah.
Even looking at the picture, I do not remember her.
To be the female version of that.
I don't remember her even having speaking roles. I think she's just in there.
Yeah.
So where was she?
Carl is the Star Wars guru here.
Yeah.
is it episode 1 or episode 2? She's usually in one of the conference scenes where a lot of the Jedi are.
She's one of the Jedi Masters.
Okay.
Okay.
Got her legs crossed. She's just chilling.
Okay. So you blink, you miss her.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the theory you were working
So
on, Jim?
my theory was, so if they're going to, maybe this was the way of resurrecting the whole Jedi religion coming back. You know, maybe we got a Yoda in place now to kind of lead everybody. So,
I'm excited for everyone that hasn't seen today's episode to watch it because
Are there
it-
bugs, Clay?
no, there you will not be grossed out.
Clay was really excited for me to watch the episode with the space insects because he knew it was going to gross
Oh,
me
Michelle flat out told me when they're done, let me know.
Yeah.
And I'll look back.
And
And I'm like, how is this not cool?
yeah, I like that. He
I-
just ate one, and then next thing you know, they're all
over.
Right.
To be fair, I have been excited for you to watch every episode. Like that was,
Yeah, you were just really enthusiastic about the idea that
Oh
I
my
was
God.
going to watch all of these bugs and throw up in my mouth.
I am not a big deviled egg person, but that I would get down on.
Those
They look like
That's
Baby
pretty
Yoda turds.
Yeah.
But I think I know the Mandalorian kicked off our marathon today,
Yes.
and one of the questions was, what's your favorite episode? And genuinely, I think that season 2, the last episode that aired has been my favorite episode.
Wow.
Like,
Oh wow. Okay.
Setting
So-
pretty high expectations.
so today is my favorite episode. Like today was so amazing.
All
Like,
right,
I-
we're gonna have to
We'll
take a
jump
break
off
from
here.
this room.
Yeah, right?
We'll jump off here. We'll go watch it, and Carl will be stuck until tomorrow.
Yep. So there you go.
It is killing me.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah, it's amazing. So when you watch it, I'm excited to talk about it.
I got a message at 3:54 a.m. this morning with one of my Mandalorian groups saying, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Really?
3:54. So he waited till it came out, watched it,
Oh wow.
commented, I
Oh.
read it.
Yep.
It's like, I know I'm not going to get to see it.
Oh
Nope.
man. What a bummer.
It'll be worth the wait. Like it'll be good.
That'll be your reward after the 12
Yeah.
hours of raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
That's right.
So I don't know if this matters if you've seen today's episode, but my interview with Giancarlo Esposito, I put it up yesterday. So it's at thekindofnerdygirls.com, which was amazing. I had 8 minutes with him. That was it. And I knew it. And it was on a timer, but it was like 8 amazing minutes. But I saw a comment on our YouTube channel on the Kind of Nerdy Girls that I didn't even realize it, but he made a reference to the Dark Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
And so the guy commented, "Oh my God, Moff Gideon just confirmed the Dark Troopers." Because I didn't, that totally went past me when I was geeking out because he was on the phone with me.
Yeah. I didn't catch that either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to go
I'll have
back
to
and
go back.
listen to it.
I did because I edited it. So
A little breaking news there. A little
Okay.
little piece of spoiler from Giancarlo Esposito.
well, and Giancarlo Esposito, like he's in one of those, like he's like got that such a smooth delivery. Like he's like James Earl Jones and Morgan Freeman, and like you just wanna sit there and listen to him talk for hours.
Could
because
you tell that was what I was doing?
oh yeah.
I would just throw a question and then I'd be like, "This was so nice." And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I gotta give him another question."
Yeah. I need to reciprocate.
I would love to
Yeah,
sit in a
keep going.
room. I would love to sit in a room with him and have him talk down to me the way he did Homelander.
Yeah, right.
Just
Right?
completely smooth, not pissed off, just stinging every bite with his words.
Yeah,
And
I didn't get to go because we talked so much Mandalorian. I had 2 minutes left, and I was like, I have to switch to the boys. Like, we have to talk about this because I wanted to bring that up. Like, what an incredible performance that he sat in the room and he owned Homelander. It just so cool, and I don't know that very many actors could have done what he did.
Right.
given that how strong that character is.
And he did it, and he plays these roles so effortlessly. I mean, like, and he talks, and really, I mean, if you have a chance, go to Kind of Nerdy Girls and listen to the interview, because the way he explains how he plays the bad guy is fantastic. Like, he just, I mean, and even explaining the bad guy, you know, how he plays it was so eloquent, and you're like, yeah, I could totally see why you want to play a bad guy.
Well, and even, I mean, hell, every time he shows up as a bad guy, he's kind of gone from being the sympathetic bad guy that kind of just turned bad guy, even though he was a good guy, and then kind of moved his way into it. And now he's just full on, he's just the bad guy.
Right.
Like, there's no, I mean, maybe there is a sympathetic backstory in The Boys or whatever, but typically there's no sympathy. He's just that way.
Yes.
But his earlier moves into the bad guy were kind of, you know, like Revolutions and things like that. He was more of the kind of had to take on that responsibility. He wasn't the bad guy to begin with.
Yeah. And that's,
but he does it so well.
One of the questions that came from someone in the Kind of Nerdy Network, I think it was Paul, and I gave credit to someone else. Like, whoops.
Oh, poor Paul.
But he loved this question, and I was like, I can't take credit for it. But it was, you know, in The Mandalorian, as the villain, does your character think he's the villain? And that the way he answered it was just, you know, it was just so interesting to hear how he thinks.
Yeah.
Of his character.
Yeah, he approaches it because it doesn't matter if you're a bad guy, you're still human. So you just have a different feeling about, you know, about your belief on that. And, you know, it just like, you're just the bad guy in this, but it doesn't make you any less than a normal person. You're just on the wrong side of what people think is right. And it just, but again, because he's so damn smooth, it sounded amazing when he explains it, like everything else he does.
Can I say I have not seen Nothing to Lose? I just read that comment. I don't know.
I haven't either.
You haven't.
I'm
either?
Googling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, put it in the hat.
Yeah, we'll see. Let me check first. If it's a hard R, I may wait.
Yeah, I would love to see him and John C. Reilly together. I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Audrey.
Yep, absolutely. So, and on talking about new releases, PopCon posted the a video featuring the Animaniacs this week, or in the past week, I believe. And today, KJ watched her very first episode ever of the Animaniacs.
I've never seen.
Did you watch old school or new school?
The new one. Yeah,
Okay.
the episode 1, because I'm like, I have tears laughing. Just the way that first episode started. Like they had such a perfect blend of current and throwback, you know, like callback stuff. Like, I'm just sitting here like with tears in my eyes, just laughing my ass off. And she was actually
I
prepping.
was over here working for Carl.
Yeah, she was prepping for the broadcast today.
Well, you have fun watching your Animaniacs. I'm over here slaving away for Carl.
Yeah, I'm halfway through, and she's like, she comes over and sits on the chair, and she's like, scoot over. I'm like, I was like, you want to start this over? She's like, yeah. So I got to watch first episode 1.5 times, and it was fantastic.
So what did you think?
I thought they did a great job. I really did.
And I enjoyed it as someone who's never seen any of it before. I mean, I knew of it, and I don't like Pinky and the Brain, and there've been bits and pieces throughout my life. But yeah, I mean,
The beautiful thing is, go on.
No. I was just gonna say, if you are watching this and you haven't seen Animaniacs, you could certainly start with the reboot and know what's going on.
One of the beautiful things, Spielberg always wanted to make sure that, and they brought in the perfect guy to write, I forget his name, the music, the lyrics and stuff to the music. And, you get, so if you go back to the earlier episodes, Yakko's World, Wacko's America, there's just, it's littered with music in there that is top notch and will get stuck in your head. And in an earlier, kind of before the stream began, we started talking about another possible video that we're going to work on for the YouTube channel. And somebody said, oh yeah, it's a reboot or whatever, and we got talking about reboots, and immediately Carl said the new reboot song in Animaniacs, which is in that first episode, and now it's stuck in my head. I can't get those lyrics out of my head because that's just how catchy those Animaniacs songs are.
Yeah. And the writing was always so good on that show, and I think it's easy to watch. Like it's just funny.
Well,
so
and I was explaining to her because what it was like from 93 to 98 was the original run of it, and like Audrey just said, the Animaniacs in the comments, she said that the Animaniacs were so clever and ahead of their time. And that's correct, because like in that mid to late 90s, I was in high school, and that that brought me back to the cartoon world, because it was like a proper cartoon. And even in the reboot, the animation still feels like you're watching a cartoon. It's not overproduced like a lot of animation is now, but they did it. It's just super crisp and clean. And then, she's like, well, in 96, I was graduating college. I was just like, sorry.
I didn't say I was working 2 jobs and graduating college a semester early. That's why I missed the
on the dean's list, nonetheless.
Sorry, it was a very busy year for me.
If we claim Simpsons as part of the 90s, since they were so close to that kind of edge,
right?
The 90s produced a lot of animation that still exists today. When South Park, Simpsons, Family Guy was right at the tail end of that. You got the Animaniacs, Beavis and Butthead, Ren and Stimpy. I guess we have to. SpongeBob was later, wasn't it? It was after the 90s.
I think so. I think it was 2000s.
Yeah. And then you get this kind of not quite 10-year gap before you start getting the newer stuff, the Archers, the things that I think are going to last for another, couple decades to come. So it's just kind of weird how it's cyclical when it comes to this animation and, where things kind of go.
I would like to take a quick second to give kudos to Brad for having put together that Animaniacs video, because I saw the show, but I learned from the video that you put together, and it was wonderful. So there's going to be excellent content like that on the PopCon YouTube channel. So subscribe straight down there.
Subscribe, hit the bell icon, or of course, if you want to go into the YouTube vernacular, smash that bell icon.
All these young kids today.
But it was excellent.
Oh, it's not young kids, it's old kids too. So
yeah, make sure you subscribe or you'll see more of this.
And while you're thinking of Carl's ass, let's go ahead and also do the Make-A-Wish button somewhere around here. Let people donate to that to basically help us reprieve our souls for the stuff that we say.
Do something good right now. Throw a few bucks our way to make a wish and help a wish come true. There we go. There's the link. You can click on it in the chat.
Yes,
absolutely.
Excellent.
And, and it goes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana.
It'll help kids right here in Indiana. We got 600 kids in Indiana who are waiting to have their wishes come true. So we can tackle that one at a time, and don't feel like if you've only got a few bucks that it's not going to help, because it adds up, and it does. We passed the first milestone, which was $100 to throw the wish reveal party to show up with all the awesome stuff and tell a kid that their wish is actually coming true.
Yes.
When we get to 500, that's like granting a wish for a PlayStation 5, which we all wish that we could have right now, right? And that's all been through $10 and $20 donations just coming in. So if you got a little bit, click on that link and help out.
Yeah, and
you can help like this.
Well, and the one wish that you actually have the video for that you're playing in between the segments here is the wish kid that got his iRacing simulator, because I was really, really happy for that kid, because James Hinchcliffe showed up for that, and I mean, we're talking a full rig iRacing simulator. and Hinch shows up, and they had the actual Borg Warner trophy there, the $3+ million trophy was sitting in this kid's driveway, and James Hinchcliffe and the kid are socially distanced apart from each other with the trophy of all racing, right?
Yeah, just in the driveway. Yeah.
Do you want to show that real quick, Carl? Do you
The
have
video? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're
Right.
talking about things that people haven't seen.
Right. Roll that beautiful.
My name is Jasper, and I'm a Wish kid, and I wish for a racing simulator.
Right on.
I had leukemia for 3.5 years.
Spent 110 days, something like that, in and out of the hospital. He has definitely earned it, and we are just grateful that Make-A-Wish and all these organizations could put this together for him.
Well, I imagine Jasper will beat me handily in iRacing, but it'd still be fun to get to race him.
Perfect timing. Really nice line 4 there.
Kiddos like Jasper, it's been such a pleasure to be here today and to know that we are bringing to life something that they've wished for.
Very nice.
That is so cool.
Yep, and there you have it. Right. Yeah. And I mean, and that's, I mean, and my friendship with Clay actually started at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So, having and being here in Indianapolis, having those deep racing roots and seeing a kid, be able to get that wish come true, and especially, IndyCar related with the iRacing simulator and everything, that is super, super awesome.
And I've watched that video so many times. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, here's another one that KJ put together in I don't know what, an hour last year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, with JDF, yeah.
Yep. We can make that happen. I heard a ruckus. I was like, oh, well, we got a wish kid here. We can take care of that.
That's too cool.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I do want to go to. There was comments about Brad and Michelle. You did a killer job on that Animaniacs video. We should make sure that everybody knows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and Michelle did a fantastic job voicing that. She was great at that.
And if you missed the Thanksgiving video, it hit yesterday. We've got another video that I haven't written yet. That's going to go next week.
So
and eventually I'll have a calendar down so I can actually write these things ahead of time.
That's kind of the plan here with the PopCon YouTube channel. Is there's a lot of creators, working behind the scenes, and to be able.
We've
to
got the
showcase-
morning show happening every. Do we know what days does the morning show happen, Carl?
Wednesday
afternoons now is the morning.
Yeah, I know.
Wednesday afternoon morning show. Tune in, everybody.
It'll happen live. Yeah, it'll happen live, and then we've got Magnificent Sevens whenever they arise, where we interview guests like Giancarlo Esposito, except for you took him this time, KJ. I'm not happy about that. No, that's great. I love that interview. That was perfect. But we're gonna have content like that on here as well. The videos like you saw with Animaniacs, the Thanksgiving video, more of those will be coming. And of course, we're just going to kind of screw around until we find a formula that works.
Yep, there you go. It's fantastic.
Got an 11,441 views on that.
Holy cow.
crazy.
That is great.
Wow.
That's awesome.
And subscribe.
Obviously, it's not where we want to be now or where we want to be in the future, but for now, that's a great start to get out of the gate.
Oh, absolutely. I get excited when I get like 6 views on my YouTube channel. So.
I mean, hell, just the fact that 11 people are watching right now, I'm totally geeked up. So,
Tom, your mom must have just signed up.
Oh crap! Hi, Mom.
Do we have any Patches picks for this week?
Yeah, we do have a Patches picks this week. You want to do your electric banjo for the sound effects?
Oh, sure. It's time. Patches picks.
Deliverance?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's totally different.
Yeah, right. That is not. Yeah.
No, that was a KJ original right there.
Yep, totally.
Patch's picks for the week is Future Man on Hulu. It's a Hulu original show, and if you have not watched it, it is hysterical. I mean, it is absolutely. It's raunchy. It's so incorrect. I came home one day. She was like in the middle of the first episode, and I just walked in. I was like in a really climactic scene, we'll just say. And I was just like, what in the hell are you watching?
I had to explain to him that like, I swear this is the first scene like this. and I had, because we're in quarantine right now. So I don't know about anybody else, but sometimes I just change rooms just to feel like I've gone somewhere else. So I happened to be watching TV in our bedroom. So he walked into our bedroom when this scene was going on. I'm like, hi. This is not what you think it is.
Giving you the.
However, it is what you think it is because it happens a lot in the ensuing episodes. So,
I've watched all the episodes. It's hilarious.
We just started season 2.
It's a comedic Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an awesome way to put it. I never
Terminator that really and truly kind of showcases how screwed up everything can start getting when you start going back and meddling with everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Because as season 3, I made it all the way through half of season 3 before everything started kind of getting to the point where I had to focus more attention on a bunch of other things. Mm-hmm. And so I've just now started coming back to the middle of season 3 where can't really say much, but they're in the place and they just kind of started realizing started realizing that they're there and they're working to finally work together to move past that. And that's the last episode I got to. So I need to finish it.
The long hallway scene. I can't in the basement.
Oh, that's the best.
Oh my
season
goodness.
2, isn't it?
It might be. I don't know.
Season 2 long hallway scene.
Based on your description, but it's so I just couldn't stop laughing.
I cannot wait to watch, keep going with that. And because I was watching, I was like, is that the Hunger Games kid? Mm-hmm. He's like, yep.
Yes.
That's why it's called Future Man.
Right. Well, and it's been bugging me because the girl, the main female lead, I could not place her.
She was on Scrubs at one point.
She was on Scrubs, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally, it's been bugging me for a month, and it just clicked last night.
She was on the later seasons of Scrubs.
Yes, yeah, because she was
the one that liked to hook up with the
doctors. Yeah,
yeah, and she liked to hook up with fat people because they tried harder.
Yes.
That's Scrubs lore, not something we're promoting.
Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so
I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without the kids.
Definitely don't put that in the hat.
Yeah, that does not go in the hat.
No.
That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, that's no. But so Carl, I just want to say thanks again for having us on at the on for the PopCon, and obviously
Sarah Chalk. No, sorry, I just thought Greg's. No, Sarah Chalk is the main character of Scrubs. She's been on it for pretty much all the seasons. She's also the mom in Rick and Morty. She was also the last Becky in Roseanne before it went off the air.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
new Becky.
Yeah, and she was on How I Met Your Mother. She was on there for. She had a pretty long run on that one as Ted's girlfriend, I believe, too.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. She was like a cosmetic surgeon or something like that. Because he got it.
Oops, sorry.
So.
I think some of the next group are coming into the background here, and I think he's eating cereal.
That's awesome.
Not cereal, he says. Okay.
Nope. Eliza Coop was who we were looking for. That's the girl that.
Yes. It's nice to see your name pop up, Greg. Thanks for watching today.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're doing Star Trek next, and he's definitely a Star Trek expert. Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when does Star Trek finally realize that they can cash in on this Baby Yoda thing and get the Baby Picard out there?
Yeah.
Or Baby Worf. I mean, whatever works.
We're about to go into it, but the new season of Discovery is fantastic.
It is.
Is it?
And I have not watched yesterday's episode, so
yeah. So it's they're doing all right with the big picture. So
I know.
they're fine.
And that's on CBS, right?
It's on CBS All Access.
All
with
access.
the new season
Okay.
of Discovery, I'm sure they're going to get into it in the next episode. The next thing that follows us, Lower Decks was fantastic.
Lower Decks was fantastic.
I enjoyed Picard. I know it was kind of a hit and miss for a lot of people.
Picard was the first season, but it was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
We'll get into all that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. And I wish I would have seen Audrey's. We can take a couple minutes on this. This is a question that could go on forever, which is what series besides Firefly got canceled way too quickly? Mine was
Firefox.
Firefox, yeah.
That's a video.
It was a great browser for a time. It was the bridge between to Chrome, you know?
It was the gap between Explorer and Chrome.
What
Yes.
got canceled too quickly besides Firefly?
Oh God. I believe the Fastlane.
Oh, Fastlane was a
Yeah,
good
with
one.
Tiffany with Tiffany Thiessen and,
Oh, yeah.
and
I was
saying that
Ellie
too.
and yeah.
And Constantine for sure, which they brought his character back through Legends of Tomorrow, which was great that he
Yeah.
was actually able to still carry on. But why they canceled that, I don't know, because it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was really good. And then the only other one I could think of was it was a good show, but it was Fox because Fox is awesome at this. But was Drive was a really cool concept show as well.
Well, Drive was
Oh,
great.
Nathan Fillion.
Yeah,
There's one that I'm trying to think of that involved Kevin McKidd, who's on Grey's Anatomy, that he did, and I got to look it up. But it was about basically he found out that he could travel kind of back in time. He would just kind of slip out of time and
remember that. I
Yeah.
don't remember what it was called either, but
and
yeah.
I loved that show, but of course it made it one season. It got really good at the end. They get the cliffhanger and then canceled.
Yeah.
Daredevil was always one of
Excellent example.
Yep. Greatest American Hero.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. that's a
Greatest
great
American Hero only lasted one season?
Think
Or was
so.
it two?
If two, it got canceled in the middle of the season.
Yeah. Right.
It didn't last long.
No, I've got the box set, so
Yeah. Pushing Daisies was one that.
Yeah, that's another good one.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure what this one is. Oh, I don't know what G versus E is.
I don't know what G versus E is.
So it must really not have lasted very long.
Oh, The Gifted, Sarah Wild.
Journeyman. Journeyman was what Kevin McKidd was in.
What was that
Oh,
one?
yeah.
NBC Flash Forward? Was that one too?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good call.
That was a good one. Yep.
And it's crazy because like now we're in a culture to where it's just like, you know what, I'm gonna wait for it to be on Netflix or wait for it to be on Hulu or something, and just
Plow through it in a weekend. Yeah,
exactly.
Is that weird? Because I don't watch anything that's pretty much on NBC, ABC, or CBS anymore.
Yeah,
Like-
I wait till it comes out on a streaming service because I'm not going to invest my time on a week-to-week basis to watch a new episode. Especially, I mean, and I think honestly, because I've gotten burned by Fox so many times with shows that we liked, it's just I just got tired of it. So it's just like, you know what, wait for streaming and be done.
I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I watched anything that wasn't sports related, like in real time. Like it's always
right
Hulu or whenever.
Supernatural is about the only thing that we did.
Well, but
real
that's
time.
kind of one of those holdovers. It's been on for so long that it was kind of what you watched before streaming became so important.
Right. Well, and then we have, and currently now we have The Boys and The Mandalorian that are coming out on a weekly basis as well. So,
Yeah,
But
like,
even then,
network
it's
TV, we're not.
yeah. But even then, it's
network
streaming
TV,
service.
Yeah,
So,
it drops. Yeah.
Right. So, well, guys, thank you again for tuning in, especially all 13 of you. Make sure that you guys please donate. This is all going to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It is a fantastic cause. Brad, the mayor of PopCon, thank you so much for having the kind of nerdy dudes on here. And Clay, listener Jim, producer BS, a very special guest, producer BS, and
Did you call Brad the mayor of PopCon?
No,
Did I
he
say
said
Brad?
Brad, comma, the mayor of PopCon,
Oh,
which
okay.
is
Yes.
Carl.
Yes.
Carl.
So, but yes, again, thank you guys, and you know what? We're gonna be seeing you guys later on.
Carl is not
Awesome.
the mayor.
See you, everybody. Thank you. Oh, subscribe.
You know he
donate.
is.
And look, it's that fast.
Wow. No transition or anything.
Well, we watched both Make-A-Wish videos during that one, so I didn't want to subject people to the tearjerker yet that quickly.
That's fair. We appreciate it. As the two criers that Greg and I are.
Oh my God.
The best.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point.
Sob.
There we go. I was gonna say, yeah, I can hear your clicking was actually coming through, but it's working now.
Okay, good. I don't normally use these, but you know.
Welcome. So let's see, to wrap up what we've done so far today, we've talked about Mandalorian, and we've done Supernatural, Twin Peaks, and we've just talked about a whole bunch of stuff there with the kind of nerdy dudes. But now we're going right back to sci-fi.
Yay!
With some Star Trek, and thank you both for joining. I was pretty excited about this one. Since the last that our mini group has gotten together, it's been a while, and so we've got 3 completely different series that we haven't talked about, at least not openly, with Picard, Lower Decks, and up to now with Discovery. And I guess we should just start with Picard because that was first. Or at least it was kind of concurrent with Lower Decks, maybe a little bit, maybe.
No, I mean I didn't see it until.
Yeah. So we had Picard, and a lot of people were really excited about Picard because it's bringing back their nostalgia with the Next Generation, and
Voyager.
And Voyager, you're right. It was funny. The lead-up articles that Patrick Stewart and Jerry Ryan get back together.
Yeah,
they were never together.
When did that happen? When did they?
So I had never seen Voyager before I watched Picard.
Oh, that's right.
So over COVID, I watched all of DS9 and all of Voyager. Before I watched Picard.
Oh, that's right.
So over COVID, so it totally gave me a different perspective about Picard after watching Voyager. And now I think I'm only 15 episodes of the animated series away from being complete and watching everything ever Star Trek.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, the animated series is a whole different animal.
It's rough.
Yeah.
It is and it isn't. I mean,
yeah, there's stuff that's so good because like Yesteryear and the other Tribbles episode. And
you have to put yourself in that decade with those characters again.
Yeah.
You have to take yourself out of 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had an episode where everybody became kids too, didn't they?
So I haven't really quick. Yesteryear, is that the episode that ties into the Lower Decks episode?
That was the Spock one.
But that is an animated series episode?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they pull out the tricorder and there's the picture of animated Kirk and Spock.
Yes.
So I assume that was
that was so great. I love that they did that on Lower Decks. That was just like
so funny.
That was perfect.
I think my favorite of all of the Easter eggs was in the very last episode where what's her face is pulling things out of the rafters and falls the Spock head
helmet,
the light thingy from the 1970s.
Yeah, that terrible merchandise that they made.
Oh my God, I never owned one of those. That makes me sad.
Yeah, that was funny, and referencing it as TOS was also hilarious.
Yes.
Those old scientists.
Yeah.
I like it also when they were like, "Oh, come on, man, this is the '80s," and it's like, "Oh, it's the 2380s," and that's funny.
Yeah, I may have peed myself just a little laughing too much for that.
Oh yeah, the lower decks just kept getting better and better and better.
They did. Like I think it's the first Trek series. I'll almost say ever that the first season was as strong as it was. Because I mean that's always how Star Trek is.
Yeah.
It's like with every series, it doesn't matter which one it was. The first season is always kind of it's not very good, but yeah, good.
And that's the one thing that frustrates me so much about fans hating on Discovery. It's like, did you watch the original series or Next Gen? Like, it sucked the first season or two. Like, it was bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even TNG didn't really get. I mean, TNG had like a few good episodes here and there, obviously, but like not till third season did it get.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And here we are, third season of Discovery, and it's been freaking awesome.
Yeah. So impressed with it this season.
Yeah, and I'm going to call my own self out, but we have our own little Facebook chat group when we were talking about Mandalorian and Star Trek, and I was so dismissive after that first episode of Discovery that I scared Matt off.
I was just done. It was just like, and you know how I am. That it was just like, I can't deal with the negativity anymore.
It was, well, you're right.
Positive time.
I am sticking my own foot in my mouth because it turned around so fast for me that I've been weeping, I think, every episode at some point since.
Oh my God.
So will you come back, Matt, please?
Yeah, I'll come back. It was. I mean, and this week.
Don't beg him.
There's no begging. You're just asking. But yeah, I mean, this week was. I think the thing about this week was that it was such a surprise.
Yes.
That it was. Whoa. Okay, we're doing this, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it.
No. And I think that
a whole season trying to find her.
Yeah.
Are we committed to talking generalities?
I think I don't know. Should we leave yesterday as spoiler free?
Yeah, well, yeah, we can skip over it.
Okay, spoiler free. But there's a surprise in yesterday's episode since we already called that out. But we'll leave that alone.
A couple, really. There was
a couple. Because I mean, you were talking about something completely different than I was, so it was
oh yeah, okay, that too. Okay. Yeah. So yes. Well, there are three then. If we're gonna do that. We might talk about it at this point, but yeah.
I mean, people are here to watch us talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't talk about today's episode of Mando, so
that was at least been more than 24 hours since. I don't know if the 10 people that are watching right now, 4 of which are probably us,
right?
They've had 24 hours.
But there's plenty to talk about with the second season of Discovery, though. Leaving out the most recent episode. One of the things I've enjoyed about it the most so far is that we didn't spend half a season or really a really long time to get Burnham back together with the crew. We had an episode with her, an episode with the crew, and then by the third or the end of the second,
we were concerned about that as fans, that it was going to take longer, or it could have been the whole season for that reunification.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I almost would have been fine with it if it was just Burnham and Book for the whole season.
That would be a hell of a show.
It's so Burnham. Yeah. It's so Burnham centric the way it is.
Yeah. I want to hear about that year. I want to know about the year.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I hope we do flashbacks.
Identified him so well already in what's 5 episodes, 6 episodes. What are we even on? I don't even know. 7.
I don't know. 7, I think.
7.
I think he could get his own series.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was fantastic.
He's just as good as Pike as far as actor matching up with character.
Yeah.
It just fit. I mean,
they had such great chemistry too.
Yeah.
Like I can't. We lost Mike, but yeah. He's still there. Okay, we lost a visual, but yeah, they're just so good together. And play off of each other so well, and I always I miss when he's gone. run the show because he is very much.
You just like the cat.
I do like the cat. Grudge is awesome.
About that cat.
That
So,
cat's awesome.
In the first or second episode, it might have been the first episode. One of the Andorians, or the guy that was hunting him, I can't remember which, mentioned that the cat could feed a planet. Did you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is this cat really?
I don't know.
So he keeps calling her a queen. He's like, no, she's a queen.
Is this kind of a Men in Black kind of situation? Where
That's what I keep thinking.
It's not what we see.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I think.
Or oh yeah, like with the galaxy thing. That's true.
Yeah.
Orion.
Well,
yeah.
In this episode, he looked longingly at this cat for a
Well,
second.
every
He
time
was
the
like
cat's seen,
when
we're
he was
longingly.
Yeah.
And it is
well
a
when
big
she
cat.
when Burnham he and Burnham had a conversation towards the end of the episode. Doesn't necessarily, it's not really spoilery, but she was talking about what she's going to do in the future. And when he answered what he's going to do or what, you know, would he stay or go or whatever, he just looked over at the cat for just a second, a little too long. Yeah. So it was kind of, that was.
And there's been a couple times in the original series where cats were either really people or, you know, were turned into people or cats, and because there's Cat's Paw. There's Cat's Paw, which was one episode, and then there was it's not is it Operation Earth? Assignment Earth.
Yeah, with Gary Seven.
Yeah, with Terry Garr, and that was a backdoor pilot for another show. Like they were going to do an Assignment Earth TV series.
They were going to call it Gary Seven, weren't they?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they were going to call it, but that was the thing, was that you find that he had a cat, and the cat at the end of the episode like turned into like a sexy lady because it was the 60s. And so there's been a couple times where like cats were really people. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but there is a precedent.
I think this is going to be a well played out, long drawn out something.
Yeah. As long as, which I'm cool with, as long as whatever big problem they get in towards the end of the season, this cat doesn't turn into something that solves this big problem. That will upset me.
I'm okay with the cat turning into solving the problem. I'm more concerned that Michael's mom was the problem.
Oh, well.
I don't want it. I don't want her to be, because I thought about this today, that it's like, so I can't talk about yesterday's episode.
Yeah, you can.
No, let's just talk theories of the burn, okay? Because
but my theory involves something that happened yesterday. But yeah, I just worry that that they're going to try and do the triangulation of the black boxes and find out that it's the planet that Michael's mom was on. You know, that it was that this whole the burn is the Burnham's fault. You know.
Now the burn happened 100 years ago, correct? In the current where they're at.
Yeah. That's like the only saving grace. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's not.
And we're 900 years ago from season 2, or we're 900 years in the future from season 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
30-ish, yeah, something.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like 800 something from TNG.
My only thought, to have something affect all this fictional dilithium, throughout throughout the area that they've explored.
Yeah.
What else do we know of that is everywhere? And all I can think of is the spores.
Could be the spores.
I still kind of
maybe it's one of those things.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say.
I was just saying maybe.
Go, you, Mike. I'm done.
Remember in TNG, I think it was, when all of a sudden they realized, hey, we're really messing subspace up or whatever by going warp 9 or whatever.
Yeah.
And so all I was thinking was maybe it was something like that. Maybe all this spore activity that's happening that they're affecting somehow, and maybe could they have started something that takes 900 years to germinate and go bad? That's all.
No, I was going to say the same thing minus the spores. Like, this is the universe's way of healing itself, is to say, okay, I need time to heal. You guys have to stop.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Meep in the chat asked if we like the Klingons in Disco. So let me say that they don't bother me because we have seen so many different incarnations of Klingons as they have evolved from the original series that I'm totally fine with them looking totally different, and it never bothered me. But
no,
I know
I'm ambivalent to it now. I know that I did not like it at the time, but it's canon.
I think it was a means to an end. That, like, had they done TNG style Klingons, you would have easily known that what's his face was actually a Klingon.
Ash?
That Ash, yes, that he was actually a Klingon.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you would have been able to hide that. You know,
Right.
if you put enough makeup on him and make him completely white, you know, that's enough to go, okay, well, maybe that's a different guy.
They could have solved that by using a different actor in the Klingon outfit, though. In the Klingon,
yeah.
If they altered him so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Andorians look awesome.
Oh yeah.
I think they look awesome, and even the Orions, which, you know, it's just green people. I think that makeup is fantastic. Like, it's just so nice looking.
They have done a very good job, and not all of them have to be Andre the Giant, and I like that.
Yeah.
The makeup goes to my point on the Klingons, and I talked about it when we did our old show around the first season. The Klingons in Disco are my least favorite part of the entire show, only because, not because the makeup or is different than what we've seen before, but that it's so constrictive. It's a mouth and then a mask. There's nothing like Mary. What's her name?
Mary Wiseman.
Thank you. She's a great actress, but I can't see her emote. I can't see her if she's happy, sad, or whatever. And
Well, she's Klingon, so she's probably not ever happy.
she might be happy that she killed somebody. I don't know, but yeah, that took away a lot of I don't know, a lot of my empathy towards these characters because I couldn't really see what they were feeling and feel the same myself.
Yeah.
I think for me, just it became the two things was, you know, we've seen different looking Klingons, and if you look at people on this planet from different parts of this planet, we look vastly different. So why can't we see different people? So
sure.
Yeah.
But I'm also the guy that generally likes things except for little squids eating eggs, apparently. So other than that, I pretty much like things.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right. So two things I wanted to talk about, both were Burnham related. One, so I had a conversation with one of actually the basketball coach at my high school, who is a black woman, and she'd gotten her hair done and now has braids all the way down to her butt. And I told her about our conversation about one of you guys asking, like, how fast does hair grow? And I'm like, on a black woman, like, that happens overnight because they get that shit dead, you know? She laughed. She thought that was hilarious. And I, back to my point that I made, is that I don't want to live, 3,000 years in the future if I can't grow hair spontaneously. Like,
right. If they haven't solved the bald problem by then, well, why even go on?
Yeah,
right.
I feel like Jean-Luc is making a choice. Like, he's committed to the bald, and that's just how he's doing it.
Well, and he still likes going to the barber.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the guy though. Which I think it's been funny to see whatever race the barber was be in other parts of Star Trek since then, and not be just an annoying character. Like, have it just be that guy was annoying.
Yeah.
My
Bolians are like that.
I only have two real hair concerns. One, in Burnham's specific case, because she's essentially an action hero, it is wholly impractical to have that level of hair. And two, and it happened in yesterday's episode, but it is not a spoiler, there's a point where she's laying in bed, and it is perfectly in line as if the stagehand made sure that every strand was parallel as she was laying there in bed.
Yeah.
If I had that hair, I would be showcasing that.
I was gonna say, I don't know how you get that job. I want that job though.
Where's my hair wrangler?
Right here.
That was just one of my fourth wall. I just laughed out loud when I saw that yesterday.
So the other thing about Burnham I wanted to say was, like, I loved Shaniqua in The Walking Dead. I thought she was great. And I was so disappointed that first season, because it's like, I know she is a great actress. Like, why aren't we seeing that? And now that she is a great actress in this role, I feel like it was this intentional, purposeful thing to show the disconnect between who Michael Burnham is and who Michael Burnham was trying to be and how she didn't do that well. And now that she gets to be who she always was, like, she's freaking awesome. Like, if she had been this great the first season, I don't think we would have known what to do with her.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it was that first season is her trying to act Vulcan. And I think that it just didn't work. Like,
Well,
it just,
I agree. I think a lot of it is direction. So they wrote the character that way. They directed the character that way. She came across as relatively flat, but that's what a Vulcan is. So I can't.
Right. Yeah. And so now that she's had that year, that her, what do you call that when you
her gap year?
Her gap year. Thank you. That was her gap year between, getting there and then everybody else showing up. And now she's like, oh, I'm cool now, guys. I learned things out here in the wilderness for a year. I'm a better person.
I mean, I've loved this show since episode 1, but man, I am so in love with it now.
And how did they not have relations that entire year? Come on.
Right? It's the cat. It was the cat.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably all, like, hey.
What if the cat is his ex-girlfriend who got turned into a cat and he's been mourning that relationship and he finally decided to move on?
Maybe he's a king and maybe he is a cat.
Does he put the cat in the other room when they do have relations now? Do you think that?
Yeah, he's got to close the bathroom door,
Right.
It looks like one big happy room there, doesn't it?
He gets a ball of yarn, throws it in the other door, in the other room, and shuts the door.
He doesn't even have to shut the door. He can just think a door and a wall will come.
And then it just shows up. It's that programmable matter, man.
Right.
It does everything.
I'm digging the future. I'm digging it.
I like the whole like Tron aesthetic that they have on the ship now too. It's got that everything's got the glowiness to it, and our nacelles are separated, and everything looks all, for lack of a better term, futuristic. But
when they did that in the last episode, and they did that shot, and you just see the A on the Discovery.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost it. Like they're keeping the ship, they're retrofitting it. Like, it was just amazing.
Yeah, and it makes sense because I mean, I'd seen somewhere that people were like, "Well, why did you put the A on it? Why does it have to have the A?" But it's like you have to because they thought that the disco got destroyed. So you got to give it an A. I think you got to rename it, and
it made me cry. So that was enough, a reason.
It was.
I love that opening scene where they're talking about all the upgrades, and then the nacelles popped off.
Yeah. I just love there's a scene this week, and it doesn't give anything away, that somebody's talking to them on the bridge, and the communications officer, he's on his panel, and you see him like touch on the screen and throw it off onto the bridge, and then it opens up the thing. I'm like, oh my god, that is so cool.
Yeah.
I can't even with how cool this is.
Yeah.
The communicators are 3 different things now.
I'm still struggling with how fast the transporter happens. Like, I like having that ramp into it as opposed to boom, they're gone.
Yeah. But it makes funny for Linus, and that's really what's important.
How does their badge know where to send them, though?
You have to. It's mental. You have to think about where you want to go.
Wow.
That's why Linus keeps having problems.
Yeah.
He's like permanently drunk. I don't know what's wrong with him.
I watched something where there's a default setting where you tap it a certain number of times and it'll take you to like the transporter room, but then you have to think about where you want to go the rest of the time.
Boy, how much trouble would you get into with that?
Right?
Transport, girls' locker room. Like,
now,
see, that's why it's the future, and that's why we don't have these things today. That's fine.
Yeah, speaking of future, so they can't do this, and what they're doing is good. But if you go back to the year 1020 versus now 2020,
yeah,
and then we're going essentially another 1,000 years in the future from that, the separation isn't enough. So what they're doing in the future where they are now isn't advanced enough. But if they did try and think of the things that you can't think of, we wouldn't be able to relate to it.
Right.
And there wouldn't be a way to do a story.
Well, and I think that the thing about Star Trek is that it's supposed to like inspire people in some way, you know, especially on TNG, you know, I mean, you had it on TOS too, but especially on TNG, that you saw a piece of technology and then it's, oh, well, we're going to make that. And then they did, you know, and like pads and all those other kinds of things. But so I think that that's kind of where it makes enough sense that it's futuristic, but it also has to be kind of inspirational. I think that's
well, and I think you just touched on something of why I'm really digging season 3 is the end of most episodes now have a moral ending.
Yeah, it's very TOS, you know, especially this week. This week's was like it was just watching like second season of TOS again.
Yeah, well, the Trill episode too.
Yeah,
I don't know that my eyes were ever dry during that episode.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that was. I mean, as soon as they got into the pool, then I'm like, oh man, it's just like DS9. Like it's perfect.
Yeah.
No, it was actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that gave me more empathy to that race of people than the whole series of DS9 did.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. I think that. I mean,
well, I think we're seeing that with everybody that we're touching.
Yeah.
The Trill, and now yesterday's episode. Times 2.
Yeah.
We're getting moral and ethical and deep, and they're doing it all in a single episode. They're very powerful.
Yeah. They're really packing it in, and I think it's funny is that my only disappointment of that Trill episode was that Dax didn't show up. Like I was ready for whatever Dax was there.
I would have dug it, but then I would have also picked on it. And
yes, it's hokey and it's silly, but I don't know. I need things to tie me back.
How long do they live?
The way they did it was Carl unpickable. The way they did it, I couldn't pick on it.
Yeah. How long does the symbiote live?
I don't know.
Well, let's see. The internet will tell me.
Yeah, because
when she named her names, she only named like 4 or 5 names.
Right.
So given a 60 or 70 year lifespan, who knows? It probably is not that long.
550 years.
Okay.
Perfect. Look at that.
So too long for a Dax.
Too long.
Well, which means this symbiote is probably halfway through its lifespan, maybe.
Yeah.
Ish. I guess it depends on how long they are with a host, because she named hosts, not time span, I guess. So anyway.
It said the Dax symbiote lived 357 years and 10 hosts.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm thinking after 10 hosts, it's hard to remember everybody's name. Like I got 8 kids, I can't keep track of all of them.
Right.
Meep, I've never watched
change of address forms
5.
you'd have to do.
I've never seen a single episode of Babylon 5 ever.
I have
a couple of them. They're not my favorite.
Yeah, I've tried Babylon 5, probably Babylon 5 times, but I can't. It's tough for me to watch. I don't know. It's one of those where I'm going to have to power through to where it gets to why people like it, I think.
But do that many people really like it?
People who like it.
Yeah,
that's true.
I would say so.
That and Farscape, right?
Yeah, Farscape.
Never tried that one either.
I tried it. It's fine.
And Red Dwarf.
Oh, I liked Red Dwarf.
Oh, you gotta like Red Dwarf.
Yeah, see, I haven't even tried that one.
Oh, it's so much fun. But
I did about a half season of Stargate. That wasn't horrible, but not enough to keep me going.
Ooh. Yeah, Stargate. It's funny. Stargate is a lot like Star Trek in that there's just so much of it.
18 seasons. Yeah, I love every single episode.
Yeah, I talked to my kids about this because my youngest is really starting to get into Star Trek. Like he's really digging it, and mostly because of Lower Decks. He just ate up Lower Decks. and now he's super into this season of disco, and he'll ask questions. He'll be like, "Oh, why is this happening? Who is this?" and that sort of thing. But my oldest like, no, because you have to like Star Trek is so gatekeepy because it's like in order to watch this thing, you have to watch these other 15 episodes before that. And I'm like, you don't have to. I mean, yes, it helps, but there is a reason why. There's a reason why this week's episode is Unification 3.
Well, like I wouldn't let Becky watch Lower Decks until I made her watch the entire series of Enterprise, just for the one joke at the end of Lower Decks.
That's a commitment.
Like you have to sit through 5 seasons of this show just to watch this one episode of Lower Decks.
I wouldn't wish that upon anyone.
Oh, I didn't dislike Enterprise.
I like
Enterprise is fine. It's just I think I was just I hated the end so much.
Well, they hated the end.
Yeah.
No one liked the end.
Yeah.
The writers didn't like the end.
No.
The actors didn't like the end.
No. I mean, it was just starting to get good. Like
Yeah.
it's finally starting to pick up the pace, and it's like, oh no, okay, we're gonna have a hokey holodeck episode.
Yeah, I got to work with a handful of the actors from the show, and they all told me that if they got signed for season 5, they would have definitely gotten 6 and 7, but they stopped it like before. I loved the show, but it felt like this was that was their opportunity for them to go back to where it was at the beginning and be alien of the week and adventurers and explorers instead of trying to save the universe. And it's a shame that they didn't ever get back to that.
Yeah. That's what I can't wait for with the Pike show. Is that it's going to go back to Monster of the Week. And
when's that supposed to come out?
I don't know.
They haven't started filming
Yeah,
yet.
they haven't started filming. I think they start filming like in March or something like that. Because they're doing Disco right now. They're doing season 4 Disco right now, and then I think they go into. I don't know, but are they going to go into Picard then after that? And then
Can't they do 2 at the same time?
I don't know. I think they only have a finite space in Toronto.
Oh,
where I think they just rotate things. So I'm not sure.
My dog got in the backyard barking at something.
Yeah, they don't. There's no information on when Strange New Worlds comes out.
That's too bad. Well, I mean, and then there's the Giorgio series.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay, while we're on Giorgio, what's happening with her? What's up with that?
I think she's just crumbling.
Yeah. I wonder if there's like some sort of like finite amount of time that you can stay outside of your parallel universe. They're like, I don't know how long Lorca was in the prime time. But yeah, that I think that she might be like phasing out or something.
But it only kicked in after having that interview.
Yeah.
Is that guy Section 31?
Maybe
he triggered something.
Yeah, on purpose. Something happened to her because of him.
Yeah.
When she broke his communicator apart, did she get nanited?
Also, why was that David Cronenberg? Like,
how cool is that?
Like, how did they get Cronenberg to do this?
If I'm directing an episode, I'm in the episode. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
But he didn't direct it, did he?
I think
he was just in it.
I don't know.
I think he directed it.
He was just in it.
I've got $4.50. I've got $8 that says he directed it.
All right, because I don't think he did.
Working on it. Keep talking.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, it's just so good. So.
Yeah. I had a question. Okay, just a general question about this season. In that,
he has not directed any of the episodes.
Well, Carl, the internet's wrong. Okay. Okay, so I could have swore I remembered.
We get 2 more Jonathan Frakes episodes, though.
Nice. I could have swore I remembered at the end of last season when they were getting ready to make the jump ahead 900 years. Somebody had told them, whether it was Discovery or Burnham herself, that things were going to be erased. Their references to them or her were going to be erased.
Yes.
So how 900 years ago or 900 years later, when they say I'll burn them, no spoilers, I guess, for this week, but how do the people that know who the Spock had a sister and whatnot if they did that?
Well, no, they just said that the ship got destroyed.
Oh no, they didn't like take it out of the records or anything. They just said that they said they didn't say where they were going.
And that would make it
Okay.
make perfect sense as to why Spock never mentioned he had a sister. I mean, it just never would have come up, and so.
Yeah, Michael herself, because of the mutiny, probably would have been very well known in Federation circles that there was a first officer mutiny, because that just doesn't happen.
No, and which is probably another reason why Spock never mentioned it.
Yeah,
I mean, I have a sister I don't talk about.
No.
Yeah.
Well, Spock also has a brother he doesn't talk about, so it's fine.
Yeah, we saw that episode. That's
true.
And maybe they made her classified.
Yeah, maybe.
And then the ship was blown up, which she would have been known to have been on. But Vulcan wouldn't care. They would have records up that they're related.
Yeah. But the Vulcans are never ones that freely give out information.
You think? Where would we have learned that?
Enterprise.
Oh, true. Yes. Speaking of Enterprise. So we haven't touched much on Picard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It was fine. I enjoyed it.
Quick recap. Picard comes out of mothballs because we find out that Data started essentially a race of Datas, and well, at least helped. And with what's his name?
Oh, it was Sung.
Yeah, with the one another song. But then we go through the character arc, bring in the Borg, which probably Patrick Stewart was super excited about the storyline, which is why he came out of acting mothballs. And we end up saving the day. But where do we think that season 2 is going to go with all that, especially with the ending?
Oh, that's right, because he's not
human anymore.
He's an android. I forgot.
A terminal android.
Yes. Yeah. Because it was their way to skirt past him having that Bandai syndrome that he's supposed to have, according to the end of TNG. So,
right.
But yeah, I don't know how it's going to go. I hope that Riker shows up again, because I think that was without a doubt the best episode of the season.
Well, yeah, I can't argue that.
That's so good. I worry about. I think I remember seeing that Whoopi was supposed to be in it.
Yes, that's
Should
right.
be awesome.
Sign her.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, it's funny because it's like I worry that it's the same kind of thing where I don't want to have a revolving door of, people that have been on the show before. It's kind of my issue with Mandalorian lately. Is like, okay.
Oh yeah. There's I mean, this doesn't spoil anything, but in today's episode, there was a smelter droid in it, and I'm like, oh, smelter droid. Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah, EV-99. Yeah, he was.
I mean, I know we're jumping genres here, but with the Mandalorian, I like that they're bringing book references, video game references, into canon again, in a way that had never been done before.
Yeah.
So
honestly,
I give them props for that.
Oh, for sure.
I think that stuff is the only thing that really keeps me tied to the Mandalorian. Like, I don't know, I like it a lot, but it's the fan service that really makes me give a crap.
Yeah. I said today on Facebook that it's and Greg agreed with me that I'm more excited every week for Disco than I am for Mando.
Yeah.
That just because cause like Mando, I'm like, all right, I kind of know what's gonna happen, but like, I don't know, Disco is just it's so different, and I'm happier with what I see on that than I am.
I was so wrong at the beginning of this season.
Yeah,
Mando was basically not grim, but there's not a lot of levity and there's not a lot of emotion other than, what you create yourself by what you're seeing on the screen. Whereas with Disco and most shows like that, since you have a cast, a big regular cast, you have different things coming at you from different directions and they can play off each other. You got the Mando and this kid, and that's basically it,
Yeah.
Other than this week when we got to see who we saw and the interaction between the child and her, that was kind of neat, just trying to read the emotion that was going on between them because they weren't speaking. But it's a very sterile show to me.
So let me process something with you. So I can watch Disco and I can laugh and I can cry through the entire episode, and I go through this range of emotions. And you're absolutely right. I never feel that with Mandalorian, except for the episode where he was trying to get the frog lady back to the place. And I really resonated with that emotion, which in my mind is like the only real emotion I've seen in the show the entire time. And then, I've gotten blasted a lot for this, but like I got really upset about Yoda or whatever it is, the child eating the eggs constantly for this being a running joke. Like I was personally offended by this, but I realized, like listening to you talk, Mike, this is the first time I've been emotional about a single thing on the show. So, I mean,
it's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm full of good points.
I'm trying to remember another time. I mean, there have been times where it's like it's that nostalgia thing that you go, oh, okay, yeah, it's nice. But I'm trying to. There's nothing else that's like Disco, where it's oh look, there's a new Voyager, and there's the USS Nog, and this week there was a ship named the Yelchin, and there's all these things that.
I missed that.
Yeah, it was one of the ships that Michael was using to triangulate the signal. And one of them was named the Yelchin. And but I think that's it. The thing about Star Trek, and the thing that I always say that if you put a gun to my head and you say Star Wars versus Star Trek, I'm gonna say Star Trek. That which is weird given my hobbies, but I think it's that positivity, and that's why I love Star Trek, is that, every day or every time you're watching the show, it's like, we're doing this for the greater good of something. Yeah. And you don't get that so much on Mando,
and that makes me think about something else is, and like I've been, especially during this political season, seeing people in the fandom that, I mean, I'll be honest and just say diehard Trump fans that are huge Star Wars fans. And I'm like, how do you reconcile this movie, which is about fighting against this, big imperial fascist regime, yet in real life, that's what you support. But for Star Trek, like, I feel like it's the opposite. It's that constant optimism. It's that making people better. And I think that's why I'm drawn more to Star Trek.
Star Wars to me, and I love Star Wars, but it is oppression and fighting oppression. And Star Trek is ascension. It's looking for something better, being better, finding new, and they're just completely opposite, coming from completely different directions.
Yeah,
I think we as human people relate to Star Trek more because it is supposed to be us in X amount of years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I hope
that it's that it's not. It's a future that's not like, it's not utopian, but it's optimistic,
right?
And it's we're all going to get through this. It sucks right now, but we'll get through it, and things are going to be awesome.
We're grounded, and they're always tethered to Earth.
Yeah.
Like we can't untether right now, but eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, having a conversation at like church camp or something about the Book of Revelations and what it says. And I'm like, I always prefer the Book of Roddenberry, which says that we're going to dig ourselves out of this mess and make the world, better,
Yeah. That's why Star Trek's awesome.
Star Trek is good. I mean, DS9 wasn't that good, but Most of it's pretty good.
I like DS9.
DS9's so good.
I do. Carl had made a point on our chat.
This reminds me of Brady Bunch. Here's the story of a lady.
Going back to Mando really quick, Carl had made a point on the chat that he would, give up all of Mando for one more episode of Firefly. And I've been I keep thinking about that and how much more connected, how little connected I am to any of the characters in Mandalorian, and how connected I am to like the characters on Discovery or Firefly, but just how I'm not connected to the Mandalorian characters. I love it, but
I was a little tongue in cheek with that, but I did say that. I will corroborate that was said. I would love more Firefly. It's impossible at this point, but that's something in that universe.
And not to get into Mando too much, but this actually disappointed me in watching the making of the Mando, that we had last year, that series, finding out that there are 3 different actors, in the costume at different times. Now I find myself just constantly watching to see, I wonder if that's him. Oh, he's doing the walking. Oh, he's doing the fighting. Is that Pedro? Is Pedro around? And that bothers me a little bit, but I still like it.
Yeah,
Pedro, Brendan,
it's
Wayne,
a show
and the other guy
being made in a universe that I like, so I'll watch it.
Yeah. So I just recently read, and this may have been common knowledge that wasn't common knowledge to me. The reason that his helmet came off for that in front of the battle droid for that brief scene last season was so that he wasn't a voice acting credit.
Right.
Huh.
It was an actor's guild requirement that you had to see his face at some point.
That makes sense. Does that mean that when he drank the broth a couple episodes ago that counted for that?
Was that even him?
That's chin acting.
That could have been Brendan Wayne. How do we know?
Well, we know it wasn't the other guy.
It's me.
We know it wasn't the other guy.
Guys, it's me.
Yeah, I promise.
I don't know.
I've got a computer programming language named after me.
Wow, that was a deep cut, wasn't it? Pascal joke. Well done. That's 5 points for Ravenclaw right there.
Good thing they didn't hire that Fortran guy to.
No, yeah.
Oh.
Well, Bob Basic.
Wow.
Robert Beltran. Oh no, that's a different. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, basic.
That's fine though. It's all good.
Tangents.
Good lord. But now, who do we think? So we said the burn was.
Yeah.
There was the idea that it might be something involving like the space environment, and then
so with warp travel destroying space, that doesn't to me fit because that was physically destroying space, had nothing to do with dilithium.
Well, and that got changed in Voyager anyway. They miraculously made the change, and so you didn't have to worry about destroying the space environment.
Well, yeah, right. And after that episode, they rarely ever touched on it and kind of dropped it anyway because they realized the show would end.
Yeah.
They can't get from point A to point B that fast.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll just give all of the ships spore drive.
I hope not. I hope it goes away.
You hope the spore drive goes away?
Yeah, I think it's cool. It's cool graphic. It's cool visual, but it's just too in a universe 900 years in the future from what we already knew as the future. It's just too easy. It's just too convenient. I don't have to go anywhere because I can just go there. I don't like it.
They're setting it up though, because first episode or two, they're like, or second episode, you need to figure out how to make this work without you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because and then this week too, they talked about the thing too. So I don't know.
She gave him the goo, so he doesn't need to be physically attached anymore.
Yeah.
I think the benefit to everybody using the spore drive in a weird practical sense is that it no longer allows us to sit and wonder, I wonder what they did on Wednesday when nothing was happening.
On the way there.
That all of a sudden this ship shows up with this spore drive. Yeah, they're from the past. It doesn't really matter, but they're here. They've got this amazing piece of equipment, and they're not going to try to deconstruct it and make a whole fleet of them.
Right,
Like
yeah.
that's the first thing they would do.
Yeah,
that's the first thing they would do.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been the episode right after that. Was that Admiral guy would have been like, oh yeah, by the way, we outfitted everybody with spore drives, and
right.
Federation's back in a big way.
Right.
So what? No, we can't. We're not talking about yesterday. I'll stop that question. We talked about Giorgio.
I have one more burn theory in that, okay, they've established that dilithium was becoming scarce and they were trying to find new ways for propulsion or for powering things or whatever. What if some anti-Federation body, and I'm making all this up, some anti-Federation body decides to come up with, hey, look, we found all this dilithium in this new one space, and you guys can have it. Just come and get it. It's free for everybody. But they've tainted it somehow, or they've done something to it, so that if it gets on, when it gets on enough ships, they can detonate it, which will detonate all the dilithium because they have their tainted dilithium in there.
Sugar in the gas tank.
That was their way of tanking the Federation itself.
Maybe it was species 8472.
I was going to say the Dominion. I was going on the other side. That Odo got pissed and decided that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking domestic terrorism or eco-terrorism. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. And maybe they haven't established who that would have been yet.
Well, we're on 7. They better hurry up if they're going to do it this season.
That's true. How many are 10 episodes?
13.
13 episodes.
Well, whoever it is, I promise you it'll tie back to somebody that we've seen before. So.
Well, they keep mentioning that terrorist group.
Oh, the Emerald.
Oh yeah,
chain.
They mentioned
Emerald
Chain.
Yeah.
But all the people that we know of would have been equally damaged by the lack of being able to do plentiful work.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the question: is that who benefits the most from the Federation falling apart?
Somebody Kirk pissed off in a random episode of the original series.
It's an episode. It's all of Kirk's descendants from all the women that he slept with,
right,
throughout the galaxy. They've all banded together and blamed it on the Federation.
The Emerald Chain is a really weird name, right? So if that has to do something to do with with some villain or person that we know of that in Star Trek lore that I probably don't know about, that they wore a green chain of some kind, or they had something green about them.
Well, because I mean, the emerald I get because the Orions are green, but why chain? I don't.
Chain reaction to. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
And
but again, though, they would be hurt by losing dilithium too.
So
they're just making money.
The first thing that popped into my head back when I learned that dilithium was the problem is the Romulans weren't powered by a warp core.
No, they had a quantum signature warp
singularity. Yeah,
nerds.
Yeah, no, this is super tech. But then they still have to use dilithium?
No.
In the process, I don't think so either. So the Romulan ships should be able to go to and fro like they always have.
Romulus was destroyed.
Right, but the technology wouldn't have been.
Right.
So what if the idea that not having the lithium hurts the people that did it? What if that's not really as much the case? Because what it does is it becomes this great equalizer. Like if you're down here and you still need dilithium and everybody else is up here and needs the lithium, now you're kind of at level again.
Yeah.
And it makes you stronger in some way.
It's the pack leads. The pack leads are back, and they're.
We make things go, Jordy, go.
They're the bad guys on lower decks and on Disco. It's a twofer.
Yeah.
That was so good at the end of Lower Decks, though, with the pack leads. That was great.
Oh.
Riker showed up, and so
the whole Riker finally getting his Titan.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want like Jonathan Frakes to like just be. I want Frakes should be like Filoni. They're just They just do all the stuff and make everybody happy, and that's my goal for life.
So going back to the Packlids, the first convention I ever really went to, Chris Collins, who was one of the Packlids, was there, and I got to sit down and talk to him for, a couple hours probably, and hang out with him. So I always got such a kick out of the Packlids just because of that.
Did he talk good?
He talked good, Jordy. Yeah.
So,
Super.
Out of the 3 series, 2 of my favorite scenes were Riker warping in with an entire fleet of Jinhei class, whatever they were. Did we even know what class of Star?
I don't know, but I was so mad that they were all the exact same ship. Like, that just bugged me to no end.
Yeah,
like,
cheaper.
Why are they all the same ship?
It was cheaper.
Yeah, but you go to Disco and you got into the thing, and like every ship was different. So
Bigger budget.
And
that's just copy paste.
And then again in Lower Decks when Riker swoops in on the Titan and they just do the boo 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 boo, and it was brilliant.
I love how much of a caricature he is of himself on that show.
Yeah.
Like they just cranked it up to 11, and like he was like the warp factor 1, 2, 3, 4, and then did it's just so funny, just the whole jazz thing and all that.
I just love that Jonathan Frakes has embraced all of this so deeply.
Yeah, he's just so great.
Are there any modern? I won't say any modern, like not original series actors that have just not really embraced, their current stardom. They know, like, when Nimoy was trying to distance himself in the 80s and maybe early 90s, and Shatner.
I am Spock.
Yeah. You don't get that anymore. I think a lot of people understand how fan driven everything is.
Yeah.
And how they owe the fans, and
you kind of know going into it.
I like that.
I think that there's plenty of them that like don't. And Carl, you might even be able to speak to this, that that aren't interested in doing the con part of it, that like, that maybe they'll do Vegas because they kind of have to, but they might not do the other ones.
Yes, there are.
He nods.
I mean, I know Spiner hasn't always been particularly fan friendly.
Yeah, he's mellowed out.
I hope so.
Mellowed out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but no, you're right. There are some that don't enjoy the publicness, that they feel like that they're keyholed into just that ever.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lean, she won't do anything.
Well, but she had like a mental breakdown.
Yeah.
Like she had a pretty rough.
Yeah.
Yes. She doesn't even look the same anymore. Like not even close.
No. But yeah, I was wondering that, like, especially like with the newer shows. Like, I mean, because there's so many of them now that it's got to be feast or famine with Star Trek actors. That either, they're either all going to stuff or nobody's going to stuff. And you don't. We didn't have any cons this year, so I can't really speak to it. But
I so badly hope Anthony Rapp and Jane Brooke do a convention at some point.
Jane Brooke was at Dragon Con a couple times. She did like 2 of them in a row.
I need her to sign my "Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead" poster. And I need Anthony Rapp to sign my "Adventures in Babysitting" poster.
So I will jump this up here. Any final thoughts?
Disco rocks.
Yeah, I love disco.
Disco's really good. It's just really good.
It really is.
It is improved the whole time. Like,
and I bet after the story I should go back and watch the first episode again. Now that the character progression has happened a little bit more, and I bet I will appreciate it better. Yeah. For Discovery. Speaking of Discovery.
Yeah.
And Grudge is the key to all.
Why did they all stop wearing disco shirts?
And maybe Grudge will be.
More importantly, why don't they have the new uniforms?
Yeah, what's wrong with the old ones?
But I don't know.
I thought the shirts were going to be a thing.
Like, yeah, I know the shirts were awesome, but I don't understand why. First off, I didn't understand why they didn't get all of the Enterprise uniforms when Pike went over, and then now I don't understand why they all don't have the gray uniforms now that they're all in the future. They should all have cool uniforms.
I do kind of like the new uniform.
They're all right. I watched a video on it on the Will Wheaton thing, and there is no way that I mean, I shouldn't say there's no way, but it's going to be very difficult for people to like replicate that in the costume community.
The Pike uniform?
Not the Pike uniform, like the new ones, the new uniform.
Oh, okay.
Like,
That's the one we see the most.
Yeah,
those Pike uniforms, those are made out of some kind of neoprene, almost scuba suit stuff, man. That's way different.
Yeah, I've got I got one off of Amazon. It's pretty decent, like the one that I got. But yeah, I don't know how they do the ones.
Maybe they want something that fans can wear.
There we go. Took me a second.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, they're like printed fabric, and they've got like different things on them, and it's really,
lots of seams.
Yeah. But they're cool.
What's funny is they don't look like uniforms. See how different hers is from his?
Yeah.
I mean, uniform by definition is all the same. You know, different colors, but they're different.
Is he wearing a jacket and she's not?
Well, he's an admiral. He's an admiral, and she's. I don't remember what her rank was.
Maybe it's Casual Friday. I don't know.
Maybe. Could be. But yeah.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
You bet.
Thank you for having us.
Good to see you guys.
Good luck with the thing.
Good lucking with the thingin'. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see you in the group, Matt.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Bye. All right, Brian. So next up, we're going to talk about nerdy news, but we're going to talk about gaming. So I'm going to be bringing in Brian here shortly, but I'm going to put us on a be right back because I have to hit the restroom. So hang on one sec. Carl Prerogative.
What's up, man?
Your wish to have a gaming computer was granted?
What do you think? What do you think?
gonna make me tear up every time I watch that one.
What's up, man?
Hey, how are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I see you broke out the Xbox hat. You're pandering to me.
Hold on.
Oh, the interwebs. There we go. Well, here, I'm going to play this because I never get to play this. So here we go. I had that one made for virtual PopCon, and I never got to play it because we didn't really do anything gaming. Can you hear me now?
All right, let's try that again. I have my mic muted or my headset muted for some stupid reason.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Well, welcome.
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Sweet. So I originally had on the docket that I was just going to do nerdy news and stuff for an hour. But then I was like, we never talk about gaming much anymore. And that is a huge chunk of who subscribe or who follows PopCon. So I devoted an entire hour to nothing but gaming. And then so I brought you on, which is kind of our resident video game geek.
That's right.
You've been getting all the cool stuff lately.
Yeah, man.
Have you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you have either? You have one of the two new systems, don't you?
I don't have any of the new systems yet. I have not even got a chance to try the new systems out yet. So no.
I gotcha. Yeah. Well, I think between the two of us, we've read just about every article that is out there. If we need to talk on that topic.
Absolutely.
I've been following, and I know you have too, because we comment on each other's posts all the time. But so in the video gaming world, it's interesting. So we've got both new consoles. I guess 4 new consoles. The Series S and X for Xbox, and then the digital and non-digital PS5. And they're both all 4 of them are highly constrained products, meaning nobody can get their hands on one. So you either got the initial buy, which you were lucky, or it was somebody that bought up 5,000 of them and are now scalping them for $5,000 a piece. Yeah. So a lot of non-happy gamers out there right now.
Yeah, it's
I guess it's kind of Sony's and Microsoft's fault, but not really at the same time, because the retailers are also at fault for the whole shenanigans. But on paper and in demo, the systems where one may have just slightly better than the other, they're very similar in capabilities.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The both consoles. So like you said, Carl, there's 4 consoles out. Kind of, sort of, technically, there's 3 consoles, because the PS5. Both consoles are the same hardware. One's just a discless version. The other one is just standard disc version. But when it comes down to Microsoft's consoles, they do have 2 separate machines, 2 very different somewhat different on the hardware specifications. And of course, one is a more digital only version, whereas you have the powerhouse Xbox Series X, which is touted as the fastest, most powerful console ever released right now. And albeit I haven't had a chance yet to get my hands on, the closest I've got my hands onto any current gen tech is I have got to mess with the new Xbox controller, which really is kind of just like the current, or I guess now we can say last generation controller, except for the D-pad, which I like the D-pad a little bit better, but that is it. I have not firsthand yet had the opportunity to experience the power of both of these consoles. So yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I don't know if you, Carl, have had a chance to mess with them yet, or anything like that. Have you?
No, I haven't. The only way I usually get hands-on with Xbox with Microsoft, because we have a relationship with the folks here in Indianapolis that do Microsoft stuff. But because of the pandemic, I have not bothered them at all. So I didn't even go that route. It's
I don't blame you.
It's not that important. I'm gonna remind everybody that we're doing a fundraiser for Make-A-Wish Foundation, so you can click that on the YouTube stream there. So you've gotten some games here recently, right?
Yes, I have some great relationships I've been building over the last 8 years. I've been I'm a man of many hats. I'm here to review conventions like I've worked with you. I've been to every PopCon except for Fort Wayne to check those out. But I also do a lot of video game reviews. Where it all started. I'm actually literally right before I got on here. I've been messing around with a brand new game that's supposed to be coming out on Monday, and it's called Immortals: Fenyx Rising. I can't say too much about the game, but I will say this for those of you that are watching: if you're a fan of Breath of the Wild, this is going to be the game for you. If you like the Zelda game, the Breath of the Wild on the Switch, this is going to be the game for you. I can't give my final thought on it or whatever at the moment, but I will have a review out for it on Monday. It's a gorgeous game. Ubisoft, also for those who don't know, Ubisoft does Assassin's Creed, and I know Carl and I are both huge Assassin's Creed fans. And Ubisoft has a number of titles they make, like Rayman, Beyond Good and Evil. They've got a new Beyond Good and Evil coming out much, much later. Things like that. So Immortals: Fenyx Rising, I've got a little over 10 hours in the game. And I just got through doing a really big boss battle. And it's a very challenging game, but for those who like Breath of the Wild and what that entails, this is going to be the game for you. So yeah.
Is the combat with those big bosses similar to Zelda as well, where you have to figure out the trick combination to get it taken down?
It's not so much. If you remember the beasts, as they were called, can't think off the top of my head, but they had puzzles you had to figure out and things like that to go at the device. There it is, to go and take them out. There isn't any major set pieces like that when you go to fight a boss. So I will tell you this. So a little background about this is what I can say about it. So Immortals: Fenyx Rising takes place in the land of the gods, the Greek gods. Okay, so you're gonna have Aphrodite, you're gonna have Achilles, and all this stuff. And the goal is basically the Ganon of the game is the god Typhon, and he's taken over this land. They're called the Golden Isles, and you were sent by Zeus to come and essentially help save the land. And honestly, the gameplay is exactly like Breath of the Wild. You have to help craft new weapons, etc., or level them up. You're going to be finding a whole bunch of other materials to use to level them up. It's I like to put it like this: it's a mix of three of my favorite games. It's a mix of God of War because of the the Greek mythology. It's also a mix of Assassin's Creed, if you like Assassin's Creed. And then it's also a mix of Zelda. So if you like those three games, or even like one of those three games, this is going to be a game you'll want to absolutely not miss.
Sounds good. And it looks like it's coming out on everything. So PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, PC, Stadia, and it's coming out on something too. They're going to have Series X and PS5 versions, Stadia, Switch, and PC. So I was surprised to see Stadia on the list. So that's coming out on everything, and it looks beautiful. I showed
it is a gorgeous game. I'll tell you that it's beautiful.
But it looks really cool. Yeah, it is. It is a gorgeous game. The games that you said that it's like so. So this is definitely sounds like this is going to be one of the big Christmas games. What else do you think is going to be a big Christmas game?
I will have to say Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. I know a lot of people have some mixed reaction to Call of Duty. I'm actually a little surprised myself to talk about that because my favorite Call of Duty game of all time is Modern Warfare 2. But I haven't really. I've been kind of hard on that division lately because once again, they also provided me Call of Duty. They've been providing me Call of Duty every year for the last like 6 years now to play, and I've been pretty harsh on them because Call of Duty is kind of more of the same. But I want to say this: I'm very impressed with the campaign. I have a review up. If you guys want to go to YouTube, you can go to Dragon Blogger, check out the review of that. I did, but the campaign is impressive because they actually did something different with the campaign this year. They gave you dialogue choices this time around. There's also a couple decisions you can make, different paths you can take to complete a couple missions. There's one mission in particular in the campaign that you have like 6 or 7 different ways to complete it. And I need to go back and do it a different way because it's just crazy every time. But I got to give Activision some really credit there for that. And of course, Activision and Call of Duty is known for having that. I kind of want to say that Michael Bay-esque type presence too. Lots of explosions, action, things like that. So if you like the campaign before, you're gonna absolutely love this. Now I will say, Carl, the multiplayer in this game though has had a lot of mixed reaction because it has what's called skill-based matchmaking. Not a lot of people like that because it actually makes the games more competitive.
Right.
Which is weird because some people like don't want to have that sweaty type gameplay where they're always constantly in the thick of it. I myself, that's what I like. So yeah,
that seems to be
Call of Duty, Black Ops, Cold War.
Yeah, that seems to be the new thing though, is the way they're doing multiplayer matchups. They're even adding that to older games. The way they're redoing multiplayer matchups. It seems to be the new wave, I've noticed. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. And then another game I'd have to say I would suggest people go and check out too is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's an amazing game. Oh, look at that! There we go.
I had a feeling that was next.
Great minds think alike. Yeah. Anyway, Carl and I have talked about this before, and I also got this game. I actually got the pleasure of getting this game about 2 weeks before it came out, and I got pretty far in it, and also did an in-depth review as well of it. And this has got to be right up there as one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games all time. If you'd like to show Viking, go play this game. If you also kind of like God of War in a way, go play this game. There is so much to do. The quests don't feel repetitive. They did kind of feel that way in Origins. If you played that game, the Egyptian Assassin's Creed, big hit. So that's why I love this this series, because there's so many different places you can go to. And but in this game, man, it's so good. Ivor is the main character. You do get the choice of being a male or a female, just like you did in Odyssey. Cool. And yeah, man, there's so much to do in this game, and it doesn't feel like you're rushed at any point that you have to go through it a certain way. And I myself, I don't like games that are linear, which means you have to go a set path and that's it. I'm a big open world exploration guy, kind of like, Red Dead Redemption 2 and things like that. So,
yep. Have
you had a chance, Carl, to play Valhalla yet? Have you checked it out?
I haven't yet. No, that's I had to get through today first, and then I can start practice. I can start getting in on that. Yeah. I haven't played another one that's probably going to be popular because the price has come down so much, even though it's a new title. But Star Wars Squadrons, I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet either. Yes. So. Because I'm obviously a big Star Wars guy. You've been hearing me talk about that a lot today. But
absolutely.
But yeah, I'll get in on that. And it's So Valhalla, I love Assassin's Creed ever since I really picked it up with Black Flag. So I wasn't an ISO Assassin's Creed fan. I've been since ISO with starting from Black Flag, and absolutely loved Origins. Odyssey was a lot. I mean, the game was just huge. And I've looked at the there's a website that shows you how long it is to beat the main story, and then how much to be a completionist.
Yeah.
And fortunately, Valhalla is only not even quite 2/3 as much as Odyssey, which was too much. It was too much. Mm-hmm. It got repetitive too much. Wasn't a bad game.
It did.
But Valhalla, it doesn't. It looks like you get in, have a lot of fun, progress, and then you actually get to finish the game sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a wonderful game, and I'm really grateful for Ubisoft for providing me with these games. I know the next Ubisoft game I'm looking forward to checking out probably here at the end of next month is going to be Far Cry 6. I know you guys. I'm looking forward to that because it's going to have the villain in Far Cry 6 as Giancarlo Esposito, and he is in The Mandalorian. He is going to be the main villain in he's gonna be the main villain in Far Cry, and I'm a big Breaking Bad fan too. And if you've ever watched Breaking Bad, you know he's Gus in Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a big fan, so I can't wait for Far Cry 6 to come out. That's going to be coming out, I believe, in January, but I'll probably have it next month sometime. And I'm looking very forward to those games. I don't know if you've ever played a Far Cry game, Carl, but those are just amazing games.
Yes, I have. And
there it is. Yep, there it is.
They are. Yep. Excellent. When's this one come out? I don't even know.
Like I said, I believe it comes out in January. I think it usually tends to be a first quarter game. Gotcha. Far Cry games usually come out first quarter of every year, so I would imagine I think it's like January 10th or something like that. But it'll be one of the first big releases. Yeah. So yeah.
What else? Let's see. We've got.
I'll tell you something else. If you like Assassin's Creed, Carl, I know you're not too big of a Sony person, but I will say, I will say that Ghost of Tsushima is a very good Japanese Assassin's Creed game. It is absolutely, in my opinion, it's game of the year. Right now, anyway, until we get Cyberpunk 2077 in a couple weeks, which I'm excited for. But Ghost of Tsushima, fantastic game. It's gorgeous. Feudal Japan has been one of the places I have been wishing they were in Assassin's Creed, but it looks like Sucker Punch Games got to it first before they did. Ghost of Tsushima is a fantastic game. It actually has a brand new multiplayer mode out that just came out a month ago called Legends, and you're allowed to actually team up with other people. There's different classes of samurai or ronin or whatever you wish to play as, and you can team up. And they even have raids that they introduced about 2 weeks ago, and they're just full of puzzles and things like that.
So we've got somebody asking if we have any thoughts on Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights. So I'm a big Batman fan. Batman is my absolute favorite superhero of all time, and Gotham Knights. It's gonna be interesting to see. I know it's gonna feature the Court of Owls, which is a great storyline, and it's gonna be interesting, especially with the way Arkham Knight ended. And if you haven't played that yet, I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but yeah, it looks like they're going to have you playing as different characters this time around too, and switching between Batgirl. I believe it's Nightwing is in there too. Yeah,
looks like it, yeah.
And a couple others. Yeah, and so it's going to be there you go. And so it looks like you got Red Hood. So you have Jason Todd. You've got is that Robin there? Yeah, and then you've got Nightwing.
Yeah,
one of them. Yeah, and so and you got Red Hood. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's gonna kind of feel like, there it is. It's gonna feel like, it kind of feels like it's like Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, because GTA 5 had you playing as 3 different characters throughout the whole entire story. You switched around between the 3, so it'd be kind of cool if they had this where you got to switch between the 4 characters on the fly, which would be kind of interesting to see what the other characters are doing while you're playing as, say, Batgirl or whatever. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I love those games. They've always done Rocksteady has always done a great job. I don't think that they're doing. I think they're doing this one though too. And they're also doing the Harry Potter game. There's a new Harry Potter game coming out too, which looks kind of neat. And I'm a big fan of the Batman games. Those are so fun.
Love it.
Absolutely. What about you, Carl? What are some games that are out right now that you've seen that you haven't had a chance yet to play?
Here's another one that people have definitely been talking about. Miles Morales.
Ooh, what's that?
the Spider-Man.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to play the first Spider-Man game?
Nope. I've seen it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So yeah, Spider-Man's my other favorite. I think he's my favorite Marvel hero. And they did something really weird that made me upset because they did a remaster of this Spider-Man game for the PS5. And they completely changed the appearance of Peter Parker for that remaster. It's so odd.
Yeah, I saw that.
They changed his face and they changed his voice actor. I don't know. It's kind of like going from Amazing Spider-Man 2 to Tom Holland, but in the same universe. It'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it? Like, could you imagine if Tom like replaced with some other dude in like the next Marvel movie? Like, they didn't mention it. But Miles Morales is out. It looks great. It's also on the PS4, so you don't need a PS5 to play it. Which I've said before on the podcast. I do a podcast called the Dragon Cast, and Carl, I don't know how you feel, but how do you feel about people purchasing these consoles now? Do you feel that people need to purchase a next-gen console right now? Do you think it's an absolute thing they have to go? Do you see, is there any games or is there any reason why you think they should go get a next-gen console at the moment?
So let's see. Does PopCon want a sponsorship from Microsoft or Sony? I don't. I actually don't. I think there is a subset of people that could benefit from it that have that play on a high refresh rate monitor that can benefit from it. But most people play this stuff on a couch in their living room, and unless they've spent $8,000 on a TV, I don't know that the current consoles are a benefit beyond the Xbox One X or the PlayStation 4 Pro, because they both push enough pixels for their television. So people are used to playing these games on a television, and there are so few TVs out there that can use the high refresh 4K that will go up to 120, that the new consoles are technically able to do, and that it doesn't really benefit somebody directly. If they are really annoyed with loading times, the new consoles are a clear advantage to going between games and scenes and areas within games. It's significant, like 10 times faster. It's not even close. With the new drives that they have in both consoles. So speaking in generalities, I'm talking, in fact, for the three main different types, like you said, Xbox Series S and X plus either of the PlayStation 5s, they all have the faster hard drives in them. So it makes loading games. You're speaking of, and I guess this is technically broaching the topic of backwards compatibility. So even the new games are able to play on all the old systems, the most at least one generation back. But one of the benefits, Microsoft, they have way backwards compatibility, and that's a huge bonus to a lot of people, because all their titles that they bought throughout the years, they can still play or share, and Sony doesn't really do that. I know that they're having PS4 backwards compatibility, but not even all of them, right?
Yeah, they're doing this thing called they're not having all of the PS4, the whole entire PS4 library is not backwards compatible, as you would go and find on the Xbox Series X, which I do believe all of the Xbox One games are backwards compatible. Backwards compatibility is a mixed conversation. I've talked with so many different people, Sony fanboys, Xbox fanboys, and people like me who aren't a fanboy. I'm just a gamer. I love them all, right? I own them all. And so, I mean, me personally, I'm a collector, so I have a lot of older consoles, but I don't want to, but even as a collector, I don't want to have to go dust off my old PlayStation to play old PlayStation games. I don't want to have 9 different consoles hooked up to my TV just to play all the old stuff. Right. And, and I also believe it's important for younger people that are getting into gaming to be able to have an easier experience playing the older stuff. Is, you know, once again, I like history and I love video gaming history. So it's important for younger people to be able to experience what we grew up playing in an easier way, and that's what I feel like backwards compatibility does for that. But Sony hasn't really been about that. You know, they had PlayStation Now, which was their live service, kind of like their Netflix gaming, where you could pay like $10 a month, and you could some titles you could download and play, while everything else you had to stream. But that's why I think the Xbox is a better value for them because of Game Pass, because Game Pass is just a phenomenal deal. I read an article. I shared a lot of those statistics on a Facebook post last night. Just the insane value of what you're going to save by paying the $14.99 a month for Game Pass Ultimate. Games on PC, you can even play games on your Xbox, and you can even play them on your phone now too with the app and a controller. You know, and they have regular Xbox games on there. Like, I know, Carl, you're a Star Wars fan. You can go play Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 on Game Pass right now. And they even have Republic Commando. They've got Star Wars Battlefield, the original Battlefront game on there. You know, all kinds of other stuff. They had Jedi Knight. I actually picked up Jedi Knight Jedi Academy the other day for mine. So, I mean, there's all sorts of great games on there that you can go back and play, and you can also still play those games on your Xbox Series S. And like Carl, you said, I feel the exact same way. I've been touting for the longest time now. I don't think this was a good year to release consoles, all things considered. It's been an absolute mess with pre-orders, and people even today, you know, I didn't go anywhere today. I'm not even daring to go out to a shop right now. I can do this all from the comfort of my own home. And there were people in lines at GameStop. They were in queues at Best Buy. It's just insane. And I also don't feel like we got as much information this year due to what's been going on in the world, because normally we'd have what's called E3 every year in June and have these great presentations showing us the consoles being played, which we didn't even really get any of the consoles shown being played until 3 weeks ago before they came out or something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a bad year to release the consoles, especially since, of course, Halo Infinite got delayed until next year. There's not even really any Sony games that you can't play. Like, I know people are saying Demon Souls. Yeah, it's a remake, but I can go play Demon Souls on a PS3 if I wanted to. Then you've got Spider-Man Miles Morales. It's not a PS5 exclusive. I can play that on my PlayStation 4. You know, it's like you said, if you want the better frame rate, these things can do 60 to 120 FPS, but those TVs are like $4,000 or $5,000. So if you got the money, go for it by all means.
Yeah, it's they're definitely not. People, it's good marketing. I mean, they're touting the next generation of console. It was on there. This was the year that they were going to be releasing them. It happened to be a heck of a year on the world. Both manufacturing, which is why they couldn't get them out to even show people. There's just so much going on, but they went ahead and released them. What's done is done. But do hardcore gamers really need to upgrade if they already have the One X or the Pro? Yeah, it's if you have the money, I mean, and can get your hands on one, I would not spend more than retail on one, though. Definitely don't spend more than retail on it.
Yeah, I just don't. Me personally, I just don't feel like, because right now these consoles they're high in demand. You're going to have to compete against bots and scalpers to try to get them. There's a scalper group out there that has over 3,500 consoles right now. Consoles, not the money. They have 3,500 consoles from bots. So Sony has even said that you're not going to see any of their consoles in stores anytime soon. Yeah. So I think that if you have a PS4 Pro or even a PS4 or an Xbox One, whatever, you're good. There's lots of great games still coming out. I wouldn't stress it. They're not going to stop making games for these consoles anytime soon. I would imagine they probably won't stop making games for the, I guess now last gen consoles, probably until late 2021, if that. But I know a lot of people get what's called FOMO, which is fear of missing out. Some people are like, "Oh man, I'm missing out." I get that too, but there really is. You're not really missing much. Like Carl said, if you absolutely feel like you've got to have that instant loading times because these SSDs that are on them now, by all means do so. If you want things to look prettier, which looks aren't everything, right? They always say that about stuff. Looks aren't everything for me. It's got to be a good game all around. So I would have to say no. I don't feel, unless you've got the money and you're not gonna, you absolutely want to upgrade, go for it. And I'm not going to tell you which one to buy. I'm not going to be that guy. I feel like both consoles have a lot to offer. I feel like, honestly, if it was me, I would go for an Xbox Series S because I have Game Pass. I have tons of digital games. So it would make more sense for me to go get an Xbox Series S because that's basically what I game on most of the time. But yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about the next gen stuff.
Absolutely agree. So we haven't really talked about the Switch. It's still a thing, and it's the biggest console out still probably right now, and it's the one you can generally get your hands on. This during Christmas it's going to be tough, but the Switch is still incredibly popular. You can carry it to any room of your house and play it. The games are all superior.
Yep.
Well, not all superior. I shouldn't say that. There's some any console has games that you don't necessarily want to play, but it's still a thing, and it's still technically a new age console. It's the most recent from Nintendo, and there's a lot of great games on it still coming out.
Oh yeah, there's the Nintendo Switch is an amazing console. I'll give you a fun piece of information. I just saw this on Forbes the other day. The Nintendo Switch has been the highest selling console for the last 26 months. It's actually sold more consoles than the Xbox and the PS4. So for the last 26 months, for the kids counting at home, that's been 2 years. It has been the highest selling console on the market. And I would have to say thanks in part to Animal Crossing New Horizons that came out in March, which I thought was a really interesting time to release, considering that's when lockdown season kind of started to happen. It came out, and it's been a phenomenal game. Although I kind of grew tired of it because I have a real life I have to manage, and I don't want to have to, I got to pay rent and bills to my actual landlord. And I don't want to feel like I got to worry about 2 raccoons that I have to owe money to, like Tom Nook. So, or having to set an alarm on a Sunday to go sell some turnips on a game. That's just too much for me. So,
that's funny.
So, but it's still a great game. It's still a phenomenal game. They're always doing updates for it. There's still more updates being out for it. I know there's a holiday update coming out for it here soon with Christmas and everything. But that's a phenomenal game. There was a brand new Zelda game that came out, I believe last week. Age of Calamity, Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. That just came out, and which is crazy because I have a copy of Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. And the value, I have a little app on my phone. I'm a collector, and it tells me the value of things. And it let me know that the value of the game went up by like $30 just because this game came out. I'm like, what? Like, that's so weird. But that just came out. And then of course there are rumors that next year there's rumored to be a Nintendo Switch Pro console that's going to be coming out. And I did hear. Now, this is what's weird about Nintendo. They're in their own little world. They're not trying to compete with Sony and Microsoft. They do their own thing, and it works for them. And they don't feel the need to have 4K and all this FPS and all this stuff. They do what works for them, and it has worked for them. But they filed a patent the other day that I noticed, Carl, and they are actually looking at getting a 4K Nintendo Switch next year. It's going to be a 4K Nintendo Switch Pro. That's the rumor. I don't know how true that's going to be.
I wonder if it's still going to be.
See.
I wonder if it's going to still be mobile. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because if you can imagine having I don't think they're going to be able. I don't know. It's Nintendo. I can't say never with Nintendo. They've done so much. But I mean, if they can make me build a fishing pole out of cardboard and play a video game with it, they can do things. So, but the rumor is that they're going to be coming out with a 4K Switch Pro next year. I don't know about the tablet or the mobile part of it. I mean, that's going to be tough. If you've ever seen somebody open up a Switch, it's crammed in there. The motherboard, the heat sink, everything, it's just crammed in there. So I don't know how they're going to be able to do it, but it's Nintendo. They've done lots of things.
Yeah, I mean,
would I love to see Zelda, in 4K? Absolutely, that'd be great.
I mean, processors and memory are so much less expensive and more powerful than they were in 2017 when the Switch came out, that there's no reason that they couldn't refresh something even in the same body and still call it a Pro. Yeah. Hopefully they just put more,
I don't know.
Hopefully when they put more base game memory in it, though.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. I mean, if they want 4K 60 FPS, then they're gonna have to up the memory, and they're gonna have to find a way to up the storage, for the little SD cards that the games come on. With having them upgraded, because I know, like on my Xbox One X, it tells me if I want to upgrade to the Series X version. I don't have that, but it's more space. So I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, we've seen Nintendo in the past with like the Super Nintendo. They did a revision of it, and it was a top loader. Well, it was already a top loader, but it was a really weird, smaller version of it. They even did a top loader for the regular Nintendo back in the early 90s.
Yep.
Did a top loader for that. So, I mean, I wonder if there's going to be a revision of it, rather, like they did with the Switch Lite, where it's the handheld. I don't know. I think that them being in the portable market is good for them, and I think that's where they want to stay, because they have dominated the portable gaming market for the last 20 plus 30 years. They have dominated the portable game market, and I honestly just don't see them not maintaining that portability.
Yeah. There's no doubt to that. I have to pull it up because I think the DS, so the Nintendo DS, because it's been in all its incarnations, but just the original DS sold 154 million units.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I believe that.
It's insane.
That doesn't surprise me.
Then the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, which predates the DS, if I remember correctly, that was 120 million. 120 million of those. And if you put that in the bigger picture, PlayStation 4, which has been out since 2013, has only sold 113.5 million. So it's Nintendo. Nintendo crushes it on quantity. Yeah. And I think that there was a rumor that they were going to put out a Switch Pro this year, but there was no patents that came out for it. That's what we do. We look for these patents to try to see if a new console's coming out. There's no patents yet. I think it's good because if Nintendo doesn't like to usually release a console in the same year as Sony and Microsoft. I can't think when the last time they did that was. I think it was the Wii. And so I think that they are going to do next year what Microsoft and Sony should have done. And I think Nintendo's gonna put out a new version of the Switch next year, and it's gonna sell exponentially well. It's gonna, and hopefully, I would imagine probably won't release it until I would say next fall or maybe in the summer. Who knows? But I think they're gonna get the production right. Of course, it's gonna fly off the shelves like every Nintendo console has. It's just gonna be hard to find. But they won't have to compete so much. Yeah.
Oh, they want to make sure they have stock. but they don't want to. They like to compete with Sony and Microsoft. I do like the fact that they have such a really great partnership with Microsoft. And I'll talk about this real quick, Carl. Nintendo and Microsoft have had a great partnership lately, and it all started with Minecraft, putting Minecraft on the Switch. They have a fantastic partnership. There is a very big rumor going around. I don't know how true this is, but this is just another rumor that we're going to have a Game Pass, or they're going to have Game Pass, or they're going to have Xbox Live somehow integrated to the Nintendo Switch.
Wow.
So I think that would be kind of cool. I would love. I don't know how that would work, but that would be pretty interesting to see something of that nature on Nintendo.
Well, yeah, I know that as far as cross-play compatibility goes, Sony's really the only one that's a stickler on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you're
Sony does not like to play well with others.
Yeah. If you're playing a game that exists on Xbox, PS4, PC, Switch, and there's cross-play compatibility, it's usually the PS4 version that you can't play against those people. Yeah. Did I lose you?
Yeah, Sony's been Sony though has kind of succumbed to now, though they're actually doing really great with it. I'm here. They've come to terms with the fact that people want to play with each other. What kind of turns me off, and this is nothing personal or nothing offensive to those who have a Sony. I have them all, so I have all of them. I'm a gamer. I like them all. I feel like there is a sense of that elitism though with the Sony base. You know, kind of like, you know, how people say PC master race. You know, you hear that all the time. Sony kind of has that elitism in the sense that you know, they've been so on top and dominant, and they were dominant last generation. Just no doubt about it. They pulled ahead. It was Microsoft's own fault for messing up at E3 in 2012, and just kind of handing them like a win because of all the restrictions they were going to have. excuse me, on the Xbox One at first. But I will tell you this: I'm hearing more people talking about the Xbox consoles this time around versus the PS5. The PS5's controller, though, Carl, is one that I definitely want to check out because it's called a DualSense controller. It's got some really cool haptic feedback. Apparently, if you're pulling a bow, pulling the string on a bow, it has a resistance on it, so it pushes against your fingers, and it's supposed to weird haptics too on the underneath. And there's a game. I was talking to a buddy of mine who was playing it, and there's a game that comes with it, and he said that when you're walking on sand, it feels like you can feel like sand on your controller. It's really weird. I want to play it so bad. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the next revolution in gaming, is not just seeing it and hearing it and feeling it. And I think that's kind of cool. I'm all for that. And you know, if Sony is going to try to revolutionize gaming, I would love to see them try to do that.
Very good. Speaking of haptic and being immersive, what do you know about virtual reality up to date here?
That's kind of the one thing that I'm not so I don't keep up on so much. I'm not a PC gamer by any means. I just don't care to be a PC game. Well, I can't say I don't care. I don't have a proper rig for a PC to PC game on. But I will say that there is one thing that I am very interested in. It's the Oculus Quest 2. It just came out. It is an all-in-one virtual reality setup. You don't even need a PC to play it. You just it's a very simple plug and play. You can actually go to Best Buy and check them out if you want to. I wouldn't. Don't do it today though. Bad day for that. Don't do it right now though. Stay home. Stay home. No, but it's really interesting. I did go out and check it out about a few weeks ago. I didn't get to play it, but it's really cool. I'm all for making gaming easier and more accessible to everyone, and I don't feel that there should be. That's why I feel cloud-based gaming is the future. Like with what Xbox is trying to do, you do need a powerful rig to play games powerfully. You know what I mean? And have them, feel that way. So that's what Oculus. For those who don't know, Oculus is owned by Facebook, so that might be it for some of you. But they are they've done some amazing. I believe it was Carl at PopCon several years back. I think you guys had some Oculus VR out there in the early stages before we got into VR, where VR was everywhere. And I got to try that out. I tried an early model of an Oculus Rift before it came out. And that was pretty neat. And you guys at PopCon do an awesome job of representing video games and having developers come out showcasing their stuff. So props to you guys for that. But VR is the future. VR is where it's at, and I really feel that it's going to still take some time before we get some good video games that are going to really do a great job of that VR experience. I've heard that the latest Half-Life game, Half-Life Alyx, I believe is what it's called. It's got some awards that are being up for the Game Awards in a few weeks. Everybody that played it that I've talked to says that it is the most VR game that they've ever played. They've never really felt that immersed in a virtual reality game until they played Half-Life Alyx. So if you have a good rig, or if you have like a Vive, for instance, or an Oculus Rift, or an Oculus Quest, or Quest 2, I'd recommend getting Half-Life Alyx because it's up for some awards at the Game Awards. And everybody I've talked to said that it's amazing. But I'm all for VR. I love VR. I've experienced it several times. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, I really think that the new Quest 2 that just came out in October is going to be the catalyst that really gets it into the hands of the masses. And that's when the developers will realize that the shift is beginning, and there will be a lot more development in the VR space, like Half-Life Alyx, to where people will be getting full-fledged games, not just long demos, which is what or gimmicky games that are good, like Beat Saber, where you're actually using, for those that don't know, you're actually playing a song essentially with lightsabers. But those are gimmicky because they're very VR focused, whereas Half-Life Alyx really drops you into a Half-Life game, and it's in virtual reality, which is completely different. And then there's a new battle royale game. What's it called? Something one. Battle royale beer. It's Population 1, which just came out. So now
I've not heard of that yet.
So, and I think it's getting pretty good reviews as well, as far as the battle royale, last man standing kind of game. But it's all in virtual reality, and you can climb anything in the game. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I really miss growing up. You had so many video game companies. We had Sega, Nintendo, we had Atari, so many different companies trying to innovate gaming. And it wasn't just about making the games look better and sound better, but they wanted that immersion. And I remember, I don't know if you remember this, Carl, you might, but there was I didn't have one, but I had a friend that had one when I was a kid. It was this vest you put on, and if you got shot in a game, it would like hit you in that spot.
Yeah.
And I remember that kind of stuff like coming out and trying to do not just seeing and hearing, but feeling the game. I remember going to Circle Center Mall. I'm from Indy. Going to Circle Center Mall at what was called Sega City at the time, at the top floor. And they had a fighting game. It was Virtua Fighter, and you had to put one foot in this circle, and it tracked all of your movements with your aim. and you had to fight like that. So I miss that kind of innovation, not just trying to make games look prettier, but I miss that immersive experience. That's kind of what I'm about. And I've seen some crazy things, like there's a guy on YouTube who has this rig where it's this treadmill machine, and he's using VR, and he plays Skyrim, and he can actually walk on his treadmill, and he walks in the game, and this treadmill goes 360 degrees, and he can turn and fight stuff. I mean, if that's what you want, that's on you, but yeah, man, there's some, I hope we're in a new console generation, so I'm excited and to see what the future holds with all these companies, man.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I know the treadmill you're talking about. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here we go. Omnidirectional treadmill.
It's the omnidirectional. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
and
that's the
winner
winner right
turn
there.
And run sideways. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know if I mean, I guess that's good for those who want to play Skyrim, maybe get some exercise in. I mean, more power to you. That sounds like a bit too much for me, but who knows? This could be where we're going. This may be you're not just playing the game, you're in the game now.
Yeah. And I think there are a lot of horror games, a lot of paranormal games in VR that people really enjoy because it spooks them. And it gets you, it gives you the jump factor because you're seeing it in 3D, and you're supposed to be that character. And then the sound effects are directional, and there's a lot we haven't seen yet from VR, and it's I actually talked about earlier today. So Ready Player One, the sequel to that book came out this week. Ready Player Two. And it's nice. I've started reading it, and it's already taking you right back there into the virtual world, and it's just of where we can be in even just 10 years. It's going to be crazy. So the future Xboxes and PlayStations may exist in virtual reality, and you won't play them
right.
And instead of getting a $50 controller, you're going to get a $50 headset to where everybody can play. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So hopefully they're down to $50 by then. Would that be nice?
Oh man, that would be great. Yeah, man, you want to be in the world, don't you? Just like in Ready Player One, he just puts the headset on and he's in there, and that's all there is to it. That'd be great. That would be. I mean, could you imagine how great that would have been for like what we're going through right now? Like, you put a headset on, and then you just digitize, like you get a digitized avatar, and then. Oh man, I bet. Can you imagine how cool that would be for the pop convention scene, Carl? To just like digitize everybody, and we can all hang out, and we don't have to we can go through an exhibit, a digitized version of like the convention center, and just go through, and we can all do all. Oh man,
yeah, we can.
Somebody needs to make it happen, Carl. Come on, let's go.
Here's your Half-Life Alyx, and this is what it looks like in game. So
yes. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a beautiful looking game. That's the future, man. We need digital. We need that Ready Player One stuff for like all. This would have been a perfect time for all that to be able to really hang out in a virtual way.
Coronavirus just could have held out 10 more years.
Yeah, too soon to have a virus like this. We're not ready yet. Right. We're not ready yet.
All right. So
but yeah.
Well, let me. Where'd it go? Where's my final thoughts?
Where's your final thoughts button at?
There it is. Found it.
There it is. Yes. Yes.
I put so many of these up today. I lost it in the stream, but yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. Hey, we're almost at the halfway mark, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this marks the halfway marks. Yeah.
How about it?
So, any final thoughts in the video game world that we haven't brought up?
I just gotta say, Phil Spencer talked about this week about console tribalism. He did a really great interview. I forget who he did it with, but talking about console tribalism. If you don't know what that is, it's kind of like that whole I'm better than you because of what I have, and you're not a real gatekeep. That's what we call in the Star Wars community, gatekeeping, all that stuff. It's not good. It's not healthy. It's toxic. It can even turn people away from those communities because of that gatekeeping and that mindset. So I have to say, with the new generation of gaming coming out, I don't care what you own. You're not better than me because of it. I'm not better than you because of what I have. We're all gamers at the end of the day. Let's respect each other. Enjoy the world of gaming. I'm a big Colts fan, and I have a few friends that are Patriots fans. And look, we love football. Okay, right. We love football. We talk football, and it should be that same way with gaming. And Phil Spencer put out a really great statement about that, saying that console tribalism is not healthy for the world of gaming, and it's really not healthy for any community for that matter. I know PopCon is all about putting all of these great communities together under one roof, whether it's real physically or virtually, like right now. And the beautiful part about that is we're always going to find some sort of common ground, something that we enjoy. I know, Carl, you've been on several different panels today because you just love several different things. I've even watched several of them with you. And with gaming, though, there's nothing wrong with maybe a little trash talk here and there, but not to the point where we're being condescending to people because of what we like. And so whether or not you buy a console, that's cool. If you get a brand new console, I hope that you enjoy it. I hope you don't have any issues with consoles if you go buy. I hope that you be safe when making your purchase, and these $500 machines are not worth the risk. That's all I got to say about that today, Carl. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. And you have a great rest of the evening. Hope you have a chance to watch some more.
I absolutely will. And you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you.
All right. Bye.
My name is Jasper, and I'm a Wish kid, and I wish for a racing simulator.
Right on.
I had leukemia for 3.5 years.
Spent 110 days, something like that, in and out of the hospital. He has definitely earned it, and we are just grateful that Make-A-Wish and all these organizations could put this together for him.
Well, I imagine Jasper will beat me handily in iRacing, but it'd still be fun to get to race him.
Perfect timing. Really nice line 4 there.
Kiddos like Jasper, it's been such a pleasure to be here today and to know that we are bringing to life something that they've wished for.
Well, hello.
There's my face. How are you?
Very good. Good to see you, Kitsy.
Good to see you.
And hello again, KJ. You're muted, just in case you don't know that. I'm just going to segue this very quickly. I think I alluded to it with the virtual reality. I don't know if you've used virtual reality, Kitsy, but there's a lot of good, scary titles out there. Yeah,
absolutely. Exactly. It's been a hot minute. There's
cool
a new one that's out right now that's supposed to be amazing that I totally need to check out.
I believe it. That is not if and when I get virtual reality of my own, that is not one of the things that I'm looking forward to, because I know, but I'm actually in the minority in that. I think a lot of people like ghost stories or ghost stuff and scary stuff and horror movies, and that isn't. I'm a sci-fi geek. I'm a fantasy geek, and I know of the exorcists of the world, and the Friday the 13th and those, but that's not something that I seek out. But this hour, for the people that are watching, that is what these people seek out. So
are we gonna scare you, Carl?
No, I'm gonna pop off. You guys can do whatever you want. So
no, I want you to stay.
Scare away, but no, I think so. This hour is gonna be about the paranormal, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, KJ.
No, you go ahead. Take it away.
So I was struggling with what to talk to people that I can't see for an hour. And this morning it hit me and I immediately texted KJ. Christmas ghost stories are a thing. And it's a thing that's kind of gone by the wayside. You know, we've all seen A Christmas Carol, but there were more. I have notes. Let me pull them up here. I was watching the commercial. I was so into it. And then I'm like, boom, on the air.
I should have warned you. I know you get that little that dose of Make-A-Wish and what we're doing today. So while you're getting things together, I'll sort of remind people that the easiest way to help out right now, I'll put it on the screen, is to donate to Make-A-Wish, and we're over a couple of $100, which means that we're almost there to granting a wish. If we've got a kid who's got wants a PlayStation 5, guess what? Make-A-Wish can find them, even though the rest of us can't.
Do you have kids that want to ghost hunt?
I had one last year. I was talking with a kid who was super interested in ghost hunting. I don't know that we've had a ghost hunting wish, but we've had kids who are interested because we ask them about obviously like what are all the things, and we ask them everything from their favorite cake to their favorite video game to and I remember last year when I was looking over one of our kids that came in, and he wanted to ghost hunt in Hawaii. There was
same.
Something, right? I'm like, this kid's brilliant.
Who doesn't?
I don't want to just ghost hunt. I want to ghost hunt in Hawaii.
Yeah. Mine's Ireland, but
Yeah. Right. Oh my God.
It's an island.
Right? How cool would it be to ghost
all
hunt
the castles.
in Ireland? Woo! Hello, Michelle. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Audrey. Thank you guys so much. Again, the link, even if you've got, $5 or $10, you can make a difference in a kid's life today. So we're doing all of this 12 hours trying to help some wishes come true. And now we're going to get into the ghost stories, which I love Christmas and I love ghost stories. So I'm excited for you, Kitsy, to take over here.
Absolutely. So a little bit about me, in case people don't know, I am a ghost hunter. That's why I asked if a child has ever had a wish to ghost hunt, because dibs, just putting that out there. I'd love to help. I have a paranormal show on Amazon Prime. It's called Oddity Files. I have a podcast called Oddity Files. I have several podcasts, including The Kind of Nerdy Girls. I pop in every once in a while for that. But I also have a true crime podcast called Miss Murder and another one called Get Scared. I think you've gathered at this point, I like creepy stuff. But if you want to look into all of that stuff, just go to flow.page/Kitsy Duncan. And speaking of ghosts and stories, I wrote a book. I did it. My mom is so proud. It's available on Amazon after you give your donation. It's available on Amazon or barnesandnoble.com. It's called I'd Rather Talk to Dead People. And yeah, check it out. I'm super proud of it. It's the first time I've ever done anything like this. So I appreciate everybody that's been involved in this thing for putting this together for the kids. It's a magical thing that Make-A-Wish does. And I am so proud of my friend KJ for being such a big part of it. So,
well,
yay.
I'm so proud of you for writing a book and putting it out there. And I see that we've already got some people who have ordered the book today. So,
yay.
Make a wish come true and make Kitsy's day. You donate a little bit and get a book.
Donate first, then check out the book.
That's
cool.
right.
Well, KJ, thanks so much for letting me be a part of this. I appreciate you so much. You know that, right?
Oh, I'm so excited that you're here, and I appreciate you so much. And I'm going to get out of the way. I'll be popping in and out, but I'm here for you. But I want to let you run the show and get right into the ghost stories.
I got this, girl. Thank you.
All right.
I am going to warn everybody, I've got like a sinus thing going on, so I have Cherry Halls on backup. If you've seen me at the conventions, you'll be used to it. So here's a little bit about holiday ghost stories. In the mid 1800s, the tradition of Christmas at the time was losing its luster. Most people just saw it as another day. Many people just worked through it. Could you imagine if we didn't get Christmas off? I can't. But the insurgence of Christmas stories seemed to breathe new life into the holiday. And that's Christmas ghost stories, because that was supposed to be a pun. Yeah, you get it. Hopefully. I don't know. I screwed it up. With this being such an untraditional holiday season for all of us, I thought I'd throw things back to a simpler time, to a time of no cell phones, no internet, or even telephones. Let's all sit back, chillax, and start a new tradition together of kicking off the holiday season with some good old-fashioned Christmas ghost stories. We've all heard of A Christmas Carol, but there are also so many others that I'm about to tell you one or two, whatever the time allows, of my favorites. And the first story goes a little something like this: A Strange Christmas Game by Charlotte Riddell. See if I can get my window open. Oh, I don't know what I just did. Sorry. That's what happens when you're live. Yay. Okay, so we'll start the story. When, through the death of a distant relative, I, John Lester, succeeded to the Martindale estate, there could not have been found in the length and breadth of England a happier pair than myself and my only sister, Claire. We were not such utter hypocrites as to affect sorrow for the loss of our kinsman, Paul Lester, a man who we had never seen, of whom we had heard but little, and that little unfavorable, at whose hands we had never received a single benefit, who was, in short, as great a stranger to us as then the Prime Minister, the Emperor of Russia, or any other human being utterly removed from our extremely humble sphere of life. His loss was very certainly our gain. His death represented to us not a dreary parting from one long loved and highly honored, but the accession of lands, houses, consideration, wealth to myself, John Lester, Esquire, Martingale, Bedfordshire, will whom John Lester, artist and second floor lodger at 32 Great Smith Street, Bloomsbury. Not that Martingale was much of an estate as country properties go. The Lesters who had succeeded to that domain from time to time during the course of a few hundred years could by no stretch of courtesy have been called prudent men. In regard of their prosperity, they were indeed scarcely honest, for they parted with manors and farms, with common rights and advowsons. Sorry, that's not a American word. Common rights and advowsons, in a manner at once so baronial and so unbusinesslike that Martingale at length, in the hands of Jeremy Lester, the last resident owner, melted to a mere little dot in the map of Bedfordshire. Concerning this Jeremy Lester, there was a mystery. No man could say what had become of him. He was in the oak parlor at Martingale on one Christmas Eve, and before the next morning, he had disappeared to reappear in the flesh no more. Over one night, one Mr. Warley, a great friend and boon companion of Jeremy's, had sat playing cards with him until after 12 o'clock chimes. Then he took leave of his host and rode home under the moonlight. After that, no person, as far as could be ascertained, ever saw Jeremy Lester alive. His ways of life had not been either the most regular or the most respectable. It was not until It was not until a new year had come in without any tidings of his whereabouts reaching the house that his servants became seriously alarmed concerning his absence. Then inquiries were set on foot concerning him, inquiries which grew more urgent as the weeks and months passed by without the slightest clue being obtained to his whereabouts. Rewards were offered, advertisements inserted, but still Jeremy made no sign. And so in course of time, their heir at law, Paul Lester, took possession of the house and went down to spend the summer months at Martingale with his rich wife and her 4 children by a first husband. Paul Lester was a barrister, an overworked barrister, who everyone supposed would be glad enough to leave the bar and settle at Martingale, where his wife's money and the fortune he had accumulated could not have failed to give him a good standing even among the neighboring country families. And perhaps it was with such intention that he went down to Bedfordshire. If this were so, however, he speedily changed his mind, for with the January snows, he returned to London to let off the land surrounding the house, shut up the hall, put in a caretaker, and never troubled himself further about his ancestral seat. Excuse me. Time went on, and people began to say the house was haunted, that Paul Lester had seen something, and so forth, all which stories were duly repeated for our benefit when 41 years after the disappearance of Jeremy Lester, Claire and I went down to inspect our inheritance. I say our because Claire had stuck bravely to me, and poverty, grinding poverty, and prosperity was not going to part us now. What was mine was hers, and she knew, God bless her, without my needing to tell her so. The transition from rigid economy to comparative wealth was, in our case, the most delightful also, because we had not in the least degree anticipated it. We never expected Paul Lester's shoes to come to us, and accordingly, it was not upon our consequences that we had ever, in our dreariest moods, wished him dead. He had made a will. No doubt we never should have gone to Martingale, and I, consequently, never written this story. But luckily for us, he died in a state, and the Bedfordshire property came to me. As for the fortune, he had spent it in traveling and giving great entertainments to his grand house in Portman Square. Concerning his effects, Mrs. Lester and I came to have a very amicable arrangement, and she did me the honor of inviting me to call upon her occasionally, and, as I heard, spoke of me as a very worthy and presentable young man for my station, which, of course, coming from so good an authority, was gratifying. Moreover, she asked me if I intended residing at Martingale, and on my replying in the affirmative, hoped I should like it. It struck me at the time that there was a certain significance in her tone. And when I went down to Martingale and heard the absurd stories which were afloat concerning the house being haunted, I felt confident that if Mrs. Lester had hoped much, she had feared more. People said Mr. Jeremy walked at Martingale. He had been seen, it was averred, by poachers, by gamekeepers, by children who had come to use the park, as near a cut to a school, by lovers who kept their tryst under the elms and beeches. As for the caretaker and his wife, the third in residence since Jeremy Lester's disappearance, the man gravely shook his head when questioned, while the woman stated that wild horses or even wealth untold should not draw her into the red bedroom, nor into the oak parlor after dark. She said, I have heard my mother tell, sir, it was her as followed old Mrs. Reynolds, the first caretaker, how there were things went on in these self-same rooms at night that might make any Christian's hair stand on end. Such stamping and swearing and knocking about the furniture, and then tramp, tramp up the great staircase and along the corridor and so into the red bedroom, and then bang and tramp, tramp again. They do say, sir, Mr. Paul Lester met him once, and from that time, the oak parlor has never been opened. I never was inside it myself. Upon hearing which fact, the first thing I did was to proceed to the oak parlor, open the shutters, and let the August sun stream in upon the haunted chamber. It was an old-fashioned, plainly furnished apartment with a large table in the center, a smaller in the recess by a fireplace, chairs ranged against the walls, and a dusty moth-eaten carpet upon the floor. There were dogs on the hearth, broken and rusty. There was a brass fender, tarnished and battered, a picture of some sea fight over the mantelpiece, while another work of art, about equal in merit, hung between the windows. Altogether, an utterly prosaic and yet not uncheerful apartment, from out of which the ghosts flitted as soon as the daylight was let into it, and which I proposed, as soon as I felt my feet, to redecorate, refurnish, and convert into a pleasant morning room. I was still under 30, but I had learned prudence in that very good school, necessity. And it was not my intention to spend much money until I had ascertained for certain what were the actual revenues derivable from the lands still belonging to the Martingale estates and the charges upon them. In fact, I wanted to know what I was worth before committing myself to any great extravagances. And the place had for so long been neglected that I experienced some difficulty in arriving at the state of my real income. But in the meanwhile, Claire and I found great enjoyment in exploring every nook and corner of our domain, in turning over the contents of old chests, cupboards, in examining the faces of our ancestors looking down on us from the walls, in walking through the neglected gardens full of weeds, overgrown with shrubs and birdweed, where the boxwood was 18 feet high and the shoots of rose trees yards long. I've put the place in order since then. There is no grass on the paths. There are no trailing brambles over the ground. The hedges have been cut and trimmed, and the trees pruned, and the boxwood clipped. But I often say nowadays that in spite of all of my improvements, or rather in consequence of them, Martingale does not look one half so pretty as it did in its pristine state of uncivilized picturesqueness. Although I determined not to commence repairing the decorating of the house till better informed concerning the rental of Martingale, still the state of my finances was so far satisfactory that Claire and I decided on going abroad to take our long talked of holiday before the fine weather was past. We couldn't tell what a year might bring forth. As Claire sagely remarked, it was wise to take our pleasure while we could. And accordingly, before the end of August arrived, we were wandering about the continent, loitering at Rouen, visiting the galleries at Paris, and talking of extending our 1 month of enjoyment into 3. What decided me on this course was the circumstance of our becoming acquainted with an English family who intended wintering in Rome. We met accidentally, but discovering that we were near neighbors in England, in fact, that Mr. Cronson's property lay close beside Martingale's. The slight acquaintance soon ripened into intimacy, and ere long we were traveling in company. From the first, Claire did not much like this arrangement. There was a little girl in England she wanted me to marry, and Mr. Cronson had a daughter who certainly was both handsome and attractive. The little girl had not despised John Lester, artist, while Miss Cronson indisputably set her cap at John Lester's of Martingale, and would have turned away her puffy face from a poor man's admiring glance. All this I can see plainly enough now. But I was blind then and should have proposed for Mabel. That was her name. Before the winter was over, had news not suddenly arrived of the illness of Mrs. Cronson Sr. In a moment, the program was changed. Our pleasant days of foreign travel were at an end. The Cronsons packed up and departed, while Claire and I returned more slowly to England, a little out of humor, it must be confessed, with each other. It was the middle of November when we arrived at Martingale and found the place anything but romantic or pleasant. The walks were wet and sodden. The trees were leafless. There were no flowers save a few late pink roses blooming in the garden. It had been a wet season, and the place looked miserable. Claire would not ask Alice down to keep her company in the winter months, as she had intended. And for myself, the Cronsons were still absent in Norfolk, where they meant to spend Christmas with old Mrs. Cronson, now recovered. Altogether, Martingale seemed dreary enough, and the ghost stories we had laughed at while sunshine flooded the room became less unreal. When we had nothing but blazing fires and wax candles to dispel the gloom, they became more real also when servant after servant left us to seek situations elsewhere, when noises grew frequent in the house, when we ourselves, Claire and I, with our own ears, heard the tramp, tramp, the banging, the chattering, which had been described to us. From superstitious fancies. You poo the existence and only wish you could find a haunted night. A dreary, desolate old country mansion filled with the most unaccountable sounds, without a servant, with none save an old caretaker and his wife, who, living at the extremest end, at first, I imagined the noises were produced by some evil-disposed persons who wished for purposes of their own to keep the house uninhibited. But by degrees, Claire and I came to the conclusion the visitation must be supernatural, and Martingale, by consequence, untenantable. Still being practical people, and unlike our predecessors, not having money to live where and how we'd like, we decided to watch and see whether we could trace any human influence in matter. If not, it was agreed we were to pull down the right wing of the house and the principal staircase. For nights and nights we sat up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Claire engaged in needlework, I reading, with a revolver lying on the table beside me. But nothing. Neither sound nor appearance rewarded our vigil. This confirmed by my first ideas that the sounds were not supernatural. But just to test the matter, I determined on Christmas Eve, the anniversary of Mr. Jeremy Lester's disappearance, to keep watch myself in the red bedchamber. Even to Claire, I never mentioned my intention. About 10, tired out with our previous vigils, we each retired to rest. Somewhat ostentatiously, perhaps, I noisily shut the door of my room. And when I opened it, half an hour afterwards, no mouse could have pursued its way along the corridor with greater silence and caution than myself. Quiet in the dark, I sat in the red room. For over an hour, I might as well have been in my grave for anything I could see in the apartment. But at the end of that time, the moon rose and cast strange lights across the floor and upon the wall of the haunted chamber. Hitherto, I had kept my watch opposite the window. Now I changed my place to a corner near the door, where I was shaded from observations by the heavy hangings of the bed and an antique wardrobe. Still, I sat on, but still no sound broke the silence. I was weary with many nights, watching, and tired of my solitary vigil. I dropped at last into a slumber from which I was wakened by hearing the door softly opened. "John?" My sister, almost in a whisper. "John, are you there?" "Yes, Claire," I answered. "But what are you doing up at this hour?" "Come downstairs," she replied. "They are in the oak parlor." I did not need any explanation as to whom she meant, but crept downstairs after her, warned by an uplifted hand of the necessity for silence and caution. By the door, by the open door of the oak parlor, she paused, and we both looked in. There was the room we left in darkness overnight, with a bright wood fire blazing on the hearth, candles on the chimney piece, the small table pulled out from its accustomed corner, and two men seated beside it, playing cribbage. We could see the face of the younger player. It was that of a man about 25, of a man who had lived hard and wickedly, who had wasted his substance and his health, who had been while in the flesh, Jeremy Lester. It would be difficult for me to say how I knew this, how in a moment I identified the features of this player with those of the man who had been missing for 41 years. 41 years that very night. He was dressed in the costume of bygone period. His hair was powdered. Round his wrists were ruffles of lace. He looked like one who, having come from some great party, had just sat down after his return home to play cards with an intimate friend. On his little finger, there sparkled a ring. In front of his shirt, there gleamed a valuable diamond. There were diamond buckles on his shoes, and according to the fashion of his time, he wore knee breeches and silk stockings, which showed off and advantageously the shape of a remarkably good leg and ankle. He sat opposite the door, but never once lifted his eyes to it. His attention seemed concentrated on the cards. For a time, there was utter silence in the room, broken only by momentous counting of the game. In the doorway, we stood holding our breath, terrified and yet fascinated by the scene which was being acted for us. The ashes dropped on the hearth softly like snow. We could hear the rustle of cards as they were dealt out and fell upon the table. We listened to the count, 15-1, 15-2, and so forth. But there was no other word spoken. At length, the player whose face we could not see exclaimed, "I win. The game is mine." Then his opponent took up the cards, sorted them over negligently in his hand, put them close together, and flung the whole pack in the guest's face, exclaiming, "Cheat! Liar! Take that!" There was a bustle of confusion, a flinging over of chairs, and fierce gesticulation, and such a noise of passionate voices mingling that we could not hear a sentence which was uttered. All at once, however, Jeremy Lester strode out of the room in so great a hurry that he almost touched us where we stood, out of the room and tramp up the staircase into the Red Room, whence he descended in a few minutes with a couple of rapers under his arm. When he re-entered the room, he gave, as it seemed to us, the other man his choice of weapons, and then he flung open the window, and after ceremoniously giving place for his opponent to pass out first, he walked forth into the night air, Claire and I following. We went through the garden and down a narrow winding walk to a smooth piece of turf, sheltered from the north by a plantation of young fir trees. It was a bright moonlit night by this time, and we could distinctly see Jeremy Lester measuring off the ground. "When you say 3, he said at last to the man whose back was still toward us. They had drawn lots for the ground, and the lot had fallen against Mr. Lester. He stood thus with the moonbeams falling upon him, and a handsomer fellow I would never desire to behold. 1, began the other 2, and before our kinsman had the slightest suspicion of his design, he was upon him, and his rapier through Jeremy Lester's breast. At the sight of that cowardly treachery, Claire screamed aloud. In a moment, the combatants had disappeared. The moon was obscured behind a cloud, and we were standing in the shadow of the fir plantation, shivering with cold and terror. But we knew at last what had become of the late owner of Martingale, that he had fallen, not in a fair fight, but foully murdered by a false friend. When late on Christmas morning I awoke, it was to see a white world, to behold the ground and trees and shrubs all laden and covered in snow. There was snow everywhere, such snow as no person could remember having fallen for 41 years. It was on just such a Christmas that I'm going to start that over. It was on such a Christmas as this that Mr. Jeremy disappeared, remarked the old sexton to my sister, who had insisted on dragging me through the snow to church, whereupon Claire fainted away and was carried into the vestry, where I made full confession to the vicar of all we had beheld the previous night. At first, that worthy individual rather inclined to treat the matter lightly, but when a fortnight after the snow melted away and the fir plantation came to be examined, he confessed there might be more things in heaven and earth than his limited philosophy had dreamed of. In a little clear space just within the plantation, Jeremy Lester's body was found. We knew it by the ring and the diamond buckles and the sparkling breastpin, and Mr. Cronson, who in his capacity as a magistrate came over to inspect these relics, was visibly perturbed at my narrative. Pray, Mr. Lester, did you in your dreams see the face of the gentleman, your kinsman's opponent? No, I answered. He sat and stood with his back to us all the time. Pardon me. There's nothing more, of course, to be done in the matter, observed Mr. Cronson. Nothing, I replied, and the affair would doubtless have been terminated, but that a few days afterwards, when we were dining at Cronson Park, Claire all of a sudden dropped a glass of water, and she was trying to get to her lips and exclaiming, "Look, John, there he is. She rose from her seat and with a face as white as a tablecloth, pointed to a portrait hanging on the wall. I saw him for an instant when he turned his head towards the door as Jeremy Lester left it. She explained, "That is he." Of what followed after this identification, I have only the vaguest recollection. Servants rushed hither and thither. Mrs. Cronson dropped off her chair into hysterics. The young ladies gathered round their mamma, Mr. Cronson trembling like one in an argue fit, attempted some kind of explanation, while Claire kept praying to be taken away, only to be taken away. I took her away, not merely from Cronson Park, but from Martingale. Before we left the latter place, however, I had an interview with Mr. Cronson, who said the portrait Claire had identified was that of his wife's father, the last person who saw Jeremy Lester alive. He's an old man now, finished Mr. Cronson, a man of over 80, who has confessed everything to me. You won't bring further sorrow and disgrace upon us by making this matter public. I promised I would keep silence, but the story gradually oozed out and the Cronsons left the country. My sister never returned to Martingale. She married and is living in London. Though I assure her there are no strange noises in my house, she will not visit Bedfordshire, where the little girl she wanted me so long ago to think of seriously is now my wife and the mother of my children. So good. Am I right? So yeah, Christmas Carol gets all the fame and all the fortune, but that was magical. I can't hear you, KJ.
Yeah, I've done this
There you
a
are.
few times. Is there some place you can get that story? I kind of want to own it.
If you search, let me pull up the title here so I don't screw it up. I believe there are Christmas ghost story books available on Amazon, and this is called A Strange Christmas Game by Charlotte Riddell, Riddell. And it was written in the 1800s and just magical.
Yeah. Speaking of books, you can get Kitsy's book, I'd Rather Talk to Dead People, on Amazon.com right now. Can we talk a little bit about the book? Obviously I don't want you to give away the stories in the book, but for people who are watching and just got through that haunting little Christmas story, what are some of the real things, some of the stuff that has happened in your life that put you on the path to be a paranormal investigator?
Yeah, so I was terrified of this stuff as a kid. I'm not your atypical paranormal investigator where I didn't see something as a kid. I had some things happen, but fortunately my mother chalked it up to my overactive imagination. Thank God she did, because Lord, I would have ended up an emo kid. I mean, we can admit it. Come on. Not that there's anything against emo kids, but I do wear black all the time, so I think I'm out of luck. But
you're
my
emo
dad,
adult.
I totally am. You see the stuff behind me, right? Sadly, my dad passed away at a very early age with no goodbyes. It was very sudden. And without knowing really anything about the paranormal other than poltergeist and scary movies, I felt a presence and I hoped it was him. And I wanted to know it was him. So, and the only way I knew how to look into this stuff was to watch every single reality paranormal TV show ever. So that's what I did. And by doing so, I realized they can't kill you. They can't suck you into a TV and keep you away from your mother like Poltergeist makes you believe. And it doesn't possess clowns. So I'm like, I'm safe. I met with some people that had a paranormal group here in Indiana, and they invited me along on an investigation. And I walked into this notoriously haunted location, and I felt at home. I wasn't scared. I wasn't terrified. The only thing that scared me was one of the team members yelling up the stairs, "Come at me, bro." And I'm like, okay, this group isn't for me. So yeah.
Come at me, bro.
Oh, yeah. So after that experience, now my lot in life is to prove that we don't yell at ghosts like that it's not scary, that they are just people. I actually had a spirit that was a place allegedly known for demonic activity. Her name was Linda. I don't know of a demon named Linda. Do you? No, I don't think so.
If it is, she did a terrible job naming herself, because no one's afraid of the demon Linda.
Exactly. You don't see a demon named Linda on Lucifer. Come on. But come to find out that they were these spirits, and I talk about them like they're like tangent people, but to me they are. They told me that they were acting like demons because that's what they thought they had to do, because Ghost Adventures came in and told everybody there were demons in there. And that she literally, over this odd box, which is what I have, where I can have real-time conversations with spirits, she said, "We are just people."
Wow.
Yeah. So
I'm just imagining if like we were existing the other way, and all of a sudden it was like, well, they just keep saying we're demons. So all of a sudden I'm like, roar. I guess we need to perform.
And the story of this book is treat these spirits with empathy. If somebody were to walk in my house and scream up my stairs, "Come at me, bro," I'd probably find a gun and shoot him. I'm not gonna lie. Or scratch him, or whatever ghosts are allowed to do. That's got to stop. It's really got to stop. These spirits have stories to tell. It's not scary. I love when I meet children that are terrified of ghosts, and I'm like, "Oh, honey, they're not scary. I promise you, they're not scary. They just want to talk. They just need to communicate. That's all it is." My mother told me my entire life, communication is key. Communicate. Little did I know I'd bring that saying of hers into my paranormal research. So yeah,
you're just doing what your mother told you to.
I am. Hope she's proud.
And now there is 3 seasons of Oddity Files on Amazon Prime Video, correct?
There's 3 seasons and almost 2 years of podcasts of Oddity Files as well.
Oh my gosh, has your podcast been going 2 years now?
Can you believe it? Remember when we were just talking about doing podcasts?
Yes.
You and me having a drink?
Yeah.
A long time ago.
A long time ago. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh, that's fantastic. And then your Get Scared podcast is it a little bit similar to what you just did, right? Like you're actually sharing scary stories.
Yep.
Oh.
And producer Jana comes in and adds some creepy music underlying. And these stories for Get Scared are actually indie horror writers. So they're not signed with any big labels. They're just the independent ones. And I'm trying to help get word out about these great stories that people just haven't read or heard.
I think that's great to share with the PopCon family, because I mean, so many of the people that we've had on today and that are watching and that attend PopCon and are regulars that we see all the time are very talented people, and there's a lot of writers, and that was kind of similar. To starting the International Film Festival last year was to get some of these independent films some recognition from a group of people who crave this kind of artistic expression. And if you've got, people out there that that are writers and they want to get their stories out, Kitsy will.
Was Sarah Wild on with you earlier today?
Yeah, I think she's watching right now. I know she watched.
I read one of her stories.
Did you?
There, and it was beautiful. Yeah. I love that so much. One of the parts of Oddity Files is listeners send in their personal paranormal stories as well, and it's one of my absolute favorite things of that show. As I love this little community of weird is the new cool. That's my motto. And there's so many weirdos out there like me who love this stuff. I mean, I don't like to watch gory horror movies, but I love a ghost story. I love the tension. I love thinking, of just outside the box. So that's
it's interesting how the horror movies and things like that will scare the crap out of me. But if someone's like, "There's a ghost in that house," I run for it.
Let's
Cool.
go. Yeah. Literally.
Audrey got a kick out of our demon named Linda. That makes me feel like we should maybe do some fan fiction for Supernatural, a whole story about the demon
Linda.
named Linda. I know we've got about 10 minutes or so. I don't know how long your stories are. If you have another one that you could tell in 10 minutes, or if you just want to kind of keep talking about, the paranormal and what you've come across in your investigations.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this one will fit into 10 minutes or not. I'm a real bad judge at how many words it takes me to read something. But yeah, so check the first year of Oddity Files. I did read the next one. It's called SMEE, SMEE. Just Google it. It's again available in all these Christmas ghost story books, and it's a good one, a haunted one. I kind of wish this whole Christmas ghost story thing would come back. I'd love to see. Oh my God.
Black Widow. I don't know why Black Widow is moving. Is that Patches?
It has to be Patches.
That's Patches.
I was like, KJ, there's a ghost behind you.
Oh gosh. So thanks, producer Patches.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we had a question over there. Audrey wanted to know, so we're fighting over who's going to show comments. Carl, let me show Audrey's comment. We haven't gotten to it yet. You've never encountered a negative energy. That's a good question.
Absolutely. And again, them being just people, if somebody's I won't cuss, a jerk face in life, they're going to be a jerk face in death. You've got your douchey ghosts, you've got your sweet ghosts like Linda, and it takes all kinds, just like dealing with the real world, the people that are still alive. And I deal with the ghosts according to the personality. Sometimes there's a backstory to it where this ghost is known for throwing people across the room. Well, I get into that a little bit in my book as well. It was the Harrodsburg Herald, and the spirits that were supposed to be so awful towards women tried with me, but we figured out why they were so rude to women. And I don't want to give too much away, but I guess his wife was out and about when she shouldn't have been, which understandable why he has a bad attitude towards women. You've got to think of these spirits like they are human beings, and empathy. I even give them more empathy than the world is giving human beings today, because a lot of these people haven't been around for a long time. They don't understand that the world is full of sarcasm right now. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they don't get it. But yeah, one of my favorite locations in the entire world is right here in Indiana as well. It's in Crown Point, Indiana, and it's the old Lake County Sheriff's home and jail. It's where Patches is from.
Say that's where Patches was born. He was born in the jail.
He's born in the jail. It's better being born in a barn.
So did you you investigated the jailhouse?
Oh, like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. It's my all-time favorite. And I'll tell you what, you do this after a hot minute, and you get to realize that it's not as scary as you thought it was as a kid. And you're almost comfortable. Like, you go to these museums of these really old mansions, and I walk in and I'm enthralled by the beauty. So I want to talk about the beauty of the home with the resident spirits that are there. I'm not the jump scare I used to be, but jails, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That's the bad energy. It is. They were bad people in real life, and they're going to be bad people in death as well. Ooh, Audrey lived in a haunted house?
Ooh, we want more.
Yay.
We
Yeah.
want more.
Oh, you are living in a haunted house. So Audrey,
Oh.
and those of you that are listening, I am currently rebranding Oddity Files. The band broke up. Clayton headed out to LA and Carter is out there. If you guys watch the show, those are my co-investigators. Carter's starting a new business with his dad. And this right here is what I'm looking for. I want to help people that are dealing with hauntings, whether it's in their home or where they work. So please contact me. And I'd love to stay in the Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky area. So reach out to me at kitsy@oddityfiles.com, Audrey, pretty please, because I want to get the spirits' stories for you so you can cohabitate with the spirit if it doesn't want to go anywhere, and try to figure out what they're telling you and who they are.
And I think that's why, I mean, and not that I don't know any, shifty investigators off the top of my head, but when someone talks about this to me, I immediately want them to connect with you because I know that you want to help. Like there's nothing that's the motivation. It's not, you're not going to do anything to try to, like I said, rile them up, to yell at them, to make things worse, to sensationalize it. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there. And you've gone on investigations where there's nothing there.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you go in with the right energy, and again, like dealing with people, I know I sound like a broken record. Children records were something people listened to music on back in the day. But it's really dealing with these spirits with empathy to want to get them to talk. If they're being silent and quiet, me and my fellow investigators, we just kind of talk amongst ourselves and let them get to know us and cut up a little bit. We want to be the cool kids that the ghosts want to come hang out with and tell their story. I mean, I'm not cool by any way, shape, or form, but that's kind of the
ghosts don't
goal.
need to know that we're not cool. Like as far as they
don't
know,
tell them.
Don't tell them.
Everybody, put your hand up. Sign in. Let's make an oath.
Yep.
Tell all the ghosts, Kitsy and KJ are cool.
Please. Is there any extra activity do you find during the holidays? Do people, I know that I kind of felt like at Christmas time, like maybe it's just because we're being sentimental that we feel like our family members are around us or with us. Do you find that to be true? Do spirits care about the holidays like we do?
I don't know. These are the questions I want to answer, though. Seriously, you would think that these spirits, I mean, in another year, know that the big family gathering is at Christmas time, that they would want to be there and be a part of that. And I would assume, if that's, I don't know how it works on the other side. I wish I had a handbook for the recently deceased, but I don't even think they really exist. So, but I mean, if it were me, I'd do everything I could to make my way to that party. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it makes sense if you think about it that way.
These are the questions I have. Like, do you keep a calendar? Are Mondays worse for you?
Exactly. And you hear of that one. You hear of that one haunting somewhere that every year on the same date at the same time, they only come, so they have to have, I mean, it's probably not a Google calendar, but, I'm sure it's way fancier than anything we have.
They've got some sort of reminder. Ding, it's time to go haunt. It's the annual haunting. Get out to the bridge.
It's the anniversary of your death, Lady Chatterberry.
All right. Thank you so much, Kitsy. I'm so glad that you were here, and that was such a fun story. And I don't even know if it'll live up to reading it, because hearing it in your voice was just so haunting. It's just so, I love listening to you read. So again, we've got Oddity Files for you to binge, 3 seasons on Amazon Prime Video. And if you've got a ghost story, you got a haunting going on, Kitsy wants to help. So I put her email, kitsy@oddityfiles.com, in the comments. And also in the comments, you'll find a way to donate and help make wishes come true.
Please do.
This whole 12 hours, Kitsy's given her time. Carl's given his time. Everybody that's here is here today. One, because we're geeky and we want to be together. And two, because we're geeky and we want to help geeky kids get their wishes granted. So you can make a donation of, $5, $10, whatever you can do. And we'll make some magic for some kids today.
Yes.
Thank you, Kitsy.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Going to bring Carl in here, see what's going on next. And I'm gonna sneak out for a little bit too, Carl.
Sure.
Oh, look at you dancing. Did you are you scared? Did we freak you out with the ghost stuff?
Oh, terrified.
I knew you wouldn't be scared. Kitsy makes it sound so much fun. Like
it had a happy ending.
It did.
Yes, it did. All right, Carl, we're going to turn it over to you. I think we've got something super nerdy going on, and I see other people in the background. So see you later, Kitsy. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And Carl, I'm out of here.
All right.
Actually, I'll be back in an hour. You're not rid of me yet. Goodbye.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. We've got, we just finished up with Paranormal Hour, which was super freaking cool. And we've got Letterkenny coming up next. And we are going to, I don't remember which video we're on. So we're going to do this one for Make-A-Wish Foundation. Donations happening all day.
Where did that bring us?
Your wish to have a gaming computer was granted?
What do you think?
Firemen are dropping a package from way up high.
Woo-hoo! Who's echoing?
Who knows? Oh, it's me.
It's definitely you. Hello, Bree. You're on. Is she listening? She's not even listening. Oh my. Yeah, that's not going to work. Are you all in the same house? Is it because you Okay. I'm gonna say that both of you can't be on at the same time. Bree, you're muted, and I can't unmute you.
That was terrifying. Is that better?
Oh, much.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you can't have
one
two
of us was
microphones.
muted at a time, but it still had such a bad echo. I am so sorry, everyone.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Hey, we tried Dakota's laptop and it didn't work. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Bree, you look so excited. Are you there? Can you hear?
I have no sound.
I can tell.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I am having issues getting sound through my computer. So I don't know what happened.
So she missed all of that. Oh, it was awful.
Reconnect. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She can't hear us. That's so sad.
Free, make it work.
I would just reconnect.
That sounds like the moment I say shit about it.
Make sure that
Say something about it.
check
Yeah.
speakers. Make sure computer isn't muted. Since she can't hear us, I figure I'd just type it out.
True.
Les has joined. Does Les watch Letterkenny?
Yes.
Well, he can add himself then.
I think we got him watching it.
All I see is the top of his head anyway. Yeah, Bree, you can go into the. Well, she can't hear me. So tell me, what did you guys do for Black Friday while I'm working on this? Tell the world.
I worked all day. I actually got home a little less than an hour ago and quickly made dinner and ate food. Dakota's been off since 2 o'clock though.
I woke up at 5 a.m.
Went to work.
Yeah.
You're on, Les.
Hi, Les. Hi, Les.
And gone. That's okay.
So what did you do for Black Friday? Or you've been here all day, haven't you?
Yes. I'm easy.
What we're doing for Black Friday.
I think.
Abigail. No idea where she's being creepy.
I wish I could help you with Letterkenny, but I don't think I can.
Well, Bree's really the one we need to help with Letterkenny because I mean, when Indy had their Letterkenny trivia contest, Bree won with the most points.
Of course she did.
She like carried her team.
Of course she did. Chris just joined. I don't think he means to.
You're like tip tapping around, just creeping around. Our doors are open. She might be in the bathroom too. She could be. She was laying here. Yeah, she was laying on the rug earlier. That made me kind of sad.
Well, this is the best. This is going to be the best hour ever.
Hey,
Oh.
I have
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you guys.
What was it?
So I play. We have my coworkers and I have a weekly game where we play a video game together, and I use my headset for that. And somehow my computer speaker had just been completely disabled, and I'm like, I didn't do that. Like all I do is plug my headset in, and it switches. Apparently, it didn't recognize that it wasn't plugged in. It was just like, you get no sound. So,
I like it. At least it was something relatively simple.
yeah, I just had to find the setting. I'm like, I know what I'm looking for. Just where did it go?
Great. Well, welcome everybody. We've been going for 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 3 seconds, and we're going strong. And we just got off of Paranormal Hour, as I said earlier, and we're coming up with the Kind of Nerdy Girls next, and then we were probably going to play a few hours of Jackbox Games to keep everybody awake because we're a gaming group. But you guys are talking Letterkenny, eh?
Yeah.
And I have seen the first episode, but it's been a while.
Just the first episode?
Just the first episode.
Wait, only how? With as much as we talk about it, how?
What? Yeah. Well, that's one more episode than 15 seasons of Supernatural I have not seen.
Okay.
Well, I've seen no Supernatural, so I guess that's a.
I'm playing like season 12 of Supernatural.
That's on my I need to binge list. If people liked it for 15 seasons, I think I'm missing out at this point.
I mean, Letterkenny's on what, season 9?
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the new season is 9. Yeah.
How many episodes are in a season? 10?
I think 12.
12, yeah. That
Wow.
sounds
Yeah, then I'm also way behind, eh? I don't know what that's about.
Josh roasts me constantly.
I think I sound like a South Park character where I'm I'm actually sounding unethical when I do that. But I will let you guys go for it. So however you want to get going, Letterkenny it is.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I actually haven't talked the last season with you at all, Bree.
Yeah, we haven't. It's actually kind of surprising we haven't talked about the last season. I don't think I've talked about the last season with really anyone, just because it's been kind of a weird year, you know.
I think like we just talked about it together.
We did.
Like, just the other day.
Yeah.
We were like, we should probably, I don't know, prepare.
Yeah, so I went through and rewatched the entire last season.
When they asked us if we wanted to talk about this today, I was like, it's actually been a really hot minute since I've watched Letterkenny. So I went to rewatch the last season, and I forgot that I had canceled my Hulu. So I only had 2 days. Yeah, like it was ending in 2 days, and I was like, can I watch the entire thing? And I mean, I'm sure I can, but I only got through like 3 or 4 episodes before I was like, I have to watch something else. Like I just, yeah. But I do vaguely remember most of the last season, and I will be really interested to see how the next season goes.
Same, especially with how they ended. I know Letterkenny has a habit of leaving on big cliffhangers and then acting like whatever just happened didn't. But I really hope we get to learn more about that fight scene where literally everyone in the town comes there for Katie, because she dated a guy who no one liked, but everyone liked his face. So
I feel like that's in like a very untrustable face, though. It's a very punchable face.
It's definitely a very punchable face.
But we're going to see the result of that very punchable face soon, and I can't wait.
I really hope they do show it, because if you guys remember, like at the beginning or at the end of season 7, they show Wayne like catching Mary Fred making out with another dude.
Yeah.
They show the beginning of that fight, but then when season 8 started and we're all like, oh yeah, like season 8 is gonna be great, they had skipped forward like so much time and like just completely blew over the whole thing, and like Wayne's just in his shed and like won't come out, and I'm like, okay, but like where was the drama for that? Like I want to know what actually went down there. So I'm really hoping that with this going into season 9, with that whole like the whole town shows up to just beat Dirks, like
like the skids and everything, and people don't even like the skids, and
just like the whole town coming together
to fight. Now suddenly they're friends.
Well, I mean, everyone has a common enemy there. Like everyone likes Katie, even the people that don't like her though are like, that is right, so let's go beat his butt. So yeah. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. I guess I'm gonna have to resubscribe to Hulu so I can watch season 9.
Great on that.
No, but I completely understand. Just like you said, this year has been so crazy. There's a lot of people who have unsubscribed from so many things.
Yeah, I kind of unsubscribed from life. I was like, Facebook, Instagram, like I occasionally get on those now, but I just am like, I don't, so. But yeah, definitely like going back and rewatching the first few episodes, it was kind of like, oh yeah, I do really love this show. Why did I stop watching it? Like I've seen it all, but it was one of those things that I kind of just watched over and over again. So
yeah, I think it was actually you that got me into Letterkenny, wasn't it?
No. That was finally sitting next to you.
Oh, it was me. I really know my own roommate.
Yeah,
I just remember you guys talking about it, And I was like, I've literally never seen this show. And you're like, let's watch it. But we're not going to watch the first episode because you won't like it just off the first episode.
It's so good.
No, the way I remember this happening was that it was at the time where we were like all hanging out kind of frequently. And Dakota, you kept like making references from the show. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this from? And you're like, it's a show called Letterkenny and you should just watch it. And you were like, you'll probably hate the first episode, but just keep watching it. And I'm like, why am I going to watch a show that I'm not going to like it? And she's like, no, you will like it.
It's so hard to base it off of that first episode, and like the humor is so quick.
It is. Like going back, I catch more things that I miss.
It takes time, I feel like, to get used to that, but I really like that because it's just so much coming at you at once. I really love it.
Yeah, so I remember I watched the first episode and I remember thinking, what the hell are they recommending I watch? Like, what is this? Like, I was so confused. But yeah, so watch the first episode, and after the first episode, I had to turn subtitles on because I was like, they're talking way too fast. Yeah. They're Canadian. They're using slang that I don't know what that means. Like, I need subtitles. And so the first like 2 or 3 episodes, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. And then like a couple days gone by, and I found myself like relating that to like things that were happening in my life and just like my day to day. And I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, I get it.
The subtitles for me came really in handy when Jonesy, Riley, and Shorzy were all chirping back and forth to each other. I kept having to rewind those parts, and I finally got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm over it. We're just gonna put on the subtitles. That way I can sit there and like hear it, but I can also literally see it. And I was like, oh, no way.
And they have so much new lingo that like I had no idea what it was. And I had like, there's a Letterkenny dictionary I had to look up. I was like, what does this mean?
I had to look up what it means because I was like, Ferda, and everyone just kept saying Ferda boys. And I was like, what does this mean?
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot of lingo. Well, that and like, I'm not a sports person. And so like, especially hockey, like I've never watched hockey in my life, and like there's a lot of lingo that's like specific to hockey, and I'm like, are they speaking English right now? Is this like another language? Like, yeah, so the subtitles definitely help, but the humor in it is very quick. It's super witty, and you do have to pay like close attention, and there's all these like callbacks from things that have been previously discussed. And so,
because like I said earlier, they have the habit of doing the cliffhangers and then just ignoring it for episodes and episodes.
Yeah, and then you're like, okay, but what happened? And then you finally go back to it. So
I feel like it makes it so watchable though, because you keep going back and you discover new stuff every time, which is really nice.
I love just taking a weekend and rewatching it because I can get through four seasons in a weekend because I will do nothing else when I have free time.
Yeah, the amount of times that I have turned that on and then realized, oh crap, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to go to bed. Like that's happened a lot. So
yeah, all the time. Oh yeah. It's so good though. So good. Didn't you not this year that passed, but this last year, didn't you go as Stuart for Halloween?
Yes, I did.
I missed that because I had to work, but I heard stories, but I never actually got to see it.
It was good.
Dakota, you were there, right? You were at that Halloween party? Yes.
It was good.
Stuart. Yeah. The king of the skids. I don't know why I relate to them so much. Maybe just because they're like just kind of weird and out there, and just I relate to them probably the most just because they make me laugh too. So yeah, not this past year, but last year I dressed up as Stuart for Halloween, and my best friend Megan came as Rolls, and she followed me around all night going Stuart.
So much.
Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. That was a very fun costume to have. So
is there an episode to you that you like more than others or like stands out for you specifically?
That's a really hard one. There's a lot of really good episodes. Probably all of my favorite ones, though, are the ones that are really heavy with the skids. Like I said, I find them really amusing. So any episode where there's like a lot of them in it, those are kind of my favorite. Probably one of my favorite moments though, that just like kills me every time I see it, is it's earlier on when Stuart goes to the city, and no, he doesn't like show up in any of the I want to say it's like 2 or 3 episodes that they just don't mention him. They say nothing about him. Like there may have been a couple times someone said something and they're like, oh, he's in the city, or like he's just not around. And then at the very end of the episode, they like have this like slow motion of these girls walking into a club, and they're like, I think they've got trays, they might be waitresses, but it's like got this song that I have found, and it's on a couple of my playlists now. And it's just like, he does this thing where they like pan the camera up, and as the music drops, he's just like, whoof, and he cut his hair off, and he's like wearing normal clothes, and it's just like, and he's just like doing his thing, and it's like, oh my God, that is so like just hilarious the way that they drop that. So
I remember when we watched that, I remember turning to Dakota and I said, I swear if the next season they don't have him with that nice haircut, I'm going to scream.
Did that greasy
he kept it for a little while, but then he went back to long hair.
And then he went back to the long hair in one episode, and no time had passed since point A to point B.
That was my thing. I'm like, so is he wearing a wig? Like in the show, like in did he get a wig because he cut his hair off and he wanted to have long hair again? Like,
I don't know.
I think it was always just a really crappy wig. So bad.
I don't know. This is what I don't remember. In the last season, he got really buff, which was
intense. It was nice though. It was surprising, but
because he said at the end of the last season, he was like, I'm gonna get ripped, or whatever word they used for that, and he was like, I'm gonna get buff and I'm gonna kick their ass. And I was like, you weigh like 120 pounds soaking wet, like you're not gonna kick anyone. And then so I was really interested when that season came out, like what's gonna happen, like are they gonna just like, I kind of figured, I don't know, for some reason I figured they would just kind of like play it down, or maybe not have him actually get ripped. But no, he in real life got shredded, and Josh is outing me for I don't remember it. I don't remember it anymore, but the dance that he does when they're outside, yes, I did that for Halloween. But yes, I was really shocked whenever they showed him for the first time in the last season, and he was like shirtless and was like ripped, and I was like, way to go. Like, yes.
When they showed that, I looked at Dakota and I leaned in. I was like, is he gonna fight Wayne now? Is he gonna be the toughest guy in Letterkenny? And then when they brought out the 2 guys to help him get buff, and I was like, is he gonna be the toughest guy in Letterkenny?
What were those guys? The
Joint Boy, and I can never remember the other guy's name.
I can't for the life of me remember what his name is right now. Yeah,
but yeah. The number 2 and number 3 fighters in Letterkenny. So
and I don't remember like I said, I didn't get a chance to really rewatch the whole last season, and I think I only watched it once before, so I haven't really like gotten to like memorize every bit of it. But I forget, did he actually end up going to the city to fight the drug dealer?
Yes, he did. The dealer thought he won because he punched him in the face and he fell down. Well, then he did one of those. Sorry, we're hearing Abby do some questionable things in the hallway.
All right, my dog is sitting in the chair over here being really weird, and I'm like just trying to ignore it, so I get it.
Yeah, one of us had our door open. I think it was me, and she was doing something. I didn't trust her.
Searching for trash per usual.
But yeah, so the drug dealer punches Stuart in the face. He falls down. He's like turning around thinking he won, and then he like comes back up, and then he
that's right. That's right. Because they're like saying like he can't take a hit. And when they're in the gym, and Rold like just barely punches him, and he's like, ow. And they're like, our point, okay?
And then he comes up and he does like, I think he only hits the guy once and it's done. And I was like, oh, that can't be it. And I was like, oh, it is.
Oh, that actually is it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys, we've talked about this before, but who are your favorite characters?
So I think originally when we talked, I said Katie was, because I liked how she really didn't take anything. She does what she wants, and if it's I just liked her. I still really like her, but I honestly say Daryl is my favorite just because he's so awkward, and I myself am extremely awkward. So I think it just fits.
So you relate to him.
Even though I do constantly say Wayne things to Dakota all the time.
Such as? What are these things?
Well, because this is kid friendly, I can't say the full term, but wish you weren't so awkward, bud.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
A coworker said that to me at work, and I was like, "Yeah, me too."
You're like, yeah, I know. How do I fix it though? Like, I don't know. Yeah. I catch myself still to this day, despite the lack of times that I have actually watched Letterkenny in the last 9 months, referencing Letterkenny. A lot of my coworkers have also watched Letterkenny, and so we'll be like chatting in our system at work, and one of us will say it, or we'll use like GIFs from the show, like just, hey, there you go. But yeah, I wish you weren't so awkward is probably
one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Can't read that.
Is there video of this dance of me doing it or of Stuart doing it? Because if you're looking for video of me doing it, I hope to God there does not exist video of that.
There absolutely should be one.
I mean, I still have the costume. I could put the whole costume back on. I think I still have the hat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I still have the whole costume. So maybe if you guys get really lucky, I can at some point put that all back on and do the dance for you.
I'll pay you in a crisp high five.
Yeah.
The crisp high five.
Crispest high five.
Let's have another charity thing. We have to raise a certain amount, and then Bree will do the dance in the costume.
Oh no, let's not do that. I mean, I'm also raising money for charity, but
you can't say no. It's for charity.
All right, fine. If we can raise the money for charity, I will video myself doing the skid dance.
A well-placed promo.
Oh, so I am also curious to see kind of just where else in general this season's going to go. I personally felt like season 8 was not the best. Like of all the seasons, I kind of felt like season 8, they kind of got away from like what the best parts of Letterkenny. I don't know if it's just because there was so much going on and you like just kind of lost some of the like shenanigans that they get up to. So I'm hoping that this season will get a little bit more back to what we're used to seeing in the previous seasons, because I feel like that was more, I feel like this last season was just maybe a little too serious.
Well, I feel like it almost had to be because, like you said, Wayne walked in on Mary Fred making out with a different dude, and it was kind of him coping and getting over that, because that's essentially what the second time that, at least that we, the viewers, know of, that he's been cheated on by someone he was in love with and wanted to actually marry. So, like, he's a tough guy, but that's going to take a toll on anyone. I feel like the more serious tone of it had to be done, and especially for... I don't want to say like Katie had to get cheated on, but I feel like Katie almost had to get cheated on for Wayne to get back to being himself.
Yeah.
Because we did see towards the end of the season that he was getting more into himself, but it still wasn't quite the same until Dirk came in and he started like, he was just like,
why do you say it like that? Say it like what? Well, when you say Dirks, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Say Dan.
Name.
Dan. Now say Dairy. Dairy. Now say Dirks. Dirks.
I heard that.
So there's that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I do understand that, like, because of what had happened at the end of the last season, like, obviously the beginning of season 8 is going to take a little bit more of a serious tone. And I'm not saying that that wasn't the right choice. I mean, it was still a good season. Like, you do still get, like, there's some new stuff going on in there. Like, the hockey boys are doing the promo for the energy drink. And you can
bro dude.
Bro dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Bro dude, dude, bro.
But it did just feel like overall though, like the whole season, I don't know. I don't want to say that it wasn't as funny. But
it was a little lacking. I will agree that.
Right. It definitely was a little bit lacking for me. So I'm hoping that the next season maybe makes a turn. Like you said, now that Wayne is kind of back to himself, maybe kicks Dirk's ass, and then Katie can grieve and deal with that in her way. I kind of have a feeling, knowing her, she will probably act like absolutely nothing is wrong and take it out on everyone.
Take it out on
not necessarily take it out on them, but just be like a little bit more, I care about nothing in that sort of like Katie way that she has. So
I think she might bring back her old relationships just to kind of help get it through the system and do more of the, like you said, the I care about nothing, this means nothing. It's no big deal type situation. But based on the promo that we've seen already for season 9, I am super interested to see how things go with Rosie.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, that's the other thing that was kind of starting to play back in at the end of season 8 was her coming around and like that I'm a big fan of. Like, I love Rosie. Like, I honestly, those two I think are perfect for each other.
They are so perfect in
the
every
big
way.
Part of that for me is like the way they ended it. Like when they broke up in like season like 4 or 5, I don't remember what season it was, but when they she was moving away. It just was so like for the both of them, it was just so matter of the fact. And they were just like, well, this is all right, and like there was no hard feelings. Like they just knew that like the time wasn't right for it. And like, the way that they were both like on the same page and they were both like, okay, like this is what I want to see. These two right here. Like,
they are probably like, as of right now, at least my Letterkenny endgame. Yeah. Like who you want to see them no matter what with in the end when this series completely shuts down.
I feel like it's been pretty good about like bringing the plot back, because like they had that way back in, like you said, like season 3 or 4, and then they kind of brought it back and like left all those hints because like weren't they like exchanging?
They were texting a lot, and Mary Fred was she wasn't accusing Wayne of cheating, but like other people were insinuating, hey, that you shouldn't be doing that. She was fine with it. Well, we learned why she's fine with it because
she was stepping out
out the back door.
Yeah. So it'll definitely be interesting to see where they go. I don't know. I think that I really just want to see Dirks get his butt kicked like that.
I want to see him pummeled by everyone.
I feel like they have to at least include a few scenes for us. They can't, tease us.
They can't tease me back. Some of them were straight up running. Katie's just standing there. He's like doing the dog thing. Like, I'm going to slightly look over at you, see if you're still there, look away. I'm going to slightly look over there and then just look away again.
Yep.
Then you have like 4 trucks. 4
people in the bed like the whole time. He warned you. Wayne warned you. Like,
and all the way
the entire town will kick your ass.
The entire town hates Quebec, and they drove to Quebec for Katie. Like, what does that tell you?
Yeah. Is it Quebec?
Yeah.
Great fishing in Quebec.
Quebec. Love it.
Yeah, that's
I'm excited to see what Daryl's gonna do because he's my favorite little awkward boy.
Oh, I am too. Oh, there she is.
Oh yes, from the Valentine's Day episode. That one
3.
Great.
That scene from the wedding. Can we talk about the wedding?
Where those guys were grossly hitting on the girls all night.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good.
Do you remember which scenes?
Where
the city guys are like, hey,
and then they lure them into the hotel room. So because we don't fight weddings.
But hotel to the wedding, it's fair game.
Technically, they weren't at the wedding; they were in the hotel, so it doesn't count. Yeah,
no, that was my favorite scene.
What was that car? I used to quote that.
It was a BMW. Like, that's something special.
It's a fancy BMW.
It was just like the model or the type of it. It's just like,
you ever been in the front seat of a?
Yeah, like, dude, no.
Obviously not, or we wouldn't be talking to you.
No.
And at one point they're sitting there like, we don't fight at weddings.
It's one of the things I really love about this show is that I feel like it's really good at showing like equality and showing, you know, like respect women or you're gonna get your butt whooped.
They do.
Kind of stuff. I really appreciate that they do that with humor because I feel like that makes it way more palatable than, you know, like an after school PSA. You know, kind of putting a funny spin on it.
Yeah. I do like it.
Yeah.
And from what like I've read and people meeting them, the entire cast is just completely wholesome also.
Who would be the one person you'd want to meet the most? That's tough.
I'm broken.
Bree,
you go first because
Bree, you go first.
Probably Stuart and Roald. I have to meet them both. I just feel like the two of them, like I actually follow both of them on Instagram. And obviously, like through the pandemic, they haven't been as active as they were prior. But they actually are both like super decent human beings too, because they're always posting about like things that they're doing for charity and like, you know, posting things like that, like just awareness for like issues around the world. And like, they're great. Like I just want to meet those two guys. Oh, that's like early days when his hair was super greasy. And like,
so that was when they made the website for the fart book.
Oh yeah.
Episode.
Fart book. Oh, that is.
And Katie got in trouble for the kitten farts.
That is probably actually the first episode of Letterkenny that I saw. So I think before Dakota even mentioned it to me, I went to a tattoo appointment and I showed up a little bit early as I normally do. And my tattoo artist has a TV that he'll put stuff on just to kind of distract while you're getting tattooed. And I came in a little bit early for my appointment and that episode was playing and I had never heard of this show. I had never heard anything about it. And this is what I'm getting is fart book. Like I'm seeing this and like all the fart noises and like these weird characters, you know, that are like obviously on drugs. And I'm just like watching it kind of like, what is happening right now? What is this? And I never even thought about it. And then when you were like, you should watch this show. And I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Popped up the first time. I was like, okay, that's kind of familiar. And then when that episode started playing, I was like, this is that show that was playing. And like, now I get it.
I was like, no, you have to watch more. You started off in a bad episode. I promise it's really good.
Yeah. And then,
So
it's up to a few actual episodes.
So we need to actually explain fart book for a minute. So for those of you who don't know, because either Carl, Chris, Les, whoever is putting up the questions.
You just said cat farts question?
Yeah. So the way fart book works is like Facebook, except you're recording your farts. And Katie decided she wanted, you can like, share, and poke people.
Yep, for farts. Yep, for their farts. So it's just like Facebook, except instead of posts and comments, it's farts.
Yep. Yep. And Katie decided that she didn't want to fart. She wanted to use her kitten farts because they're so cute and cuddly.
Yep.
And that was even her defense when they're like, can you explain this? And she's like, what? What about it?
And they're like, no, it's not your fart. It's a cat fart. And she's like, so? And they're like, you can't do that. It has to be your fart. and then, oh my gosh, this is how long it's been since I watched it because I can't remember what the preacher's name is. And
Glenn.
Thank you. And he creates fart filters.
Yes. And he's like, there's already so many sites out there. You take me down 5 more are just gonna spring up. And like when he said that, I was like, how does he know exactly this? Like, does he run these also?
Stuart farts. Yeah. So the screenshot from Fart Book. Oh gosh. It's such a weird episode, but it kind of like sets the tone, I feel like, for the entire show because that's one of the like first few episodes. I want to say it's like episode 3 of season 1 or something like that. Maybe even episode 2. But it does kind of set the tone of like, the show is kind of ridiculous and the humor can be, I mean, there are fart jokes, obviously.
Well, not only that, but this also set up Stuart and Katie getting together.
Right. Yeah, that was kind of the beginning.
The two that she was dating when the series first started, because she was dating 2 guys. They both knew about it. It was all consensual.
Right. Jonesy and Riley. They had kind of like their polyamory. What are they? Yes. Like a throuple, basically. Yeah.
But she was liking only Stuart's farts and no one else's.
Right.
Which you also get on Facebook people doing. Like, oh, she likes me, but she's only liking so-and-so's pictures.
Yeah. Makes sense. Do you think Katie and Stuart will get back together eventually? Do you think there's going to be kind of a little situation going on
I
there?
feel like she's been wanting to since she learned that thing about him that she didn't know until after they broke up.
Yes.
And now that he's buff, I think, especially with her heartbreak and the closer Stuart's been getting with Wayne, because let's be honest, he has been getting closer and friendlier with Wayne. He doesn't throw things at him anymore.
That whole episode where they were
the Valentine's Day episode where they weren't there getting dated.
They didn't want to go to the Valentine's Day thing, and so they were in the bar together drinking and bonding over hockey, and like they had this moment. And even when they went to the hockey rink, the preacher was just like, I can't believe this. Like, what is happening right now? These two are getting along. Like his mind was blown. And then it was really funny because Stuart said something and I don't remember what it was. And Wayne was just like, no, and like shoots a puck at him. And he's like, oh, okay, now we're back to normal.
Oh, yeah, he did. Because it was like an idea or something for what they should do next because they were running out of things to do. But they were still drunk.
I don't know.
But I remember what you're saying where he just looks up, stone faces, no.
But
I also love Jared because not only does he do Wayne, but he does. Okay, I lied when I said my favorite character. I lied. I straight up love Shorzy.
How can you not love Shorzy?
Jared in a wig who always posts with his butt out.
Yep.
Like
so
when we were first introduced to him, he's hanging upside down in a shower with his feet up towards the shower head.
Yeah, the water
always talks that really high-pitched, dumb country voice.
Yep, and he is surfing mad shit at the hockey boys, and it's just
all the time. Always sounds like one mom. In that one episode where they're actually like, is he really? Because they both text their sons about Shorzy.
Yeah, right. And they're like, tell your mom I haven't seen
about all
tell
this.
Your mom to pop off my minutes.
Your mom.
And then they both get in, like, what is it? No, one of them sends a text, or she's on the phone with them or something, and she's like, "Oh, and if you see your friend Shorzy, tell him to stop by here." And he's like, "Oh crap, he's not just talking shit. Like he actually, like the realization sets in."
Yes, it took me so long to figure out that Shorzy and Wayne were the same person.
Really?
There was one word that they both said, but it was like different tones. And it was one of those things where I caught it like a split second of, and I was like, wait.
It was probably like the second Shorzy appearance where I became suspicious. And I was like, okay, so they're not going to show his face. His voice is like oddly high pitched for some reason and kind of sounds strange. But then also like, I was like suspicious about that. And I'm like, so this is obviously someone else. And I was like, it's definitely Wayne. Like this is the same person playing both of these characters. And when he showed up the next time and they wouldn't show his face still. And I think it was like he was like actually playing hockey and he had the mask that covered like most of his face. I was like, that is for sure him. And I like went and Googled it and I was like, yeah, it totally is him. Like he plays both characters. Like,
yep. So mine was, there was just one word that was said that I kind of stopped and I was like,
that's Wayne. I don't remember who it was, but I was talking to someone, it may have been Tony, but we were like, we had watched like the entire first season and I was like, yeah, that's Wayne. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, it's legitimately like he plays both characters. And we had to I Googled it, pulled it up, and I was like, yes, see, look, it's the same. And they're like, how? And I'm like, how do you not recognize that those are the same? I wish I could remember who that was that I was talking to about that, because they did not believe me. And I was like, it totally is the same person. So, oh well.
I feel like this shows you how easy it is for Superman to hide his identity. Literally.
Right. Like, oh no, you put glasses on. I don't know who you are anymore. Like, wait, who am I? We don't know. We don't know.
Where did you go? Who are you? How did you get? Like a there she is. It's like peekaboo.
Yeah. Okay, so but to go back to the question that started all of this about Stuart and Katie.
Going back to cat farts now.
Oh, no. There was another question that came up. Was it before or after that? No, I think it was after that.
Ask about like their relationship.
Oh,
right, about Stuart and Katie. I honestly am kind of hoping that Gay makes a reappearance, because even though like there is that like sweet like Katie and Stuart like first, not really necessarily like first love thing, but like as far as we as the audience are concerned, like that was like the first like relationship between them that was like that Stuart had, because before that, Stuart, you never saw Stuart with anyone. You just saw Roald fawning all over him. So even though like there's that sweet aspect to that, and it would be nice to see them back together, I'm honestly rooting for Gay, because from the moment she met Stuart, she was like all about him. Like, yeah, she kind of gave him a hard time, but like it wasn't like with Katie where she like slowly came around to it. Gay was like, I see you and I'm on board. Like, yes. Like
I feel like Katie and Stuart's relationship was almost like toxic. Like she didn't really, it almost felt like a rebound in a way.
She even said that he was just a rebound, but it was also Stuart, like you said, he was learning to be around other people, so he was so used to. There she is,
my girl.
I do really like Gay. I do, and that is actually her name. We're not abbreviating or doing anything else. But like I was saying, it was new for him too, like those own social interactions. Whereas what Katie gave as the reason for her to like be done with it was the way that he was trying to not necessarily be like petty in what he was doing, but the whole of I feel like you're giving me the cold shoulder, so I'm going to give you the cold shoulder until you know what's wrong and you ask me what's wrong, and I'm just going to sit here and keep it up. Which, like you said, that is toxic behavior. It's childish toxic behavior, but it was also his kind of learning, oh, I shouldn't be like that. And I do feel like that happened. Stuart as a character almost started changing subtly, but then when Gay came into it, he changed even more. So I do have a hard time, because at one point I want him with Katie.
Yeah, I definitely feel like if he had maybe like, if they could have gotten past that point, like if he had had that realization sooner, maybe they would have ended up together still, even though Katie said it was a rebound. I think she still genuinely likes him. She just,
she does in person, absolutely.
Right. So I think it was just a lot of like, he's still kind of like stuck in that like middle phase, that like middle school phase of like, well, I'm mad at you, but I'm not going to talk to you, and you have to ask me what's wrong, and then we can fight about it. And she's like, I don't have time for that. Like, that's probably
you're an adult if that's how you want to be.
He's like learning how to be an adult at this point now that he's not, you know, on the trolls anymore. He's like having to discover who he is.
And he has had those adult experiences. This is a bad adult experience, but he did go out and make himself his own like drug empire type thing with Gay. He was running that.
Yeah.
She was like the behind the scenes running. He was the front man.
Yeah, and he also got clean though. So like Gay also got him to stop doing drugs.
Yeah, she got him to stop and get clean, and then had him be a drug dealer.
I mean, you know, no one's perfect. So, I think I already answered this question.
You did, but we didn't.
What are your favorite episodes?
Mine's still gonna be the hotel one. I love seeing a creepy man get his butt handed to him. It was fantastic.
Okay, so the wedding episode where they get their ass handed to them in the hotel. Okay.
It's just so good because they make all that so casual, like the two guys getting married and everything. It was never a big deal on this show at all. It was just part of the show, and I've really enjoyed that about the show.
So I don't think I have a favorite episode, but I do know there's 2 scenes that stand out to me more than the others. One is the crepes because all the crepe puns. The other one is when Daryl finds out about his YEW.
This Scully
finds out about her racy Instagram, and he was like, "We can't be together because you have a racy Instagram." She's like, "It's gonna be racy no matter what."
Yeah. Well, she also.
It's like Anik. Anik was her name.
Yeah, Anik. Yeah. That whole thing between the two of them, like, I'm always rooting for Derry because he's just a sweetheart. Like, you can tell he's just a very kind person. Maybe a little slow on the uptake, like not quite as quick with everything as everyone else, but he's, not unintelligent. He just a little slow sometimes, but he's very sweet and he's a very genuine person, and he, honestly just is a very nice dude. So I want positive things like that to happen for him, and I want him to be happy, but like, I was always suspicious of her, like from the get-go, just kind of like...
She wasn't around as much. It always made you wonder what she was doing, because even though Mary Fred was also from Quebec,
right,
she was around, like she made the time to come out.
Right. I think it's because when Derry and her got together, she was engaged to someone else. And so I was just kind of like, are you using him because you're unhappy in your current relationship and you want something to distract you? And so that whole thing kind of made me suspicious of her, and just kind of yeah. So it was always kind of like, what's your end game here? Like, don't hurt him. I was almost protective of him, like, don't hurt Derry. Like,
part of his thing is that he just, he doesn't have those relationships, and he's that character that he's just so, he's the underdog, and you kind of feel that about him. So I think it'd almost be weird if he was in, like a good long relationship at this point.
Yeah, that would be great. I'd like to see that happen for him.
He's also the least person that we see relationships forming with. Like, even Squirrely Dan, we've seen what, like 2-3 women for him already.
Yeah, because I don't remember what the girl's name is, but there's the girl that did the thing that he was like told them about, and then in the last season she shows up, and
it only took her 8 seasons, but
only 8 seasons. But Dan and Derry are sitting outside the shed where Wayne is inside watching reruns of the TV show, and she sits down, and Derry is instantly being weird, and she's like, "Did Dan tell you?" And he's like, "What?" She's like, "I know he told you. It's fine." Like, oh, this episode that this screenshot is from killed me. Like, every time I watch it, I'm just cringing and crying from laughing so hard at the same time.
So
good. I feel like it makes cringe funny in a way.
It does, especially the Halloween episode where Bonnie comes out in a different costume, and they're all like, "Oh, is that your costume?" And like some of them are like, "That's not very PC of you," and she's like, "This is for a thing."
Yeah, so she comes out like each like scene, she comes out in a different costume, but it turns out like so like, it's like a Boy Scout costume, and they're like, "Whoa, that's a great costume." And she's like, "Costume?" And Wayne's like, every time Wayne like asks her if she's going to do the thing, and it's always like a legit event. Like that was for like, I think a chili cook-off, and then there was like a baseball uniform, and she's like, "Oh no, this is like he's actually going to play baseball." And
there was the American Indian costume, and it was for
the American Indian costume. She comes out in that one, and Tanis is there, who is Indian, and she's like, "That's not very PC of you." And Wayne is like, "Oh, are you on your way to that protest to show what a cultural appropriation example of cultural appropriation?" So basically, she's going to the protest dressed like this specifically to show you what you should not do. And Tanis is like, "Oh, okay. I agree with that."
It was the schoolgirl one, and it was for a Catholic church event.
Yeah, like, okay, so obviously some of them are like, "Really though?" Yeah.
Yeah, like the baseball one also, that was very...
the baseball one is probably my favorite because when she's walking away, I think it's Dan who's like, that can't be standard issue, a uniform. She's like, that's not what they do, right?
Like, that's his concern, though.
Right. He's like, but that's not what? Yeah. So,
but part of the scene is how dry the humor was.
It was
I think
so dry.
Wayne, the fact that he pretty much has no emotion the entire time, I adore. He's like that one person that just never shows emotion or anything. And I feel like that break you kind of need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's definitely a very, very dry character. I think I really like the moments though where he's confused because that like extra squinty because he's always kind of just that's just the way he is. But then when someone says something and it goes a little bit extra and you're like, that's great. Like that is hilarious. I wonder if it's hard for him to stay in that like character
I think it is.
Yeah, I also wonder if he ever catches himself doing that like when he's not on set. Like, is he ever like out and about and like catches himself like doing
because he's so used to doing that right now.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask a question and I don't remember what it was. Do you guys have a least favorite character? Like someone that every time they show them, you're just like, I can't get on board with this.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like Gabe. She gives me weird vibes that I don't like. I feel like she's gonna betray him, and I don't trust her. I don't know what it is.
Is it because of the goldfish?
Maybe it's the clown costume because you can't trust anybody in a clown costume. But I just feel like she's gonna screw him over because, like, it's it's almost too happy. I'm like, I don't trust this. There's too much serotonin going on. It's too good.
So I would agree with you that I was suspicious of her at first because she does come in kind of like the first time we meet her, she's like vandalizing stuff and they're getting blamed for it. And she just shows up in their basement and they're all like, wah! And it is very confrontational at first. And so there is kind of that, like, is she just using him? But then when after the whole fight in the bar happens and they're in the other bar afterwards and she is like, no, it's safer if we go our separate ways. I think that for me was kind of the moment where I was like, oh, she actually does care about him. Like she legitimately knows that it would be safer for them to split, at least for the time being. Like, at least that's the way I see it. So I hope she does make a reappearance.
Yeah. I think I'm just pessimistic.
So going back to that episode real quick, there was one thing with that episode. I'll get back to your other question. I'm not ignoring it. I just one thing with that episode really annoyed me with Katie because she is the sex appeal of the show. Like they sexualize her a lot within the show, always having her walk around like Wayne's always like, can you put some clothes on? And she's like, no.
Yeah.
Just how she is. And she kept talking about how she had to get an outfit to show these city girls up when she was there. And I just felt very underwhelmed by it. And I can't actually tell if I like that or if I don't, because it, on one hand, she's wearing what feels comfortable to her and what makes her happy. She has her hair done the way that she wants it done. And it's not showing up anyone else being like she's better than them, but at the same time it was talking throughout the entire episode of I have to show them what's what, and then it was just this very simple white dress with like 3 pinstripes of color, her hair in like a half braid on one side.
I think it's less the outfit and more of the attitude that she has with it, because it doesn't matter what you wear, if it's more like the confidence you wear it with. And she came in there, I could have cared less what she was wearing. She looked like she was going to murder someone.
I mean, she did just, I don't know. I think up until then,
like she owned the place, which I think is kind of what Dakota was saying, is that it's all about attitude. So, but we are getting close to running out of time. So Amber, real quick, who is your least favorite character?
Dickinson, the
auctioneer.
Jimmy, I love it. He's so funny.
I don't know. Auctioneers weird me out, man.
I can't wait.
They talk too fast.
I can't wait to ask about that later.
They talk too fast. They talk faster than my brain can keep up.
Okay, so favorite quote?
I think the one from Wayne to Daryl is like,
Wish you weren't so
yeah,
awkward,
because
bud.
I feel that in my soul so hard.
I
That's
do.
the most usable one too. Like it's really easy to say that one. I think my favorite one is probably, and this is just, it's not even like a funny one. It's just a true one, and that's more hands make less work. And so I just like that quote. Like it's very good. Like, you know, just get to it. Like if everyone pitches in, it'll be done faster. So
I do also say YEW a lot. It's so fun to say, and it's just.
I feel like we need to end this off with a nice U.
With a nice U.
Yeah, nice
Final
U.
thoughts.
Final
If you haven't
thoughts.
watched Letterkenny yet, watch it. You won't be sorry, even if you have to go to the second episode for the super soft birthday party first, like I did. Do it. You're not gonna be let down at all because it is such a great show.
You're in quarantine. What are you doing anyways? Just watch it.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely very uplifting. It can be very wholesome. It is hilarious. The values that they, express and sort of like uplift are definitely very good to be watching right now because it does fill you with warmth.
It is also,
and it is also just hilarious, and there are fart jokes. So it's great. It's great. And don't be afraid to turn on subtitles. I had to. I actually now watch everything with subtitles. I have apparently reached that age. So yeah.
You need it while you're crunching chips.
I don't eat a lot of chips. I just have a hard time understanding what people are saying.
But that's why you have the subtitles. While you're crunching what you're eating while watching the show, you don't have to worry about, I'm chewing louder than the words.
Yeah, it's like I can read it. It's fine. Yeah, so.
And it helps with a lot of the, I said it earlier. Can't think of the word now when they're going back. Chirping.
Yes,
it helps with a lot of the chirping that they do.
Mm-hmm. So season 9 is being released Christmas, yeah. I wanted to say December 26th, but I couldn't remember.
It's December 26th for Hulu, the 25th for Crave, which is only, I think, in Canada.
Yeah. So if you're in Canada right now watching, that's where you can find it, but it is going to be on Hulu. You have till December 25th, if you haven't seen any of it, to watch seasons 1 through 8. Trust me, it won't take you long. It is hilarious. And if you watch all of that before then and you want more Letterkenny, they do also have their short videos, which is what started all of this on YouTube. Those are hilarious. And there's an animated, which we didn't even get to talk about yet. They did an animated series, like a limited series that's called Letterkenny. Yeah, all that, like kid size. And I haven't really watched a whole lot of that, but I
love it.
Yeah, I've watched a few. They're good. So you have plenty of stuff to watch. If you haven't watched Letterkenny, definitely give it a shot because it's hilarious. So, yep.
You dancing?
Oh yeah, free.
I'm dancing, hey.
Yeah, it's like
no, let's do it.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it. I will have to look it up again and see if I can figure out how to do it again.
Remember, guys, if you donate enough, Bree will do the video.
Live in costume.
Fine, I'll do it for charity.
Thank you, Free.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye.
My name is Jasper, and I'm a Wish kid, and I wish for a racing simulator.
Right on.
I had leukemia for 3.5 years.
Spent 110 days, something like that, in and out of the hospital. He has definitely earned it, and we are just grateful that Make-A-Wish and all these organizations could put this together for him.
Well, I imagine Jasper will beat me handily in iRacing, but it'd still be fun to get to race him.
Perfect timing. Really nice line 4 there.
Kiddos like Jasper, it's been such a pleasure to be here today and to know that we are bringing to life something that they've wished for.
Surprise, everybody.
Ooh, we got a crew here.
Yeah, we do.
This is actually the maximum. So if anybody else tries to pop in, they can.
This is the maximum we can have, huh?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
10 talking heads. And I could jump off if you need me to, but you might need me to control things a little bit.
No, Carl, we need you in control. That's all right. We can always, if we need to, if we got to let a few more people in, we're going to go around. We have a topic.
Ooh, a topic.
So this is, let me introduce, this is the Kind of Nerdy Network. And on Friday nights, we do a thing called the Kind of Nerdy Night In. We started this in March when everything shut down because we're used to gathering, doing the Kind of Nerdy Night Out. And it was a thing that we did with PopCon, and we went to movies and we did gaming events and all of this cool stuff. And then, when we couldn't do that, it was like, well, what are we going to do? Well, we can still get together this way. So every Friday night in the Kind of Nerdy Network, which is our group on Facebook, which you're welcome to join, we get together from 7 to 9 and we just chit chat and share what's been going on. So we were doing like our dress rehearsal, Carl. We were over in the Kind of Nerdy Network, getting ready for our debut on the big worldwide network of the new PopCon YouTube channel. It's our first time on YouTube. It's amazing. And we're going to do, so we always do, it sounds terrible, but we always have homework every week.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but it's fun homework. So it's a topic that we think about all week and then we get back together and discuss. So I want to introduce first Michelle because she is our executive lore keeper. And what that means is that I forget everything and Michelle writes it down and reminds me. So Michelle, could you give out what tonight's topic is before we get started? And then we'll start going around. And if there are people in the group that haven't made it in yet and you're watching, we can figure out how to maybe take turns being in the group. So here we go. As executive lore keeper for the first time on the PopCon YouTube channel. Don't screw this up, Michelle.
Okay.
What is our homework for tonight?
Our homework is what is the worst Christmas movie you've ever watched?
And we're talking about it was so bad that you wish you had never seen it. Like you could burn it from your brain. So if you're not on the screen, please feel free to comment. Remember that we are doing this all for the sake of the children. The Make-A-Wish kids. If you can make a donation, you'll see the link that's in the comments here on YouTube as well. It's super easy to do. You can even just do PayPal. You can do a couple bucks. I think we're getting close to the point where we might be able to buy a kid a new PlayStation 5 for a wish. So awesome. Every little bit helps. So if you want to make a donation, that's awesome. If you want to chime in on the worst Christmas movie so bad you wish you'd never seen it, that's great. Let's get started with Sarah P.
Oh, wow. I never get to go first.
You get to go first.
I'm actually going to say Surviving Christmas.
Surviving Christmas. Uh-oh. Yeah, another thing that we do is that if somebody takes your answer before we get to you, you have to come up with another one. So
sorry, Michelle.
Looks like Michelle just got
to Google something else now.
No. Yeah, I have not seen Surviving Christmas.
Be glad.
Okay.
It's got Ben Affleck in it, so
it's got Ben Affleck.
It would be good because it's got Ben Affleck in it. But
okay.
Yeah.
Not so much.
Yeah.
It's got him in it too, yeah.
Oh, James Gandolfini.
Yeah.
James Gandolfini.
Gandolfini. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
that's the
Gandolfini. Oh, that's young Ben.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was in 2004.
That's Tony Soprano. Wow.
Oof.
Yeah, with the actors that were in it, I thought it was going to be really good.
Wow.
And for a Christmas movie,
right.
Wow.
Like maybe any other time of the year, I'd be okay with it, but just not as a Christmas movie.
I'm glad that you said that because I've been like trying to. I've already started. Watching the Christmas movies, and I was like, I'm just gonna dig in. And I hadn't seen Christmas Chronicles, so I started watching that. Had I come across that because of the cast, I would have watched it.
Oh yeah.
Now, thank you for saving
Like
2 hours of my life.
a winter movie, yes. A Christmas movie, no.
Okay. All right. Just plain Paul.
And Erina.
Thank you, Paul and Erina, for combining that so we could fit one more person in here.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, by the way.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not using my mic so she can hear too. I think we're going to have a group answer.
Okay. Well, that's nice that sometimes in your marriage you agree.
Everyone.
Hang on a second. We got an answer from the audience. Aquaman is not a Christmas movie. Thank you, Chris.
But we'll accept that as an answer not to watch. Like,
so bad.
Unless you're a little tipsy, right, KJ?
Yeah.
Carl, have you heard my story about Aquaman?
No.
You remember we did it Aquaman as a kind of nerdy night out?
Okay.
I don't think you went to it.
No.
I had enough drinks that I thought it was good and bought it when it came out on digital. And then we're showing the patches. He's like, "You like this?" I think the vodka liked it. I think the vodka man liked it.
I saw the muscles. There was alcohol.
Chris is arguing now because it came out in December. That doesn't make it a Christmas movie.
No. That'd be like saying Wonder Woman 84 is going to be a Christmas movie.
A lot of them could be now in December.
Except,
let's be honest, for you, that is a Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas present, yes.
It is, yes. For Michelle, it is. Well, for all of us, I wouldn't say Wonder Woman's going to be a Christmas movie, but it's going to be a Christmas gift. Right, Michelle? All right.
Yes,
Michelle,
agree.
I want you to go next since Sarah took yours because I don't want.
We didn't get the answer though.
Yeah.
This KJ.
What was it?
Ours was Home Alone 3.
Yes.
We couldn't even finish the movie.
That was my answer. That was my answer.
Some things just shouldn't go past a first version. Sequels aren't always better.
It seems like a lot of 3. Just like we should have just skipped.
Oh, there it is. In case you wanted to be reminded.
Yes. They changed the kid that one, and then the people just.
Oh no, I did not see it. Honestly, I wasn't. I was fine with Home Alone 1, but I didn't love it enough to watch 2 or 3. So
2 was okay.
Was
2
it?
was still okay.
Okay, Tim Curry's in it.
Really?
Yeah, they came back for that.
2 is actually pretty good. 3, we actually it was just last week she started watching it and we just couldn't finish it. But we saw Scarlett Johansson as probably 13-year-old.
Yeah, very young ScarJo was in it.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Wow. I didn't either. Oh, and to the PopCon family that's watching, occasionally plays Kat, walks in front of the camera, and she is very good at strategically filling the camera with her butt. So
we made it the whole hour earlier today.
Yeah, we did.
A rosy sighting, but it's feeding time.
She was saving it.
She knows. She was saving it for the PopCon world.
Ready for her premiere. Yeah.
Well, she's trying to rival Carl's his podcast name. So
right.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, Carl.
Home Alone 3. We were talking.
Does everybody know about that?
Does everybody know about Carl's upcoming podcast?
I love the hairs.
Yeah, not enough pimples.
Okay, Michelle, you get to go next, so nobody else takes your movie.
Okay. I'll Be Home for Christmas with Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
We can't be friends anymore.
I really didn't like that one.
We can't be friends anymore.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes, we can.
No, I love my Jonathan. No,
Well,
he could be in the worst movie, and I'd still be like, nope, I still watch it.
well, you see, it's 23%.
23%. It was
I mean,
not good. It was not good. I'll give you that. But it's JTT. Come on.
Right.
Oh no.
No.
That's my sister's guy, so mine.
See, I gave you guys all your Christmas gift earlier this week with that little clip. So
All right, Bonnie's been working. She's one of our wonderful kind of nerdy network members who's like hanging in there the best she can.
No, it was,
she
right.
works.
Yeah.
She works retail, and she said that she works for a candle store, and she said it was busy today. Like people were really
out the door.
shopping. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were at capacity like all day.
Yeah. So yeah. Bonnie, I'm going to let you give your movie. So if you want to go to bed, you can.
No, well, this should come as no surprise. I honestly cannot think of one because I love Christmas, and I can't recall like a bad one that I've seen.
Are you serious?
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen like all of them, so I'm sure there's some that like.
What's one that you've loved less than the others? Like, have you seen a movie that makes you hope for New Year's?
Come on.
Like, well, bad, cheesy. Yes, they kind of go hand in hand. None are coming to mind. I did see in the comments that a lot of people were commenting "It's a Wonderful Life," which my parents always watched every Christmas Eve. But for me, I wouldn't necessarily like love watching it. It's so depressing. I know it ends happy and all that stuff, but like. When he's really down, it's super sad. And I'm like, I don't want to feel that right now. I want to watch happy things.
We were watching. It was on.
It was on yesterday. It was
on
cable
morning.
yesterday.
Yeah.
It was right before the Macy's parade.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it because he's Mr. like no Christmas before Thanksgiving. And
I love Donna Reed. God, I love Donna Reed.
Yeah. No Christmas before
Oh
Thanksgiving.
my God, I've had a crush on her my whole life.
Well, I came downstairs to get coffee, and I'm like, "Are you watching a Christmas movie on Thanksgiving?"
No, I'm watching Donna Reed.
But yeah, it's a Wonderful Life. Bonnie, you were not alone there. It's a Wonderful Life got kind of blasted in the survey on my KJ page today. There were a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah, and of course I make a Friends reference because it's me. But I always think of when like Phoebe had never seen the endings of all these movies, and so Monica has her watch "It's a Wonderful Life," and she didn't even make it to the end because she was just like, just when you think it can't suck anymore, it does. I feel so bad for him.
All right, Clay, what's yours? Or did you?
Mine.
Did you agree that "It's a Wonderful Life" sucks? Were you I saw you kind of nodding.
I haven't seen it for a long time, and I suggested it for our Christmas hat, but my wife strongly vetoed it for all of the reasons that you just mentioned. Like she's like, "No, that's a horrible movie. We're not putting that in the hat."
No,
like,
so
all right.
do you think it just because it's been played every single holiday at nauseum, like our whole lives, is it just the burnout factor, or the movie itself was good? I mean, if he didn't have such frequency.
I think that's a good point. I think there's definitely a burnout factor for people of our age that I see Sarah's face. Sarah disagrees. Sarah Wild.
I was about to say, I was like, not me.
Like it was incessant for like a decade. I think TNT just ran it like nonstop for 15 days straight.
Right.
So I don't need to watch it again.
All right. Do you have another one?
We actually watched one last year that was horrible. Christmas with the Cranks. Like I hadn't seen it before.
I love that movie.
Do you? Oh,
it's all right.
No,
it was hilarious.
No, I was not a fan. 5%. That's
Wow.
I can see that.
That is
You
fantastic.
You are not alone in that,
I am
Clay.
not. Yeah, that.
Wow.
I mean,
I
it
feel like
wasn't
I'm winning a game.
horrible, though. I feel like.
But it was still a Christmas movie.
I don't know. I mean, 5%. That sounds like it's pretty horrible.
But see, like, I feel like I can relate to that. I feel like when my kids decide that they're not coming back for Christmas, this will probably be me.
I can see that.
All right. All right.
With 5 kids and having to buy presents every single year and having to do everything that, you know, my husband wants to do because he's Catholic. You know, there's a lot of stuff to remember. So the day that, you know, the kids say that they don't want to come and he's me on to another whatever, you know, I just may take a year and be like, bye.
And I'm sure the writing and acting will be much better than what was in Christmas with the Cranks. So, right. Yeah.
I'm hoping the men with the little muscles and the umbrella drinks will be a lot nicer.
Jesse, what's the Christmas movie that you wish you'd never seen so bad?
I had to do some research because I think I blocked out the ones that I don't like.
Okay.
But I got to thinking, and the Nutcracker and the Four Realms, that was like 2018, was just creepy. It was like they tried too hard with the costuming, and yeah, time of my life that I can't get back.
Did that have Morgan Freeman in it?
Yes.
Was that one? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't see that one.
I
I
feel
feel
I
like
didn't
I'm
make it past the
really
trailer.
lucking out here that I haven't
looks
seen all
good,
these
though,
bad
on the
movies.
cover.
It does.
And
It looks very magical. Like
It
we
does.
would want to see it.
Mackenzie
That-
Foy was the lead there, and she's the one who played Renesmee in the Twilight Saga.
Yeah.
You know, she was kind of CGI'd there, and so yeah, there was that too. It's just weird.
Sarah Wild.
Mine was a tie, but I have to say Elf with Will Ferrell.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Oh wow!
Get out of
Yes.
get out of my
It's not right.
I love you, Sarah. You are the
I have
best.
tried. I think I've tried on 2 separate occasions to sit and watch that movie. And I don't mind Will Ferrell. Sometimes he can be a bit much in his roles.
Love it.
But I couldn't.
No,
I love it.
is it just too silly? Like, is that?
I think it's
I wouldn't
part of
label
it.
it too silly.
But I don't know. I found it like to a point where it just got where I was becoming annoyed with everything.
I don't think that's Elf, but
That's
love
not it.
That's an Elf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Sarah,
unfortunately.
it took me the first time I watched it, I didn't like it. And watching it with
It grew on me.
Yeah, watching it with people who really liked it made me like it more. Like my sister and my nephews just like giggling at all the things. I was like, okay, but I wouldn't watch it on my own. Like it's not. But if everybody was like, let's watch Elf, we'll put Elf in, and he is not pleased with it.
It's not one I like, but I liked it once.
Okay. What about you? What about you, Colleen?
Okay, so this is a qualifier. It's not the movie that what was the question again? To say the question because I have to answer it a certain way.
It's the worst Christmas movie. You hated it so much. You wish you had never seen it.
Okay, so here's the qualifier. I have never seen it because I refused to watch it.
Oh,
I've
okay.
never,
That's strong.
okay?
Yeah.
I don't have a Christmas movie that I have never wished that I had never seen.
Okay.
Because if it was a movie that I didn't want to watch, I wouldn't watch it. I've never had one I didn't want to see or didn't wish that I'd seen. This was one that I hated from the minute that I saw the commercials for it. And that was Jim Carrey's Grinch.
Oh wow.
I despise it.
I'm with you. I had that on my list of things in case someone took mine.
Yeah, I am I am not a fan of Jim Carrey in general. I think his humor
Oh my God, who
is
the hell keeps dinging?
just
It's driving me crazy.
horrible. The only movies of his I like are the ones where he actually plays serious roles. And he's had a couple where he played serious roles that I thought he did really well, but I think his comedy is horrible. And I think he ruined the Grinch. I think the original Grinch is a classic. And
he made him too much of a goofy character. I think.
Yeah, his humor is very monochromatic, and he brings the same thing to everything he does.
Well, it's like in Liar Liar when they said overactor. It's like, yeah, okay.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
we'll go with that.
Yeah. So that's the qualifier. Is I never saw it because I refused to see it.
Well, I will tell you, Colleen, I tried to watch it and I stopped because I just couldn't.
No.
All right. Who's got their ringer on that keeps dinging?
It's me. I'm sorry. I'll turn it off.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The chat has gone crazy.
It's been blowing up my phone ever since.
I know.
Sorry.
Katie is not happy.
No, she's very upset.
Katie's trying to get back in.
Well,
Katie's not coming back.
There's space to get in.
I think we're full up right now.
Ryan made it. Ryan made it in. Ryan, we are working on our topic tonight, which is the topic. The Christmas movie you hated so much you wish you'd never seen it.
Oh, I think it was. Oh God, I don't want to get thrown out already.
You're not getting thrown out. There's different rules on the PopCon YouTube channel.
Yeah,
Ryan gets put in timeout a lot in the Continuity Network. Oh,
thank you, Carl.
Put him back.
It's so weird to actually see the green screen too.
Yeah,
Right.
it's actual. It's actual production in this household, for lack of better terms.
And I can see your face more, so it's like, wow, you.
Oh yeah, you actually look like
are you
a
trying to
person.
become Santa with that beard?
No, I'm just lazy.
Oh, okay.
Every woman I've gone on a date with said, "Don't shave. You look real nice." I'm like, okay, whatever.
You can add a background in this app.
Oh boy!
Don't tell him that.
Don't.
Yes.
Carl.
Now you distracted him, Carl. Ryan, focus.
Jail background, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Last Christmas, the one with Emily Clarkson. It came out last year.
It came out last
Yeah, that was sad.
I try. I really tried. I watched it because like it looks interesting. All right, let's see where it goes. I watched it like I can't get that time back.
Oh, you hated it that much?
We'll put it nicely. I did not. I'm like, time's gone forever.
So Ryan, I don't go to movies in the theater very much, but I love George Michael, and I
like George Michael too. I like that album. I just did not like the movie.
Yeah, and so I was trying to decide as I was watching the movie if I really liked the movie, if I just liked the fact that I was listening to all these George Michael songs through the whole movie because the soundtrack is fantastic.
When you talk about that movie, you talk more about the soundtrack than you do the movie.
They're wanting to pull your nostalgia strings and your heartstrings for that. They just kind of didn't focus well enough on the entire thing. They gave you like, oh, you like the music, like the kids like Trolls. They get the parents in for the music. They get the kids in because it's shiny, but they didn't do a good job.
Yeah. Well, I just because that is my favorite Christmas song of all time. When I realized where the plot line was going, I was like, I can't. You're not ruining this Christmas song for me. This is not happening. I wanted to. I don't know what I thought this was going to be because it's a Christmas movie, so of course it's going to have some sort of tragedy in it, And then I was like, we can't do it. You cannot go there. But yeah, I thought about putting that on my list because I wish I hadn't seen it because it kind of ruined the song for me. But I liked the concept of the movie. But I will give you that I don't think it I think that they tried to like fit it together too much with George Michael songs that it didn't quite fit in with.
That's the main separation for me, because I watch I like George Michael's. It's good. Let's see how this goes, because they can't make it that bad, can they? Wrong. Wrong.
All right, Carl, you want to join in on this?
Well, sure. Here we go. The Santa Claus 3, The Escape.
That was bad.
Oh, yeah.
Claus.
Because I actually, I like these two main actors, but the Santa Claus 2 is tolerable.
Mhm.
They're clever, but then this one was just a money grab, total money grab.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was real bad. That was real. Yeah, I don't even want to look at them.
I didn't know it existed. So.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Really?
No.
Can you tell what the other characters was?
Martin Short.
Well, yeah, but
Or-
what character was he playing?
Jack Frost.
Jack Frost.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know the whole movie.
It was a
Yeah,
money
right.
grab
Yeah.
both in the movie and in the actual, or for theatrical release. It's a money grab for that and a money grab in the movie. Yeah, I've had to watch that at least a couple times because of my kids.
Oh.
I love my children. I love my children. Where's my wine? Oh God.
All right, KJ, what's yours?
Well, I did feel a little vindicated that the very first comment today, and then it turned into like a club of people. As a matter of fact, at one point there was a comment, "I have found my people," and the people are the other people who think A Christmas Story is a terrible movie.
No. I love that movie.
No. I and his family, like they're the ones that watch it on TBS over and over.
It just stays on
and
the TV
over.
all day.
I put it on the background.
Now I will tell you, until a couple of years ago, I hadn't seen it all the way through, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't like it because I've never like gotten the entire vibe. Like sit down and watch the movie all the way through, because I hadn't seen anything of it other than
You've
like
seen it 100 times, just fragmented.
right?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I do not get this movie.
That's okay because you're a communist, so it's fine.
I don't know, man. I got a whole bunch of support. I mean, there were other people that were like commenting, "Oh my God, I'm so glad other people
God.
feel this way."
Darren's the one that said I found my people?
Yes.
Oh, Darren, you suck. Oh my God.
But yeah, on the comments, it was definitely A Christmas Story came up a lot, that people hate that movie, and Elf was probably number 2.
Wow.
So, yeah. And there were a lot of votes for It's a Wonderful Life. And
You
then
know, go ahead.
no,
I
go
have a
ahead.
point.
Go ahead.
I bet, like, if you ask people what their favorite Christmas movie, it sounds like the list would be almost identical. Like that
Yes.
people,
Right.
like it's diverse,
No.
right? Like it would be Christmas Story and It's a Wonderful Life. And what movie?
Nope.
What do you hate the most?
No,
Yeah.
mine I know nobody would probably have.
Oh, really?
Ooh,
Well,
what is it?
ooh. You're going to save that for next
It's
week.
not not Santa Claus the movie, but the Santa Claus. No, wait.
Santa
not the
Claus
one
is
with
coming to town?
Yes.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
No, mine is it's Santa Claus the movie. My kids just pulled it. But Santa Claus the movie is a 1950s movie.
Oh no.
Oh.
Ooh.
I was gonna say, if you're going to say one of the Rankin Bass, I was about to drive to Avon. We were going to throw down.
No, that's my favorite one. We watched it every year. Maybe not the 50s, but it was something like that. It's an old one. My parents made us watch it every Christmas.
What's the Santa Claus movie that we have on DVD? The really old
Oh
one
no!
that-
So as a matter of fact,
Santa
so this
Okay.
is I just don't like Christmas in general, but so I think I'm on the same list that Carl is on. It's the Rotten Tomatoes worst list, and I am very mad that the one Christmas movie I do like is on the worst movie list, and it's
Yes.
Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Oh,
that
yeah.
movie is an absolute masterpiece.
I love that
It is
one. That's
on
so
there?
awesome.
I love it.
I've never heard of it.
It's
Oh
meant
my
to
God.
be bad, though. That's
It
the
is
reason.
Terrible.
Oh,
Here, Patches, do you want to use this to smite KJ real fast?
Yeah.
No. I love
Right.
Santa Claus Conquers
Yeah,
the Martians.
SANTACL. Yeah,
Look at
US
it.
array for Santa Claus.
Yeah.
It's so great.
It's so terrible.
Listen, Clay.
Oh my gosh.
It's so great. We own it on DVD.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, are those the Martians?
Yes.
Yes.
It is awesome.
Are you sober when you watch this?
Never.
Definitely not.
Oh my.
Definitely not.
Oh
It
my
is-
gosh.
Whoever's doing that, look up Santa Claus the movie. Like they literally put that on the bad list too, and I was so mad.
They did.
Oh, that's fantastic.
A hose.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Oh, no.
There's no way those
Taking
guns
them
can hold that much water.
The production on that looks disturbing.
Yeah.
It looks like
I mean, it was made in 1964.
Scenes of nightmares.
So, I mean, it
looks like old school Doctor Who. Like
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it's
just read that it was Republican funded.
Oh, don't do that. Come on.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't see that the one that you were talking about, Sarah. I didn't see it on the Rotten Tomatoes one.
What
though.
are some of the
I
other?
saw
are
it
there
on
any
some
other
list,
ones?
and I was mad.
Yeah, some of the others on the list: Christmas with the Cranks, Deck the
course.
Halls, Surviving Christmas, Mixed Nuts, An American
Wait,
Carol, which I
wait,
never heard
Mixed
of.
nuts.
Did you say mixed nuts?
Yeah, Mixed Nuts.
Let's move on. This isn't kind of Nerdy Night In. This is PopCon. Let's keep it classy.
Right. Then Love the Coopers, Dudley Moore's The Santa Claus from 1985, Fred
That's the
Claus.
one. That's the one.
Yeah,
Double
that's
Moore,
one of
okay.
my favorites.
That's the one.
1985.
1985.
Oh, all the way.
Oh.
That was my second.
This was my backup, yeah.
Get you,
Yeah.
Turbo Man.
That was Katie's
I will
pick,
get you a
by the
Turbo
way.
Man.
Oh,
What?
yes.
That one.
That's the one.
That I love that movie. That movie's such a beautiful disaster.
Oh, no.
Do it now.
Yeah, that in it.
Yep.
I laugh at that one. It's so
Jingle All
bad
the
it's
Way.
funny.
That's
Exactly.
Jingle All the Way.
That's what I told
Isn't it?
Katie.
Yeah.
She kept yelling at me like, no. I'm like, oh,
But-
right.
The Dudley Moore movie, he's in it, but it's like after I saw him in
Arthur.
Arthur, yes.
Yeah.
So we saw him, and my parents let us watch Arthur, and then we watched Santa Claus the movie, and it's just like, it's so different. But we like in our house, you just if somebody drops their hat, the words just come out.
Gotcha.
Where's my hat?
One that I'm definitely not going to watch, but is we saw that the ad for they're putting all the. I think actually there were some movies on tonight. The Minions one.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh
Minions
no!
Christmas special.
Oh, the holiday special.
Yeah, never watch the holiday specials.
No.
I mean, just keep it simple. Keep it to Charlie Brown, He-Man, and She-Ra, and we're good.
Well, does
I am-
anybody remember Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July?
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
terrible.
It was
that
so
Yeah.
bad.
That
So,
was a
so
bad
bad.
one. One that didn't make this list that just totally slipped my mind. So we can talk about something else. So that's where I'm at in my life. I was like, this is gonna bring one up, and I can't think of it. So moving on. Anyway, go ahead, Carl.
No, I'm looking up one that I know is actually worse than the one I thought of because somebody said Christmas specials. And now I remember a Christmas special that's worse than anything we've mentioned.
Star Wars Christmas special.
Star
Yeah.
Wars.
Yeah.
It's not Christmas. It's the Life Day celebration.
There. That was what
Okay,
I
was
thinking.
Chewbacca wearing a red dress?
Yes. Yeah, like a cloak.
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen that.
Oh, I saw a
Yeah.
picture earlier, and it looked like he was wearing a red dress, and I was
George
like, "Why is
Lucas is
Chewbacca
trying
in a
to
dress?"
See, now I'm just picturing Chewbacca in like a sequin red dress.
Right?
Not sequins, not sequins. No,
And heels.
The image is already there.
That's it.
Oh my Lord.
Well, he is cooking. I mean,
That's Star Wars. That's official.
who is
canon.
that?
This is literally.
He's watching a
Okay.
show.
Oh, he's watching a cooking show. Okay.
Could you imagine the hair in that food?
Oh,
Exactly.
Which one, the lady or Chewbacca's?
Both.
The answer may surprise you.
man.
I just saw the comment about the Star Wars Lego holiday special. So that's
Yeah.
out. I guess I didn't think about it. It would be out
It's
now.
on Disney Plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
wasn't that bad.
You saw
Did
it,
they
Carl?
make any
I
reference
watched it
to
last weekend.
the original holiday special? Like I thought maybe there would be a tongue-in-cheek joke in there somewhere.
Carl,
What's that?
did they make any reference? Any like?
Oh, tons of references. Oh,
But to the
To the
I think they did. I think they made fun of it. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's where Lego gets to do a lot of things. Like, they can do that. They can make fun of it because they're the Legos. Oh, we're gonna have to watch that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that!
look at that.
Wow.
This is great,
Who'd have
guys.
thought?
We don't have any of this fancy stuff on the kind of nerdy night in. We just talk until we're done talking.
Until you're ready.
Type in the chat.
Well, this is the most multimedia we've been all day. So
Woo! Good stuff.
I'm going to take this off, though. We'll get sued for Disney stuff.
Into the
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm in jail. Are you happy now?
Oh,
I got the button.
Yeah, we got to
But
be.
you got to be careful, Ryan, with what you put up, since he's saying he's got to take stuff down for copyright.
Hey,
Yeah.
that picture was with me and LeVar Burton while I was dressed as Olaf at PopCon.
Oh,
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
very nice. All right. Well, again, this is a stream for Make-A-Wish. Carl's been here
Yes.
forever. He's going to be here until midnight.
More power to
and
you.
If you want to donate and help out some kids, we've got a link for you. Carl will sneak that back up in the chat so that you can donate. Every little dollar counts, and we got a lot of kids waiting here in Indiana. 600 kids are waiting for their wishes just in Indiana, and it happens because of people like you. So if you are so inspired, if you're in the giving spirit now that we are officially into the Christmas season, please give to Make-A-Wish. And Carl, you've got, when we're done here, and we can wrap up whenever, you've got your
At least
game.
11.
Well, no, we're not going to 11. No way. I haven't had anything to eat today.
Put
I'm
on
ready
your
to
big girl
go.
shoes. Let's do this.
Hey, I did 18 hours on the 13th. I don't think.
Oh, that's right. So, Carl, what is Jackbox Games? I've
What?
never
Jackbox Games?
I've never experienced this.
Oh, well, hold that thought.
Yeah,
Um,
we will hold that thought.
We're holding. Standing by.
And there's
Standing
the
by.
link, so you can donate to the
Standing
kiddos.
by. Standing by.
down there.
Yep. Yeah, because we can all see the same screen now. On
Yep.
that's the other thing. We're streaming out.
Right.
I'm trying kind of good. They're just fun games you play on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so everybody's on their phone?
Yeah.
Well, you'd need your laptop and then also your phone.
If you're
okay.
playing the game, you need your laptop or whatever computing device you have. But if you want to be in the audience, you can use your phone. And Carl starts it up and he gives like a 4-digit code. And then we join in as the audience. But if we want to play the game, we have to be on like my magnificent rig that I have here.
Oh,
So,
okay.
It's basically a bunch of party games, but we got to keep it clean. So yeah, here, sweetie, you can press the button and let baby.
Carl,
go.
are we going to keep it clean?
We would have to keep it relatively clean, yes.
Okay.
Let me. I can do this better than what I'm doing now. Hang on. Remove.
This might be something that we want to do in the kind of nerdy night in sometime. We can play some games together.
This is definitely something
yeah.
that people would enjoy doing.
Very cool. Yeah, because we're on the PopCon stream right now, but normally 7 to 9 on Friday nights we're live in the Kind of Nerdy Network, which is our crew here. We've got our founders crew here, and then there's about 1,000 people in the group, and we get together, we chit chat about the kind of nerdy happenings of the week, and we chit chat about what's good in our life and celebrate each other and support each other, and it's our social. It's our little social time every week.
There are 7 different party packs. I have access to 6 of them. This is a trailer for the second one of those 7, so it's 5 years old, give or take.
But still good. The games are still very good.
Hey everybody, it's the Jackbox Party Van!
I'm crazy. For the Jackbox Party Pack 2, tell them.
The Jackbox Party Pack 2, an explosion of party games at one low price. Make up hilarious lies about crazy true facts with Vibbage 2.
Oh, we have this.
Things on your phone and auction them off with Bidiots. Yell at your friends while you disarm time bombs with Bomb Corp. See who can play the funniest combination of sound effects in earwax. And find out who can type the most hilarious answers to weird prompts in Quiplash XL. And all of these games can be played using a phone, tablet, or laptop with your controller. And with the new audience feature, several games allow thousands of people to play along while streaming the games online. The Jackbox Party Pack 2. Download it today. And call the police!
Okay, so that Quiplash, we were doing that with my mom's church. They would put out a thing they would send out a link and stuff like that, and we were able to all get together. That's something we can definitely do. Like somebody has to have and then everybody have their own thing.
The announcer.
Something like that.
That would be fun. Well, that's
what you don't know Jack was before, right?
That's also one of the games.
From? Back in the day.
I think just Jack. Yeah, that whatever Jack. Yeah.
You don't know Jack.
You don't know Jack.
My mom and I used to play that all the time. I
love that game.
Yeah. I love the gibberish questions. Those were fun.
See, I've never done any of this. Although the bomb one looked fun to me. Just like yell at your friends. I'm like, oh, this sounds interesting.
Some of them are better in person. Others are definitely good over the internet. I'm not sure that the bomb one would be good in person or not in person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, if you're just alone with your laptop yelling at your friends, it's not as fun. I found.
That's what we already do.
Right? It's all we do now.
There's some owl game that's out there too that I'll have to see if I can look into it. I just deleted it off my computer, so I can't remember what it is.
What's that game that the kids are all playing? Among Us? Among Us
yes, that's a fun game. It's only $5, and I will buy it for every single person. No, because it's fun to murder people and then blame it on someone else. I play that every Tuesday with my stream group. And
I feel like you're a little too happy about murdering someone and blaming someone else.
Excuse me.
Right.
But it's fun to suss out other people.
That's the person I like to blow things up and kill people.
Have you played that at all, Carl? Have you gotten into Among Us?
No.
Okay.
It's free on the phone though, so if you can download on your phone for free. But if you get it for the computer, it's $5.
Okay, and so
it's incredibly popular right now. Yeah,
I think that's the same thing we played in high school. We called it the kill game, where somebody's out after you, and you have to figure out who it is. And meanwhile, you're assigned to kill somebody else.
Yeah, I never played anything like that.
It's like
Sarah, that wasn't a game you played at church.
No. Is that like thumbs up?
I can play. I get the weaponry. I get the weaponry.
So yeah, playing the word game with a bunch of church people, you had to keep it PG.
I bet that would be.
I want to have fun. I can't have fun.
Here, you guys want to go back in time 2 seconds?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well,
why are you doing this?
Why?
No.
It's a screen instead of a screen instead of a screen.
We're in the Matrix.
I want the blue
That's
pill.
somebody that's been going for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
This is where Carl is at this point.
Yeah.
You guys, watch this, you guys. We'll go back in time.
Well, instead of going 88, we're going about 5.
So Carl, can you give us a little preview of what's going to be going on this new PopCon YouTube channel? that we're all subscribing to right now?
Well, we're trying to do what Looper does best, and we're going to try and come up with what people want to watch so that we can create content. Like they're really good at best of lists or lists of lists, and so that's why our first 2 videos are essentially lists. We did the Animaniacs, which I'm confident everybody has seen and has since subscribed.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Producer Brad
Let's see it again,
and
Let's
did.
see it again.
But and then the one that we put out a couple days ago was Thanksgiving. So, oops, I hate when I do that. Which the Thanksgiving movie one, that was surprisingly difficult.
Was it really?
There aren't Thanksgiving movies.
There's not a lot out there.
It's like Home for the Holidays, right? That's it.
Yeah, if you want to make money, come up with the Thanksgiving movie.
Yeah.
Well, the Thanksgiving movie.
I've said that
Let's
there's
go for
always
the holidays.
been Halloween movies and there's been Christmas movies, but nobody ever makes any Thanksgiving movies.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, but what can the plot be around? Like get together, eat a whole bunch of food, and take a nap.
I mean,
Okay, wait. How many Thanksgiving meals do you honestly think everybody just afterwards takes a nap? My family yesterday, we were cracking up, taking video of each other.
No, I nap.
It could be about salmonella.
Arguments happen.
That's true.
Like the state who said that you weren't allowed to have alcohol. I would have died.
It could be a series of turkey fryer explosions.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, but there's only so much dysfunction that you can write about. I mean, that's about what it would be for a Thanksgiving movie. I think Home for the Holidays nailed it pretty perfectly.
Yeah. You know what it probably is that they're like, you know what? America's Got Talent, but the America Home Video show that like the goof off, they're like, that's Thanksgiving. That's just, we'll send it over to them. All the idiots, hey, y'all watch this stuff. That's Thanksgiving.
I can't think of anything like super eventful that's ever happened on Thanksgiving.
It would be like maybe a movie about Bruce Willis, like deactivating fryers in garages, like saving the town. Yeah.
There's a bomb somewhere in the crowd at the Macy Day Parade, and Bruce Willis has to find it.
That's true. I
And then 35 years later, everybody would be arguing whether it is a Thanksgiving movie.
Die Hard Deep Fried is not a Thanksgiving movie.
Yeah, right.
I want to see Die Hard Deep Fried.
Die Hard Deep Fried. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Die hard.
You're welcome, Hollywood.
Die hard, yeah.
Bruce is like, wait, I got a job?
Do I have to be awake for half of it?
All right,
No?
so we're going to need to have homework for next week's Kind of Nerdy Night In.
Oh, that's Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle, executive keeper of the lore. Are we
I don't have
still-
anything.
I mean, do we stick with holiday stuff?
Jesse gave me one earlier in the weekend message that she thought might be a good. Hold on.
We always at the end of the night we come up with our homework for the next week.
It was a death in a show that you never really got over.
Right.
Ooh.
That would be a good
You know,
one. And
I
then
thought one
maybe
Can we
after
also do
that
video
we can
games
do.
too?
What?
Can we also do video games too? Because I got one that I'm still not over.
No.
Almost 13 years. No, it's been 23
video
years.
game?
Yeah. Oh God. Yes. It
Couldn't you
wrecked
just start over? Every time I die in a video game, I just start over.
I'm not that bad, JJ. No, she dies for story purposes, and you can't bring her back. And the entire time you've had her in your party, she's been like the most delightful person and seen the best out of all bad situations. And then she just, I'm still sad about it.
That's terrible. Well, I want to know who it is next week.
Next week.
Oh, that's a nice tease. Yeah. Stand by for next week. I'm like, do you want to do a holiday topic for next week? Let's talk about the worst death that we haven't gotten over yet.
Okay. We can do holiday the rest of the month.
Yeah, that's true. All right. So Kind of Nerdy Network, it's a Facebook group. Right now, if you go search Kind of Nerdy Network and you ask to join, you can join. We literally like everything that's going on in pop culture, somebody posts it. It's like always like everybody in the group is so on it that when something breaks, it's usually like there's like 7 posts waiting to be approved and it's all the same thing because everybody's like, share this right now. This is a big deal. So it's a cool place to keep up. And it's a really great place for conversations too. I've found that like some of the groups that I've joined, it's just a lot of like self-promotion or stories go up. Nobody talks in the group. It's just headlines. So I appreciate that like everyone that you see here has kind of gotten to know each other through the group. And there's so many more of us beyond this group that
it's something we look forward to every week.
Yes,
it really is.
For sure. And I look forward to it every day because it makes my life easier. Because I'm like, I don't know what to post about, what's going on. And I get in the Kind of Nerdy Network and I'm like, look at all this news that other people told me about. Sweet.
Cool.
And then our podcasts, Kind of Nerdy Girls and Kind of Nerdy Dudes. Carl, I got the website working. So earlier today, I was telling everyone to listen to the interview with Giancarlo Esposito from The Mandalorian and The Boys and other things. Yes. And I was like, go to kindofnerdygirls.com. And I even like put it in the comments and posted it. And Carl texted me and he's like, you know, your website's down. Like, nothing ever works for me. So I got that working. So, well, I think so. So if you go there, you should find us. If not, we're on Spotify and Apple and all the things. So
anywhere you buy your podcast,
that's right. Thank you guys very much for flipping over from the Kind of Nerdy Network to join us for PopCon and help raise some money for Make-A-Wish. And it sounds like what PopCon has going on here, going into Jackbox Games, is going to be super fun. So stick around. We'll turn it back to you, Carl, and as you continue on until midnight with the Sub-athon, PopCon's new YouTube channel. Subscribe.
Remember, kids,
anybody want to stick around and
drink your water?
What's that, Carl?
Anybody want to stick around and play Jackbox?
No. Sure. I'm gonna get something to eat, and then we'll be.
Okay. I already ate, so.
All right. Goodbye to everyone who's staying. Carl, you're in charge.
I am in charge. All
Good
right.
luck. Bye, guys.
Bye. Take care. We're gonna start with something easy.
Okay.
I have to find which set it's in. Maybe the first one.
Clay, are you staying?
I think so. Yeah, I can stay for a quick game.
I'll stay for a short bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I said Bill's not home yet, so I can play.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes, I can.
I can't show the screen yet, though, I guess.
Oh.
Because I don't want people to know the code.
Oh.
Does everybody have access to the private chat here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this one. No, that's not. Yeah, this plays up to 8 people, so this will work.
Oh, I know that song.
Do I need anything on my phone?
You will go to a website.
Okay.
And I will put that in here.
I almost want to grab one of my other kids' computers and be like over here.
And then it'll ask for a code, and it is.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, I've got a couple more people. I've got Brandon here. Let's join him. Hello, Brandon.
Hey.
Hello.
Do you have access to the private chat button?
All I see Jackbox.tv.
Yep. And don't say this next part out loud, though.
Nope.
because there's the 4-letter code.
Okay.
That it's asking for, and you'll all probably beat me in. And everybody can hear the music, okay?
Yep.
Hey!
That was so horrible. Wait till you see mine, Colleen.
Oh, you're gonna love mine too.
I tried. I'm using my mouse on my computer, so.
No, I did mine with my fingers, so.
I had to like click with one finger and draw with the other.
3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Greetings. Thanks for firing up a game of Drawful. Okay.
Oh, this is the one I just deleted.
5 of you? That's the perfect amount for 2 rounds of drawing. Come on, let's go.
So just listen.
Okay. I'm sending a title to each of your devices.
Oh no.
Weird.
You cannot
Stain
erase.
or Drunk uncle. Draw a picture on your device that would have that title, and when you're done, hit send. And you'll get points for each player that can correctly guess your title. So don't mess this up.
Oh Lord.
This is so horrible.
Oh my gosh. On my phone, this is ridiculous.
I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
I give up.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Everybody's still trying?
Well,
There's no way you guys are gonna guess this.
Oh, yeah. I had to see if I can do like picture in picture. Oh, here we go.
Ryan should really be in on this.
No. Because the one I got, I guarantee you I already know what his answer would be. It does not look right.
Great. All the pictures are in. Now, use your device to type in what you think the title for this picture could have been. Or better yet, something you think could trick the other players into thinking it's the title. You'll get points for every player that picks your answer.
Wait, where are we supposed to type it? Oh, okay.
It pulls it up.
Oh, Lord.
Hey!
I have no idea.
So you want people to guess your answer.
Yeah.
Oh, to guess my answer?
Yeah, you want them to guess what it is.
Okay.
And then if you guess the correct thing that the picture's supposed to be, you also get points.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while since I played this, so I couldn't remember. Who are we waiting on?
Me.
Me? I just put it in. I
just put it in.
All right. Here are your choices. Now pick the title you think really inspired this drawing.
Oh my.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. Shoot.
Hey!
Oh, well.
Who picked what?
Hey!
Wait a minute. What am I supposed to be doing?
Hey. No, now you're just watching.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Wait, did I get that right?
I think you did.
No. Oh, that was an accident.
I scored. That's all that matters.
There you go.
Oh, I'm not the last one though, so I'm happy.
And our next weird doodle.
Oh
Type in
my.
your
What?
now.
better than mine.
Here are your choices.
Cobra Pie.
Hey!
What did everybody pick?
Hey!
Hey. It kind of looked like one.
Did everybody get picked?
Everybody got picked. Nobody actually got the actual one.
Oh, wow.
Really? Oh, wow. Who drew that one?
I didn't realize my went a little bad over there, but
That's funny.
Oh, that's
I really
Looked
don't
like a
understand
burger
how
to
this
me.
works at all. I'm like totally not getting this.
You're in second place, though.
Type in a
I am?
convincing title now.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, good luck.
Hey!
So what if you type in like what it actually is?
It'll
Well,
tell
that's
you.
what I always do. That's why I always type in
Okay.
what I think it is.
Okay, here are your choices.
Oh.
Hey!
I knew somebody was going to guess one of those things.
Okay, so the one I picked obviously is not the right answer.
Here's everybody's picks.
yeah.
Hey, there you go. Brandon.
Thank everyone.
Oh.
Now I'm in last place. Man.
What?
Oh,
That's
boy.
supposed to be Bubble Boy?
Those are-
No idea how to draw
Put a
that.
boy with a bubble around it.
I guess if you blow through the hole in the male symbol, it could come out with bubbles. You know, like,
I had no idea how to draw
That's a
that.
female symbol, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
in last place.
Sorry, guys. I screwed that one up.
Enter anything that
Oh,
could make sense now.
This is me. Good luck, Colleen.
Yeah.
And here are your choices.
Oh. I'm actually really happy with some of these answers.
And here are your picks.
Nice.
lame.
I would have gotten that one wrong.
Well, I was really close.
I did frog babies because I thought it was in a stroller or a thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
Elderly frog and
yeah.
elderly frog. I was pretty good.
I was trying.
I got 0 points and jumped to third. How'd that happen?
Let's do this one.
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, because I liked yours.
ah.
I do the likes.
No.
Hey!
I have no idea.
Okay, here are your choices.
Hey!
What did everybody pick?
Hey!
Hey, I actually got Clay.
That's a good one. How do you draw that?
Oh, wow.
How do you
Spell.
How do you draw that?
Like that.
Okay.
I want to know
Yeah.
where the gold at. Right there.
See the thumbs up, you get points for those. So if somebody likes your comment, they can put a thumb up.
Gotcha.
Nice.
To draw them.
Oh boy.
Being all technical with it this time.
Hey!
At least this time the words aren't 15 letters long.
Right?
Mhm.
I love the music though. Little elevator music. Is that you still you, Colleen?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better be a
Am I saying your
masterpiece.
name right? I never know.
Well, I messed up and I couldn't erase. And it was,
Yeah.
it's just going to be too
Oh.
hard.
I was being technical.
55. 50.
Here are your choices.
Nice. After my bachelor party.
All right. Who picked what?
At least you guys all pretty much figured it out.
Right.
Oh, all right.
That's all it was.
Hey.
Oh, I was close. I said
So
barfing.
simple. So simple.
Got that one right.
Wow.
That's what I get for
It was
adding
like a little
ing.
easy thing, and I was like, I'm gonna be all technical about this one. Hey, I'm third.
Wow, I'm the last.
We are third.
Are we tied?
Yeah.
Oh.
55.
Hey!
Oh, I thought of a really funny one after typing that in. Dang it.
And here are your choices.
Hey!
Here's everybody's picks.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Hey!
You're welcome, Sarah.
When you actually are like figuring it out, and then you're like, oh, everybody's they're kind of.
Yeah,
that was
this one. I was like,
I
oh,
was wondering if that was the actual title.
Everybody's wrong.
I had to, and I had to scribble it out.
So we go
I
from
know. I
bar.
ended up should have scribbled out part of mine on mine
Yeah.
too because I messed up and I didn't have time to scribble it out.
Yeah, from barf to an 8-word title.
Right.
Yeah.
Next up.
Ooh.
55.
Hey!
I think I've got one more round, and then I've got to separate some animals.
Yeah, me too.
Oh crap!
Hey!
You clicked the wrong one.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is it, but
What did everybody
Yeah.
pick?
I love it.
Thank you, Colleen.
Hey, I knew that had to be you. No.
That was my favorite.
I was trying to click and I missed
Done
it.
with that now.
That's what I hit wrong. I was like, that had to be it.
I know. I was like, I'm like, that's either Clay or that's the answer. And I was just like, I'm not sure which.
That's why I was like, dang it, I knew that had to be it.
Man, I went down to fourth.
I'm last.
Titles now.
Hey!
I got this one.
Oh, you think?
Yep.
45.
What are you doing?
40.
Here are your choices.
Oh, maybe not.
Hey!
Didn't say that.
And here are your picks.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Too many words. Everyone was saying it was a shorter thing.
Oh, you're welcome. Yep.
Oh no.
Way off on
Right.
At least I got an easier one.
You guys are gonna
Hey,
hate.
I would have drawn like a mom yelling at a kid.
All
You
right,
guys are
awesome.
not gonna get this.
I gotta head out. Oh wait, we got another one.
Yeah, mine.
I think there was one more. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
There's no way you're gonna get this.
No.
Oh wow, you are right.
What?
I know.
55.
Ignore the thing at the bottom middle.
Hey!
I totally put my answer in before you said that. So
Sorry.
nope. I guess we're not supposed to be giving hints
Here
anyway.
are your choices.
At the dinner.
25.
Hey!
Just because it's weird.
15.
Pick something.
Dang.
All right. Who picked what?
Yeah, that was good, Carl.
Brandon, you got
Oh
that?
wow.
Wow. Good for you.
It was easy. It was easy.
That actually makes sense as the poison symbol now.
Yeah.
Now, see, I was trying to draw.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that
and I
was.
messed up because it was so small.
Play is the winner.
Sure, go ahead
Yeah.
and win it.
Yeah, going out on top.
There you go.
Yay!
I have to hop off because my husband will be home soon.
Yeah.
So it
I
was
gotta
nice
go
playing with
too.
you guys.
All right.
Everybody donate,
Thanks, guys.
subscribe.
Will do. I've already subscribed, so thank you.
Yes. I will have to. How do you? It says subscribe, but I can't click it. So I will
not
find
that
out how to
one.
do
It's
that.
on the YouTube channel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I will find it.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you,
have fun
guys.
staying up till midnight.
Yeah.
Good luck. All right. Take care. Bye.
We'll see if we last till midnight at this point.
Oh no.
Oh, good. Have fun. All right. Bye.
Are you not stick? Okay. All right.
Oh wow.
Did anybody else want to join for my Jackbox Games group?
Jackbox.
12 hours may have been too ambitious.
Never.
Can you hear the music?
Yeah.
You're muted, Brad.
I know.
Can you hear the music?
Yeah, I can hear the music.
Oh.
Can you groove to the music?
No.
Oh. Been disconnected.
Yeah, that's okay. I switched games. What's a good one for? This one's good for 3 people. We'll go very old school with You Don't Know Jack.
Oh yeah, there we go.
All right, code coming up.
Everybody's in.
Oh, you guys probably want to see this.
Yeah, it helps.
Helps sometimes.
Hey, wipe that smile off your face. This is serious. Okay, just kidding. There will be parts and stuff.
I figured more people would be ready for the Jackbox portion of tonight.
You all take care of those screws now. You can force another player to answer immediately by hitting your screw button. If they miss it, you win extra bonus dollars. And your wrong answer of the game is being sponsored by the San Francisco Otter Choir.
Every Wednesday. I love Jackbox and the fact, You Don't Know Jack, and the fact that it is so difficult to explain to people who've never played it before.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, it's like a quiz show, but you got to really pay attention to everything. The wording is a little off.
Let's start with Bootyful.
Bootyful.
Analyze one of Kim Kardashian's body parts. About what percentage of Kim Kardashian's brain is just made up of water? 10%, 40%, 80%, or 100%? Player 2, can't do anything right, can you? Players 1 and 3, Kim Kardashian's brain, and everybody else's brain for that matter, is made up of about 80% water. But that other 20% is just so round and firm, I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh my.
Tuba.
Open wide for his acting is all right. So, you know how they called Matthew McConaughey's resurgence as an actor his McConaissance? Well, if Matthew McConaughey is currently experiencing a McConaissance, then what period of his life just ended? The McCona Dark Ages, the McCona Industrial Age, the McCona Middle Ages, or the McCona Enlightenment? Players 1, 2, and 3. All wrong.
All wrong.
Oops.
Jeez.
Yeah, oops.
The McConaissance would follow the McCona Middle Ages. Which is funny because most Renaissance sculptures also need to put on a damn shirt.
So this is your first time ever playing, Brandon?
I played this version of You Don't Know Jack before.
The brow. And if you get this one right, I'll rustle up some extra moolah for you. Arrange these Sesame Street characters in order of fewest to most.
Oh boy.
Bert, Ernie, the Count. Ernie, Bert, the Count. Bert, Ernie, the Count. The Count, Bert, Ernie, or Ernie, the Count, Bert. Player 1, pick it up. Player 3, the Count would be so disappointed. Players 1 and 2, Ernie has no eyebrows at all. Bert has one long single eyebrow, and the Count has two.
I had it backwards.
Yep.
Damn me for not having kids.
I was so about to screw everybody on that one when I realized which question it was, until I found out that it was about the unibrows. Too easy, except for Carl.
Yeah, evidently.
How about Duck, Duck, Swan?
Say the cast of Duck Dynasty attends a performance of Swan Lake and thinks there are real waterfowl on stage. In their confusion, which character would they most likely shoot? Siegfried, Benno, Von Rothbart, or Blair? What? Who's gonna get it?
Let's see. Guess we're gonna have to go to Brandon, huh?
You can't just leave
Oh,
your
come on.
the breeze like that.
Oh,
Let that ruin the rest of the game. Player 2.
I have no idea.
Swan song. Nope. Player 3. Odette is a princess who has been turned into a swan. So the Duck Dynasty crew would probably fill her full of lead.
I thought they shoot swans too.
Try this on for size. The man in the backwards yellow hat. And it's a this or that. Player 2. You could use more cash. Yeah, why don't you take a crack at this one? I'm going to read off 7 things, and for each one you tell me if it's an alleged antic by pop star Justin Bieber, or an antic by the classic children's book character Curious George. If it's Justin Bieber, press the X button. If it's Curious George, press the B button.
It's another kid's thing, Carl.
You listen up. Make your selections before player 2, because if player 2 gets it wrong, everyone who got it right will split the winnings. Cool, let's do it. Feed in a muff bucket. Broke his leg falling from a fight. Arrested for falsely reporting. Egg the house. Got high on ether. Fed a bugle to an ostrich. Went to a Brazilian brothel.
You know you're Justin Bieber.
Belieber.
I think we can all agree that it's time for that little bastard to get deported. And then it's your turn, Bieber.
Damn, that puts you in the lead.
Wow. I know, right?
And it looks like player 2 has the lead. Who knows what might happen? Remember, I'm doubling the value of each question in round 2. And lest you forget, our wrong answer to the game is still out there waiting to be picked. Okay, then, here we go. Here's what I like to call Dumber and Dumberer 2. So there's Dumb and Dumber, and then there was Dumb and Dumberer, and then Dumb and Dumber 2. Makes perfect sense. Now, going back a few decades, there was The Odd Couple and The Odd Couple 2. So, if another remake of The Odd Couple used the superlative adjective, it would be called The Blank Couple. Odd, odder, oddest, or odderest. Players 1 and 2. Odd is the adjective, odder is the comparative adjective, and oddest is the superlative adjective.
Oh,
sweet.
The original Odd Couple movies is dead, which means it's the perfect time for Rob Schneider to swoop in and revitalize the franchise. Player 3. No, but speaking of otter, get it? Use this one. The greatest hit of the San Francisco Otter Choir. Hailed as one of the 3 otter choirs in the world, the San Francisco Otter Choir will astound you with
clever.
The Little Red Corvette and the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. This wrong answer of the game has earned you a sweet 8,000 clams. Well done.
I'll take it.
Right.
Take a good look at Let It Go, Let It Go, Let It Go. At which temperature would Olaf from the movie Frozen melt and die? 30 degrees Kelvin, 30 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius, or 30 degrees Rankine? He's a snowman. Players 1 and 2.
Wrong. I realized it after I hit it.
Player 3.
Trying to freeze them then.
Is below freezing in Fahrenheit and insanely below freezing in Kelvin and Rankine. But it's pretty balmy in Celsius, about the equivalent of 86 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know, blah, blah, he can magically be saved, but I'm talking about what would happen in the real world to a talking snowman. And on its way, kangaroo, peanut, Albert Einstein, or Uranus.
What?
Oh, yeah.
First spotted in 1879. Kangaroo, peanuts, Albert Einstein, or Uranus. Player 1. Albert Einstein was first spotted in 1879, the year he was born, probably by a midwife or something, over a century after Uranus was discovered and even longer after kangaroos and peanuts. I've heard maybe Einstein quite a lot because he left behind some important equations on the uterine wall. Player 3. Oh, that was nice. Player 2. That's just nuts. Let's try wine or lose. If the Washington Redskins rebranded themselves with a non-offensive red-skinned mascot,
This aged well.
the Washington Chardonnays, the Washington Malbecs, the Washington Pinot Blancs, or the Washington Rieslings. Player 2. This is right. Oops, I mean this is white, which is wrong. Here's 1 and 3. Chardonnays, Pinot Blancs, and Rieslings
Digging a hole.
are all white-skinned grapes, but the Malbec grape is red.
I'm finally pulling myself back out.
Well, if I didn't get that 8,000, I'm still hurting.
And now, I want to lick and roll all night.
All right.
If Kiss singer Gene Simmons' tongue grew to the average length of an adult giraffe's, how deep into a woman's mouth could he stick it when he kissed her? About 10 inch. Player 3, who gets you screwed?
Ooh.
Oh, you're screwed, player 1. You got 5 seconds.
I'm no competition. That's what it's
Pretty much.
What a pity.
Yep.
Superlative use of the screw, player 3. Let's see if you can make this really hurt. Player 2. I think at that point it would practically be coming out the other end. Player 3. An adult giraffe's tongue is on average about 18 to 20 inches long. So that's about how deep into a woman's mouth a giraffe-tongued Gene Simmons could stick it. And if Gene Simmons' neck grew to the length of an adult giraffe's, you may not even...
At that point, you're just going for the food that she already ate.
Forced regurgitation.
Brace yourself for the attack. When you see 2 clues that match, press your A button. 2,000 big ones if you're right, but you'll lose 2,000 if you're wrong. At most,
Pant City.
It's gotta be a match that fits this clue. Your house is made of what? What materials are their houses made from?
Now, what the hell did I just do? Shit. Shoot.
I didn't know that one.
I did, but I was expecting it to hit just a second earlier. I am not doing myself any favors this time around. I think Carl has the advantage here.
Negative. Yeah.
Woo.
Oh, whooping.
It's the beautiful thing about Jack. All over the place on scores. I've won before with negative whatever points.
We were at that point once. I think the most positive I got was $392.
We're joining in some other people.
Sweet.
All right.
There we go.
Hey.
About time Chris joined.
Hey, girl.
They got tired of watching us get answers wrong all day, and they're like, you know what?
Oh no, I'm gonna try to make you guys all look good.
Look, Uranus.
Right.
Intestines.
You all talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna hit the little boys' room.
Oh.
Or pick which game you want to play.
I think we should do
one I'm good at.
I played there was an owl one that he played earlier that I've done, and then
the one that we should do is
I was getting the hang of the drawing one.
Yeah, the drawing one. That's the one.
Okay,
I was
let's
getting
do
a
one.
hang of making up wrong titles that might get people. Getting a hang of that.
You were getting really good at that.
Getting a hang of it. I was like,
How about this? How about Patently? It's a drawing game that is entrepreneurial-ish. You basically get you're given a scenario of something, and you need to draw a solution to that something and patent it, of course. Then, of course, you got to market it with a great idea, a title, and a tagline. Trust me.
Seems a lot.
No, it's super easy. They take you through it, and there's undo buttons this time.
Oh.
So if you screw up, you can undo it.
Say, you missed out on Colleen's drawings there, Jesse.
Oh, did I?
They were interesting because you couldn't erase anything, so there's like blobs of her just scribbling everything out.
I have not played these games since they were You Don't Know Jack, so
And we're going to have to do Fibbage probably.
There was one that
Hey, Carl, put up Patently.
Say which one?
Patently.
Patently. Which sets that in?
Let's see. That would be 4 or 5, maybe.
I'm trying to think which ones I've done.
Patently Stupid. That's 5.
There we go. Yep.
There you go.
And then at some point, we'll definitely have to hit Fibbage up and Quiplash.
Quiplash.
You know, the
that's the other one I
classics.
played.
The classics. Although we should do Quiplash 7 since it's the newest and latest and greatest.
Can you guys hear my kids watching TV? Is that too loud?
It's not distracting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear something in the background, but
what are they watching?
What are you watching? Something with a kid named Maud in it. Investigators?
Harold and Maud?
No, it's investigators. Like they're investigators, but it says best friends, so they're investigators.
I don't know that I played this one, Brad.
Oh, you're gonna like it.
I believe you. All right, so the code for those
You
that
put it on it.
the code, do you know where to go? Jackboxgames.tv or Jackbox.tv.
Jackbox.tv. See, I missed the introduction last
You're
year.
fine.
It's okay.
And then in the private chat, I'm going to throw up the room code.
Okay. And you just put a name in there.
I can do that.
Steal as many biscotta as you can carry.
That was not me.
Yeah.
I got a second computer up now, so it's like I can see both screens at the same time.
The seminar will start shortly.
Awesome.
I guess, Carl, since I'm the VIP now, let me know when everybody's in.
We've got. I think we're waiting for one person.
That'd be me. Where'd you put the?
That'd be Chris.
Where'd you put the? Oh, never mind.
Private chat.
Right there.
It's cool, Chris.
No, it's not.
Can you see the comments when we're on YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I put it on there. I was like, I found you. Yeah. That'd be me. You're just having way too much fun with that.
Now we have everybody.
There.
All right. So everybody's in.
Go down to 8.
Patently stupid.
She's gonna scream.
Yeah, I don't think I played this one.
That is a pet name my wife has for me.
My name is Toby, and this is my ex-wife.
And together, we are about to change your life.
I have one that hurt her foot, so she has to sleep on the couch. So that's why she's watching stuff right now.
Because your wallets are about to explode.
Great. So now that the doors are securely locked, let's get down to brass tacks. How are we going to make this?
Simple. By unlocking your potential. The potential to invent. And as Lena said, the doors aren't securely locked. Kicking them can only injure you.
Now everybody knows the best inventions solve big problems.
That's right, Lena. And to identify those big problems, we'll need to do something we call market research.
On your device, you are going to receive 2 fill-in-the-blank prompts. Type in anything at all.
And voila, you created a problem.
Now your created problems get sent to the other attendees to inspire their creative masterpieces.
So let's get to it.
You're like intestines.
Oh, there it is. I had to figure out where you type it in.
Now look at your device. You've got somebody else's problems.
Been there.
Simply pick the one you want to solve. We're halfway there.
Not to rush you, but the clock's a ticking.
Good.
Fantastic. Now it's time to solve that problem.
That's right. This is when ideas become reality, using nothing but a pen and paper.
But we ran out of paper, so you'll have to use some cocktail napkins.
And remember, colors are friends.
We're at the halfway point.
I've never played this one. It's called Pat.
I'm horrible at this game. I've just come to that conclusion. So who are we waiting on?
Only a few seconds left to draw.
Me, because I got disconnected.
Like I saw the word on mine, and I know it's not the word.
no.
They're not the same, but I was like, I'll just go with the word that sounds like.
Just gonna say that. Okay. So now let's bring
I don't know how to really play this game, so I know I'm doing it all wrong. So
I think we've passed around our ideas, and
Mm-hmm.
that makes people say.
And now you basically are at the point where you draw an idea, you come up with a name, tagline.
oh,
This is gonna suck for me because I lost.
I don't get how
I
mine.
totally got it wrong then.
Oh no, I hit
I
the back
don't-
button on mine.
Mine didn't make sense. Like, okay.
Annie, you want to? You want to?
It's so bad.
I went in a horrible direction with this. I'm very sorry, everyone.
I did too.
It's bad.
I could
Yeah.
not have gone more basic.
I went basically bad.
I don't know how, even if I knew it, it would work. But
The phrase that I got, I was like, okay, we'll go with this.
saying it aloud, you'll be like, "Oh, that's similar," but actual, probably not.
Yeah. I know mine's already a patent, so I know I'm.
Mine is too, probably.
All right.
Oh no, I don't want to pitch it.
Oh.
We can either pitch it yourself or have them pitch it for you.
Oh, the person who made the thing that I didn't.
Those inventions.
Oh no.
Oh, I have.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, it's not.
Is that you?
Let the masters show you how it's done. Hey, Toby, it looks like you have a problem.
You bet I do, Lena. I just can't get enough of this.
That is, but I think I've got just what you need. It's something I like to call.
That sounds like a perfect solution.
Now you ask. Point your keepers at this.
Picasso could have drawn it better himself. This looks great, Lena, but without a tagline, I'm afraid I just won't remember it.
Not to worry, my easily influenced friend. Soon every billboard will read this. Perfect. It's darn near perfect.
Oh, that is so good. That one's actually really good.
Ooh.
I just want an easier this.
Well, I've got the solution. I like to call it.
Yep.
Intellige. Artificial intelligence.
Ran out of spaces.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I just misspelled it. New phone problems.
You can see if
Nice.
I went with
skilled you.
I went with Quidditch instead of Quidditch because I was like,
oh.
No matter how hard I try, I can't walk and do this at the same time. What's it look like?
Hold on.
man.
I told you
That's
it was
beautiful.
bad.
That's beautiful.
Oh my.
It's very true though.
That's going around.
I did the job one, by the way. That was awesome. Oh gosh.
No.
Then take a gander here.
There's still only one Yoda.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and present this for you because I don't think the drawing came in.
Oh no!
No, when I was drawing, I drew too close to the edge of the screen and pulled it.
Oh no!
Make my eye holes happy already.
Take a look.
Okay, so choose.
Good John, everybody.
Very hard to see.
Oh, okay. So it does it for you.
That's
Gotcha.
good though. That's good though. Good to know. If you draw something, it you accidentally hit the back button and it wipes you out, it actually kept the last thing you drew.
Favorite invention, your second largest, your second favorite, and so on.
Got all that? Good. Let's go.
Here's where you pick your top 3 fundings.
Oh gosh.
So invest in the one that you like the best, then invest the second best, third best.
We'll have to play this one again if people want, because now I get it.
Right.
Yeah, now I understand.
What was with the first thing we did where we wrote in and then nothing?
What do you mean?
What was that?
Mine didn't show up.
Ideas.
Well, people
So
get
we
to
didn't-
pick
Oh, they
between.
did too. Okay.
So you have to throw out 2. Okay.
The ideas that
Got it.
you got were from other people.
Right.
So nobody liked your ideas
Nobody liked it. There's a hole in my asparagus. That was
because people picked both of my ideas, so it works.
I got 1.
I was the Baby Yoda.
I had none.
And the ethereal plane.
I'd say watch. Yeah, that was a really good one.
Oh. Failed.
Oh.
Oh.
It's okay. Mine hasn't been even chosen yet. Oh no.
Oh wow.
Yee. Really?
Wow. Yeah.
Oh,
What's it?
there you go.
Everybody's picking it based off of pew pew.
Pew pew.
Well, that one was just clever.
Yeah.
Final round.
Thank you.
Instead of solving different problems, you'll all tackle the same problem.
Oh no.
We're going to give you more money to invest, but now there's a funding bar to clear. Good luck. And the honor of choosing that final problem goes to you. Simply select the problem you want to do.
You want me?
So these are all the leftovers, I bet.
Yeah.
Brandon, yours has a shot.
Own your asparagus.
Do I only pick 1 or 2?
You just pick the one, and we all have to solve it.
All gonna solve.
You don't have much time left.
I picked
TikTok.
one.
Oh. Maybe it just wanted the suspense.
See, that's what it did earlier. I picked 1 and then I click the other one. That's the one it gives me. So I don't know.
I had the option that one I passed on.
Basically, just go and find it in my thing.
So bad.
Do I not get highlighters this time?
No, you only get the black one apparently this time.
Okay, let's wrap those drawings up.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Someone's building some Rube Goldberg drawing.
Trying to
Dang.
make something out of nothing. I don't know.
No, I did the same thing again. I clicked the back button by accident.
One of my friends wants to see what I'm doing.
Wait, do I have to do another? Oh.
Yeah, you have to like do.
Okay.
We're halfway home.
Just because it's funny.
I'm so stupid, but I went with it.
Mm-hmm. Mine's completely stupid. It's you'll know exactly which one of mine is.
I got it.
There we go.
I'm trying to see if there's a minimum.
Pitch it. Oh.
No. Oh no. Mm-mm. Present for me.
Mhm.
Well, I got the fix. Just call it.
I'm with you. Let's see it.
Let me show you.
Oh, wow.
Are you going to hang yourself out of jail?
No
Yeah.
one.
Will you still be of this realm when you get out of jail?
I'm sensing
Like
a
when you can
pattern here.
climb, but you can't run.
Can't get out of this.
Well, I got just the thing. It's simply called.
Start me up already.
Ready? Take a look.
Whoa, that's amazing.
What?
Lame tagline.
Get ready.
It's melting.
Done, everybody.
Is he trying to pick a booger?
I love it. Yo, I'll melt it.
Yo, I'll melt. Ice melts, baby.
Out of this.
But I've got a solution. I like to call it.
Don't keep my eyes waiting.
Scapo mites.
Please.
Oh, jeez.
Making enthusiasm, show me that tagline.
Let's see it.
And scene.
All right.
Okay.
Can't get out of this.
Well, I've got a plate full of fixes for you. It's
Oh, this should be
called
great.
No, it shouldn't. We'll see.
Breakout kit.
Okay. What?
Okay,
Whoa,
so
what?
What's the arrows all the time?
No arrows. How did you even get the arrow? I didn't have that option.
I don't get different colors.
Yeah, I didn't see the option.
Myth thinks you have ways.
Can't get out of this.
Well, I've got the fix. Just call it.
You've got my interest tingling.
Well,
What?
It was supposed to be Yoda, but my son changed it.
I feel like there's a theme here.
All right. I guess I'm last. All right. I didn't mess around here.
Oh no.
I can't get out of
I don't know why they keep showing the problem. We all know what the problem is.
it's called.
I gotta see this. Whoa. But I'll be
Love the license plate, like straight.
Standard here.
and scene.
That's great.
It's time to pick your favorites, but let's raise the stakes, shall we? We're going to give you more money to invest, but now there's a higher funding bar to clear.
Invest to get out of jail. Brett is good at these. Yes, he is. You gotta love the music.
Close, but no cigar.
Hmm.
So,
Oh. Thought Brad was good at these.
No.
Rope-a-dope.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what, Les?
Hey,
You know what?
there you go.
It was the expletive in there that won that one there.
Yeah.
Oh, too bad.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Straight up cash.
That knocks me down a second.
Bam.
I had it, and then you stole it at the end.
After the last game I played doing terrible, I needed
You'll
that.
miss the print on the flyer that grants us the rights to any and all inventions created here today.
Yeah, he's on the back.
Straight up cash.
Yeah, straight up
Straight
cash.
up cash. I'm like,
All right, so something I learned from this. When you're drawing, and if you hit the back button by accident, which I did twice because I got the new phone that you just swipe to go back,
yeah.
It'll leave off where your drawing was, even if it's blank on your screen,
Mhm.
which is why I had two drawings on there, the kit and the hammer.
Okay.
Oh.
So I was doing the car, and I hit back, and then I hit with a blank screen, so I was like, well, crap, what do I do?
Do
So
we
I
want to
fixed it
redo
with
this one or switch to a new game?
I'm up for it.
I think I'm gonna head out. Though.
Okay.
Yeah. But that was a lot of fun. Thanks for inviting me in, guys.
I'll see you next week, Jess. For those of you who don't know, she's part of the Nerdy Network.
Nice.
Can you still hear the music?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, since we lost the player, we'd have to start over anyway.
Oh. Okay.
Mhm. Gotcha.
So it's gonna be. Is it the same code or no?
What says switch? He's not even in here. What do we want to go to? Fibbage?
Yeah, we can do Fibbage. Fibbage 3.
See, I don't know if I've played that one. Is it the same room code?
It will not be, and I'll give it
Okay.
to you in the private chat.
Okay, that's fine.
Now Les is going to get in here and at least play as an audience member, right?
Well, he can do that from not in here.
I know, that's what I mean. Once we get going.
He can get in now, can he?
He
Where are you at?
Anybody
Yeah.
can.
I know, he's chatting with us. Might as well jump in, Les.
I don't know if anyone's ever gonna beat Pew Pew.
Pew pew.
I don't know, Straight Up Cash did.
Straight up
That's
cash.
right.
Yeah, that's true.
Brad,
Tonight,
I don't
Cash-
have Party Pack 7.
Huh?
Cash rules everything around me.
I'm guessing Party Pack 7 has Fibbage 3.
No, that's Party Pack 4 or 3, one of those two. I
Asking you shall receive.
think it's Party Pack 4 has Fibbage 3, right?
Okay.
Quiplash 3 is on 7.
I need the code.
But we don't have the code
do.
yet.
Yeah, we all do.
I'm getting there. We keep switching party packs, so yes. Yes,
Brandon sees that he's oversubscribed.
Oh yeah, this is Fibbage 3.
Not hard to click it. It's not hard to click it.
I did.
I was one of the first to click the subscribe. I just,
Oh, you clicked subscribe before it was cool.
I did.
You're like, eh.
I love that one of our first comments off the Animaniacs video was, "Oh man, I'm in this thing before it blows up. This channel's great." I'm down with that.
Is it even cool to comment first anymore? Is that like a thing?
Brad, what Brad's not telling you, it was Brad that said it.
Actually, I was surprised at how many people came in with that comment or something similar with that comment. So they must see potential.
So
Either that
that's
or
telling. For those of you that have not played this game, you have to plausibly lie.
Oh.
You want people to guess your lie.
It's kind of like the drawing one we were doing.
Although
Am I
you say
in
that,
control?
you say that, and sometimes the the lie, the real thing is actually worse than the lies.
Yes. But you want people to believe your truth.
Yes.
Oh no, it
How
just
about that?
kicked me out. What happened?
Are you telling the truth or you're lying? Are you kicked out? Has the game started? Is that how it's?
Well, she was the VIP, so we'll have to wait on her anyway, or we restart the game.
All you have to do is just,
No, you're fine.
all you have to do is just reload the
Les, you having
screen.
trouble? Les is having trouble.
I don't know why it like.
I don't know. I
did
kind of like the frozen look of Les.
Wait, here we go.
that. Okay. It says press button when everybody has joined. Is everybody in?
Not everybody yet.
Oh.
Looking for number 6 if Les can hear us.
Oh, I need the. What do I need? The number.
It's in the private.
It's in the
chat.
private.
On the left side, you'll have,
Not
on the
just
right
me.
side, you'll have private chat.
Here, it's that one.
Do you want
I don't have the code. I can hear you.
Can you see it over here, Les?
He's like holding up.
Animals not so real.
Oh, got it.
Are you guys in the same room?
No.
I was about to say, I was like, what in the world?
I got
It's
it.
just funny when you're in Hollywood Square.
Oh no.
Okay, we're all in now, Sarah.
Oh, thank God. That's where I was going to go next.
So did it make me VIP because I typed it maybe quickly?
You were the first one in.
Oh.
6 players up. Really?
Oh, I'm a flower.
Okay. Oh, and anyone else can get in and join the audience. You can vote on decoy answers to trip up the players, and you get to take a shot at guessing the truth. Let's play. This is round 1. You'll pick up 500 points for everybody you fool, and you'll net 1,000 for finding the truth. Give me a category.
BS is picking the category. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Oh boy.
Okay, here's the first
And he picked presidential.
1902, Teddy Roosevelt's son Archie had a big secret. He traveled from blank into the White House. Now, Mason,
Large collection's nice.
if you're stumped, you can hit the lie for me button, but using it's only worth half the points. Do it. Okay, these are your choices. Pick the truth on your device now.
This is the truth.
So we're looking for the truth?
Let's see how things shake out.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
Wow, that was very persuasive.
Nah, thank you.
Here's something you might be interested in.
Wow.
Oh.
Really?
But some taught him the true meaning of Christmas, killing trees.
Oh yeah, Teddy Roosevelt hated that. I didn't think about that.
Oh man.
Brandon.
Don't get so disappointed. It's fun being on top.
I thought about picking that one. I really did.
Nom 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 nom.
All right, here it is. Some Sandra Almeida of Colombia got revenge on her cheating husband by eating his into your lives now. All right, where's the truth?
Nice.
Oh gosh.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
Excellent, Carl.
That's a good one, Carl.
That's a good one.
Columbia. That was disgusting, Sarah. I had to take it.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
There it is.
I thought about that one, but I was like, no. I can't
man.
do it.
If you guys did not like me in first place, you're going to be very happy now. Oh, well.
Maybe.
There we go.
Oh, you guys are tied.
You're tied.
I'll share it.
Oh.
Aren't you so gracious?
Mhm.
A lot of presidential things on this one.
I clicked it.
It does not like you hitting
It
buttons.
does. I think it's my son's computer. It just doesn't like it.
Apologized for a spelling error they made 40 years earlier.
That's the one I picked in.
The paper misspelled blank. Write your lies now. Just hit the lie for me button. Okay, find the truth. And what did people pick?
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think the lag is killing me on this.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
There we go. Yep.
The truth.
The truth. Yeah.
It had to piss off a fan base.
Yeah. Well, that's why I picked Star Wars.
Yeah, I had 77 there. I was like, oh, yeah. And then I realized, oh, Wookiee was a choice.
I knew that one. I wasn't going to get anything.
On to round 2, where all point values are doubled. All right, choose a category.
99 is a category.
Unless, of course, it's changed.
If you want to win back an ex, maybe don't follow the lead of a student at Henan University in China. He presented his former girlfriend with 99 blank. Enter your lies now. Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something.
Like, lie for me, please.
Lie for me. Lie for me.
Lie for me.
Okay, which one is the truth?
I'll go with that.
Okay, Okay, let's take a look.
Got to go for the luft balloons.
Yeah.
Thanks, Les.
Watermelons.
Man,
yeah.
Brad's killing us now.
Brad jumping ahead.
Nobody's like, fine.
Somebody knows his lies. Or truths. You keep getting the truths. Never
Same,
mind.
when I heard
I know how to
99,
detect truths.
when I heard the 99, I'm like 99 problems. My life is nothing but like a soundtrack.
Phrase about how treating people nicely gets you further in life is translated as an affectionate cap blank. All right, type in your lies.
What? Shit.
Hurry up. You just suggested that you can't think of anything.
Lie to me. Lie for me.
It's always that last one.
All right, find the truth.
I'm picking one just because it's funny.
All right, who picked what?
Thank you. Thank
Wow,
you.
you guys just want Brad to win?
Great lie.
Like I know who does them.
It's like stupid.
Wow.
Oh, didn't really. Okay.
There you go.
Well, that would be affectionate.
That's like everybody. Two answers.
If we become that affectionate, we get in trouble.
Man, that is killing us.
Okay, pick a category.
I'm in last place, and I'm like, because I don't do this very well.
Horse surgery.
Okay, focus up.
So Beth's, you're going Rick and Morty here.
It may seem odd, but many veterinary manuals recommend laying the horse down on blank.
While you're in last place, I can't even. My leg's so bad, I don't even know what place I'm in.
I'm literally watching where my husband is because as soon as he's close, I have to hop off.
All right, pick the truth. All right, let's see what you guys picked.
Nice.
Oh.
There you go, Carl. That was for you, Carl. There. Oh, thanks, everybody.
Not me.
Made sense to me.
I was so close to picking that
I
one.
thought it sounded so weird. I was like, it might be true.
That's just odd.
It just seemed like it made sense.
That seems like it'd be way too heavy for a waterbed.
Yeah.
Carl made some bank on that.
Like that has to be a really strong waterbed.
Not enough to catch Shoemaker there.
We're hitting final fibbage now, right?
Yep.
I never got to pick one.
It's your last chance at points.
I'm sorry, Carl.
It's all right.
Don't get the tropical disease known as AIM. That's where your body decides to spontaneously blank. Write your lives now.
I totally chose lie for me on this one. Sorry, guys. Like, I gotta keep it clean. We're on YouTube.
Oh, whoops. Who knows? I mean, this is suggesting. Decides to spontaneously burn your comic collection.
Ooh, that's bad. No.
Dang it, body.
No. It's called an X.
I feel like a few people were on the same path here.
I think a couple people actually just chose it for them. I really hope some of these aren't real.
Let's see.
Yep. I believe you're correct, sir.
Oh,
Thank you. Oh, that's yeah.
Carl's eye. Okay. There's a lot of those, Brad.
Like I said.
Oh, wow. Ah.
Yay! Oh!
But on the upside, now you can get into those cute heels you've had your eye on.
Weird.
I read, like, I was looking at the word and I'm like, Hey, I came back from
Carl
last place.
came back.
I tried.
Yep, that's darn right. BS.
You got so many.
BS wins.
You got so far ahead.
Say, in a
And we
game where
both-
you lie.
We both came close on the last one. I should have used Expel.
Whoever's VIP, let's do same players.
It's not Nerdy Network anymore, baby. We have like a kid portion of Nerdy Network.
Okay,
so she
I
thought
can't
was
play this.
filming.
There's way too much lag on my end.
Oh no. Well, I gotta go, guys. Have a fun night.
Okay.
All right, we just lost our VIP.
I'm out, guys. My lag's too bad to play along with you. Sorry.
Likely excuse, farm boy.
It's amazing. Purdue has done so well at the farm community. They still can't figure out internet.
Well, he's nowhere near Purdue.
I know. But you would think that that's a problem they could solve for farmers.
Yeah. Do we want to go? Do we want to play Fibbage again?
We can. I'm good with that. I know Brandon wants to take the crown, so
I just like lying. It's so fun.
and if I do it at home, I get caught, in trouble, sleep in the doghouse.
Yeah, but you got the doghouse like set up. You got a nice pad in there. You got
Yeah, of course. Flat screen TV, 32-inch.
airdrop stuff from my phone to the TV.
Guess it helps if
watch it all
I
night.
actually go back into the chat.
Chris, you have some major fisheye going on.
What's that?
Major fisheye from your webcam.
Get that fish. Fix it up there for a minute. Gonna work. All right. Okay. Fibbage 3, the encore round.
Years. Hope you're ready. Okay, a 4-player game making me the fifth wheel. Thanks for making me feel awkward. And anybody watching can join the audience anytime.
So basically, what I've learned today is whatever subscribers we got, we're losing them now.
Yeah.
You're lying.
Happy to help. Happy to help. Happy to help.
For fooling the other players with your lies. And you'll get a cool 1,000 for finding.
Eventually on the channel, we'll play this game with, actual celebrities and
yes,
maybe even a couple comic book artists that actually know what they're doing when it comes to drawing.
Oh man.
First up, Advertising agency Ogilvy and Mather gave a group of Argentinian rugby players special dental implants that also double as blank. Enter your lies now. Okay, seek the truth. All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Oh.
It's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's someone else's.
I think so.
There it is.
Damn.
Yep. That was my second. I was like,
I'm just sad nobody liked billboards.
I know. That was mine.
Oh, it was both of ours.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. That's why
That's
they had to
awesome.
throw in a lie. That makes sense now.
Oh, let's see. What do we want to do? Congressional firsts? Why not?
Try this one. When the very first session of the United States Congress began in 1789, most members weirdly chose to mark the occasion by blank. All right, type in your lies. Hurry, use the lie for me.
Carl's just making random noises now.
No, I put in the. It told me it was right.
Nice.
Oh!
I've done that before.
I love this part.
so you put playing a bluegrass jam, Carl? That was your.
Well, that I didn't have time to type anything,
Oh.
so I hit live for me, and that's what it put.
Well, that informed my decision because I was like, oh, stripping naked, probably not showing up. There it is.
Nice.
I put not attending, and it told.
Oh, okay. Like, we have a better phrase for that, sir. Try again.
Yeah. So yeah, I was screwed on putting in a lie then.
Yeah.
But at least I knew what the right answer was.
Right.
Hello Kitty. Right.
Yes, yes. Fine leaders. We are.
29, kakistocracy is the word for a society governed by blank. Type in your lies now. Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something.
Lie for me. Lie for me.
Is Donald Trump the wrong answer?
Let's see how things shook out.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Trying to help you get one again. Back to backs.
Ooh.
Oh!
Nice. I just gave it back, though. Let's go with the worst possible people. How about that?
Yes.
You believe.
Wow.
Otherwise known as Spain, right? No.
Just lost 2 subscribers.
Or we gained a couple of French.
Just having breakfast and then they dissed us.
Hey, look, it's round 2. Strap in because all the points are double.
It's where Shoemaker makes a cleaning.
Then you gotta see.
All right, I'm looking.
The title of this interesting piece of art is "The People Delivered to the Blank." Okay, enter your line. Okay, take a look and find the truth. Let's see what everybody selected.
Yep, not cleaning this one up. Nice job, Carl.
Nice.
Great line there.
Great lie there. I didn't think anybody was going to come up with that word.
Gorgons. Wow.
Is that what they think vampires look like?
Like, are those bugs? Like, what are the...
It's enough to keep me in second place. That's all that matters.
All right, choose a category.
You know, the first time I played this game was after Virtual PopCon.
Enough free time to discover you can arouse an alligator with blank. Enter your lies now. Write something quick or use the lie for me button. Okay, here are your choices. And what did people pick?
Carl's lie. Oh, the truth.
the truth.
Holy crap.
Wow.
Good.
Nobody fell for it.
B flat played on a tuba to be exact. Works for me too. Oh.
Wow. Good job, everybody.
Misspelled national there. I was like, oh, no one's going to buy into that now.
Time to pick a category.
Boom.
Try again as picking a category again.
And
Try again.
on February 7th, 2017, a flamin' hot Cheeto sold for $99,900 on eBay because it looked like blank. Write your lies now. Okay, look for the truth and pick it. All right, let's see what you guys picked.
I didn't think that the four of us would come up with Taylor Swift.
Truth?
Truth.
Yes.
Said 2017. I think Harambe was relevant back then, right?
Working our way.
It's final fibbage time.
Final fibbage.
Triple points. Have fun. In October 2016, one of the passengers on a flight from Charlotte to Asheville was a blank wearing blank. All right, type in your lies. Okay, which one is the truth? Okay, let's take a look.
Monkey socks.
Oh, that was good.
damn.
Good job, Carl.
Darn. Well, good.
That was clever.
Good job.
The truth. And that seals
There he
Carl's victory.
goes. He did it.
Was Daniel Turducken Stinkerbutt, and he kept putting his freaking seat back.
I like how everybody went
I
analytic
passed
there.
Shoemaker. All right, BS. I passed you. Second place. First loser.
Suddenly I have to leave for some reason.
All right, what's the game of choice? Everybody sticking around?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm hopping out.
All right.
Oh, the three-way again.
We should probably go with Murder Party 2.
All right.
Okay.
That way you can do a little bit of trivia.
We need a new code.
Oh.
Did I get all the way
Hey.
out? I must have gotten all the way out. All right.
Sorry. Having some fun between while we search for games.
Then after that we can do Joke Boat probably.
Who's logged in the most hours for this today?
Carl.
Carl.
Or KJ.
Really?
Yeah,
How much did she do?
Every time I
not
flipped
quite
on,
fit.
she's been on. Yeah. Her and Patrick have been on.
Well, I just
quite a-
figured behind the scenes altogether, Carl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've only missed about an hour and a half total.
Carl even shot something for me, Brad.
But I'm the one that decided this was a
Hey,
good idea.
it's you said by Saturday morning.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
We are doing this one. Now this one, this is a heck of a thing, Brandon. Don't get scared.
Oh, okay.
You ever played Murder Party?
I've seen the movie Murder Party. I've interviewed the director of Murder Party. But I
Good
have
thing
not
about this
played
is
Murder Party.
I like 2 only because it allows you to get a couple redos when people die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the first one was like, oh, everybody dies, you're
You
done.
can still win after somebody dies.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm talking when if everybody dies before the final round.
I'm not getting in. Hit and play, and it's just doing nothing.
All right, refresh the app.
Refresh your browser.
Okay.
Or close out and get back in. We're not in any hurry. Hi, PopCon Nation. You know, I should probably put that we are doing this for
The Make-A-Wish Foundation.
And there's still plenty of time to donate to the cause. And if you haven't yet subscribed with the YouTube button down there that says subscribe and happens to be red. And after you do that, there's a little bell icon and it goes ding.
Okay, this is loading like crap. Just take myself off the
I like
Wi-Fi.
these trivia games.
You're just scared, Brandon. I know. It's
There
fine.
we go. And I'm in. Sorry, folks at home. I know you're scared I might not get to play, but rest assured, it's murder party time.
All right, so everybody's in.
Yep. I wasn't
All
afraid of
three of
people
us.
seeing the-
Code's visible.
Yeah, because there's 4 people watching.
We don't want on them.
Number 1 dad. Oh, that's me. What?
Yeah, it's accurate. Two.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die. Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Those free vacation coupons you received in the mail were a trick, luring you into a game with deadly consequences. Only one of you will survive. But hey, it's still better than just sitting in your hotel room and watching cable news. I went there. Okay, first question. Where is Manila? Use your device to answer the question.
Oh, dang it.
Nice.
I'm wrong. I'm just gonna say that right now.
You were like, hey, that's the right answer. Oh, crap. Wrong spelling.
Who got the question right?
That's what I would have chosen. Had I read all 4 answers.
I went too fast as well.
Put on the Do Disturb sign. We're at room 101. The lost art of letter writing.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm going to dictate a message to you.
It's time to die.
As much of what I say as you can. They will be typing too. And if they type better than you, you die.
What? So
And the letter begins now. Dear police, congratulations. You've won a free trip to Fiji. All you have to do is leave immediately and ask no follow-up questions. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just ignore your ongoing investigations and get on a plane. Time's up. All right, now let me get out my red pen and give this a so. And here's how you did.
Bye-bye, guys.
What?
You were not the best.
Ooh, we have an audience member playing.
Head on the tape and something better than this.
Unfortunately, dictation is the one game that I excel at. Every time we play it here, I kill everybody.
I just got this phone yesterday.
Might want to recalibrate your.
Well, I have a different keyboard.
Gotcha.
I also use the swipe technique when writing or texting. Now, do they have a way to play this via
There
your
is one
computer?
in the audience. I like it.
I know.
I like it.
Which of these is a style of mustache? Who picked this?
All right.
Your guess is. Let's try another one. Which of these hands wins in a game of blackjack?
Ooh.
I had to read through them just to make sure.
Oh, I know. You didn't want to do another Philippines thing, did you?
Right.
I'm
Even
gonna
though
get.
I knew how to spell Philippines.
I'm gonna get pulled into the murder room here in a minute.
Let's keep moving. What island is Honolulu on?
I don't know my Hawaii that well.
Who picked this?
Oh.
Ooh, the audience members getting them right too.
Follow me. Welcome back to the killing room.
Thank you.
I agree, Jordan.
Hope you like magic tricks. Pick a space in this box to hide yourself. Any good magic trick needs some.
No, you and Carl now get to do the fun part. Get to try to kill me.
Oh.
Never met before. Just kidding. A little magician banter. You get a sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Fun fact, when I found this magic prophet, mind freak.
Yep.
Oh.
Of course, Carl.
Oh, crap. You all died too early. Bummer.
Rewinding.
Did we just go back in time? That's crazy. Try to stay alive a little longer this time. It's time for the next question. What's this cute little guy called? Who picked this?
Of course, the computer geeks got that.
Let's try another one. Seriously, who friends Roger Rabbit?
I don't remember.
BS has this one.
I think so.
Who picked this?
Yep. Of course, it's Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah.
I mean, spoiler alert for a
I
30-year-old
can picture
movie.
the character just fine.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah. I was,
Where do peanuts grow? Who picked this?
ching, 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 ching.
Everyone again, you all need to be taught a lesson.
Yep, I'm going into the killing room. If nobody gets
geez.
killed, oh geez, here we go. This one's not one of my best.
I hate this one.
As fast as you can before time runs out. Everyone else will be playing along. If one of them does better than you, it's punishment time.
Okay, let's do math.
Let's go. Don't be distracted by me talking right now. Only a couple seconds of math left.
Oh, dang.
Ah, see, I knew I was gonna go.
Oh, I was ahead. Oh, okay.
You were ahead.
Not good at math.
I'm not good at simple math.
Yeah. They try. Well, yeah, the simple stuff is like, oh.
Not good at quick math. Let's put it that way.
Give me
give
some
me-
matrices or something.
Yeah, you give me 30 seconds. I got 1 + 1 easy.
All right, play a sequel.
Oh,
See,
is
they give you an extra shot at getting to the end.
Mhm.
If we were to do this on the original Murder Party, as soon as I died the first time, we would be done.
Oh, okay.
The fact that you two died at the same time didn't help.
Okay.
6 a.m. to 9:30. The pool's open till 11 p.m. And of course, murder is 24 hours.
Because we're going to make it to the final room.
Yeah.
What does legend say will happen if the groundhog sees its shadow? Use your device to answer the question.
Are you trying to go through the poem in your head?
Almost out of time.
It's 4, Carl.
And the correct answer is, who got the question right? Well, that sucks.
I read through them very carefully this time.
Let's try another one. How can I connect two pieces of rope?
Eagle Scout.
Scout that quit at first class, so I forget. Yeah.
Wow. I was full of crap there. I was like, well, the ones I know probably aren't it.
Welcome to room 105.
You're gonna die.
It's the classic game.
The other day we played this with 3 people. I was the one picking the poison pellet, and the other 2 had to guess, and we all picked the exact same glass.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from.
You're gonna lose, Brad. You're gonna lose.
Probably.
Now let's see what you drank.
Oh.
I used the good cup for nothing.
Good choice.
Wow.
Good choice. Good audience member. Good audience member.
There you go.
Do you need to be set free, or do you just want to be set free? According to Maslow, what's the highest need? The one at the top of the pyramid?
Food.
I know, right?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
What'd you pick?
Food.
Relationships. Food?
No. Wait, Sip, I had accomplishment, feeling of accomplishment. That's what I picked.
Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too.
Party Pack 5. Ooh.
You die.
Brandon's like, I don't even know what's in Party 5.
Write your answers now. Now, let's see if there are any matches. I guess you can't be mind readers.
Nice.
Got a mind.
Keep saying Carl Jr. I'm like, what?
Every time I know.
Hamburgers?
Right? Hamburgers.
One than 5 Grammys in 1 year. This.
I know music like not at all.
And I worked in radio, so. Although the only reason I really know that one is because Michelle sings karaoke, and Back to Black is one of the songs she sings.
I'm giving you the laziest gift of all. A scratch ticket. Scratch and find $3 signs to live. If you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for every $sign you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Scratch it. We know what the ticket means.
Nice. The audience guessed that you'd die, Carl. So did I, so it worked out.
I did too.
There were only 2 skulls, and it was the first one I picked.
I know. The other day we were playing, and one of our friends just kept scratching, forgetting that they kept scratching because they thought they had to scratch until the time was out. They got to 6, I think.
Next question.
And did not die.
On a Saturday night, how often do those Bellagio fountains in Las Vegas go off?
Oh, I should know this.
I never pay attention to this when I've been to Vegas, so.
I know the duration. I don't remember what time they started. Damn it. After 8. I knew it was every 15, but I didn't remember what.
I knew it was 8.
Well, see, there we go.
Killing room.
This one should be easy.
Ooh, this one sucks too.
As many rules as you can before time runs out.
Carl can take us both out.
Player play 2. And if they correctly follow more rules than you,
The audience has deemed that we are going to die.
Oh, cool.
the rules are already on your device. Go, go!
Shit, I'm frozen. Shoot, I'm frozen.
It may not look like it, but this is totally different than the math minigame. Almost at rules time.
I'm frozen. Oh.
Well, now I'm at it.
Oh, I live. You guys suck at this worse than I do.
How many options did you guys
Look at that.
get?
I got 12.
I got 9.
Yeah, I mean, I was clicking as fast as I could and only saw 7.
Reward athletes for each gold medal. This.
Okay. Nope.
Carl's back in it.
It's time.
I actually knew that answer
Oh.
because somebody asked how much they have to pay in taxes for a gold medal, and I had to look that up recently.
The spirit of giving. You each get $500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person with the most cash at the end will die. But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800 or more, I'll kill the other one instead.
Wow.
Begin. Time for a credit check.
Damn it.
So much money, so much pain.
I went for the $0 approach. Sometimes it works. You give enough thinking that I'm going to try to screw you over, and
Just gave you $200.
You know what that means.
Do we finally get the final room?
yep.
This is what the game's all about right here, Brandon.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
And you're the leader, so
awesome.
Dungeons and Dragons abilities.
you click all the
Answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. You move forward with
Nice.
6 for each correct answer. You're on your way to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Oh, that's cute. If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
we're catching up.
I don't have anything good to say about how the audience is doing.
Mhm.
Next to the cello movies. Time is almost up.
Not a clue. I was never a big beach party type of person.
Oh,
We both got 2. I'll take it.
Kubler-Ross by stages of grief.
All right, I should go 3 on this one.
Me too.
Oh, Brandon. Bye-bye.
You killed your friend. Better get away fast. Uh-oh.
The audience isn't doing so hot.
It's only darkness. Constellations.
Ooh, now I'm dead.
Brandon's going to take it again because he had the lead.
You won't be forgotten, whoever you were. Old Testament books.
yeah.
Ah.
I got that so wrong.
Love stories where they don't end up together. Time is almost up.
Nice. I finally get the lead.
Uh-oh.
Brandon's getting closer to bye-bye.
called down blue.
So close. I love the ending part though on this one too. Shit. Shoot. Darn.
Crud.
Not a clue.
None of them were?
Nope.
Oh.
Hey, that's good. I want all three options.
Well, I get all three options now because you have to get all three to leave.
And that includes the third answer choice now too.
Bye-bye.
Dang it.
Bye-bye.
Oh, the easiest one. They could've
Bye-bye.
given me.
Oh, they're like at the end.
Woo.
Yeah, at the end. Let's talk about Stranger Things.
Here's a softball.
Yeah. Here's a Nerf ball. Oh.
Nice Goonies reference thrown in though. I'm all right with that.
So you don't want to join in? Okay.
All right, so what's up next?
Let's do this one more time. We're already loaded up.
I typically win this game at home too, so you know.
You are home.
I know.
The Wi-Fi's not working, but don't worry, the murder stuff is still happening. First question. What do you call two angles that add up to 90 degrees? Use your device to answer the question. Time's almost up. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
I felt confident, but not.
I was 50-50 big time on that one.
What was your other one? They were at
Supplementary.
That's exact. Yep. Okay.
In the original novel, why does the Phantom of the Opera wear a mask?
Go tricky here.
I think so too.
None of us
I thought they
did.
were trying to.
I thought they're
trick
like, he doesn't wear a mask. Wah.
I want to show you something. Welcome to room 113.
Oh, that's not a good one.
It's the
Oh, I love pegs.
Peg Bundy.
No.
down this floor and try to avoid the death zones. Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Oh no, no. Yep. Oh no, nope. Yep. No, 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 no.
I made this board in shop class.
Oh no. I see where this. Oh.
Oh, are you
They
kidding
forced
me?
that. They forced that. They're like, someone's gonna lose.
Physics.
Yeah, digital physics.
Think to the ghost for not going into the light and instead sitting here just to keep playing this dumb game with us.
We know who's in the audience now.
Right.
Where's the Moulin Rouge?
Barcelona.
This.
Not me.
Where'd you pick?
Pick Barcelona.
But it's the Rouge.
Yeah. Take me to the killing room.
Rouge room.
This one lets you
Ooh, nice.
password.
I love this one.
Enter a real four-letter word with your device.
All right, Carl, let's get him.
Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die. Now everyone else will try to crack the password. As a team, guess the password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. If anyone figures out the password before time runs out, I will reward you all.
You guys get this?
What'd you get, Carl?
About what letters you figured out.
I am the second.
Huh?
I am the second.
Yep. Damn.
Tick. Do you guys get till like the time runs out?
Yeah.
Oh. TikTok.
Time's almost up.
Almost up. You guys gonna get it? You guys so close? Right to the
Nope, not even close. Ah, hick. Nice.
I did.
Those were not the letters Carl was going for.
I was like, I don't think they'll get this. It's like it's gonna be way out of what we're doing. All right.
Let's try another one. In ballet, what's it called when I'm standing with my feet apart and my arms wide open for a hug?
I do not know this. This is a guess.
Me too.
Ah.
That was a guess.
Yeah. Well, it's like if first position's like together, then the second
You're
might
right.
be
You're
open.
right.
Look at me.
Keep moving. When was the accordion invented?
This goes to your time game there, Carl. Probably so wrong on this.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. Italy seemed like it would be the place.
That's what I went with.
One of you is still alive. Time for consequences.
Oh. Do password again.
No, the second easiest one to guess.
The customer my Aunt Mildred loves to write words on mirrors.
Actually, the first easiest one to get.
Instant handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word, but so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Go ahead and start writing.
Oh, I don't get it right.
One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost.
Okay. And I have to guess it.
Nice.
Convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. With the real Aunt Mildred, please stand up.
Yes.
Oh, you got it.
Like I said, this one never fails. I've yet to see somebody get screwed on this one. It's just difficult without a really thin stylus to get that thin lettering that Aunt Mildred writes with.
Yeah. Thanks for whoever wrote Red Rum. I knew that was not going to be it.
Two players left alive.
That was Carl.
Oh.
Next question. What car is parked closest to the four Beatles on the Abbey Road album cover?
Nice, deep.
Who picked this?
Hey.
Of course it was.
It's time.
Felt like that was too. I felt like it was like obvious car.
Play with dice. Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead.
Oh, okay.
And don't forget,
Pretty sure Les wagered on Carl to die.
that's 1 to everyone's score. It's kind of spooky to see skulls on dice. Ooh.
Oh. I stopped rolling.
I know. That's my roll. If I get a second one of these, then you're gone.
Time's almost up.
I'm not going to get it. Damn it.
I see you're lucky in dice.
I made it even more difficult for Carl to get it.
Yeah, getting exactly 21 sucked.
I was trying. I really wanted to roll that second skull. Brandon over the top. And we start off where we did last time. Brandon in the lead.
Here we go.
And me in the very back.
Monsters mentioned in the song, The Monster Mash. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers.
I wasn't allowed to pick the second one.
No. You only get 2 options. We
Okay.
get 3.
Beyonce albums.
Oh.
Oh.
I wasn't even allowed to pick that. Wow.
Picking nothing is just the
Yeah,
same. It's
true.
Bordering the Indian Ocean.
nice, Les.
Agatha Christie mysteries.
We're hitting on all the ones I don't know.
Oh, well.
Nope, I'm trailing. Oh.
Yeah, we did not do well on that one. Les is the big winner on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't fall behind.
Uh-oh.
Whew.
Close one.
Types of poems. Time is almost up.
There we go.
It could steal your life force. London 2 lines.
Of course.
Mark Twain characters.
Thanks. Back and forth.
And I'm back in the game.
Time is almost up.
Oh, the fact that I got all those right. Don't tell Michelle.
Well,
I was like, what's hold on?
Actual seasons of Survivor. Time is almost up.
I've never watched Survivor until like last week.
Oh, well, I got one.
I know, right? Woohoo! All the way back from almost dead to in the lead, minus Les there.
In Star Wars, Luke's last name is.
And if you're still alive and want to break through,
Ha!
you have to get all 3 answer choices right.
Not a clue.
Nice one on number 1 there.
Damn it.
Oh.
Bye.
Boom!
Good job, Carl.
No, it was Brandon.
I mean,
It was
Brandon.
me.
Hats off to you, sir.
They had the first doctor as the first prime minister there, William Hartnell. I was like, not him. Brandon 3 escapes.
The third.
The third, Brandon.
All right, what's our next game of choice? What's good with 3 people?
It's a great question. I'm trying to think. Quiplash? Is that
Quiplash,
good with
one of them.
Because they'll add a 4th person for Quiplash. Yeah.
Quiplash XL is in Party Pack 3 has Quiplash 2.
We should go with Party Pack 7 though. right?
Yeah, I don't have 7. That's the only
you
one I
don't? See, that's the one I've got. I mean, I've got them all, but
Quiplash 3 has in Party Pack 7.
Yeah, that's fine. Go with Quiplash 2.
Oh, did you want to do Joke Boat?
Oh, Joke Boat. That would be a good one.
That's in this set that we're in, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oop.
Always kill Carl first. I agree.
It's a game rule.
Welcome aboard. You must be the talent. Please sign in.
Did you see what Les just posted?
Always kill Carl first. Oh, here we go.
What did he post?
Hold on.
Anytime now.
Hold on. Don't put everybody in just yet. Oh, drop the link to give again.
Quick, before the ship leaves the dock.
He's trying to tell us that, we had a job to do today, which was Make-A-Wish, and we should really be talking about the children of Make-A-Wish.
Yes, Make-A-Wish.
And dropping that link so that people can...
I'm actually going to put it closer to the bottom. Oops.
Toot, toot, we got a scoop. Quick, before the ship leaves the dock.
All right, let me know when everybody's in.
I am in, yeah.
Carl, you in?
I am in.
Is everybody in? Is everybody in?
Boom.
Gather round, comedians. Here's tonight's itinerary. We're going to write some jokes and then test them out on stage.
I've never played this one either. So this is fun.
It's brainstorming time.
You'll enjoy it.
Into the jokes, let's do a little writing exercise to get inspired. On your device, you'll be prompted to write various topics like animals, people, or objects. Fill in whatever you think has a lot of comedic potential. If another player uses one of your topics in a winning joke, you'll get some bonus points. Generate as many as you can. You have 45 seconds, starting now.
What am I? Okay.
This writing exercise is ending soon. Follow the steps on your device to write 2 jokes.
I did not under whatever. Oh.
Move on to your second joke soon.
My face is red.
Oh crap!
Wait, were we supposed to be watching something we did?
No.
Oh,
You just got 2 things. There were 4 things to do.
okay, yeah. All right.
Same thing twice.
I'm gonna miss the second joke if I'm not hurry.
You still got 40 seconds. I'm laughing at my own.
Okay.
That's all.
I was like, was what I typed came up there? Cause okay.
No.
Oh.
Time's almost up.
The second one sucks, but hey.
My first one sucks. So.
I'll laugh.
Appreciate all noises. Please welcome our first performer to the stage.
Oh. Stupid. That's...
Oh. That was the one that I had to.
That was good though.
Thank you.
Which joke was funnier? Vote now.
It's all up to you, Carl.
I had to pick that too.
Where's Les at? He should be voting.
Yeah.
Our next comic needs no introduction.
And that's not even the one that I was laughing at. Okay.
No, I love that one. That was.
And that's what he thinks about you, Chris and Les.
Oh.
Oh wow.
I went deep.
Wow.
Y'all like my magma?
Sorry. It has to go to Carl. Simple wins the game.
No, that was great.
Let's get going for our next comic.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kokomo. There you go.
Well, I know which one Brandon's voting for.
That's the one that was making my face red. That I came up with that.
Yep. I get the bonus for the word though, so that works.
It was a good. That was a hard choice, but 0.
I'm surprised I haven't played this one before. This is funny.
Yeah, it's great, especially when you get a lot of people in it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's write some more jokes.
Oh, this first one's difficult.
Yeah, I'm. Stupid. Okay.
We've hit the halfway point.
I had a hard time making either of these funny, so.
Ugh. Okay. Nah.
Well, we're all kind of in that boat this one.
Terrible.
Okay, folks, put your fins together and welcome our comet back to the stage.
Hey, bad versus bad. This
I'm
works,
going
right?
I'm going for a solid 0 across the board.
So am I.
Oh, I'm at 0 already.
Exactly.
That's actually clever.
It's not bad. It wasn't like
That's more clever than either of mine.
Yeah.
Unfatson.
Oh, did I have fats?
Unfatson.
I'm on Fatson. Yeah. Yep. 0. I'm gonna do it.
Hey, that was a 50-50 shot there.
Tip of the hat to you.
So bad.
Our next comic is
Oh God! Just get him over with. Yep. So bad. Gave me absolute dog turds to work with here. So.
Oh, like my magma?
Yeah, y'all like my magma? That's my best joke.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
0.
The good news is you're gonna love the next one, because the next one is you get to fix a joke.
Oh.
And then they put up your joke versus the fixed joke.
Oh, that's great. I'll get 0 still. Here we go. Oh, I can't wait for this. Got a winner.
And if you're listening to Bob and Tom, he sounds like every other Pope too.
Why?
It's like a attempt at a real joke.
Ooh. Yeah, after I picked it, I'm like, well, let's see. He's slender, and he likes kids. This is gonna go nowhere.
0 points.
100, because somebody picked your topic.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, here we go.
And
a dolphin?
We're sinking again. There's no time to write jokes from scratch. So here's the plan. Let's rewrite another comics joke. You'll use the same setup, but we'll attempt to write a funnier punchline. The better the original joke did, the more points you'll earn for beating it. Can you steal the spotlight before the boat sinks? Let's find out.
Yeah. Don't show Michelle this one.
Women and children go in the lifeboats first. Everyone else, stick around and welcome back our performers.
Why did it do that?
Do what?
All I typed was started at 0.
Wait. Oh.
Well, that's weird.
The Unfatson.
I don't know on this one.
It's just supposed to say 0. They would pay someone else to do it.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Stupid.
Snotty
Oops.
BS.
Oops. Sorry about that. I mean, Carl's already winning anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. Maybe I was supposed to backspace more.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Good job.
Yeah.
Finally got one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Brandon's on the board and could take over my spot.
It was dark.
That's why I said don't tell Michelle that one. But I also was going up against Boo K. You're trapped in the house.
Dude, I had no. They were like, I was going back and I was like, they're giving me no good words, no good.
Let's find out the winner of this beautiful and fully functioning life vest.
Nice job, Carl.
You guys do that one again, or?
Yeah, we can do that one again.
All right. I forgot I was the guy. I'm looking at my phone going, all right, somebody pick a button.
Gather round, comedians. Here's tonight's
All right, let's go ahead and skip that stuff.
yada yada. Moving on. Okay, time to wrap things up.
Oh, come on. I had a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't get to type it in.
Device to construct. Okay, let's get to it. You know the drill.
Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, the second joke is not coming together well.
One of them's at least decent. I won't call it good unless you guys like it. And then I'll say, yeah, it was good.
I thought of one.
Shoot, I lost out. Once
I thought of one, but it was like right at the last, like you did. So I just had to put something.
I have nothing, so they're probably going to write a better joke.
I spent way too much time on my first bad one.
That was
Oh.
Yeah.
No, they'll just whoever goes up against you will just get an automatic win.
Don't forget to say your catchphrase.
What's the difference between most people and grocery lists? One is an annoying chore, and the others are too.
Okay. I mean, hey, it's better than what I got.
Oh, this one's my worst one, so you got a chance. So much potential. That was the one where I had like 5 seconds to write something.
Okay.
Which comedian told a clever joke? Look now.
Flip a coin.
There was no flipping. Carl got that one.
All right, next
Y'all like my magma?
I give up.
He's not going to give it to anybody. Oh! How dare you poke at the Lord?
That was the one.
Every comedian out there is looking at us like these guys are the worst.
What?
Zip. My catchphrase is perfect.
Oh, I guess I got a joke. Oh, well, it doesn't finish. That's what it did for me. I can't. 0!
That one's actually pretty clever, Brad.
Yeah, except for I hate that it did the thing where it added the, or I, wasn't paying attention.
That's when it's where. That's how we talk.
Play a little shuffleboard.
That was the last time I'll see myself not in third place. Alphabetical order.
Eventually perish. I wake up screaming.
Dolphins. They're wet.
It's time to write some more jokes. Yada yada. Moving on.
So much potential, then you just sort of lose it. Knocked him out of the park, Carl.
I'm at least proud of both of these, whether they win or not. I'm at least personally proud of them. I hope Les is still watching.
I don't think he is.
Okay, I went for Carl Dolphin style jokes this time.
Oh, yeah. He did say he's tapping out.
Brad's working on the funniest joke that ever
Nope.
happened. The second funniest joke that ever happened. Lives will be
All right.
changed.
I just went ahead and I should have let the thing fill it in for me.
This is actually a stronger round for me, I think.
You might take over the second spot.
I just didn't care. I was like, you know what?
It had so much potential.
That's actually clever.
And
Not
then
bad. That's not bad. Okay. Oh, I got to choose first this time. Okay.
Great. The one who thinks it's clever isn't the one choosing. Does Brandon know less? You know less, right?
He was above me for a bit.
It's okay.
That's true.
Like I said, I'm going to be proud of it either way. And it's not like this isn't being recorded. Les will see that at some point.
Oh, we are. This is a good round here. This is a good round. Oh, okay. This one, all right. Vegas joke. That wasn't the one I was hoping they'd do first, but
Comedian won that face-off.
oh,
Just the idea.
Yeah, boom.
right. Violence.
All right, let's hear it for the next performer.
I didn't know. It just rhymed. I censored it.
So dumb. So dumb.
I really like both of these, but I've got to lean towards Star Trek.
Oh,
I really do.
That's all
like
I was hoping
Oh.
for.
God. That was my best one. This is why I was like, you know what? It's stupid. It rhymes. I didn't know what Grandma would say. Damn. Darn. Oh, 0. I'm a 0 captain of this game. Oh, this is where we fix it, right?
Yep. This is where you get a
I
chance
did
to
good
fix
last time.
Well, we're sinking again. There's no time. Okay, let's get to it. You know the drill.
Not so happy with this one, huh, Carl? Or are you just pointing to the to help the children out by donating?
The
Not
two
good.
jokes that I had to choose were already very good.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, there you go.
All right, Brandon, who'd you fix? He was pissed that he lost to this one.
Which punchline is better?
Nope.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon.
No, I agree. I had to choose between like one I didn't care to try on and one that was already solid.
Well, yeah, I can't beat the one that I had to replace.
That's good.
Vote for your favorite punchline.
Yeah, I give you props for that one.
That was really good.
That's pretty dope.
Well, I followed the joke's, intended flow.
Structure, yeah.
Oh.
Close. Super close.
No,
super close.
That's all Brad.
Super close though.
I approve of that. I approve of that choice.
I pulled off the whole zero, didn't I?
I know you did. You didn't even get a thing chosen. Like none of your words were chosen.
Nope.
Wow.
12,000.
Well,
people.
it said name a town, and I was gonna be like Fart Town. That might have got chosen. I don't know, but I didn't get there. So.
All right. I know we are 12 minutes away from.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
ending.
to end the stream. So
I will.
There's a 12-hour limit.
Yeah, I need to
12-hour
jump
limit.
off here anyway. So it's perfect time for me to jump off. You to extol more virtues of subscribing to our YouTube channel and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, donating right down there. Down there, yeah, there we go.
I think you've already said it all. Very quick, we can be done.
Sweet. We've got more videos coming up. More fun fact videos. I don't know exactly which one we're doing next. I mean, I know which one we're doing next, but I don't have the exact down. So, and then we're gonna, try a few things out, figure a few things out, and be creative with it. See what happens.
That's right. Have fun with us.
Cool.
All
It was a
right.
fun broadcast. See you
Thanks,
later.
everybody. Let's this one.